The world is now full of awakeners with superpowers, and our protagonist swallows one contract gem every single day. Because that gem is his ability. As long as he feeds the gem to another creature, he can form a contract with it. He thought he'd command a mighty legion. But everyone judged his skill as pure trash because no one in their right mind would willingly accept his contract. He originally planned to play the sugar daddy and sweet-talk pretty girls into contracts, or just contract with beasts for ease. He even considered contracting with demons, when suddenly a bold idea struck him. He contracted with himself, full send. Truly, the successful ones always forge their own path. The moment the contract was sealed, a strange phenomenon appeared. A system straight out of those transmigration novels materialized before him. Damn, that's insanely op. The system can appraise anything in existence and allows him to possess multiple abilities simultaneously. And without any further preamble, let's begin. A blood-soaked hand amid desolate ruins. In my previous life, I was a member of a rescue squad. I died in a freak accident. After death, I transmigrated to a fantastical world where mutated beasts and awakeners exist. The image of a sturdy young man battling monsters flashes through my mind, and in this world, my own ability has awakened as well. The system announced contract gem. It consumes physical strength and mental energy combined to condense a contract gem. Once the target willingly accepts the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness will fall under the summoner's dominion. In his hand rests a brilliantly radiant gem brimming with power. It was supposed to be a formidable ability, but it carries one glaring flaw. He was staring intently at his contract gem when a female voice suddenly rang out. "Zhang Ping, what are you doing?" Ping immediately pocketed the gem and turned around with a smile. "Nothing. Su Jingjie wants some candy." She shot him a glance dripping with embarrassment and disdain. "Get lost. Who would ever want to be controlled by you?" She sat right beside him and turned to look at Ping, who lay sprawled limply on the staircase. "I'm just messing with you. The creature has to be completely willing and consenting for a contract to work. Otherwise, even if they swallow the gem, nothing happens." In his heart, he was utterly dejected. The main problem was that his ability was absolute trash. He nearly died of frustration. Fortunately, I transmigrated here and with the mental fortitude from my previous life kept this body going. Seeing Zhang Ping's dejected expression, Jingjie grabbed him by the head and scolded, "Don't give up so easily. The world is vast. There's bound to be some creature willing to let you contract them." Easy for you to say. Other than you, who else would ever agree? Suddenly, an incredibly bold idea sprang into his mind. "Wait, myself. That's it. Why didn't I think of this before?" Zhang Ping didn't hesitate. He immediately popped the gem into his mouth, shocking Jingjie. "What are you doing?" Ping's body began reacting. A bizarre green energy radiated from within, but after a brief moment, it dissipated entirely. Jingjie threw her arms around him in a panic. "Are you okay?" He blushed and stammered, I'm fine." She let out a sigh of relief. "Don't ever do that again. You scared me half to death." A few hours later, Jingjie stood up and said to Ping, "It's getting late. Let's head back to the dorms." She turned back to him and added, "I have to report to the patrol team tomorrow morning. Don't wait up for me." Hearing this, Ping asked, "You're really going through with the graduation?" She turned away. "I've already mastered all the knowledge in the textbooks. From here on, I just need real combat experience to keep improving." She thought to herself, makes sense. Joining the patrol team to protect her hometown has always been her dream. Now she finally has the chance to make it real. Jingjie turned around with a smile. "Don't be discouraged. Once you get stronger, who knows, we might even become partners someday." Zhang Ping scratched his head sheepishly. "Please, I should just go back to the countryside and farm." Because his ability was deemed useless, the school assigned him the profession of farmer. He forced a smile. No matter how you put it, they probably wouldn't see each other again for a long time. Even though she was the original owner's childhood friend, parting like this still stung with a bittersweet reluctance. His body suddenly lurched forward on its own. His conscious mind, completely unaware, just desperately wanted to hug her. Unconsciously, he pulled her into a tight embrace. His mind raced in a panic. What was happening? Why was his body moving by itself? Jingjie's head spun. She hastily pushed him away, her voice stammering. "I'm heading out first." He startled and stepped aside, watching her retreating figure, then called out, "Take care of yourself." Hearing this, Jingjie felt a flutter in her chest. She turned back to look at him and said with a bright, cheerful smile, "You too." He smiled and waved goodbye. Zhang Ping seemed to have realized something about his ability. Just now, my body acted on its own and hugged her. My subconscious was commanding my own body. Wait, was that just a coincidence? He needed to confirm exactly to what extent this control actually worked. With that thought, he immediately began testing his ability. He issued command after command: fly, shadow split, iron body, but each time the green shadow just knocked him flat, faintly glowing as it did. After a long and grueling testing session, he was utterly exhausted. No good, he'd worked himself to the point of total immobility. His face was haggard as he lay sprawled out, drenched in sweat, completely helpless. What he could confirm now, it seemed he could make his body perform any action, but he couldn't transcend normal human limitations, like flying or shapeshifting into other species. Additionally, some movements he had never physically performed before could be executed purely from memory. So in theory, as long as his physical fitness met the threshold, he could master any martial art at his fingertips. All he needed was a way to enhance his stamina, and he'd become stronger. He pushed himself up from the ground, but there was still one more issue that needed verification. The next day, his eyes slowly cracked open after a long sleep. He was startled to find himself somewhere unfamiliar: the cafeteria. His face was ashen, his legs ached horribly. His legs throbbed with relentless pain. Right, I commanded myself to go jogging this morning before falling asleep. Did his body actually get up and go for a run while he was sleeping? Zhang Ping was absolutely thrilled. Excellent, yesterday's hypothesis was spot on. His body could execute commands without his conscious mind being aware. He glanced left and right. Nobody noticed. Right. The cafeteria suddenly buzzed with excitement as a girl walked in. Luo Xiu had arrived. Oh, it's Miss Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu stepped inside with effortless elegance, waving in greeting. Good morning. Murmurs about her erupted all around. Miss Luo Xiu, it's the goddess Luo Xiu. Good morning. Luo Xiu, if he remembered correctly, she was the campus queen. Did she always wake up this early? Zhang Ping suddenly noticed something. What's that sound? The surrounding space warped into something eerie and sinister. What is this? Luo Xiu had, at some unknown moment, transformed into a terrifyingly hideous monster. Cold sweat drenched his entire body, terror etched across his face. Could no one else see it? This was not Luo Xiu. What Zhang Ping saw was a monster puppeteering Xiu's body. She spoke in an utterly bone-chilling tone. Your complexion doesn't look so good. Noticing Zhang Ping standing frozen in place, Xiu drew closer to check on him. Zhang Ping, your complexion doesn't look so good. Xiu placed a hand on his shoulder. Are you sick? He realized this wasn't Xiu acting of her own will. Calm down, calm the hell down, forcing himself to stammer a reply. And no, it's nothing. I just had a nightmare last night and couldn't sleep well. Zhang Ping quickly dodged away. Right, I have class, I've got to go. This made the monster wonder, was the scent of fear just its own imagination? On the way to class, Ping kept turning it over in his mind. Why were there mutated beasts inside the school? Had no one noticed them? Was he just seeing things? He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced through the doorway. He had to report this to a teacher immediately. His eyes filled with raw horror. Before him, a mutated beast gnawed on the corpse of a girl. He spun around and bolted. Ping collapsed onto a roadside bench, clutching his head and screaming. His face was a mask of sheer panic. This isn't normal at all. Was this place a living hell? What the hell? He pulled out the gem and held it in his palm. So it was only after I swallowed this thing that I started seeing the mutated beasts. He popped it back into his mouth and bit down. No matter what, let me return to normal first. His body began to transform once more. A crimson streak materialized beneath his feet, seemingly from nowhere. What's happening? System display appraisal successful. Replaying the scene, the image showed a mutated beast chewing on a man's skull, strangling him until he went limp. After the image faded, Ping shot upright, gasping for air. I've truly awakened the appraisal skill. He raised his hand and pointed it at himself to appraise his own body. Sure enough, another notification chimed. Appraising. A control panel of attributes materialized before his eyes. Summoned Beast Zhang Ping Master Zhang Ping Race Human Level 1 Growth Value Power 11 Mental Force Energy 12 Agility 11 Average Human Baseline 10 Innate Talent Contract Gem Level 1 Items created by consuming physical and mental energy. Once the target willingly consumes the gemstone, its life, soul, and consciousness shall be dominated by the summoner. Level 1 effect activated. After reading through everything, Ping grew curious. The contract gem has levels too. Effect activated. What did that mean? Absolute command. You possess absolute dominion over your summoned beast. Summoning. Your summoned beast cannot disobey your commands. Absolute obedience. The summoned beast will faithfully and absolutely obey all commands issued by its summoner. Appraisal skill elementary allows the user to view their own specific stats and perform appraisals on targets. The success rate of appraisal is tied to the disparity in strength between both parties. Zhang Ping was somewhat stunned. This bizarre new talent, could it be related to swallowing the gem a second time? Back in the classroom, Ping twirled his pen and gazed out the window, lost in thought. He decided to break down the current situation. 1. He had become both his own summoned beast and his own contractor. 2. He was merely the contractor. His body and mind were completely shielded from external interference and control. 3. Because of the above two factors, every illusion was rendered powerless against him. That was why he could perceive the true identities of the mutated beasts. He immediately tried to appraise the system itself. However, warnings kept flashing: appraisal failed. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, until finally appraisal successful. Mutated beast, heavenly constant fox, race mutated fox, growth value unknown, level 26. Innate talent perception distortion alters the target's perception, forcibly preventing them from detecting anomalies. He continued mulling over the images of those mutated beasts. For every one of those mutated beasts was a heavenly constant fox. Their levels were astronomically high. He was only level 1 right now. He stood absolutely no chance against them. 5. Thanks to their perception distortion skill, even if a heavenly constant fox devoured someone right in front of others, all anyone would see were two students chatting normally. That was why no one else could detect the abnormality. He slumped forward in frustration, chin resting on his hand. It's some kind of mental control ability. I remember Su Jingjiao's power is also a mental type. Maybe she'd have a way. After class, he decided to go find Jingjiao. A shadow of worry crossed Ping's face. I can't believe the school has them too. He glanced toward a couple as he walked. Ping recognized the mutated beast and silently wondered just how many of them are there. Patrol Team Headquarters. He arrived before a nondescript building. The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, how may I help you? Zhang Ping answered stiffly, I'm here to see someone. Su Jingjiao. Today was her first day reporting in. The mental image of her as a mutated beast grew even more terrifying. All right, please wait a moment, have a seat in the guest area. Ping sank into deep thought. Even the patrol team has heavenly constant foxes inside it. Not even high-level awakeners can see through their illusions. A voice called out as someone approached. Zhang Ping, what are you doing here? Ping scrambled to his feet and scratched his head. I was a little worried about whether you'd fit in, so I came to check on you. She introduced them cheerfully. It's fine, let me introduce you. These are all my teammates. Everyone's been really great to me. Zhang Ping's eyes now carried a faint melancholy. Is that so? That's wonderful then. Jingjiao showed her determination as she spoke. From now on, I'm going to train harder, get stronger. Someday I'll go out there and fight those mutated beasts myself, to avenge my parents. He could only nod silently in agreement. Her boundless cheerfulness left him feeling a bit awkward. By the way, we're still short on manpower. Want me to put in a good word and get you into the patrol team? He politely declined. No need, my abilities wouldn't be of any help. I'm better suited to farming, honestly. She pouted in disappointment. That's a real pity. He turned to leave. As long as you fit in here, that's all that matters. I won't keep you any longer. The smile on Zhang Ping's face gradually faded. He clenched his jaw, lowered his head, and hurried away. Behind him loomed the phantom images of those terrifying mutated beasts, and that was why he steeled himself. Farewell, Su Jingjiao. He walked out of the patrol team headquarters, his heart still churning. What kind of sick joke is this? Isn't the patrol team supposed to be the strongest force in all of Mingzhu City? How could they have been completely overrun? He lowered his head, fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Su Jingjiao had only just arrived today, and yet an eerie mist was already coiling beneath her feet. This realization made him stop dead in his tracks. He could sense it throughout the entire city. Those monsters were everywhere. The heavenly constant foxes hadn't just infiltrated the school, they had infiltrated the entire city. Every last person in Mingzhu City was livestock penned and fattened by them. Ping kept moving, deep in thought. Let me try running the appraisal skill and investigate. A large portion of the heavenly constant fox's levels fell in the mid to high range. Levels 19 elementary, levels 10-19 intermediate, levels 20-29 advanced, levels 30-39 peak. And yet the patrol team with its large number of high-level awakeners couldn't even defeat them. Those two overwhelmingly powerful heavenly constant foxes that had killed the real Luo Xiu, his instincts screamed that the moment he used appraisal on them his position would be locked on. He feared they were peak level or even king class. The other heavenly constant foxes capable of defeating higher-level awakeners must also be its doing. He turns back to look. Unlike ordinary mutated beasts, the heavenly constant foxes possess extraordinarily high intelligence. Their specialty is disguising the surface. They coexist peacefully with humans. He envisions several mutated beasts cheerfully blending into everyday life around them. But that is only a facade. For their primary targets are mostly those with formidable strength or those who hold prominent social standing. Zhang Ping walks on calmly. Everyone else is nothing more than livestock they fatten up for later consumption. Confronting the heavenly constant foxes head-on would be courting death. His eyes darken, but he cannot simply stand by and watch countless innocent people perish. Not if he can grow stronger. 1 week later, 3:54 a.m., moonlight spills through the small window. Ping yawns and wakes up for his routine workout. Lately, he has been waking earlier and earlier. It seems the more his physical fitness improves, the less rest his body requires. He feels a surge of pride at his own effort. After days of relentless training, his physical stats have risen by an entire level. He recalls everything that has happened since that day. Beyond training, he has been creating and swallowing contract gems daily, hoping to trigger a double ability or awaken a new talent like before. The contract gem suddenly turns purple, but ever since he awakened the appraisal skill, every gem he produced has been colorless and swallowing them yielded no effect. The gem suddenly turning purple catches him completely off guard. Today it actually has color. Ping pops it into his mouth, chews and swallows. The color does nothing for one's appetite. Still, he hopes this time it actually works. His body reacts almost immediately. This feeling immediately opens his attribute panel. Attribute panel summoned, owner Zhang Ping, race human, class 2, growth value 4 stars, strength 13, spirit, energy 13, agility 15. Average for ordinary humans 10. Contract gem talent level 2, enhanced supplement effect level 2, new talent awakened, absolute command activated, absolute submission activated. Appraisal skill basic, night walker basic, grants night vision. Presence detection at night is drastically reduced. Movement speed increases significantly. Body weight is reduced. The user becomes completely invisible in darkness. He skims through the notifications. Has awakened yet another new talent. From now on, he can conduct investigations under cover of night. He analyzes the situation. Moreover, the contract gem itself has leveled up. Could it be tied to his own class advancement? His eyes brighten and a hint of elation spreads across his face. Could it be that every time he advances a class, he awakens a new talent? Then wouldn't that make him invincible? His body emits a faint purple glow. There is no time to waste. He needs to train immediately and test the effects of his new talent. Nightwalker effect activated. Zhang Ping runs while deep in thought. His vision now seems even sharper than during broad daylight. Suddenly he spots a strange ring glinting in the grass. Ping walks over and picks it. Yupa ring. Curious, he activates appraisal skill. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. Appraisal succeeded. Assassin's ring. Once equipped, all living creatures will unconsciously ignore the wearer. Awakeners of mid-tier rank and above are immune to this effect. At that moment, a vision of the ring's previous owner begins replaying before his eyes. The scene replays. He watches in silence as heavenly constant foxes again, Luo Xiu, and one other person. The image shows a man wearing a mask, his aura radiating with violent menace. Is he the ring's owner? But in his eyes, Luo Xiu must have appeared human, right? An enemy of Luo Xiu. Before the man can even react, the fox murders him in an instant. He witnesses this and recoils in shock. Impossible. Her true face roll and grotesque twists with vicious malice. Luo Xiu is a fox. Moreover, given his circumstances, he wouldn't willingly make enemies. That leaves only one possibility. He rests his chin in thought and analyzes the situation. Apart from himself, there are others in Mingzhu City fighting these creatures from the shadows. While Ping is mid-investigation, a voice echoes from the distance. Who's there? He startles, "This is bad." The fox rushes over in a panic and roars, "The ring is gone. Someone must have taken it." It sniffs the air with flared nostrils, scanning for any trace of nearby life. Nothing, not a single wisp of aura. "How could anyone possibly hide from me? It has to be a mid-tier awakener at the very least." It turns and leaves, muttering under its breath, "I must report to the prince at once." Ping slips into a corner, the pieces finally falling into place. So that's it, they deliberately left the ring here. His eyes fix on the ring, placing it back now would only raise more suspicion. He has no choice but to keep it. Early morning, 5:36 a.m. Dawn breaks over the horizon. Ping examines the ring. Just now, with darkness still lingering, Night Walker and the assassin's ring had completely erased his presence. It seems true strength is not limited to one's own energy, it can also be augmented through equipment. Outside the dormitory, the sound of footsteps foxes draws closer. From somewhere, an unfamiliar voice rings out. Zhang Ping, hide." Ping hears it and is seized with panic. Hao speaking. The silent soul materializes, wrapping around his spine and delivers a warning. There, here a pack of heavenly constant foxes has arrived. A gust of wind sweeps the window curtain aside as they storm into his room. One of them grins dangerously. "Is it him?" It lunges forward, unleashing a vicious strike with a savage roar. "Die!" Its claw is inches from Ping's face. It thinks to itself, yet there isn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion. This good-for-nothing, if he had the ring, he would have fought desperately by now. Besides, I can't detect even a trace of the ring's aura on him. A subordinate reports from behind, "Your Highness, why not just kill him? This one jogs early every single morning, yet today he hasn't gone out. Something is definitely off." "Forget it, it's not him." It turns back and speaks. "He's nothing but livestock with no exploitable value, though his entire body radiates an aura of considerable power. Do not waste food carelessly." The subordinate responds obediently. "Yes." A few hours later, Zhang Ping opens his eyes, trembling with lingering fear. He sits up and spits out the ring. That was too close, it nearly scared him to death. Spitting it out was the right call. He had completely forgotten that he jogs early every single morning. Ping stares at the ring. Good thing he forced his body into compelled sleep, just no otherwise he would have been exposed. He suddenly recalls what happened earlier. Was that voice he heard Su Jingjiao's voice just an illusion? Sitting alone in his room, he cannot help but mutter to himself, what is he being so sentimental about? He needs to get stronger fast so he can avenge her. In short, to avoid arousing the heavenly constant fox's suspicion, he must continue living as if nothing has changed. That afternoon in the campus dining hall, whispers have already begun circulating. "Hey, did you hear? The patrol team near our campus found a corpse chopped clean in half today." He carries his food tray and listens to every word. Moreover, the corpse belongs to none other than the infamous Black Star's #1 assassin of Mingzhu City, who had previously wounded the city lord himself. In the end, his old wounds resurfaced and he died in his prime. Ping finds this puzzling. Chopped clean in half, does that mean the person in white killed even the #1 assassin with such ease? His eyes grow heavy with contemplation, worry gnawing at him without end. Luo Shiyu's true strength is unfathomably deep. This time, publicly revealing the corpse's identity is a clear warning to any forces that dare oppose them. The foxes then. He heads toward the dining table. From now on, they will certainly increase their vigilance. He needs to find more equipment to protect himself and fast. After classes end, he will pay a visit to the blacksmith shop. After class, Zhang Ping heads out to search for blacksmith shops. Every shop in the area has been infiltrated and suppressed by the heavenly constant foxes. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed, he sighs in frustration. All the forges in the city seem to be under the heavenly constant fox's control already. Suddenly, the system chimes in, appraisal successful. His eyes widen in surprise. 100 successful appraisals. The basic appraisal skill has upgraded to intermediate appraisal skill. He can't help but be stunned with this upgrade. He can now appraise an opponent's maturity value. Mutated beast, heavenly constant fox, species mutated fox, maturity value 1 star. Intermediate mutated beast, level 15. Innate ability perception distortion, capable of manipulating a target's perception, forcing them to detect no abnormalities whatsoever. "Come in and have a look, kid," it beckons. Zhang Ping declines and turns to leave. No thanks. He needs to plan ahead. The urgent priority is to find a shop that hasn't been compromised. Arriving at another shop, he suddenly hears voices inside. "This is my top-of-the-line premium merchandise. Just look at these patterns, magnificent, aren't they?" The two inside are going back and forth, bragging and haggling. The old man doesn't seem like an easy mark either. "If you agree to buy, I'll reluctantly give you the lowest price." The old man asks, "Hey, what did you say?" The old man blows a puff of cigarette smoke right in his face. "My daughter is waiting for me to have dinner," he says, clearly annoyed. "This old man," he shouts in fury. "Are you deaf?" Zhang Ping has just stepped into the shop and picked up his sword when the man immediately bristles with irritation. "Hey!" He begins the appraisal. The man charges forward in a rage. "You little brat, how dare you snatch my goods?" The system panel flickers to life: ornamental sword, quality common, a seemingly useless weapon previously damaged and poorly repaired. He shouts in alarm, "Wait, this sword'll snap in two before you can even finish your sentence." This enrages the man beyond reason. He unleashes his power and bellows at the top of his lungs. "Damn you, daring to ruin my deal." Energy ripples through the surrounding air. He snarls with rage, "Do you have any idea who I am?" A terrifying power erupts from his body. "I am the personal disciple of Master Ma from the Xingyi Martial Hall." With his internal energy fully unleashed, he moves at lightning speed, circling Zhang Ping so fast that countless afterimages form 5-layer internal palace strike. These afterimages are like clones of himself. Zhang Ping's expression doesn't change one bit, slaps the man squarely across the face. King Hung lies sprawled on the ground. A young man who relies on strength to bully the weekend, yet you stay this calm. Had enough. Appraisal panel: name Liu Baiguo, species human, maturity value 1 star, class awakener, initial stage, level 1, innate ability earth-shaking, heaven-crushing, invincible, supreme, primal, chaos dominator, chi. Any technique used produces powerful special effects, but only the user can see them. Excessive use causes the user to become immersed in their own world, unable to break free. He declares, "Next time you step outside, watch your own back." Zhang Ping thinks to himself in exasperation, "Is this guy here to be a clown?" While Zhang Ping's guard is down, the man lunges to attack, a perfect opportunity for a sneak strike. Zhang Ping punches him into oblivion, leaving him sprawled on the ground. "You still wanted to sneak attack me. So who's really the one bullying the weak here?" Suddenly, a female voice rings out. I step out for just a moment, and the shop's already this noisy. Her expression is fierce and terrifying. "Will you see yourself out, or shall I show you the way?" He flees in absolute terror. "Sorry," Zhang Ping thinks to himself. "Guess I'll try another shop." Before he can leave, Sia's hand blocks his path. He stops. The girl's domineering expression brooks no argument. "Let's talk." Her sudden closeness makes him flustered. "Talk about what?" She presses up against him, radiating a seductive aura. "I'm a helpless, single woman who hustles every day just to get by, and I have to take care of my uncle on top of that. My uncle's troubled because his daughter has gone missing, but I've noticed you have a fine physique and a decent character. Or are you just shy?" Before he can react, she clamps him under her arm and drags him into the shop. "Stay here and be a blacksmith. Take care of old Liu Taifeng, help watch the shop too, room and board included, plus salary." Her considerable assets press right up against him. His face flushes red as the gears turn. If he learns forging skills, he'll save a fortune on equipment. Plus, this shop doesn't seem to be under the heavenly constant fox's control. Zhang Ping's spirits soar instantly. "Deal. I'll become the king of blacksmiths." The girl grins and gives him a light pat on the back, which still makes him wince in pain. "Not bad, every bit the person I pegged you for." He thinks miserably to himself. First, he has to survive under her thumb. A few days later, suggestive sounds continuously echo from inside the blacksmith shop. "Use more force." Young Zhang Ping pants heavily as he speaks. "Sister QC, are you sure this is okay?" She replies, "It's fine, no one will come." C continues to encourage him. "Very good, that doesn't feel bad at all." Z is teaching Zhang Ping how to forge. "This is our signature technique. The harmonious meldweave forging technique. Think of it like kneading dough. You have to make all the ingredients meld together completely." With that, she turns and walks away. "Wait here a moment, I'll grab the casting molds from the storeroom." As she leaves, she reminds him, "Keep feeding fuel into the container beside you. Whatever you do, don't let the fire go out." He answers while working hard, huffing and puffing. After she leaves, he's utterly bewildered. All of this is fuel. "Oh no, fire's about to die." Zhang Ping dumps both containers in. "Whatever, just throw it all in." He hurls everything down without hesitation, finally tossing it all into the furnace below to keep the heat going. The moment he dumps all the materials in, the furnace begins to react violently from within. A terrifying inferno erupts from inside, followed by a dense wave of black smoke pouring out. Zhang Ping can't react in time. He freezes in place, a single thought flashing through his mind: am I dead? Suddenly, a strange shape materializes right over his heart. It actively absorbs every last wisp of flame into itself. The searing heat causes him agony. Moments later, every last lick of flame has been completely devoured. He stares wide-eyed in shock. The surrounding space is nothing but smoke and ash. He coughs uncontrollably. After the flames die down, waves of searing heat suddenly surge from his heart. Zhang Ping clutches his chest and screams, "It's burning, appraise it now." Summoning Attribute Panel Master Zhang Ping, Species Human, Level 3, Maturity Value 4 stars, Stamina 16, Spiritual Power, Energy 15, Agility 18, Average Value Normal Human 10. Innate Ability Contract Gem Level 3. Creates an item by consuming physical and spiritual energy. Once the target willingly consumes the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness become permanently dominated by the summoner. Tier 3 bonus effect activated. Nightwalker Basic. How is this obtained? Night vision greatly enhanced. Presence detection at night drastically reduced. Movement speed significantly increased. Weight decreased. The user becomes completely invisible when shrouded in darkness. Intermediate appraisal skill. In addition to viewing its own specific numerical values, the user can identify targets. The success rate correlates to the power gap between both parties. Fire Eater Basic. How was this obtained? Convert fire elemental energy by consuming flames and storing them within the body. The stored energy can be released at any time until the fire elemental reserve is fully depleted. Current fire elemental energy, 100,100. He deduces that his growth value has increased yet again. Based on the earlier situation, if he's not mistaken, awakening a new talent adds to the growth value. Old talents level up. The appraisal skill consumes growth value. As long as he keeps awakening new talents, the growth value becomes limitless. But he recalls that everyone else's growth value is finite. Could it be that only he can awaken multiple talents? His gaze shifts between worry and focus as he calculates. That was the Fire Eater Earlyrit absorbed the fire, didn't it? Ping folds his arms in thought. Regardless, he had already advanced to level 3 and swallowed a level 3 contract gem. Why does the contract gem's effect only activate at night? Could there be some necessary trigger? Suddenly, a young woman bursts through the door. What happened? Why is the room like this? She grabs Ping's hand in a panic. Thank goodness you didn't throw the red-tempered serpent scale into the furnace, did you? That thing would have exploded. I forgot to warn you about that. He stammers in reply, Big Sis S letter 1 EAFC about the damage to the room. What are you talking about? As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But how did you put out the fire? The flames from red-tempered serpent scale aren't easy to extinguish. He scratches his head. That's a long story. S letter 1 EAFC glances toward the materials and freezes in astonishment. The materials fused this well. But this requires the highest possible temperature to achieve such results. She picks up the piece and praises him. Kid, you've really got talent. The school truly misjudged you. With your current performance, you could easily get into any of the 3 major organizations. S-Letter-1 EAFC strikes hard with her hammer. He calmly asks Big Sis S-Letter-1 EAFC. Everyone always talks about the patrol team and the investigation team is one of the 3 major organizations, so what's the third one? She dips the blade into water, inspecting it as she speaks. Mingzhu City does have a third organization, but what it's called, and what it does no one knows. She turns to him. Oh right, little brother Zhang Ping, you wanted to buy equipment before, didn't you? If you don't mind, take this. Upon receiving the dagger, he immediately activates appraisal. A dagger this fine must be incredibly expensive, right? Beautiful edge quality, good. Material cold iron. Capable of inflicting damage on mutated beasts of intermediate rank levels 10-19 and below. Based on the market price of its materials, I'd estimate it's worth around 100,000. Hearing this, his eyes go wide. He stammers, my salary. With only 3,000 a month, can I really accept this? S-Letter 1 EAFC laughs heartily. Consider it a reward for your progress. She waves goodbye and turns to leave. I've got a mission to get to, but are you really okay with not going back to school? Ping replies, don't worry about me. I already completed the graduation procedures ahead of time. She nods relieved. Take care of the old man. He's been getting a bit absent-minded. Don't let him open for business. He watches her silhouette disappear thinking, even though the forge isn't open for business and shouldn't attract the heavenly constant fox's attention. The commotion earlier was too loud, it's hard to avoid catching their notice. While darkness covers the city, he activates his night walker ability to patrol the surroundings and see what he can find. In a nearby park, a little girl plays happily on the swings, but in truth she is a mutated beast. Heavenly constant fox species mutated fox. Level 3 growth value 4 stars, rank low tier mutated beast. Talent perception distortion alters a target's cognition and compels them to overlook all abnormalities. He's surprised this is the first time he's seen such a low-level heavenly constant fox. Ping watches from behind thinking it's level 3 same as him. With his enhanced equipment, he can probably take it down. Although the patrol teams within the city have been completely compromised, the patrol units in the outer districts probably haven't been affected yet. His gaze sharpens. If he hands over the heavenly constant fox's corpse to them, it might just draw the attention of the higher-ups. Suddenly his arm freezes solid. A voice rings out from behind, "Are you about to strike at a child?" Something terrifying materializes from the shadows. "Don't move or I'll kill you." The cold threat from behind snuffs out any thought of resistance. Ping thinks to himself this girl is probably far above his level. Even his night walker talent and assassination ring are completely locked down by her. She presses her face close to his, sending a chill down his spine. "If you don't want to die, find me at the orphanage's training ground." He stands there stunned. The training ground of the orphanage. Fragments of blue light dissolve into the air. She's already gone. Ping thinks to himself, she doesn't seem to be allied with the heavenly constant fox, otherwise he'd already be dead. A moment later he stands before a gate. The orphanage is massive. When he was little, he often came to the small park next door to practice the royal turtle fist. That's why he nicknamed the park the orphanage training ground. That girl knows him, otherwise how could she know his secret? He stands alone in the desolate woods. Not only Thatch's been watching him all along, that's why she stopped him the moment he was about to strike. Leading him here was deliberate. She has a purpose. Right then, a mutated beast appears. He's startled. They're mutated beasts even in these woods. He activates appraisal. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast attribute panel armored venomtail rat, species mutated rodent. Potential 2 stars, rank low tier mutated beast. Level 5 talent deadly venomtail. It possesses an internal venom sac capable of secreting toxin through bony spines at the tip of its tail. Seeing its level, Ping narrows his eyes and calculates. This venomtail rat is 2 levels above him, but it's cautious by nature. If he retreats slowly, he can probably slip away. Turn back. His hand tightens around the dagger. No. If he doesn't eliminate it now and just turns his back on this sinister creature, then what? He tells himself if the orphanage children come to play in the park tomorrow, they could be in mortal danger. It's just a low-tier mutated beast. He has the equipment Big Sis S letter 1 EAFC gave him. Beautiful edge quality good, material cold iron. It can easily wound mutated beasts up to mid-rank levels 10-19. His eyes harden with resolve as he charges forward. He can win. He rushes toward the beast thinking, in his previous life, he'd read plenty of power fantasy novels where freshly awakened protagonists possessed extraordinary combat instincts. That's unrealistic. He may lack combat experience, but he has a summoned beast he can command. At that instant, the mutated rat curls into a ball and spins at blinding speed. It has a move like that. He blocks with his dagger at full guard, gritting his teeth against the impact. Its armor is too hard, the beautiful edge can't break through. He needs another way. After the impact, the rat leaps onto a cliff face. It stiffens, curls its tail, and begins channeling venom, then unleashes a barrage of toxic projectiles straight at Zhang Ping. He dodges the attacks relentlessly, controlling his body as if playing a game. The moment it stops firing venom, he builds momentum. Its eyes are the weak point, the only spot unprotected by armor. But when it curls into a ball, reaching them proves difficult. He needs to find a way to break its defensive posture. Flames suddenly flicker across his palm. He has an idea. That's it. Fire Eater, low tier. He can convert consumed flames into fire elemental energy and store it within his body. He can release that energy at any time until the fire elemental reserves are fully depleted. Current fire elemental energy 1001. He drops into a combat stance and issues a command. First, activate the Ming Fist Pursuit stance. He never expected that passage about the Mingzhu Fist technique in the history books to actually prove useful. This technique is all about overwhelming force-crushing smaller foes under superior physical dominance. Zhang Ping charges forward with a devastating assault. He closes in on the rat at an optimal distance, feinting an attack first. With one hand, Zhang Ping thrusts his dagger straight at it. "You're just a rat, aren't you?" He flashes a triumphant smile and unleashes fire. "Don't get mad now." With his other hand, he unleashes a flame attack. Fire Eater Flame Entanglement. Die. Seizing the moment its attention wavers, he drives the blazing blade straight toward it. Finally, as it drops its guard, Ping channels every ounce of strength into a single devastating thrust. Rocks and debris explode outward as he strikes directly at its vitals. A massive surge of power erupts. Minutes later, the rat finally succumbs. System notification level 3B, Constitution 1516, Energy 1517, Agility 1819. He pulls the blade free. Sure enough, real combat levels you up far faster than training ever could. Behind him, purplish-black tendrils writhe in the shadows. He turns around, unable to shake the nagging feeling something about the appearance of this venomous-tailed rat is off. Within the city, aside from the heavenly constant foxes, there shouldn't be any other mutated beasts. A wave of unease crashes over him as something dark begins to engulf his senses. Panic seizes him, cries out in alarm. Moments later, Zhang Ping collapses flat on the ground. Just then, a hand reaches out, wrapping a binding force around his body. "I'm giving you 5 minutes," a voice says. Ping's mind races. Thai's voice belongs to that girl from earlier. She has appeared, her sword leveled directly at him, demanding, "Prove that you're human." Hearing her words, he doesn't panic. On the contrary, a flicker of contempt rises within him. "Prove he's human. I am human, how the hell am I supposed to prove that?" Xianxia points her sword at him. He studies her thoughtfully. Prove he's human. Has she also realized that mutated beasts are hiding within the city? She simply can't tell them apart, that's why she needs him to prove it. When he was preparing to deal with the heavenly constant fox, she must have already suspected something. He forces an awkward smile. "Could you give me a hint?" A thought flashes through his mind. Wait, the venomous-tailed rat wasn't her testing me, was it? Ignoring his question entirely, Xianxia's cold voice cuts through the air. 4 minutes remaining, the mechanical voice rings out. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed attempt 8, appraisal failed attempt 20. She speaks again. 2 minutes remaining, the mechanical voice continues its monotone countdown. Appraisal failed attempt 999. Intermediate appraisal skill has been upgraded to advanced appraisal skill. Advanced appraisal skill successfully appraising a target now reveals its faction affiliation and special abilities. Ping stares at the information panel, stunned into silence. Incredible. Level 28. The attribute panel reads name Liu Xixian, race human, faction sweep team, growth rating 5 stars, class high rank awakener, level 28. Talent water element, control absorbs water elemental energy by consuming water and freely manipulates water elemental energy within and around her body at will. Understanding dawns on him. No wonder she was so impossibly difficult to appraise. Moreover, Night Walker concealment and assassination techniques would be completely useless against her. Ping's mind reels, eyes narrowing. Sweep team has never heard of it. Could it be the third largest organization in the city? Right behind the patrol team and the investigation team. Xixian's brows furrow tightly. 1 minute remaining, he's drenched in cold sweat, mind racing desperately. Wait, suddenly. An image flashes through his mind, children playing in a park. He looks up at her. You used to call that little park the martial arts training ground. So, you grew up in the orphanage too, didn't you? Name Liu Xixian, race human, faction sweep team. The details spin in endless circles through his mind. But he doesn't recall anyone named Liu Xixian from the orphanage. If she really came from there, she must have changed her name. Her magical aura engulfs him completely. Ping throws caution to the wind and blurts out a string of names. Liu Tora and Liu Yishu, Liu Zusheng. He rattles them off without pause, and a flicker of alarm crosses Xixian's eyes. Liu Xingyu, Liu Sisai, Liu Kung Ko. The tip of her sword grazes his skin, drawing blood. Xixian steps closer, her voice calm and measured. That doesn't prove you're human. Ping's face pales, eyes widening. That reaction just knows is Liu Sissy. She's 3 years his senior. by the time he enrolled in the Mingzhu Ability Academy. Liu Sisi had already graduated and joined the investigation team. If it's information only the two of them would know, memories surge to the surface. A little girl teaching a little boy martial arts. Today's lesson is the legendary Sisi Invincible World-Shaking Fist. You'd better learn it properly. The little boy looks utterly bewildered. He repeats the words she once taught him as children. His teasing tone makes her face flush crimson. Stance 1, Stance 2, Stance 3, the Sisi Invincible World-Shaking Fist. Ping's face lights up with joy. You really are Sisi, then, Sisi. The sword in Xianxia's hand gradually fades away. She averts her gaze. Second question, Xianxia stares at him with deadly seriousness. According to Academy records, your ability is the contract gem. It was rated as useless because you couldn't meet any of its activation conditions. So what the hell have you been doing all this time? He casts his mind back 2 weeks and begins to speak. 2 weeks ago, I swallowed the contract gem and became my own summoned beast bound only to my own will. That means I'm immune to the mutated beast's illusion techniques and can see through their disguises. Plus, based on my recent investigations, he continues, and what he says next stuns Xianxia. Right now, there are numerous heavenly constant foxes hiding throughout the city. I suspect an entire colony has infiltrated Mingzhu City. He presses on, their race possesses the ability to warp perception. She grabs him, everything you've said, it's all true. Ping lists off every person he's uncovered, one by one. Tang Loya, the owner of Wansheng Breakfast Shop, the boss of Jian Home Appliances, Tang Longzhu, and 3 blacksmiths from the Longcheng Weapon Shop. He looks at her, and there's also that little heavenly constant fox you just stopped me from killing. They're all low-level heavenly constant foxes. You can go verify it yourself. She turns, takes a step forward, then freezes. You, stay put, don't move, I'll be back soon. Xianxia speaks into the device in her hand. Jinbo, do you think this intel is reliable? Jinbo receives her transmission and responds promptly. First, I can confirm that no heavenly constant fox-type mutated beasts have been officially detected in Mingzhu City recently. However, perception warping abilities have been surfacing, which matches Zhang Ping's description. He stares ahead, still speaking into the device. I've already sent a team to covertly apprehend the 2 nearest suspects. They should be heading back now. An explosion erupts behind Jinbo, jolting him upright. People are fleeing from the direction of the blast. What happened? He demands. A girl comes sprinting up from behind, breathless. Team leader. It's the owner of the breakfast shop. The moment we got her outside the city, she went berserk, broke free, and attacked us. The very woman who had been chasing that young man has already materialized in front of Jinbo, poised to strike. He clenches his fist, magical energy surging into his hand. You're courting death. His fist slams straight into her. Jinbo gazes down at the one who dared attack him, now crumpled on the ground. You have eyes but fail to see. MT. Tai. Dark, sinister magic envelops her body. Moments later, she transforms into a monstrous creature. He realizes the intel is genuine. At last they have identified the enemy. Jinbo raises his hand and orders his squad to relay the message to all other teams. Engage all targets on site. Yes, sir. Shiyu lounges on the balcony of Mingzhu Academy, basking in leisure. Something catches her attention, her eyes snap open. Her attendant, a young woman, looks flustered. Me, lady, but Shiyu says nothing. She launches herself off the balcony and into the air. Shiyu hangs suspended in the void, her voice dark and chilling. Yuejiu is dead. Someone killed Yuejiu outside the city. Another one has fallen. Tang Loi. Her face twists with murderous fury, dark and powerful magic radiating from her entire being. Whoever did this struck fast, killed clean, and immediately concealed there, or evading her detection entirely. A colossal phantom creature materializes behind Shiyu. Her eyes blaze with furious amber light. Who the hell is it? In the shadowed space of the dark room, Zhang Ping's gaze locks straight onto her. Verified. Liu Xianxia answers softly, yet a note of uncertainty lingers in her voice. But we can't fully confirm it. You suddenly possess the ability to see through the illusions of the heavenly constant fox. Was that a deliberate trap you set for them? The swirling magic condenses around her palm as Liu Xianxia speaks in a calm, steady tone. Then, you'll serve as our eyes and ears. From now on, I'll be protecting you from the shadows. If you discover anything at night, you can contact me. Zhang Ping shakes off the residual magic clinging to him and reaches up to squeeze his own shoulder. He furrows his brow, puzzled. protect, monitor. Fine, as long as it helps deal with the heavenly constant fox, I'll take whatever you've got. She tosses something at him. Zhang Ping snatches it out of the air with a quick hand. Liu Xixian turns on her heel and says, take this. These jade pendants come in a pair. One is called the cold jade, the other the warm jade. He examines it. A smooth piece of jade rests in his palm. She continues, if you ever run into danger, simply channel fire into the cold jade. The warm jade in my possession will instantly heat up. I'll know you're in danger and can come to your aid immediately. Liu Xixian folds her arms, her tone turning serious. That said, I still recommend you strengthen yourself on your own. At the end of the day, no one can guarantee your safety 100%. The jade in his hand pulses with faint warmth. He scratches his head, a bit embarrassed. I've actually been thinking about joining a dojo to learn some martial arts, but I can't afford the tuition. She takes a few steps away, her voice drifting back over her shoulder. I'll file a request for funding. In the meantime, check if there's a dojo that suits you. He clasps his hands together and beams. That would be incredible. Thank you, big sister Xixian. The sprawling city stretches out before him, yet barely a soul passes by. Thoughts swirl through Zhang Ping's mind. The heavenly constant fox sightings have dropped drastically these past few days. The sweep team must have taken care of them. Xixian didn't reveal her identity to me. Looks like she still doesn't fully trust me. If my appraisal skill hadn't leveled up enough to identify a target's faction alignment, I'd still have no idea she was part of the sweep team. He lowers his head, arms crossed in thought. But how did they know Mingzhu City had been infiltrated by mutated beasts from the very start? Forget it, as long as it helps wipe out the heavenly constant fox, that's all that matters. Zhang Ping stretches his arms wide as if shaking off every ounce of exhaustion. Besides, the 10,000 Mingzhu notes they're offering is pretty generous. Wang Jimin rushes over with a man, a thick stack of flyers clutched in her hand. The sight startles him a little. She calls out, looking to learn martial arts. Anyone interested in learning the Beast King Fist? He glances at her, hand me a flyer. She obliges. He takes the sheet and reads it intently, muttering under his breath, the tuition isn't exactly cheap, and I'm not even sure it'll suit me. Wang Jimin flashes a radiant grin, her excitement palpable. Worth every single coin, guaranteed. Our Beast King Fist martial technique is actually quite well known across Mingzhu City. Zhang Ping looks slightly skeptical. Noticing his expression, she steps forward and dumps the entire stack of flyers into his hands. If you don't believe me, I can give you a little demonstration. Wang Jimin strides ahead and drops into a fighting stance. The first three forms of the Beast King Fist: the Ape King stance, the Giant Crocodile stance, and the Phoenix Claw stance. He stands and watches her. He thinks to himself that he wants to learn this. Whether in footwork or technique, the Beast King Fist is far superior to the Ming boxing. Zhang Ping watches Jimin intently as she moves through each stance. Form 1, Form 2. It's actually a solid martial arts routine. The Ape King stance shifts fluidly, unpredictable, and without a fixed pattern. Form 3 delivers a spinning kick, flawless in execution, yet a flicker of hesitation crosses Zhang Ping's face. He merely watches as Wang Jimin collapses awkwardly to the ground, silently assessing that she hasn't mastered it. She can't even bring out a fraction of the Beast King Fist's true power. Two burly men appear behind her, their deep voices booming with menace. Who gave you Beast King Fist dojo people permission to hand out flyers here? He walks over to her, his voice gentle with concern. Are you all right? Wang Jimin scratches her head and forces an awkward smile at the two men. My apologies, I didn't know flyer distribution wasn't allowed here. Really sorry about that, I didn't realize passing out flyers was off limits here. Liu Beigyu shoves his way in, positioning himself between Xing and Xing Da, and sneers with open contempt. A low-level technique like the Beast King Fist, what's so great about it? I'd advise you to come join our Xingyi Fist dojo instead. Zhang Ping points a finger at him. Lightning 5-chain collapse. The man erupts in fury, his body practically catching fire with rage. He bellows. It's lightning 5-chain strike, you're the one who's collapsing. Liu Beigyu roars with indignation. That stunt you pulled at the forge last time, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How convenient that you're here today. Xing Da, Xing wreck him for me. Jimin throws herself in front of Zhang Ping, standing firm. I won't allow you to bully him. They hear her defiance and channel their power. Xing and Xingde let out agonized howls, their voices raw with pain. The unbelievable scene unfolds, leaving both Zhang Ping and Jimin stunned. Appraise, Liu Beigu stands behind the two bruisers, bellowing arrogantly. You wretched woman, scram to the side or I'll deal with you too. The information panels for Xing and Xingde materialize before Zhang Ping's eyes. Status panel name Xing species human affiliation Xingyi Fist Dojo growth class primary awaken a level 4 talent physical reinforcement. Intelligence reduced by 70% in exchange for a tier of physical reinforcement skill. Maximum physical strength increase 30%. Status panel name Xingde species human affiliation Xingyi Fist Dojo growth class primary awaken a level 4 talent physical reinforcement. Intelligence reduced by 70% in exchange for a tier of physical reinforcement skill. Maximum physical strength increase 30%. Zhang Ping freezes, blurting out involuntarily, trading intellect for physical enhancement. He stares at Xing and Xingde as their bodies bulge with raw power. You people seriously consider that a talent? Zhang Ping shifts his gaze to Wang Jimin's status panel. A flicker of genuine surprise crosses his eyes. Status panel name Wang Jimin species human affiliation Beast King Fist Dojo growth class primary awaken a level 3 talent diligence compensates for stature learning ability reduced by 90%, but any skill can be improved through relentless, persistent training. For each consecutive day of practice, growth rate for the same exercise increases by 10%, stacking up to a maximum of 1000%. He lets out a quiet whistle of admiration. That growth value is insane. Never would have guessed that Wang Jimin is actually a hidden powerhouse. Zhang Ping slaps his own forehead, exasperated. But with her current level of strength, stepping in to help me would be suicide. He tosses the stack of flyers back to Jimin. She catches them in a daze, hugging the papers to her chest. Zhang Ping places a hand on her shoulder. A faint smirk curls at the corner of his lips. This is my problem, let me handle it myself. What? Her eyes widen with worry. But there are 3 of them, you'll be at a huge disadvantage going in alone. A dangerous glint flashes in Zhang Ping's eyes. He glances down at his own hands. It's fine, didn't you just demonstrate the Ape King stance a moment ago? Perfect timing, I'll use them as practice dummies. Xing and Xingde charge straight at him. They roar, you arrogant mutt. Zhang Ping's hand snaps out, cracking across Xingde's neck. Stance 1, he sidesteps Xing attack and drives a fist into his gut. Stance 2, Liu Beigu throws himself into the fray. Lightning 5 chains strike. Zhang Ping lifts his leg and slams a kick into Beigu's groin. Stance 3, he smirks down at Beigu's splayed, inverted form on the ground, his voice laced with mockery. Too bad you didn't bring those 2 lackeys along. That lightning 5 chain collapse you're so proud of has been downgraded to a 3 chain collapse. Zhang Ping strolls back to Jimin. Let's go, take me to the Beast King Fist Dojo, I'm signing up. Her face lights up, you really want to register? Zhang Ping answers without hesitation. Really? She stares at him with admiration. You're incredible, you only watched it once and already learned the Ape King stance. Then in the future, if I can't figure out a move, will you teach me? Zhang Ping doesn't hesitate. No problem. Wang Jimin thrusts her thumb up in front of him, beaming with delight. Awesome, with your help I'll definitely get stronger in no time. Looking at her like that, a thought flickers through his mind, 7-star growth potential, huh? At worst, she'll become a high-tier awakener. As Zhang Ping muses, a faint smile spreads across his face. She might even reach the pinnacle of awakeners. Maybe I should be the one asking her for help down the line. Inside the Beast King Fist Dojo, hushed murmurs ripple through the crowd. Someone spotted the instructor on the street. What? The instructor is back. Zhang Ping and Jimin stand rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the disciples scrambling in every direction. Oh my god, wasn't it supposed to be 2 more days before the instructor returned? What? What do we do? I haven't even finished learning half of the Ape King stance yet. Who told you slackers to laze around? Just wait and take your punishment. Snap out of it. Her pale, bewildered face spoke up in confusion. Everyone seemed terrified of the instructor. Jimin grew confused. Our instructor Baidu is famous for being strict. Anyone who fails to complete their mission gets punished severely. He then asked, what about you? Have you been punished too? Stars seemed to twinkle around Jimin as she lifted her chin proudly. I've been punished the most, over a month in, and I still haven't met the standard for introductory fist techniques. Ping stared at her, utterly helpless. Was that seriously something to be proud of? The doors of the Beast King Fist Hall burst open. All the disciples snapped to attention. They greeted the instructor in unison. She hurriedly shot a glance toward him. The instructor's here, get in line quick. Baide crossed his arms, radiating an imposing aura. He barked, all of you, attention, your posture is slop 50 laps as punishment. The system hummed to life, initiating a scan on Baide. A series of system chimes echoed, appraisal successful. Baide's information materialized before his eyes. Attribute panel name Baide, race human, physique beast king fist hall, growth value class initial awakener, level 25. Talent morph body alter one's physique by consuming food. The number of storable forms scales with level. To date, the swift wolf form and the berserker lion form have been stored. The disciples answered in unison. Yes, sir. Staring at the data, Ping swallowed hard. Incredible, by level alone Baide might even rival Big Sis C. Baide's eyes swept the room and locked onto him. He strode toward Ping. So you're the brat who gave the zingy fist hall a beating yesterday. Ping spoke up, so what if I am? Baide raised his fist before Ping's face. Brat, watch closely, you're still green. Wait, Ping shouted, but Baide pretended not to hear. Baide launched strike after strike at Ping, but he dodged every single one. Isn't the instructor going a bit overboard? Attacking a newcomer like me without a single word of explanation. A newcomer, you say? Baide shot back. Baide clenched both fists, flames erupted around them, his voice thundered. Then how come I hear you only watched the Beast King form unseen, already learned it? His fist rocketed toward Ping's face. It's over. Ping's mind screamed, I can't dodge this. Baide withdrew his mana and lightly rapped him on the head. He burst into hearty laughter, his entire being radiating excitement. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Your comprehension isn't half bad, kid. He glanced at Jimin, who was pretending to be clueless. Pity the one who demonstrated the Beast King form for you was a total amateur. The footwork is off by 1,000 miles. Baide placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice brimming with expectation. Later, I'll personally correct your form, how about it? Ping cupped his fists respectfully. Thank you, instructor. After that, a dangerous glint flashed across Baide's face as he slowly turned to the disciples behind him. Next, let's see which of you has been slacking off. Baide clasped his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes scrutinizing every movement. Line up, each of you will spar with me one at a time. Anyone who doesn't meet the standard does 500 push-ups and runs with weights. Over 10 kilometers, Ping forced a wry smile. No wonder he's a body enhancement awakener, brutal training regimen. Jimin poked him from the side. Ping turned to look at her. What is it? Well, this caught her off guard. Jimin covered her mouth shyly. The instructor doesn't really teach me much, so, after he's done correcting you, could you teach me what you learn? He agreed without hesitation. No problem, once we're done, follow me back to the Iron Soul Forge, I'll practice with you. Jimin's face lit up. Really? I was worried you'd refuse. At that moment, her information panel popped up. Attribute panel name Wang Jimin, race human, physique beast king fist hall, growth value 7 stars, class initial awakener, level 3. Talent diligence compensates for mediocrity, learning ability reduced by 90%. But any skill can be improved through persistent training. For each consecutive day of persistence, the growth rate for the same exercise increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 1,000%. Ping furrowed his brow. Diligence compensates for mediocrity, but learning ability is reduced by 90%. He forced a bitter smile. So this talent is basically built to torment whoever teaches her. No wonder instructor Baide doesn't want to teach her much. Jimin bowed at a full 90 degrees. I humbly ask for your guidance from now on. Several days later at the Iron Soul Forge. Wrong, again, Ping said, his voice dead serious. Jimin fumbled, sorry. Watching her movements, he spoke again. Wrong again, do it over. Jimin crashed flat onto the ground. Ping pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. I had to break down the entire Beast King form into individual micro-movements just for her, so she could practice them one at a time. Only then did she show even the slightest progress. Ping clenched his fist. Mana flickered faintly around it. Still, this Beast King fist is the real deal. I've only trained for a few days, and I can already feel my level beginning to climb. A sharp voice called out from afar. Little brother Zhang Ping, Big Sis is back. Ping glanced at Jimin and pointed toward the exit. She's almost here, keep practicing, I'll go check. Jimin nodded quietly. The moment he stepped out, he spotted Jingjiao leaning against a table. "Damn it," she muttered, visibly annoyed. "We almost failed this time. Something strange is going on out there. The number of mutated beast kings out there has dropped significantly." She turned, placing both hands on the table, and locked eyes with him. "We had no choice but to push deeper into the northern forest. We ran straight into a wolf pack, stormwolves, every last one of them." Ping let out a soft gasp, worry etched across his face. "Sis Jingjiao, are you okay?" Jingjiao smiled faintly and pulled a gemstone from her bag. "I'm fine. We used an Earth Escape talisman to get away. The wolves couldn't find us, so they turned on the surrounding forest beasts instead." Jingjiao held it up for him to see, grinning. "I seized the moment like the fisherman profiting from the clam's struggle. Snatched something good right out of the wolves' chaos. Here, give me your hand. Finding something like this is incredibly rare." The system chimed. Gemstone information materialized. Wind gem rarity rare. An exceedingly rare biological crystal. It can store wind elemental energy and through spiritual attunement. The stored energy can be released to manifest attacks such as Wind Blade and Storm Blast. Ping held it in his palm. "This is a wind gem." Jingjiao let out a laugh. "Ha, so you can tell, even a child could use this thing to cast Wind Blade or Storm Blast out of thin air." Suddenly, Ping heard a voice emanating from the gemstone. "Hey, it's broad daylight right now, this isn't right. Aya, don't undress me, let go, I'll do it myself. Fan family saber art, first form saber chi rampage, show me what you've got." Birds nest in pairs upon the tree, green waters and blue mountains bring a smile. What was that sound? Yue Shir is dead, damnable humans, today I shall devour 2 more. Ping stood frozen, bewildered. What are these voices? The system continued feeding detailed information about the gem. Summoning panel master Zhang Ping, race human, physique iron, soul forge, growth value 4 stars, physique 18, spiritual power mana 17, agility 21. Average human baseline 10, class initial awakener, level 4, contract gem level 4. Level 4 supplementary effect activated. New talent unlocked, wind whisper beginner. The user will randomly hear loud vocal emissions and emotions within a 10-mile radius, cannot be actively controlled. Staring at the notification panel, Zhang Ping's lips curved into a smirk. A new talent, just like when I unlocked Fire Eater before. The contract gem is doing its work. A gloomy voice echoed from seemingly nowhere. Yue Liu, inside that shop, besides Wang Jimin's family, there's still one man. That man, he seems to be the one who caused our downfall. His interference in the dormitory incident got us punished by the sovereign. Ping whipped his head around, confusion written all over his face. What was that sound? Heavenly constant foxes. A cascade of scenes flashes before Ping's eyes, to beasts conspiring, their plot pouring straight into his ears. Seems the scent is fine. Let's eat their flesh for lunch, I'll take that loud one. Wang Jimin is yours. His face turns grave, eyes widening in shock. We've been targeted. Steam curls through the bathroom. Liu Xixian has a bath towel wrapped around her body, another towel in hand as she dries her hair. She glances at the jade pendant pulsing with an alarm, her voice urgent. Not good, Zhang Ping is in danger, his entire body is radiating magic energy. She scans the room warily. He wonders to himself, it's been so long we hasn't Sister Xixian arrived yet. It feels like those 2 heavenly constant foxes have lost all patience. They could barge in at any moment. Sak notices his strange expression and asks, "What's wrong, are you all right?" He doesn't answer her right away, still lost in thought. Those 2 are mid-tier heavenly constant foxes. Even with Sak here, we wouldn't stand a chance. When he finally snaps back to reality, he forces a smile, dodging Sak's earlier question. "Oh right, Sister Sass, you just got back and haven't gone to see Uncle Liu yet, have you? Why don't you head upstairs to Uncle Liu? I'll go grab some groceries and cook for you both." Sak doesn't think much of it, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking up. "All right, hurry up there. It's been ages since I've had your cooking. Oh, and take the wind contract gem with you." He forces a strained smile. Ping turns his head, watching Sak's retreating figure, thinking to himself. Good, use this chance to get Wang Jimin out of here, avoid dragging Sister Sak and Uncle Liu into this. She waves her hand, "Don't keep me waiting too long, okay?" In the forge's backyard, Jimin is still diligently training. Spotting him, she asks, "Zhang Ping, are my movements correct?" Ping ignores her question and firmly grabs her hand, pulling her along. "Don't say a word, I'm getting you out of here." Jimin frowns in confusion. Why, several mutated beasts suddenly materialize before them, blocking their path. They roar, "Where do you two think you're going?" He thinks it's over. She's still cheerful, completely oblivious to the danger. "Mom, Dad, why are you two here?" He extends his arm to block her from approaching them. "Don't go over there." Jai Min lightly touches his arm and whispers, "Zhang Ping, they're my parents, it's fine." The system's info panel materializes heavenly constant fox mutated beast race mutated fox growth value 1 star level 15 innate ability perception. Distortion can manipulate a target creature's perception, forcing them to detect no abnormalities. Heavenly constant fox mutated beast race mutated fox growth value 1 star. Level 16 innate ability perception distortion can manipulate a target creature's perception, forcing them to detect no abnormalities. Jimin's father furrows his brow and speaks. Mayan, who is the person beside you? Why do you look so terrified of your own parents?" She stammers in reply, "He's a friend from my gym." Suddenly, a ring of magic encircles Ping. He's startled at first, but the moment he recognizes it, relief floods his face. A dark room spatial barrier, thank goodness. Jimin looks at him in confusion. Huh. What is this? He pulls her inside the magic ring. One of the mutated beasts shouts, "Not good, you're getting away." She calls out to her parents. He holds her back, his voice firm, "Don't pay them any mind." Ping pulls her into a tight embrace. "Hold on to me," he says softly. The two mutated beasts lunge at Ping and Jimin, claws bared. He grits his teeth, "Damn it, they're coming." Its claws rake straight across his back. Zhang Ping screams in agony. Jimin shrieks, "Zhang Ping." Smoke engulfs Ping and the two mutated beasts. Jimin sits on the ground, anxiously staring at his wound. "Zhang Ping, are you all right?" He drops to one knee, gripping a dagger in one hand. Still holding on, Jimin stares at the two figures before her in disbelief, then screams, "Dadwi." Ping warns her again, "Don't go over their thyre mutated beasts." Knowing their cover is blown, one of them sneers. "So you can actually see through our disguise." The beast lets out a roar and both of them charge straight at him. "Then we definitely can't let you live." Its claws slash toward Ping as he raises the dagger to block. In his mind he thinks, "Too fast, I can't dodge at all, so this is the gap between levels." The other mutated beast creeps closer to Jimin, its voice dripping with honeyed temptation. Mayan, mama's good girl." Ping panics, "Damn it, the other one is going after Wang Jimin." She walks toward it step by step, as if under a spell. Mom, he clenches his jaw, channeling every ounce of strength into the blade. "Even I can barely hold on anymore." Suddenly Liu Xixian appears shouting, "Zhang Ping, move." Ping cries out, "Sister Xixian." Liu Xixian leaps forward with magic blazing. Jimin tries to stop her. She screams, "Don't!" Columns of ice conjured by Liu Xixian materialize around them. She moves with blinding speed, launching a devastating assault on the two mutated beasts. When the onslaught ends, she withdraws her magic and asks, "Are you two all right?" Jimin screams, her voice trembles as she stares in disbelief. Why did you kill my parents?" Ping tries to make her understand. "Wang Jimin, they weren't your parents. They were heavenly constant foxes wearing your parents' faces." Jimin claps both hands over her ears, eyes brimming with tears, and screams, "No, you're lying to me, were my parents." Ping looks at Liu Xixian in confusion. "Sister Xixian, why didn't the heavenly constant foxes reveal their true forms?" Jimin collapses against him. "You lied to me." Liu Xixian hears his question and answers. "There may be a king-tier heavenly constant fox within the city, one that has amplified the entire pack's illusion abilities. That way, even a low-tier fox could conceal itself from high-level awakeners. The ones we killed before were all outside the city, that's why their true forms were exposed." Ping. He glances at the two mutated beasts on the ground. A thought strikes him perhaps. He approaches the beast and reaches out to peel away its mask. Something clicks in his mind, only he can see through their disguise. Ping holds the mask in his hand and speaks quietly, "Wang Jimin, these two mutated beasts murdered your parents. Then they disguised themselves as them." Jimin's mind flashes back to a scene of her familiar father reaching out to gently pat her head. He continues speaking, shattering that memory to pieces. The dead mutated beast lying on the ground burns into her vision. This is the truth. Tears stream down Jimin's face, still cannot accept it. How can this be? Jiyu sits upon a throne-like chair, her voice ringing out displeased. 9 of our kin have perished in just 1 week. She crosses her legs, resting one hand on her chin. It seems the humans have found a way to break our illusion arts. A mutated beast crosses its arms and speaks arrogantly. "Your Highness, let's just slaughter every last human and take over the city." Another one immediately rebuts, "And what do we eat after that? Grass." Jiyu's sharp command silences them both. "Silence." She casts a cold glance over the mutated beasts below, her voice deep and ominous. "Foolish creatures. Slaughtering humans is impractical and a waste of food. The urgent matter at hand is luring them out from the shadows and eliminating them one by one." Xiyu shifts her gaze toward Ziming standing beside her and asks, "Does the Vice City Lord have a strategy in mind?" He bows his head in a gesture of respect. "Your Highness, perhaps we could draw other races into Mingzhu City to muddy the waters. Then focus our efforts on culling humanity's strongest fighters." This one counters, "How do you even confirm they're still hiding in the city?" He clenches his fists, his brows furrowing tightly. "Aside from the patrol squad and the investigation squad, there is one other organization among the city's three major factions. Back then, the city lord suffered catastrophic injuries from the king and fled. This old man suspects he's been lying low within that very organization. This old man knows him well, would never leave the city. He is undoubtedly waiting for us to expose an opening." The mutated beast speaks up, voicing its agreement with Ziming's proposal. "Your Highness, bringing other races into the city sounds like a solid plan to this subordinate." She acknowledges Ziming's approach, but the king is still in deep slumber. She shoots Ziming an ice-cold glare, her words dripping with menace. "Though you have aided my tribe, if you dare make even the slightest move against us, I will kill you without hesitation." Xiyu turns and walks away, her voice trailing behind her. "I hope you understand your place, Huang Ziming." Ziming's entire body trembles. He drops to his knees, then slowly rises. But behind that facade of fearful trembling, a calculating cunning surfaces on his face, like a schemer waiting for the right moment to be seized by a greater power. Over on Jimin's side, her entire body shakes as though every last drop of strength has been drained from her. Tears cascade down her face as she chokes out her words. "Mom, Dad," Jimin weeps, blaming herself over and over. I'm sorry. If only I had realized sooner." Xixian remains cold, not a single trace of emotion on her face, even if she had discovered the truth earlier. What could she have done? Sensing her words have cut too deep, Ping interjects. "That's enough, Sister Xixian." Suddenly, Jimin screams. "Enough," she wails, her voice raw. "At the end of the day, this is all my fault. I'm too weak. Someone like me can't even master the most basic fist techniques. Why did something like this have to happen to my parents?" Ping stares at her in silence. She looks utterly hopeless. "Why wasn't it me who died?" He sits down and wraps Jimin in a tight embrace. She freezes in surprise. Ping holds her firmly, a silent comfort, and whispers into her ear. "Listen to me. This is not your fault." Xixian turns away. Ping continues in a heavy tone. "I'm the same as you. There was someone incredibly important to Miss Somion who was killed by a heavenly constant fox from the patrol squad. I can't help but think if I had stopped him from joining the patrol squad that day, maybe none of this would have happened." Jimin lies still in Ping's arms, listening quietly. "But deep down, I know the truth. Even if I could go back in time, the ending would never change. Joining the patrol squad was her dream. No one could have stopped her." Ping speaks again. "No one can change fate, so the death of your family is not your fault. But you can change the future. Ryo can grow stronger and protect the other important people in your life." He looks at Jimin, his words laced with encouragement. "I'm sure your parents, watching from the heavens, would be proud of you." The moment his words, and tears erupt from her eyes like a dam breaking. "Thank you, Zhang Ping." He recalls those mutated beasts, then speaks with renewed confidence about the monsters lurking in the city. "Trust me, I will hunt down every last one of them." Zhang Ping. Without warning, he coughs up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across Jimin's face. She cries out in shock. "What?" Xixian jolts, whipping around. Her voice rings out in alarm. Zhang Ping. She can scarcely believe Ethai's injuries are this severe. A single thought flashes through his mind before he collapses unconscious. Earlier, he had forced his body to hold on through sheer willpower. He never expected it would only last that long. After the blackout, Ping slowly regains consciousness. Through blurred vision, he sees Jimin and Xixian standing before him. Xixian offers a faint smile, while Jimin beams with relief. Thank goodness he's finally awake. Ping bolts upright, one hand clutching his head. His voice comes out hoarse and dry. "How long was I out?" "Don't move," Xixian says quickly. "Be careful, your wounds might reopen." Jimin grabs his arm, her expression resolute. Zhang Ping. I've made my decision, I want to become stronger. She strikes a confident pose, holding up 2 fingers before Ping's eyes. Burning with determination, together we'll wipe out the heavenly constant foxes. He smiles. I believe in you, I know you can do it. Xixian crosses her arms and regards Jimin seriously. Miss Wang, your home is no longer safe. I suggest you stay here for now. If the 2 of you are together, I can keep you both safe. That eerily familiar, sinister voice echoes through his mind once more. The king is still in deep slumber. Confirm Huang Ziming's position. The voice continues. This subordinate would not dare. Ping narrows his eyes, recognizing that voice. It belongs to Luo Xiu. Ping urgently relays what he has heard to Xixian. Sister Xixian, I've intercepted intelligence from the heavenly constant foxes. She stares at him, startled. What did you just say? Moments later, he recounts the entire conversation to Xixian in full. He speaks. Huang Ziming is the vice city lord of Mingzhu City. She plants both hands on her hips, every gesture deliberate. Her tone is measured and calm. He appeared in the heavenly constant fox's dialogue and even addressed himself as a subordinate. That strongly suggests he's already defected. As for the Kingit's illusion arts are powerful enough to reinforce its disguise, rendering even top-tier awakeners unable to see through it. So the king must be the apex among the heavenly constant foxes. Ping sits on the bed. He listens intently to every word from Xixian. If their king is in deep slumber, then right now is our best window to launch a counterattack. Zhang Ping, we need you to help identify and separate the heavenly constant foxes. Ping answers without hesitation, no problem. Meanwhile, Uncle Liu takes a drag from his cigarette and exhales a plume of smoke. I'm starving. Taifeng stands across from him, speaking casually. Hang tight. Zhang Ping went to buy food, should be back any minute now. At the sweep team's base, Manny stretches her arms wide, shaking off every ounce of fatigue. She lets out a groan. First you tell me to activate the sealed chamber, and now you want the celestial veil opened too. Luo Vi glances sideways at Manny, one eye half closed in lazy resignation. Sis CC really knows how to boss people around, doesn't she? The door swings open. Jimin notices Manny isn't drinking coffee to keep herself awake, so she asks, Manny, you're not having coffee. This one's going to take a long while. Manny grins with confidence, jabbing her thumb at herself. Nah, I already had some. Jimin steps into the outer ring of the magic circle. All right then, let's begin. She stands with both arms spread wide, beginning to chant the incantation. Solar radiance charging complete. Jimin, Manny, and Luo Vi stand at 3 points of the circle. A pulse of dark light surges to life at the circle's center. Manny shouts, Dark Veil complete. Luo Vi follows suit, phantasmal light shifting complete. The entire city becomes enveloped in an invisible luminescence. Phantasmal celestial veil activated, blanketing the whole city. Thoughts swirl through Ping's mind in a relentless cascade. After a period of cooperation, the sweep team has finally agreed to share some of their secrets with him. The sweep team is Mingzhu City's most classified organization. Their purpose to emerge from the shadows whenever Mingzhu City faces catastrophe, and to purge every last impurity from its streets. He reflects further on the sweep team. Each member flashes through his mind the ace cards hidden up Mingzhu City's sleeve. The sweep team regularly conducts covert operations, and the unit providing tactical support for those missions is a squad with a uniquely specialized structure. The Barrier Formation Squad recalls what Xixian told him about each member's abilities. According to Sister Xixian, the Barrier Squad has 3 core members. The squad leader is me. Her ability is called Dark Veil. The sealed dark space chambers he has visited countless times were constructed by her own hands. He ponders each person's ability in turn. Suji, her ability is solar radiance charging, by absorbing light. She generates energy to sustain her allies' combat strength. Isn't that basically a walking power bank? Then he thinks of the last member, Luo Vi. Chen Luovi's ability is phantasmal light shifting. She achieves invisibility by altering the spectrum of light and shadow on the surface of objects. A combined magical barrier conjured by Manny Nai and Luo Wei forms a wall encircling the city. When the 3 combine their power, They can deploy the Phantom Light Sky Veil, a technique capable of dragging any creature at king tier or below into a sealed dark space. The inner world scenery can be adjusted at will to bewilder opponents. This is the barrier formation's most devastating technique. If the heavenly constant foxes use distorted perception to silently kill, then we shall repay them in kind, turning their own methods against them. Yue walks through the bustling city, scanning her surroundings as she goes. Yue speaks up. Yue, why don't we grab a few people from here and bring them back? There's some kind of magic behind those two. Yet nobody's noticed a thing. Yue, be on your guard. The city hasn't been safe lately. Shouldn't we exercise more caution? Yue taunts, what, scared already? Yue glances at Yue. Something feels off, as if an invisible source of magic lurks nearby. Yue speaks up. Yue, don't you sense something is wrong? Yue immediately brushes aside her suspicion. What could possibly be wrong? You're starting to sound as paranoid as Cao Cao. His eyes turn sharp and cold. He continues, look around those two. Where did all the passers-by go? Yue's face fills with confusion. Where did everyone go? High above, a figure clenches his fist. He closes in on Yue, step by relentless step. Jinbo plummets from the sky and slams into the ground. The sheer volume of mana causes an enormous magical eruption the instant he touches down. The smoke gradually clears. Jinbo looms within the haze, his voice dripping with arrogance. What a shame I couldn't kill both of you with a single punch. Yue roars, damn you, you're the one who's been slaughtering our kin in Mingzhu City recently. He assumes an attack stance, sneering with contempt. You actually dare to attack us so brazenly? Aren't you afraid we'll call for reinforcements? Jinbo sneers back, his meaning razor sharp. Why don't you try calling them? His body blazes with arcs of golden lightning, coursing through him like the blood of a golden sovereign. Jinbo recalls the intel Zhang Ping provided. According to his intelligence, these two are around level 25. He should be able to handle them after all. Jinbo himself is level 32. The two mutated beasts charge at Jinbo. Yue howls with berserk fury. Yue seizes Jinbo's arm. Jinbo throws a punch with his other fist, but Yue has already vanished. Yue lunges from behind, shrieking, little morsel. Jinbo stares at his arm, pinned tight in her grip. A flicker of bewilderment crosses his mind. He clearly blocked it. Yue and Yue launch a coordinated assault, forcing Jinbo to stagger back. Yue scoffs, is that all you've got? Yue looks down at the retreating Jinbo with arrogant contempt. That's it. I truly cannot fathom how our kin were killed by someone so pathetic. Jinbo suddenly drives his fist straight into Yue's face, catching him completely off guard. The blow sends Yue flying. Jinbo speaks, now you know. Yue screams in panic. Yue loses all composure. She raises her arm high behind her. The silhouette of a massive mutated beast manifests. She snarls, damn you. I'll take your life. Jinbo realizes something, so that's how it works. He grabs the arm of the mutated beast, instead of her stunning her completely. Jinbo speaks with calm composure, I may not be able to see it, but I've got a solid grasp of your shape now. Jinbo squeezes the mutated beast's arm tight, wringing a pained shriek from it. He ignores her struggles and only increases the force. Jinbo continues, that kind of ability is devastating for ambushes, but in a direct confrontation, it's nothing special. At that moment, Yue charges in. Yue wails, Yue, save me. Jinbo glances at Yue, his lips curling into a smirk. Hello, he hurls Yue straight into Yue, bon voyage. Jinbo launches into the air and drives his kick directly into Yue. She lets out another agonized scream. For the finishing blow, he gathers momentum and stomps down on both mutated beasts. See you never. The beasts absorb the full force of his stomp and crash to the ground. Jinbo looks down at Yue and Yue lying crumpled on the ground. She struggles to speak. Why can't I sense our kin? He seems to have realized something and gasps, we've fallen into a trap. Jinbo doesn't give them the chance to say another word. Jinbo channels all his strength into his arm and strikes them once more. The two mutated beasts howl, I curse you. Once more, Jinbo cuts in farewell, watching the chaotic scene below. Zhang Ping exclaims, so powerful. Liu Xixian's expression betrays little emotion, yet her voice rings with pride. After all, Jinbo is the team leader of our combat squad. Zhang Ping crosses his arms, imagining Jinbo's battle silhouette, and bursts out laughing. But that form, it's practically impossible to take seriously. She asks in puzzlement, what is that? From the outside world, Shibai's voice crackles through, transmitted into Liu Xixian's earpiece. Liu Xixian, this is Shibai. The mutated beasts outside the city have begun gathering and causing unrest for no discernible reason. If they breach the city now, it will add tremendous strain to the Phantom Light Sky Veil. Head outside the city and investigate the situation. She hesitates for a moment, but the voice on the other end continues. If you're worried about Zhang Ping, bring him along. It'll be a good opportunity to hone his real combat abilities. Xixian acknowledges the order. Liu Xixian listens attentively to Shibai's briefing on the heavenly constant foxes. The patterns he identified before have all been documented. I'll arrange for the combat squad to handle it. She acknowledges. Zhang Ping suddenly recalls when Sister C ran into that pack of storm wolves gathering in numbers. Could that have been connected to all this? She strides forward, calling back, "Let's go, Zhang Ping, follow me outside the city. I'll send someone to guard the forge." He asks about the person who just gave the orders. Who was that just now? Some kind of big shot. Liu Xixian answers calmly, unhurried, "That's our leader. Once the mission is over, you'll get to meet him." Zhang Ping nods in agreement. Knowledge briefing elementary tier spans levels 1 through 10. Zhang Ping is currently level 4. Intermediate tier covers levels 11 to 20. Most heavenly constant foxes fall within the intermediate tier. Advanced tier runs from level 21 to 30. Liu Xixian is level 28. Some elite heavenly constant foxes also qualify as advanced. Peak tier spans levels 31 to 40. The human limit is level 40. Jinbo is level 32. Transcendent tier begins at level 40 and above. Mutated beasts have no level cap. And the heavenly constant fox tribe possesses beings at the king tier. The scene shifts to a distant forest. Xixian and Zhang Ping enter the woods together. Zhang Ping glances back at her. "I've lived this long, yet this is my first time leaving the city. These things, they're plants." He moves to examine the cluster of crimson trees ahead. Just as he's about to step forward, Liu Xixian yanks him back from behind. "Don't go there." Zhang Ping stares at her, bewildered. Without warning, a flash of light erupts from the cluster of trees. A green seed-like projectile shoots out from within. The projectile arcs high into the air and detonates in a massive explosion. The green substance that sprays outward looks like acid. Zhang Ping stumbles back in shock. As Liu Xixian explains, those bushes suddenly sprout these plants known as acid grass. They're saturated with corrosive acid. Their eroding power extraordinarily potent. She tells him that those green droplets sizzle fiercely wherever they land. Right now is the season when the fruit matures, and once ripe, the fruit explodes like fireworks. Behind Liu Xixian, another bush begins to tremble and writhe. Acid grass scatters its seeds. Through these violent bursts, one must remain ever vigilant. There are also mutated beasts that feed on acid grass. She turns and points at a white creature, canine in shape, yet bearing a rodent-like appearance. "That is your first opponent. I need to go investigate the mutated beast disturbance. Stay here and don't wander too far." Zhang Ping turns to face the creature. He activates appraisal. The system projects its full information. Mutated beast, acidic bullet rabbit, species mutated rabbit, potential 3 stars, class mutated beast, elementary, level 9. Talent: it can fire highly corrosive fluid from the moist sweat glands within its ears. He draws his flame dagger. The rabbit appears utterly harmless, yet its level actually surpasses that of the venomous-tailed rat. Seizing the moment while it remains oblivious, Zhang Ping hurls the dagger straight at the beast and bellows, "First strike." But the creature is no easy prey. The beast dodges to the side with ease. Zhang Ping cuts off its escape route and charges in with a flaming fist. Bright Fist, the mutated rabbit, is no pushover. It sprays venom from its paws. Zhang Ping has no time to defend. He throws up his arms to block. It can shoot that far. From the thicket of acid grass ahead, the plants all fire their acid-laden fruits in unison, forcing Zhang Ping onto the defensive. Not good, the acid's been set off. Several acid orbs shoot into the sky, erupting into a spectacle like fireworks blazing across the heavens. Ping dodges the acid in a flash, his body automatically analyzing the situation. Ping nimbly avoids each drop of falling acid while simultaneously dissecting the mutated rabbit in his mind. First, this rabbit's senses are razor-sharp, its reflexes incredibly agile. His ambush failed. Second, it possesses a ranged attack and is completely immune to its own acid. Ping stands face to face with the rabbit, staring it down. Third, it's cunning. It first spits acid to keep him at a distance, then deliberately lures him toward the mature fruit. He can't help but marvel its movements are both swift and devious. This won't be easy. He stares at the hand that blocked the acid, bewildered, and mutters, "Why didn't this stuff corrode me?" He clearly used his bare hand to block the acid projectile the rabbit fired. Growing curious, Ping recreates the move, the one that set his hand ablaze. Could it be because of the fire? The mutated rabbit launches a barrage of acid straight at him. "Come at me." Ping swings his arm, fire erupting from his hand and neutralizing the acid attack. The blazing flames surge through each stream of incoming acid. One hand grips his blade while the other gathers fire, poised for the next exchange. As expected, the acid fears fire and evaporates on contact. No wonder Xianxia could feel at ease letting him fight an opponent that outclassed him. The monster sees Ping completely unscathed and glares at him with furious red eyes. Damn it all, it just wasted every last drop of its acid. It charges straight at him. Why won't it corrode? Ping has no time to dodge. He raises his arm to block. That familiar sensation, even the little monster has two tiers of attack. The rabbit assaults him from all directions, its strikes raining down chaotically. Ping looks at his wounds, the burning pain making his expression darken. Its claw strikes carry corrosive properties too. "You damn thing." It too suffers a slash wound across its back, baring its teeth and glaring at him through gritted fangs. So it knows ranged attacks are useless against me. And now it wants to go blow for blow, does it? Ping's expression darkens as he goes all out. Flames erupt around the fire eater, deploying full firepower, wrapping his entire body in searing heat. If he doesn't want to be corroded, he must coat himself in fire. Fire eater flame capacity 43,100. He lifts his gaze, eyes locked dead ahead, but this method burns through his flames fast. He has to end this quickly. Ping surges forward at full speed, dragging a long trail of fire behind him, using the inferno to encircle the beast. "Little rabbit, you're not the only one who can set a trap." With every step he moves rhythmically, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next, flames roaring around him. Ping charges straight at the monster, blade in hand. Nowhere left to run now, is there? A ring of fire encircles them both. Prepare to die. Fire eater flame capacity 3100. Ping brings his blade down. The inferno surges outward. It dodged. It's also the moment his flame capacity runs dry. Fire eater flame capacity 100. Ping watches its escape trajectory with a roguish grin, but it just so happens to play right into his hands. The ring of fire gradually shrinks inward. Ping immediately activates Fire Eater to absorb the surrounding flames. Fire Eater flame capacity 4100, flame capacity 9100, flame capacity 13,100. He stares dangerously ahead. "Let me see how you escape midair now." The mutated rabbit is engulfed by the inferno, howling in agony. Ping surveys the results and lets out a sigh. "That was exhausting. My stats didn't even increase. That rabbit's probably still alive, needs a few more stabs." He swiftly finishes off the rabbit. The system flashes a notification, all attributes upgraded by 2 levels. Current stats: stamina 20, mental power, energy 19, agility 23. Average baseline for an ordinary human 10. Ping happily collects his spoils. A level 9 monster truly lives up to its reputation, killing just 1 grants 2 points to all attributes. Unfortunately, his actual level still hasn't risen. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance. After training and grinding monsters, gaining experience that boosts attribute levels without raising one's combat rank is extremely common. The system continues issuing rewards. Flame absorption, total energy acquired 1000. Fire Eater. Upgraded from beginner to intermediate. Flame capacity increased to 300. Zhang Ping is pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest. Fire Eater leveled up too, not a bad haul at all. Suddenly, a horde of mutated rabbits emerges from the darkness, swarming toward him. Damn it. At that moment, Zhang Ping can't help but curse under his breath. Ping checks his remaining flame capacity and freezes, speechless. Fire Eater flame capacity 2300, screwed. That last attack drained everything, and the monsters keep multiplying, an entire warren converging on him. He can only stand there in stunned silence. And there are way too many rabbits. The pack leader is twice the size of the smaller ones, its fangs razor sharp. Rippling muscles radiate overwhelming pressure. Ping's hand slips into his pocket as something clicks. Right, this amount of energy should be enough to activate the jade pendant. The mutated rabbits launch their assault, charging straight at him in unison. Ping runs while clutching the jade in his hand. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the wisest. Running full tilt, he raises the jade and screams for backup. Xianxia, save me. But before help arrives, more rabbits appear ahead, cutting off his escape. Behind him, the entire pack closes in like a coordinated hunting party. His stomach drops. You've got to be kidding me. They actually know pincer tactics. Ping is surrounded on all sides. The rabbits form a tight ring around him. This time it's serious trouble. A volley of acid rockets toward his position. He drops into a crouch, arms over his head, using his clothes to shield himself from the first wave. Unexpectedly, a wall of ice erupts upward, blocking the entire acid barrage. Ping looks up in shock. That familiar water element power, it's Xianxia approaching. It's her Xianxia. She withdraws her energy while commanding, fall back. Xianxia unleashes her ability. So the rabbit beasts have gone berserk too. A colossal tidal wave materializes before the rabbit beasts, sweeping the entire pack far away. The mutated rabbits flail in panic. They can't swim. All they can do is let the current carry them. Moments later, every last one is frozen solid. Witnessing this display, Zhang Ping can't help but exclaim in awe. She raises a single finger. The wave transforms into a mountain of ice in an instant. The difference in power is insane. Just now, dealing with a single one nearly cost me everything. Xianxia speaks up. I barely left for a moment. How did so many appear all of a sudden? Ping blinks, clueless. I have no idea either. She hears this, surveys the surroundings, assesses the situation. It's far from over. Xianxia draws her ice sword and prepares for battle with unwavering resolve. No matter how many come, it makes no difference. The smaller monsters break free one by one, scrambling toward the block of ice. They're not attacking because of their pack leader, but it should already be dead. Xianxia holds her sword at the ready, completely unfazed by whatever unfolds around her. The rabbit beasts bare their fangs with savage snarls, but the pack fails to notice. Xianxia cuts them down one by one. Mid-slash, she murmurs, if that's how it is, then I won't hold back anymore. She then targets the rabbit beast by the ice block, the last one standing. She arrives at her conclusion. The pack leader is frozen inside. If her guess is correct, the answer lies within that lead rabbit's body. Xianxia places her hand on the surface of the ice. She taps it lightly. The ice shatters instantly. Xianxia kneels and examines the fragments. Found it. She picks up a green gemstone. It really is a soul-luring pill. Zhang Ping steps forward in confusion. Soul-lure gem, what is this? It smells so fragrant. Xianxia examines the gem and replies, this was manufactured by some organization, a tool designed to control mutated beasts. The image etched into the gem depicts one human and one beast. She realizes it knows so the Chu clan's beast-taming methods have truly surfaced. Rumor has it that the soul-lure gem emits a special fragrance, one that only low-level mutated beasts can detect. A horde of mutated rabbits has already encircled the soul-lure pearl. Since when? She warns him the fragrance lures mutated beasts, and devouring it is nothing like controlling them with his contract gem. The mutated rabbit leader breaks free from its icy prison, blazing with vengeful fury. When a mutated beast consumes the soul-lure gem, she continues, it loses all its intelligence and is forcibly tamed. But how the Chu clan actually controls these tamed beasts until we know, we can't be careless. Xianxia clenches her fist, crushing the green gem to dust. This thing won't be digested. Ignore it and there will absolutely be mutated beasts falling under their control. Xianxia holds no fondness for these pearls. She flicks the fragments to the ground. In short, the mutated beast frenzy is definitely connected to the soul-lure gems. I'll report to headquarters, whether it's the Chu clan's doing or not. Until the investigation is complete, you train seriously with me outside the city. Zhang Ping snaps to attention, hand pressed to his brow in salute. Yes, ma'am, but neither of them notices the figure lurking behind a tree, watching in silence. Right after Xianxia senses something. She says nothing. A strike launches straight ahead, hurtling into the forest. She cleaves through the tree trunk effortlessly. Zhang Ping stands beside her, utterly bewildered. What the hell just happened? On the withered branch, a snowflake-shaped flower blooms into existence. Xianxia channels power into her palm and replies, it's nothing. She thinks to herself, was I just imagining things? 1 week later, the atmosphere shifts completely. In a certain castle, a subordinate drops to one knee. Your Highness, all heavenly constant foxes residing on Statue Avenue have been summoned here. Luo Shiyu sits upon her throne and lets out a soft hum. The nighttime skyline of Mingzhu City materializes before her howling winds. Oppressive darkness and a terrifying suffocating silence. She presses a hand to her temple, pondering, could the increasingly frequent mutated beast frenzies be orchestrated by Huang Ziming? Luo Shiyu rises from her throne and departs. She cannot rely on that person entirely. It is time for her to act as well. She radiates a deep crimson aura and commands her subordinates below. Surely you all already know humans have recently found a way to counter our spirit control, inflicting devastating casualties upon our kin. Over the past week, I've discovered that our slain brethren are concentrated primarily around Statue Avenue. Those of you living near Statue Avenue are very likely the next targets. I want you to stir up a commotion to make the enemy believe you've uncovered a lead. Luo Shiyu demands Venjin wants them to panic, to flee, forcing the enemy's hand before they're ready. The beast fiends below hesitate, a flicker of fear crossing their monstrous faces. Luo Shiyu's killing intent blazes. She gazes at her own claw, grotesque, dark, and razor-sharp. I very much want to see just who our opponent really is. Her subordinates roar their approval, pounding their chests in unison. In a certain forest, moonlight drapes across the clearing, casting an almost poetic glow. Several mutated rabbits graze quietly when Zhang Ping swoops down from above without warning. He locks onto a grazing rabbit and incinerates it with fire. Nightwalker has expired. The nearby mutated rabbits see their kin slain and go berserk, leaping wildly around him. His eyes burn like twin flames. After a week of relentless rabbit hunting, he has reached level 6. They unleash a torrent of venom at him, but he has already mastered every weakness and attack pattern they possess. A ring of fire erupts without warning. Gan Zhang Ping vanishes from the center. He leaps high, pursuing one of the beast rabbits, first neutralizing their ranged attacks, then provoking them into a frenzy. When enraged, they coat their entire bodies in acid and charge in for close combat. Zhang Ping deftly picks them off with fire one by one. The acid can be ignited, but the burn duration is too brief to be lethal. He fights at range and close quarters with perfect rhythm. Using red-tempered serpent scales as fuel, the flames burn endlessly. Seeing the situation turn dire, the mutated rabbits tuck their tails and flee. Zhang Ping unleashes his finishing move. A massive pillar of fire erupts around him, towering into the sky. He calls it Fire Eater, though it's nothing more than Samadhi true fire. Forget it. Zhang Ping strides majestically from the pillar of flames as the beasts scream in agony, consumed by fire. He glances back with satisfaction at his handiwork. All the serpent scales he'd stockpiled over time, used up entirely this round. He watches the mutated rabbits, charred black, drop to the ground one by one. Killing this many beasts in one Gothat should be enough to level up. Zhang Ping joyfully activates appraisal on his own status panel. Every stat has surged significantly since he arrived. Sure enough, he's leveled up, level 7 reached, all attributes 1. For slaying numerous enemies above his level, all base attributes receive an additional 1 bonus. Current stats: Vitality 24, Spirit Power, Strength 25, Agility 29. The average value for an ordinary person is 10. Contract Gem level 1 increased to level 5. A new function will unlock at level 5. He pauses. Wait, the contract gem leveled up too. Zhang Ping eagerly pulls the gem out to examine it. He'd always assumed the contract gem's level synced with his own. But after he jumped 2 levels straight to level 6, the gem stayed frozen at level 4. This time, though, it's turned blue. Zhang Ping is so absorbed in the problem that he fails to notice the dark aura creeping up behind him. Could it be because the contract gem is harder to level up than I am? I wonder what ability it'll awaken this time, hopefully something combat-oriented. Suddenly, the dead rabbit's corpse snaps its eyes open, radiating a dark, sinister aura. Zhang Ping senses something wrong and turns. His eyes widen in shock as the rabbit slowly rises to its feet. This one's still alive, Zhang Ping smiles confidently. Come as many times as you like, I'm not who I used to be. He unleashes Fire Eater Relentless, surging flame sand. Both combatants charge straight at each other without hesitation. As he closes in, confidence fills him, but then Zhang Ping frees, immediately pivoting his sword, gripping his weapon tight. Zhang Ping charges head-on, thrusting his sword at the dark shadow, but to his shock, the blade passes clean through without leaving a single wound. Now it's the shadow rabbit's turn to attack. It inflates its body and fires a beam of black energy downward. Zhang Ping's mind races with questions. What the hell is this? Could it be I killed too many rabbits and spawned a vengeful spirit? Zhang Ping tries again. Vengeful spirit or ghost, it doesn't matter. His blindingly fast sword slash finds its mark, cleaving clean through the shadow's host body. Die! The possessed rabbit returns to normal. It goes rigid and collapses to the ground. Zhang Ping stares at the rabbit beast's corpse, wondering, since when did rabbits have a skill like that? He searches the rabbit's body. Could it have been controlled by a soul or gem too? He pulls out something purplish from the carcass. There is indeed something inside, but it doesn't appear to be a soul or gem. Zhang Ping activates appraisal skill. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. He stubbornly appraises it again and again, but the result remains the same every time. Appraisal failed. It's been a long time since he encountered something so resistant to appraisal. Appraisal failed, then suddenly a notification chimes. Mist essence quality mysterious. The refined energy stored within the essence core of a black mist mountain goat. Consuming it will trigger unimaginable consequences. Zhang Ping remains there appraising, having lit a campfire nearby. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. After countless attempts, he finally succeeds. Appraisal successful. Mist essence quality mysterious. Refined energy stored within the essence core of a black mist mountain goat. Unexpected effects will occur upon use. As the system replays the scene, a goat-like creature shrouded in black mist faces off against a pack of ordinary beasts. Both sides clash on against 100 each beast, unleashing its natural strengths without restraint. The goat radiates an ethereal aura. Leading the opposing pack is a massive wild boar. Wild beasts charge ferociously into the fray, leaving no avenue of escape. When the boar charges in to attack, the goat's black mist disperses. It slips through the wild boar effortlessly, then targets the gap in its flank and drives straight through. The alpha boar falls in a single strike, its corpse collapsing below. The black mist seeps into the boar's body. Dark spikes erupt from within, piercing clean through its flesh. It lets out a blood-curdling scream. Watching from the side, Zhang Ping murmurs, mutual destruction. The black mist dissipates entirely. All that remains of the goat is a bare skeleton. The gem in his hand blazes with light. Zhang Ping thinks, I have a feeling this pearl is something akin to a legendary wind gem, a rare artifact. Zhang Ping holds the mist essence in his hand, having witnessed every horrifying vision it summoned. But how in the world is he supposed to activate this gem? Direct contact yields no effect, unlike the previous awakening. Does he really have to swallow this thing? Cold sweat beads on his brow as he stares at the grotesque object before him. The problem is, this thing came out of that black mountain goat. It's genuinely nauseating. He recalls every battle he has endured, each one ending in defeat, mockery, and utter helplessness. He is weaker than an ant. Does he even have the right to be picky? The more he thinks, the deeper Zhang Ping sinks into contemplation. Going all in, he squeezes his eyes shut and swallows the mist essence whole. Zhang Ping's eyes suddenly chain. A crimson glow ignites within them. He clutches his head and screams, a torrent of dark, sinister energy erupting from his body. Zhang Ping cradles his head and collapses, enduring the searing agony. Memories of his childhood friend flood his mind. Zhang Ping sees the image of Jingjie being dragged away by those monsters. Zhang Ping, promise me. Tears stream down her face as she forces a smile, pouring every last shred of hope into him. No matter what failures you face, you must keep living. With everything he has, Zhang Ping struggles to rise from the ground. Su Jingjie, rest assured, before I slaughter every last one of those foxes, I absolutely will not die. Without warning, the system's notification rings out. Appraisal successful, summoning attribute panel. Master Zhang Ping, race human, class awakener, initial grade 7, growth value 6 stars. Stamina 26, energy 25, initial ability can convert the fear of living creatures into mist for manipulation. Mist quantity 20,100. For each point of mist consumed, a mist entity possessing 10% of current level attack power and 10% defense can be created. Maximum accumulation 1000%. He studies his new power and murmurs, this talent is a combat type, full offense and defense. Its potency seems to scale with the amount of mist consumed. Zhang Ping glances at the info panel. his growth value has somehow skyrocketed by 3 stars in an instant. Is the mist body really this powerful? A smile spreads across his lips, yet tears roll down both cheeks. Damn it, Zhang Ping clenches his fist and slams it into the ground. Why does he keep showing this kind of expression? He sits before the fire, unable to name the emotions churning within him. Confusion, defiance, joy, tension, anguish, who can say? One thing is certain: very soon, he will avenge Su Jingjiao. From behind, a group of people approaches. The green-haired man at the lead waves, calling out with genuine concern. You all right, brothers? But the team members trailing behind shoot warning. Looks, they want no part of this entanglement. We need to keep moving, don't go looking for trouble. Exactly, while there are no mutated beasts around, we should hurry back to the city. Still, the man remains concerned for him. Zhang Ping rises to his feet, standing tall. He glances back, his eyes flashing with a sharp, piercing gleam in the darkness. He raises his hand to wave, about to finish his sentence, I'm fine. But the others have already dropped their gear and bolted in terror. Ghosts, there are ghosts. Below, the system display flickers, mist quantity 23,100, 30,130, 5,100. He stares at the dark energy in bewilderment. Can he really absorb others' fear and convert it into mist? This mist doesn't feel like real mist to him, it isn't even true energy. He gazes at his transforming hand. The mist's form can shift according to his will. It reverts to its original state, then a blade materializes from within. He focuses intently. He has no idea how powerful it really is. Zhang Ping flicks his wrist to the side. Let's test the minimum output. In an instant, he cleaves the massive tree trunk beside him clean in half. Just 1 point of stored mist stand, it is already this devastating. The tree topples toward him. Simultaneously, a notification appears: mist 1, mist -1. The enormous trunk hurtling toward Zhang Ping shatters into a cascade of splinters raining from above. Interesting, Zhang Ping forms a small shield from the mist, delighting in his new ability. It can slice and it can block attacks. The applications of this mist are far from few. He eyes the pile of wood at his feet with a dangerous glint as he retracts the ability. Used wisely, the mist body will be his trump card against high-level mutated beasts. Next step: keep supporting the sweep team. Farm hard, grow stronger. Just as he is strategizing with his new ability, Liu Xixian comes sprinting from behind, screaming, Zhang Ping. Her ability activating as she blazes past him. Liu Xixian's eyes dart around, scanning the area. You ran into a mist-mutated beast. Where is it? He thinks to himself. This familiar scene reminds him of Big Sister Xixian from back then. Zhang Ping scratches his face with an innocent grin. Sis Xixian, actually it's like this. She stares at him, stunned and disbelieving. What? You ate the mist essence? Liu Xixian erupts, her words pouring over him like a torrential downpour. Zhang Ping, are you courting death? You dare consume something of unknown origin without a second thought. Do you have any idea how close you were to dying? She whirls around in fury. Behind her, Zhang Ping grins carefree. It probably wasn't that serious. I used my appraisal skill first. It's fine. If there really was a problem, I could have just forced myself to throw it up. Liu Xixian shoots him a withering glare. What makes you think you could have thrown it up? Her expression turns dangerous as she utters something terrifying. Have you ever considered it could be a parasite? Zhang Ping's face darkens. He instinctively pats himself down. Sis Xixian, you're saying I might actually be something very dangerous now. Liu Xixian furrows her brow and shares what she knows. The mist-mutated beast is a creature of unknown origin, just like the visions the mist essence revealed. They possess no fixed form. Normally, they parasitize other living creatures. The black mountain goat and the doom rabbit you mentioned were likely puppets of the mist-mutated beast. Once the host dies, it burrows into every organ, lying dormant waiting for a new host. Liu Xixian continues. The critical point is that the mist-mutated beast can exert control over the very beings it infects. Zhang Ping's head spins after hearing this. Terror grips him to the core. Wait, doesn't that mean the mist has already bonded with him? He furrows his brow, thinking hard. The searing pain he felt when consuming the mist essence was that the mist trying to seize control of his body. He immediately asks, since I'm fine now, does that mean the parasitization failed? In the gloom of the forest, Liu Xixian stands with her arms crossed. I don't know, you're special. Perhaps you already harbor something inside you that destroyed the mist-mutated beast. Or perhaps your absolute self-control rendered the parasitization meaningless. She lets out a chilling laugh to scare him. In short, if I notice anything strange about you, I'll have no choice but to cut you down. Zhang Ping flinches and scrambles backward in fear. I was wrong. From who knows where, a spider descends from a tree, its enormous, glistening eyes gleaming. Surprise. Liu Xixian freezes in horror. She rips out her ice sword and screams, "Spider." Liu Xixian slashes wildly at the massive spider. She darts over and clings to Zhang Ping. "Quick, get rid of it, hurry." He gently pats her head and smiles. "Still terrified of bugs, I see. Just like when we were kids." Zhang Ping's mind drifts back to their childhood, when the two of them would play together. "Sis Xixian, look what I caught." "What is it? Let me see." Zhang Ping brings over a bug, proudly showing it off to Xixian. She waves her hands in terror. "Get that thing away from me." He watches helplessly as the bug flies away, a tinge of sadness on his face. "My new friend, and you just scared it away." Xixian stands beside him and offers comfort. "Silly, there are so many people in the orphanage, any of them could be your friend. Why would you go catching bugs to be your friends?" Zhang Ping lowers his head in sadness. "But one day they'll all leave the orphanage. What will I do then?" Xixian wraps him in a warm embrace. "Sis Xixian promises Yao, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your friend. You were really that innocent back then. Don't you dare lie to me." The two sisters are adorable. It's Pinky promise to come back. The scene hasn't changed at all, only the one doing the holding has switched. Ping gazed at Xixian, lost in nostalgia. She panicked and shoved him away. "Why are you holding me so tightly?" Ping was suddenly frozen stiff, not knowing why. Xixian turned back and resumed her train of thought. Zhang Ping, in the wilderness, any item of unknown origin harbors unknown dangers. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You got lucky this time and escaped by the skin of your teeth, but next time you encounter items like these, you must never let your guard down. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "You'd better remember that well." He obediently complied. "Yes." Ping gazed at Xixian with warm affection. He had always thought that ever since Sister Cece joined the sweep team, her personality had turned cold, keeping her distance from him. But now it seemed she hadn't changed at all. She still cared for him exactly like before, she simply chose not to show it. Suddenly, something red on her body lit up and beeped. Xixian snatched it up. "How did this happen?" "Understood." She spun around and hurried away. "My investigation mission and your special training end here. We need to return to Mingzhu City now." Ping sensed something was off and asked, "Did something happen?" She answered hastily. "Team leader Jin Bo was critically wounded by a heavenly constant fox. I need to rush back to the city immediately." Ping was stunned, followed Xixian back. Even Jin Bo had been taken down. "Why don't we call in the investigation teams from outside the city or request reinforcements from other cities?" She reminded him as she walked. "That would tip off the enemy. Besides, the world beyond the city walls is far more complicated than you think. I'll explain everything on the way." The scene shifts. A modern cityscape unfolds, bristling with towering skyscrapers. On the way, CC and I discussed the situation outside the city. No one knows when it all began. Mutated beasts run rampant. To survive, humanity had no choice but to erect massive walls to protect itself. With transportation severed, those inside the city can only rely on investigation teams and awakeners to venture out. Who made this map? An image of a map appeared. Currently, according to intelligence from the investigation team, the area surrounding Mingzhu City with villages and wilderness have fewer mutated beasts. However, beyond the sea, apex-level mutated beasts lurk, making further investigation impossible for now. No one knows whether other cities still exist out there. What lies on the other side of the sea? The two arrived at their destination, where a person stood waiting to receive them. "What's the situation in the city right now?" He reported. "Over the past few days, we've used the Heavenly Phantom Veil to fully suppress the situation in Mingzhu City. No anomalies have been detected among the Heavenly Constant Foxes. That is, until last night." He spoke while briefing them on the situation. A mid-tier Heavenly Constant Fox pack emerged from the Artisan District. We moved too engagingly to realize it was a trap. The enemy commander was there as well. Team leader Jin Bo was critically wounded while covering our retreat. The captain's orders are for you to temporarily assume Jin Bo's duties and lead the team to safeguard Mingzhu City." Xixian nodded in understanding. "Understood. Behind her, Ping, who had been munching on snacks while listening the entire time, finally spoke up. Need any help from me? She glanced back. No need, head back to Iron Soul. I'll come find you when I have time. He replied sure. He silently watched the two of them depart, hoping that Jin Bo and CC would both make it back safe. Ping stretched his arms and loosened his joints. All in all, he could finally relax. These past few days trudging through the wilderness had been exhausting enough. He wandered around, wondering how Wang Jimin's Beast King Fist training was coming along. Ping passed by a shop. Customers were browsing inside. I want that one. At that moment he froze mid-step. Something felt off. Ping looked at two people across the way. Why have they stopped moving? Suddenly, a voice called out to him from somewhere. Brother Ping. He flinched instinctively and shouted. Who's there? The appraisal system notifications flooded in rapid succession. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed X6. Appraisal failed X66. Finally, a successful appraisal. The intel was worthless. Appraisal successful. Target possesses an identity-concealing talent. Name unknown, race human, physical condition unknown, growth stage unknown, class unknown, level unknown, talent unknown. He stared in disbelief. What kind of stats are these? The figure had white hair and radiated an aura of danger. Couldn't see through me, and you even tried to probe my abilities. I'll give you some credit though. Even an awakener with an advanced appraisal skill can use it no more than 10 times a day, yet you can use it without limit. Ping broke into a cold sweat staring at the figure before him. I forced the appraisal through a self-command. Of course, it's unlimited. Wait, how does he know that? Old man, what do you want with me? He shifted into a combat stance, bracing for a fierce battle. The old man looked ordinary on the surface, but the aura he exuded sent chills down one's spine. This visitor bore no goodwill. Sidubai's power surged. Play with me. He smirked in challenge. Well, still not making a move. Ping wasn't baited by the provocation. He kept his composure. I have no reason to fight you. Sidubai's challenge sharpened. Do you even need a reason to grow stronger? Ping shot forward like an arrow. The old man taunted, so all that talk about avenging Su Jingjia was just empty words. Ping's expression twisted with fury. Say that again. A sudden cracking sound. Ping whipped around in shock. A spatial rift. Not that wasn't spatial power, a speed-type ability. He'd blinked behind him. Ping lunged and threw a punch. Sidubai caught it effortlessly and remarked, your speed still needs work, and then you calmed down just like that. But behind his strike, Ping had already set a trap. A tiny flame flickered to life on his palm, catching Sidubai off guard. Fire Eater Flame Entanglement. The old man raised a barrier and blocked it with ease. Something about Sidubai felt wrong. Ping retreated suspiciously. Something's not right. The old man's body had turned translucent like air itself. His expression hardened as he declared, you've been attacking for quite a while. Now it's my turn. From behind that silhouette, a beam of light shot out in a flash. Sidubai struck from behind. Eat a clone. It was a clone all along. This time it was the water element. Ping dodged desperately. Damn it, how many skills does this guy have? He's a complete monster. He deployed his mist body. His mist reserves were running dangerously low. 18100. The mist coalesced into a shield barrier. This was his only option. Those ice beams couldn't even scratch the barrier. Ping scrambled for a plan. Attack first, create an opening. He launched a mist beam at Sidubai. Mist reserves 13. Ping swiftly blinked behind him and seized the opening to strike with his Night Walker ability. The old man laughed with genuine praise. Clever, but unfortunately your strength still falls short. A blinding radiance erupted from Sidubai's body. A dazzling aura engulfed him. Ping was blasted away. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. He even has psionic power. That's just straight up cheating. Sidubai regarded him with respect. But for someone at your level, possessing strength like this is already quite rare. The old man glanced behind him. Talk to me. Ping struggled upright. He could move again. He fixed his gaze on the figure before him. This person had gone through all this trouble just to test him. His strength far surpassed even Jinbo's and CC's. And he could conceal himself from the strongest. In this entire city there could be only one such person, leader of the sweep team. Now both exchanged proper introductions. Ping spoke respectfully. How should I address you, sir? Sidubai raised an eyebrow slightly. Playing dumb, are we? A name exists for others to call you by. Call me whatever you like. You truly have no idea who this old man is. Zhang Ping sits down, no longer bothering with pleasantries. It seems the sweep team already has a complete dossier on him. But what is Sidhu Shibai's purpose in meeting him like this? Elder Sidhu, the reason you came this time is, the old man cuts him off. Zhang Ping, before you learn to shield your thoughts from being read, you'd best not think too much. Zhang Ping gapes in shock. Shibai gazes at him in silence. It's been 200 years since an Infinitrank Awakener last appeared in Mingzhu City. Tell me, how could I possibly not come to see for myself? Zhang Ping exclaims in shock. You mean I'm Infinitrank? What does Infinitrank even mean? Isn't the peak tier the highest possible talent grade for a human? He continues. No matter how powerful an ability is, an awakener can only ever awaken one in their lifetime, but Infinitrank is different. It can shatter the numerical limit on talents and continuously generate new awakened abilities without end. Sidhubai asks with utmost seriousness, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. On that note, I am extremely curious about one thing. Your Infinitrank talent path of the extraordinary, can it replicate your own Infinitrank contract gem? Shibai continues to speak in a calm, persuasive tone, yet Zhang Ping maintains his dismissive facade. Of course, I won't experiment without good reason. Regardless of the outcome, I will give you a gift. Furthermore, I will answer every question you have. Then, can I refuse? He places a box on the table, within which rests an object that gleams with a lustrous glow. Of course you can, but why not take a look at my gift first? Zhang Ping stares at the bracelet, his expression one of pure astonishment. This bracelet is known as a golden tier treasure equipment I personally used in my youth. It contains a stored skill, storage. I trust you understand what that means. This is exactly what he needs. Zhang Ping's excitement surges, and he changes his mind on the spot. Elder Sidhu, you're far too generous. A storage space that just so happens to be exactly what he's been searching for. Shibai extends his arm and channels a strange power. Give me your hand. Zhang Ping reaches out. Flames erupt from Shibai's palm, enveloping his hand entirely. The old man closes his eyes, concentrating for several minutes. Then Shibai withdraws his hand and lets out a strange, heavy sigh. Zhang Ping anxiously grips his own wrist and asks, so that's it? Shibai looks at him gravely and replies, that's it. Your ability, I cannot copy it. Even the secondary awakened talent failed to replicate. It seems you are truly unique. As promised, he pushes the bracelet toward Zhang Ping. Very well, from this moment on it's yours. Thank you, Elder Sidhu. He picks up the bracelet and activates his appraisal skill on it. Appraisal successful, vision replay initiated. Before his eyes, a woman appears bound and suspended by countless restraints. Could this be the forging process of this bracelet? A viscous liquid is poured over her, while someone below activates a skill that forces a blood-curdling scream from her throat. Are all these special forged items, made by trading human lives? Zhang Ping frowns after witnessing the vision such cruelty. He immediately looks up and demands, Elder Sidhu, is the forging process of all special equipment this brutal? Shibai quietly takes a sip of tea and answers, 200 years ago they all were. Even though it's been outlawed, there are still criminals who sacrifice people to forge artifacts in the shadows. I originally intended to destroy this piece, but if you can wield it with justice fighting evil with good, then perhaps the soul trapped within can finally find peace. Zhang Ping grows even more puzzled. What was Mingzhu City like 200 years ago? Did everyone treat human lives as worthless as weeds? Shibai sets down his teacup and answers with blunt brevity. Indeed, he begins recounting everything he knows. 200 years ago, the Chu clan's beast-taming dynasty ruled Mingzhu City. Every human within its walls was a slave to the Chus. Strange, dark sorcery blanketed the skies. There was no future, no hope. Many were reduced to beasts of burden, forced to haul heavy loads day and night. Men toiled endlessly for a pittance of food, and the women, their fate was no better. Women with any semblance of beauty were selected as personal maidservants for the Chu clan. They became playthings for the Chu clan's spoiled young masters. The children endured a different kind of torment entirely. Every child was gathered in one place, indoctrinated day and night with the ideology of absolute devotion to the Chu clan. Worse still, the elderly who could no longer work were butchered as livestock feed for the Chu clan's mutated beasts. That clan would coldly sacrifice a person's body, twisting them into vengeful spirits. Back then, if anyone awakened as an awakener, they would either be enslaved and tortured, or harvested as raw material for forging equipment. Shibai's face contorts with suppressed rage at the sheer evil the Chu clan's beast tamers had wrought. But eventually brave souls took up their swords. Hidden heroes silently gathered their strength and together they rose up to overthrow the Chu clan's tyranny. Zhang Ping finishes his questions, then politely stands to pour the elder another cup of tea. So that's how it was. Any other questions? Zhang Ping asks again. Elder Sidu, you're incredibly powerful. Why haven't you taken action to deal with the Moon Prince and liberate the city once and for all? Before he speaks, Shibai carefully activates his Talenta's secret concealment ability. It's not that I won't act, I cannot act. You might misunderstand and think Mingzhu City's defenses are so weak that they failed to detect the heavenly constant Fox's infiltration. But that assumption is wrong. In truth, Mingzhu City's defense system is quite comprehensive. They have an investigation squad composed of several members. In the outer districts, reconnaissance teams conduct sweeps and drive out mutated beasts. Around the city gates, the sweep teams purge mutated beasts that slip through. In the shadows, monsters are defeated one after another. Beyond all that, the city possesses a royal divine artifact, the Sun Moon Bright Pearl. Within the Sun Moon Bright Pearl's range, 2 Orbzone Blue, 1 Red hover above a Bagua formation. All creatures within are forcibly suppressed to level 40 or below. This means even if a king-rank mutated beast breaches the city, it will be suppressed to peak tier at most. Shibai turns away, a smile on his lips. Moreover, I myself am the strongest, unquestionably the strongest among peak tier. Yet after those words leave his mouth, a mysterious undertone lingers in his tone. But without him needing to spell it out, Zhang Ping catches on immediately. Elder Situ, you're saying there's a mole inside the city. Shibai turns to look at him and continues. After the city lord vanished, aside from myself, only the remnants of the Chu clan's beast tamers know how to forge a divine artifact. Zhang Ping recalls the harrowing visions he witnessed, and fury surges through him. The Chu clan's beast tamers sealed the Sun Moon Bright Pearl, then unleashed the heavenly constant Fox into the city. The recent mutated beast uprisings are connected to them as well. Why weren't those people eradicated completely back then? Shibai sighs and explains. After overthrowing the Chu clan's rule, we spent years trying to exterminate every last remnant. But how do you uproot weeds that refuse to die? They had embedded themselves in Mingzhu City for 100 years. Their roots run deeper than anyone can fathom. Zhang Ping clenches his fists. Countless questions flood his mind. Indeed, this heavenly constant Fox infiltration has far too many suspicious points. What is the Chu clan's beast tamer's true objective? Is the city lord alive or dead? What triggered the mutated beast uprisings? What power does the king of the heavenly constant Fox tribe possess? He silently regards Shibai, understanding that these questions have no answers not yet. Zidu Shibai must act with extreme caution. Otherwise, if he falls into the enemy's trap and a death battle erupts, Mingzhu City will be beyond saving. The old man's silhouette carries a strange loneliness, like a nuclear weapon in a bygone era. A deterrent that cannot be rashly deployed until the critical moment arrives. No matter how much the Moon Prince provokes, kills, and incites rage, anyone can be goaded Anion except Sidu Shibai. They walk together down a deserted street. Shibai speaks to him. Although I cannot copy your abilities, we need you. He faces Zhang Ping, extends his hand, and makes his intention clear. Brother Zhang Ping, would you be willing to join the sweep team? Shibai patiently awaits his answer. Zhang Ping doesn't hesitate. He clasps the old man's hand firmly. His face radiates unwavering resolve as he declares, I will. Inside the Forge of Iron Soul, Jimin sits by the window, curious. Sister C, why are you suddenly refurbishing equipment? Just had some free time these past few days, so I figured I'd tinker a bit. C continues her diligent work, each hammer strike ringing against the metal. Jimin meanwhile worries silently to herself. It's been days already. She has no idea when Zhang Ping will return. Seeing that anxious look on her face, C immediately teases her. Missing him already? No wonder you've been spacing out these past few days. She hurriedly turns away, her face flushed with embarrassment. That's not it, it's just that there's been no one to coach me on the new fist technique. The blush spreading across her cheeks is evidence enough against her own words. She can't help but wonder how he's doing outside the city, whether he's run into any danger. Z suddenly slips behind Jimin and grins mischievously. Look at yourself, you look like a little bride waiting for her husband, and you still say you don't miss him. She clutches her head and protests frantically, I don't. Having had her fill of fun, C quickly returns to her weapon forging work. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. The blade is dipped into a basin of hot water to cool it down. In truth, all the villages outside the city and areas without dangerous mutated beasts have already been mapped and marked. As long as Zhang Ping doesn't wander into those places, he should be perfectly safe. Jimin stares at her senior with wide eyes. There are villages outside Mingzhu City. C wipes a bead of sweat from her forehead and answers with a smile. Of course there are. Those villages tend to keep their gates shut backward and xenophobic. The people there prostrate themselves before bizarre fire-burning rituals. There are even mutated beasts that worship their own gods. If you ever venture into the wilderness and come across a village, your best bet is to give it a wide berth and keep moving. If they catch you, there's a very real chance you'll end up a slave or a sacrifice. Jimin's innocent mind fails to grasp the full meaning behind those words. But everyone's human, right? Surely they could just talk things out. C lets out a sly laugh and puts on a terrifying face to scare the young girl. Honestly, they can't even be called human anymore. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing isn't the mutated beasts, it's those savages. While she's happily teasing her little junior, a dark shadow appears behind them. They always wear grotesque masks and they move in silence, standing right behind you before you even notice. The shadow rears up to its full height and flashes a row of teeth in a grin, sending Jimin into a terrified shriek. Sis. See, the thing you just described, is it something like that? She glances over her shoulder at the junior's words, answering absent-mindedly. Yeah, something like that. Then Cia's eyes lock onto the mask behind her. A sharp glint flashes between them. Situation update from inside the mist. Zhang Ping is controlling it and had just scared Jimin into screaming her lungs out. Tears brimming in her eyes. C doesn't flinch. She drives a vicious kick straight into the masked intruder's groin. Ping's body locks up stiff as stone. He can't move a single inch. A moment later, the chaos in the forge room settles. Zhang Ping is drenched in sweat, desperately trying to compose himself and pretend nothing happened. Sis C, that move of yours is way too ruthless, isn't it? C's sister, or rather C herself, still hasn't recognized him. She barks out a hostile demand. Who are you? His mask dissolves. His body trembles violently as if he's about to collapse to the ground. It's you, Zhang Ping. Both Jimin and C wear matching expressions of sheer disappointment when they see his wretched state. But Cia's expression quickly shifts to delight as she seizes him by the head and starts grinding her knuckles into his skull. You brat, you come back without saying a word, then sneak around playing ghost to scare us. Ping coughs up a mouthful of blood and tries to explain. I only just got back and heard you two talking about those wilderness savages, so I wanted to add a little atmosphere for you both. I didn't expect you to spin around and kick me like that. C picks up her red coat and turns to him. Does this count as your training being complete? He answers, yes. Next, I'll stay in the city and consolidate my strength. She throws her coat on and beams at them. Perfect timing then. Just today we found a new lead related to Sanson. Then C hurries off without another word. I'm also heading outside the city for a bit. I'm counting on you to look after Uncle Liu, okay? Zhang Ping is somewhat taken aback. You're leaving that quickly. She waves a hand and tosses out a parting jab. Not everyone has the luxury of haunting a place like some ghost waiting for a certain someone day after day. I won't intrude any longer. Jimin at this point also scrambles to make her escape. It's getting late. I'll head back to my room and rest too. She reaches the door but her footsteps freeze. Something holds her back. Then she calls out softly, Zhang Ping. The young man behind her answers. Jimin turns around and gives him the warmest smile. You made it back safe. That's all that matters. Ping smiles and waves at her. A warm feeling surges up in his chest. After all this time in this world, this is the first time he's ever felt what it means to come home. Uncle Liu suddenly materializes and speaks up, nearly scaring the life out of him. She's already gone back to her room. What are you still standing there grinning like an idiot for? Uncle Liu stands with his arms crossed as usual and calmly instructs him. First thing tomorrow morning, go find Xiaoxi. Tell her I've fallen gravely ill and that she shouldn't leave the city. Uncle Liu, those words of yours hit hard. Knowing full well how that sounded, Uncle Liu raps him on the head. Don't look at me like that. I'm not sick and I'm not senile, it's just an act. Ping rubs his head and hesitates, wanting to speak. But Uncle Liu cuts him off first. Sanson has been missing for this long, most likely she's already met with misfortune. He lowers himself onto a wooden stool to rest his legs. My own daughter's strength, no one knows it better than me. Xiaoxi wants to investigate Sanson's disappearance, but I'm afraid she'll end up in danger too. So I have no choice but to fake being sick to keep her too busy to go looking for trouble. He sits down and lights a cigarette. Zhang Ping still stands there with his head drooping. Uncle Liu Xia's father exhales a long puff of smoke and reassures him. That girl is loyal to a fault. Once something weighs on her heart, she'll overthink it to no end. She won't take unnecessary risks. Zhang Ping feels somewhat more at ease. Uncle Liu's, thank you for everything. The old man taps out the ash from his pipe. You have real talent in forging, but Xiaoxi, she's never been good at teaching anyone. And she doesn't put much stock in the forging arts either. So there are quite a few gaps in what she's shown you. Over the next few days, I'll teach you the harmonized face forging technique myself. Uncle Liu turns to look at the young man brimming with potential and speaks with full seriousness. Our craft may not be some grand secret art, but it is the exclusive trade of the Liu family. You'd better learn it with everything you've got. Ping clenches his fist with fierce determination. Yes, I will not let you down, Uncle Liu. At that moment, a faint wisp of ethereal mist coils around his body, startling him. Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, a beautiful girl's silhouette grows increasingly distinct from the smoke. She cheers him on brightly. It's me, keep going, I'm waiting for you. Zhang Ping's face freezes the moment he recognizes who it is. The name tears through his mind. Su Jingyao stands outside the Soul Forge. A glinting leaf drifts down onto the empty street in the dead of night. Everything carries on as before. After that, Sister C follows Uncle Liu Kong's instructions and leaves the city. Uncle Liu also secretly teaches me the fragment forging technique. Xia's father sighs in front of her. I sense the looming threat of lung cancer. She says with irritation, then stops smoking. A hand conjures a tiny spider. I apply the fragment forging technique onto the mist. The mist transforms into a more refined form. In a sense, it grows stronger, which keeps Min diligently training. Wang Jimin has successfully mastered the three-dimensional decapitation sequence of the Ape King Fist, level 1. But what weighs heaviest on his mind is the wind carrying that girl's silhouette. That night, I confirm it, I definitely heard Su Jingjiao's voice. Curiosity leads Zhang Ping to dig deeper. The feeling is like something he has encountered somewhere before. So that night, I have the sweep team search for evidence. He uses the communication device to report in. Captain, are you near the forge where the heavenly constant fox was disguised? I just heard something very strange. Situ Bai holds an egg in his hand and answers solemnly. Zhang Ping, we've already cleared the area where you live. There's no way a heavenly constant fox could be there. From that information, he arrives at a conclusion. If it isn't a wind whisperer who can hear it, then what is it? I begin to consider another possibility. Could it be that Su Jingjiao isn't dead, that she's surviving by some other means? For revenge and to find the answer, I must personally tear off the heavenly constant fox's mask. Su Jingjiao. 3 days fly by. Before an old, tranquil house, a strange shadow creeps toward the door. He deftly slips a rod into the door crack and picks the lock. The door slowly creaks open. The woman sleeps soundly on the bed, completely unaware that the pervert inches closer, raising his hand with a grin. Sleeping like the dead, looks like the drug worked perfectly tonight. He yanks the blanket away, revealing the woman's pale, beautiful legs. He stares, mesmerized, and speaks. I've long heard the young lady of the Su family has a voluptuous figure, silky smooth skin, and a gorgeous face. His rough, calloused hand traces across the girl's delicate skin. Today, old master is going to taste the real thing. Let's see if the rumors are true. Suddenly, a familiar stream of dark energy floods into the room. The intruder's name rings out, Zhang Xiaofan. He startles and whips around. A mask adorned with a pink flower comes into view. Who's there? Those eerie sounds keep echoing, leaving Zhang Xiaofan panicked and frantically scanning his surroundings. Zhang Xiaofan, nicknamed Short-Legged Testens, 1.5 meters tall with a vulgar, wretched appearance. Who's there? The shadow gradually coalesces into a tall figure and speaks. You were never liked by women. Until your mind twisted and you became a pervert. Over the past 10 years, you've killed countless women. Am I wrong? Zhang Xiaofan cries out in terror. Who the hell are you? The shadow gazes down at him from above. A red flash gleams as it answers his question. I come on orders to take your life. Zhang Xiaofan bolts in sheer terror. His mind screams everyone in the Su household should have been drugged unconscious by now. The shadows give chase. The mist binds tight. Escape is nearly impossible. Is this thing human or a ghost? A black spike pierces forward and impales Zheng Xiaofen's calf. He crashes to the ground. At the same moment, a gentle cyclone swirls around him. Data updates continuously, fear rising. Mist reserve 54,100. Fear escalating, mist reserve 60,100. Still wanna struggle. Zheng Xiaofen clutches his leg and screams, "You don't come any closer." Though his words are defiant, tears already stream down his face. His blood runs cold and his body trembles. Zheng Xiaofen is so terrified he soils himself and passes out cold. Zhang Ping kicks him in disappointment. He thought a serial killer would be some ruthless character. And he's already out cold. He removes the pervert's mask and begins his inspection. Consider this first mission after joining the team officially complete. Once done, I suppose I just hand him over for processing, right? Appraisal successful. His eyes have rolled completely white. The attribute panel materializes. Name Zheng Xiaofen, race human, faction none, growth value 2 stars, class mid-level awakener, level 13. Talent pharmaceutical expertiseable to analyze whether items possess medicinal properties and use them to compound drugs. Peach blossom face quality common, a mask worn by Zheng Xiaofen while committing crimes. Zhang Ping exclaims in fury, such a strong awakener ability. And he squanders it on evil, what a worthless piece of trash. The system auto-replays a scene. A helpless woman reaches out and begs, "Please, please let my daughter go," but Zheng Xiaofen replies nonchalantly, "You've already taken my drug and you still haven't gone numb. If you want to blame someone, blame that husband of yours. If he hadn't died early, I never would have set my sights on the two of you." He kicks the woman, sending her flying backward with a scream. Just a lowly clerk in the patrol team, always yapping about living and dying to protect Mingzhu City. Well, he's dead for real now, isn't he? How laughable. He unleashes his perverted voice on them once more. But hey, I gotta thank him for leaving you two for me. The daughter lies helpless on the bed, crying out. Zheng Xiaofen grabs the girl by her neck and hair, extending his tongue to lick her. "Don't rush, once old master is done with you, I'll send you to meet him." In his twisted mind, dozens of women he has violate dozens while he cackles with laughter. "You're all my toys." After viewing those memories, Zhang Ping's face darkens with shock. Just then, the cowardly pervert clambers to his feet and launches a surprise attack. Eerie mist surges around Zhang Ping's body, accompanied by the man's triumphant laughter. But at that moment, lightning crashes down from the sky. Zheng Xiaofen roars in fury, "Where the hell did this brat come from? You ruined my plans." That dose was strong enough to bring down a large mutated beast. Once you're asleep, old master will make you pay properly. But his boasting is short-lived. Zhang Ping furiously incinerates the mask in his hand. "You wretch!" Zheng Xiaofen's hideous face goes blank with shock. "What? How is it not working? Could it be because of the rain?" He doesn't get a single moment of peace. A cold, merciless slash sends the criminal's hand sailing through the air. His agonized scream tears through the sky as lightning crashes down once more. Zhang Ping's arm surges with another current of power. "Mist," he speaks to the man. "This one is for every mother who gave her life to protect her daughter." Next he conjures 3 more blades. His words are calm, but he is barely restraining the fury within. The blades follow his command and pierce into Zheng Xiaofen's body. This is for every girl who chose death over submission. His tears and snot streamed down like rain, yet the punishing blows only grew more ferocious. Each slash commemorated a hero of the patrol team. He had not stupid. This was retribution dealt on behalf of all who harbored hatred against this twisted criminal. This slash is for that righteous scout. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, yet Zhang Ping's blades did not cease their descent. This slash is for that nameless awakener. After the brutal punishment, Zheng Xiaofen could no longer move his body. He cried and cursed through his tears. "You lunatic, you're a damn madman." Zhang Ping's fury had not yet subsided. He ordered them. "With current medical techniques, if treated in time, you can still be saved. I'll give you one chance." He pointed a finger toward a door. "As long as you can walk out through that door, I'll spare your life." The criminal, of course, had no idea what Zhang Ping was truly thinking. "Zheng Xiaofen, you brought despair upon those people. I will return it to you tenfold." Ping extended his hand, pointing at the door beside them. "Remember, this is your last chance." The battered criminal turned his head and bared his teeth in a grotesque grin. He crawled like an insect toward the door, secretly triumphant inside. "Once this old man heals up, I'll make you pay. I'll chop you into 100 pieces." Cough, cough. Despite the savage beating, this scum's rotten brain had not improved one bit. I can't die here. There are still so many beautiful women in this world I haven't had my fill of. The door was right before him. He clung to that sliver of hope, his gaze fixed ahead just a little further. Zhang Xiaofen's filthy hand reached out, and the smile twisting his face was enough to make anyone recoil in disgust. Just open this door. That single thought consumed him. He poured everything into dragging himself forward, desperate to escape. But his arm merely trembled and froze in place, unable to reach the door handle. It was so close, just a little more. He furiously pounded against the base of the door. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ping did not wait. He strode forward toward the criminal who lay writhing and crawling on the ground. That door, you will never open it, not in this lifetime. Mist coalesced in his palm, and a terrifying glint flashed in Ping's eyes. I gave you a chance, and you didn't know how to use it. Zhang Xiaofen, you failed. Zhang Xiaofen let out a blood-curdling scream. Without wasting another word, Ping brought his strike crashing down, sending the man offline permanently. Scum. After eliminating the threat, Ping's spirits did not improve even as the system delivered its notification. System for eliminating an opponent above your level, all attributes 1. System current personal stats: vitality 28, spiritual power energy 29, agility 29. Those lifeless eyes dared not meet his gaze. He blamed himself. He had believed that killing the heavenly constant fox would restore peace to Mingzhu City and save everyone. The young man raised his head. Torrential rain poured down upon him, tempering the thoughts in his heart until they crystallized into grim conviction. But are people like this truly worth saving? Save them? What a joke. Scum. They deserve death, no need to play the saint. Suddenly Ping heard hushed whispers by his ear. The whispered voices confirmed today was the day at Hanhai Academy. They had just finalized their plan, speaking in cryptic, hushed tones about finding an opportunity to smuggle something out. Ping turned his head, scanning his surroundings. What? Another scumbag just like Zhang Xiaofen. Ping immediately rolled up his sleeve and pulled out the sweep team's communication device. His expression darkened as he reported the situation. Captain, the rapist mission is complete. Additionally, I've intercepted intelligence near Hanhai Academy through the Wind Whisperer ability. They appear to be planning to move something out. At the sweep team headquarters, Tu Shibai heard the report clearly and signaled to Manny, who was positioned at the rear of Hanhai Academy. She activated her ability, but the results were far from promising. I can't sense anything from that location. Someone has set up a barrier. If even you can't probe it, then these are clearly no ordinary people. The situation was roughly understood. Tu Shibai continued issuing orders. Zhang Ping, head over there and report the situation on the ground. I'll contact Liu Sixian immediately. He carefully reminded him, don't act rashly until reinforcements arrive. Ping was already sprinting at full speed. Yes, sir. Beneath Hanhai Academy, a red barrier enveloped the structure, generated by a strange artifact coiled around a pillar. 3 figures, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods, walked through the school grounds carrying lanterns. They appeared to be searching for something. Zijun clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, we've been searching for 15 minutes already. Where the hell did Chen Zuli hide her? Huang who was with them, suddenly jolted. Boss, something's wrong. Somion's breached the barrier. The portly Huang San panicked. What? Could our operation have been exposed? But Zijun refused to believe it. Nonsense. With the dragon suppression stones and double-layered concealment protecting this place, there's no way anyone could detect us. Still, that warning raised his vigilance another notch. That said, whoever breached the barrier, if they alert Chen Zuli, we're in deep trouble. Even if we conceal our presence, we can't abduct someone right under his nose. The 3 urged each other on and hurried up to a higher floor. Hurry, time is running out. No matter what, we must find her. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Ping had arrived. He stood in silence, staring at the glass panels installed along the upper floors. He also spotted the strange dragon head device and activated the system's scan. What is this? Appraisal initiated. Result failed. Appraisal unsuccessful. Appraisal failed. Nevertheless, he persisted, forcing the system to run a deeper analysis. Finally, the appraisal succeeded. Dragon Suppression Stone High-Grade Corpse Refinement. When 4 Dragon Suppression Stones are placed at their corresponding positions, they form a barrier. The Dragon Suppression Battle Array can engulf and shatter most barriers, yet it's classified as a mere corpse refinement grade artifact. The scene replay function activated automatically. Countless ordinary civilians had lost their lives. Their blood was forced into a grinding vortex and flowed down through carved channels. A funnel had been set in place to guide the crimson stream steadily. Behind it stood other strange objects bearing arcane patterns, also stained with fresh blood. The final stream of blood poured into the dragon's eyes, activating them. Ping's face darkened. Dragon suppression stones powered by human sacrifice, but these things were banned long ago. He turned his gaze back toward Hanhai Academy. The theories forming in his mind didn't match the modus operandi of either organization. Could it be remnants of the Chu clan? The Chu clan's family history was quite notorious. The Chu clan's beast tamers were the masterminds behind it all. 200 years ago, they ruled Mingzhu City and committed countless atrocities. 200 years ago, 3 organizations rose up and overthrew their reign. 2 months ago, they seized the Sun Moon Bright Pearl. 2 months ago, they made the newly appointed city lord vanish. 2 months ago, they lured the heavenly constant fox into the city. Half a month ago, they rallied mutated beasts outside the walls. And Nauthi had come to Hanhai Academy to smuggle something out. He had already reached the main entrance leading inside. Inside and out, everything was shrouded in gloom. The Chu clan had lured the heavenly constant fox and assembled mutated beasts outside the city. What exactly is their purpose? Perhaps he could find a clue through their actions this time. Following Zhang Ping's line of sight, he notices something at the window. Something seems to have slipped outside. I need to hide first. Activation successful. Nightwalker. From the enemy's perspective, Zhai Jun and his underlings crawl out from a grate. He orders them to seal the entrance. Zhai Jun scans the room warily, his gaze sweeping across every corner. The person who entered the barrier earlier doesn't seem to be here. Confirming the surroundings are safe, he turns to speak with Huang who hoists an unconscious girl's body over his shoulder. Should be fine now. He kills the light to conserve its last reserves of energy for emergencies. The extinguished lamp plunges the already damp space into deeper darkness. All 3 of them begin to move out. I'll go retrieve the dragon-suppressing stone. We can't leave any traces behind. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping is hiding at a different location, maintaining contact with his team and sending a continuous stream of intel. Appraisal enough, the enemy belongs to the Chu clan's forces. One has a level 20 detection skill, another possesses level 17 psionic power, and there's one more with level 15 hypnosis. Received, the system continues to relay information. Appraisal successful. He reads through the data stream and thinks to himself, no wonder he couldn't spot them earlier. The night lantern can conceal its user's aura and scent. Current energy 161. So that's what they were using to mask their presence, but it looks like the thing is about to run out of juice. He shifts his gaze to the kidnapped victim, and his eyes widen in even greater surprise. Is that girl their kidnapping target? Attribute panel name Chen Junding, race human, affiliation Hanhai Academy, growth value 14 stars, class mid-tier awakener level 13. Talent blood of the Holy Mother. Her blood enhances affinity with living creatures, capable of turning all unfamiliar beasts into fanatical devotees. Upon upgrade, this ability can become a passive skill with an expanded area of effect. Note those who drink the holy blood will be unable to use their abilities and will suffer continuous misfortune. Growth value is unbelievable. And her ability, it's practically an evolved form of the contract gem. Zhang Ping's brow furrows deeply. He is burning with curiosity about their true intentions. Does the Chu clan intend to use her to control someone? No matter what, this girl is innocent. A bolt of lightning descends from the sky, accompanied by a piercing crack of thunder. Zhang Ping makes his resolve. He absolutely cannot let the Chu clan have their way. The moment that thought crosses his mind, all 3 enemies employ some kind of technique and vanish right in the middle of the academy grounds. By the time he rushes out, not a single trace remains. The system can't track them either. Appraisal is interrupted and fails. So Zhang Ping frantically contacts his team. Manny, where did they go? Can you track them? Back at the sweep team's base, Manny is concentrating with everything she has to pinpoint their location. Magic radiates throughout the entire room. I've got them. They're heading toward the outskirts of the city at their speed. I'm afraid Sissy won't be able to catch up in time. Zhang Ping immediately puts forth a proposal. I'll go intercept them. But Sidhu Shibai stops him on the spot. Wait, Zhang Ping, don't be rash. You have to guarantee your own safety first. But the young man is already burning with urgency. He stubbornly pushes his case. The Chu clan is the mastermind behind everything. we absolutely cannot let them escape. Even if I can't beat them, I can use the mist to slow them down and buy time for Sissy. Meanwhile, the group of three cuts through a dense forest. The rain-slicked path is treacherous and freezing, compounded by the claustrophobic canopy pressing in from all sides. Zhai Jun suddenly halts. He stares at a nearby thicket. A ferocious beast bursts forth the instant it's spotted, its body shrouded in black mist, eyes glowing with an eerie light. Arui arar. Zhai Jun stares at the beast before him in shock and exclaims, "A mist-mutated beast, how is one appearing inside the city?" In truth, it's Zhang Ping in disguise. He dons a demon mask and employs the exact same trick as before. Thank heavens for the illusory appearance technique. The mist disguise isn't half bad, but he has to be careful not to let that level 20 appraiser see through it. The boss activates his appraisal skill to examine it. This wolf looks formidable, let's see what level it is appraise. Zhang Ping senses his intent and instantly spits out a volley of small bone projectiles, forcing the man to dodge. Appraisal interrupted. Damn it, it got cut off. That's not all. The wolf's hind legs spring upward, launching it through the white mist behind them. Its massive maw yawns wide open, lunging in a sudden vicious assault. It strikes from directly behind Zhai Jun, scaring him half to death. The man leaps high into the air in a panic, screaming for his underling Huang San, "Subdue it now." Huang San immediately throws both arms wide. He bellows with force, his round eyes snapping open and locking dead onto the wolf to seize control of it. Huang San commands, "Stop." The bony wolf's eyes begin to spin in circles. Its savage snarling fades, the aggression draining away. Huang San lets out a satisfied whistle, grinning at the glazed, docile expression on the wild beast's face. Excellent, it's working. But what he fails to realize is that Zhang Ping was never under his control. Zhang Ping has already deduced that his own mental energy is virtually infinite, meaning he is immune to any and all forms of mental domination. He can exploit this. Huang San continues waving his hands, still trying to tame him. "Don't move, don't move." Zhang Ping gradually inches closer to them, feigning submission to narrow the distance. The Huang clan lackey reaches out, his hand extending toward the wolf's gaping maw. "Don't move." The young man seizes the moment. Instantly his claw lashes out and delivers a vicious, devastating strike. Right now, ambush. Huang San crashes to the ground in shock. How is it moving? The elongated maw bristles with razor-sharp fangs. Zhang Ping clamps down on him and sinks his fangs straight into Huang San's shoulder. Flesh tears apart and the man lets out an agonizing scream. The underling is dispatched on the spot. His cries grow weaker and weaker until they fade to nothing. "Boss, save me, save Huang San." Huang can hold back no longer. Fury erupting, he unleashes his psionic power. "Get off him." His magic latches onto the wolf's body and sends it flying. "Get lost." To hell with it, Huang San is eliminated. Zhang Ping is immediately promoted. His level surges to 9 and all attributes increase by 1 point. Bonus for defeating an opponent of a higher level, all attributes gain an additional 1. Current personal stats: Stamina 30, Mental Power Energy 31, Agility 31. Contract gem level raised to 6. Success. Next, he just needs to hold these two in place. Huang arm twitches, a current of magic coils around his palm. Psionic power supergravity, the crushing force seizes the mist wolf from within. Zhang Ping's eyes flare open in alarm. His entire body is trapped inside a cage of howling wind. The immense pressure slams the wolf flat against the ground. Zhang Ping plunges into a moment of sheer panic. He struggles desperately but to no avail. It's over, he can't move. Zhai Jun seizes the opportunity and begins his appraisal. Name: Zhang Ping, level 9, Awakener, initial stage, affiliated with the Forge Soul Tempering Division and the Sweep Team. Ability unknown. Appraisal success. A sinister grin spreads across his face. So it's actually a human, and a mere level 9 rookie at that, yet he dares to play the hero with borrowed bones. Both of them stand before the pit where Zhang Ping is pinned. Zhai Jun mutters, "If you're one of Sidhu Shibai's people, this super-gravity technique, same one Sidhu Shibai used on me last time, then I can't leave you alive." Zhang Ping fights to steady himself. "Stay calm, there has to be a way out." The sky churns with storm clouds that keep rolling in. Layers of black clouds stack upon one another, heavy and oppressive, on the verge of unleashing their rain. Huang Er's power still holds Zhang Ping in its grip. He is carefully analyzing them. Although the appraiser himself has no offensive skills, his special weapon is troublesome and it turns out to be corpse puppet grade. Zhang Ping shifts his body into human form to narrowly dodge a bone arrow. It seems the Chu clan's main combat strength relies on mist-based equipment. -10 points for them. He spawns dozens of tiny spikes, and they erupt from the ground. Fortunately, even with his body suppressed, it doesn't affect his ability to deploy the mist. The spikes lance toward the two Chu clan remnants, but they only manage to dodge. Zhang Ping notices something peculiar. Who the psionic usury, isn't he launching a psionic counterattack against me? Zhai Jun knocks an arrow and looses a crackling, lightning-laced shot with tremendous force. Trapped by the binding, Zhang Ping can only grit his teeth and tank the blow head-on. His injuries worsen. The man draws his bow once more. Electricity arcs and sparks brilliantly along the string. I'm betting your ability drains energy, doesn't it? Let me see how much longer you can hold out. The young man has only a wisp of mist remaining by his side. He leans against the cliff face and thinks to himself perhaps it's not that he refuses to fight back, but that he can't. Zekun glares at him and barks, "Why the hell are you just standing there?" Ping expends 15 units of mist to conjure a shield. One hand hidden behind his back, he secretly channels another strike, burning 5 more units. Time to test out that new technique. The interface displays mist reserve 25,100. A small blade costing 15 units of mist energy launches toward them. Zekun violently swats it aside with his bow. You still want to struggle. But he suspects nothing as the blades scatter and spread beneath his feet. Ping sits there motionless. He begins calling out their weaknesses. The reason you can't counter my attacks is that you need to lock onto your target before activating your psychic power. What? Zekun is pinned in place by the mist, eyes wide as Ping glides right past him. Huang Er and the other man break free from the restraint and immediately rush to attack the linchpin. Just as I predicted, lock this one down and their psychic power loses its effect. He moves in a flash, his hand conjures a small blade, consuming another 15 units. Huang Er tries to resist but can't. Ping drives the blade straight into his gut and he goes rigid. But the cunning of these Chu clan remnants exceeds Ping's expectations. Huang Er seizes Ping's arm and chants his psychic power detonates on himself. Ping is stunned. He actually released his psychic power against himself. Huang Er grins triumphantly at him. The power successfully latched onto your arm. You almost had your way. Good thing I forced my right hand free from the binding. Zekun behind them is also freed by his comrade. Both of them laugh with delight. This is the last of your energy, isn't it? Crippling my arm alone won't be enough. You'll have to cripple the rest of me too. With attacks like these, not a chance. Ping instantly unleashes a hidden attack. Fire eater flames erupt around them, the writhing blaze forcing Huang Er to groan in agony. He shoves Ping's body away in fury and curses him. Damn you! Before Ping can steady himself on the slick ground, an arrow flies in at the same instant. He has no time to react. Not good. The arrow pierces straight through his heart, and flames begin to devour his body from the wound. Ping collapses to his knees. Zekun approaches, sneering, "You've got quite the bag of tricks." Ping's head spins. He hadn't expected their clothing to be fire-resistant. Both of them move in for the kill simultaneously. But it's time to end this. Yet Ping doesn't panic. He presses his hand to the wound on his chest and murmurs incomprehensible words which they mistake for final desperation. Not much time left, huh? You mean your time's about up, right? His eyes remain unwavering to the very end. He looks up at them and answers coldly no. A familiar stream of water sweeps over his head. Reinforcements have arrived, and all this time, I was the one keeping you pinned down. A jet of water impales Huang Er through the torso. Zekun still manages to fire another arrow. You're already half dead and still shooting your mouth off. Ping's eyes go wide. He no longer has the strength to dodge. The young man's body lurches to the side with great effort. The arrow grazes his shoulder, blood splattering as he dodges right. Liu Xixian materializes behind Zekun, and now he's the one caught off guard. Reinforcements. His jaw drops, his mind screaming in disbelief. This girl took out Huang Er in a single move. Liu Xixian swings her blade at Zekun with cold precision, forcing him to parry with his bow. They clash in a blur of steel. Zekun fights while retreating, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Liu Xixian doesn't answer. She presses her lips together in thought, then accelerates, her blade carving lethal arcs through the air. Zekun is driven back until he hits a dead end, sweat pours down his face. Damn it! That bastard drained too much of my strength. In this desperate moment he hastily pulls a small object from his pocket. I have no choice but to use this. A ring shaped like a bolt of lightning slides onto his finger. Power flares as Zekun activates it on himself. Liu Xixian watches with suspicion. A massive lightning bolt crashes down between them, crackling as if about to explode. Liu Xixian cries out in alarm. No, Zekun triggers a self-detonation. Blinding light erupts, hurling chunks of stone in every direction. White smoke billows up, obscuring everything around them. All that remains are the fading remnants of the lightning strike. Liu Xixian pulls Ping to her side, and they land on solid ground not far away. Fortunately, Zhang Ping is unharmed, but Zekun has seized the chance to bolt. A massive crater yawns between them, blocking pursuit. Liu Xixian can only watch him flee and mutter. A pity we couldn't take the Chu clan remnant alive. She glances at Ping sprawled beside her, utterly spent, tongue lolled out, looking half dead. Then her communication device suddenly vibrates. Manny's voice crackles through the calm sea. Get Zhang Ping back here now. Xixian asks what happened. Manny's shout hits like a thunderclap. The heavenly veil illusion has been breached. Liu Yu stands in the rain, a black umbrella in hand, silently gazing down at the city below. Ziming approaches hesitantly. Your Highness, may I ask why you summoned me back? Liu Yu turns her gaze back to the world beyond. She asks coldly, what is the status of the mutated beasts gathering outside the city? Ziming bows his head low and reports, Your Majesty, everything is prepared. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaves the sky in two, crashing down with a deafening roar that startles everyone. Liu Yu's eyes lock onto that direction. She asks the one behind her, what was that sound? Ziming stammers out a flimsy answer. That's the myriad lightning conduit. Chu Zekun has gotten himself into trouble way to draw the fox's attention. Perhaps it was just thunder. Liu Yu's face turns toward him. Her true form speaks. Have you noticed anything abnormal? Ziming answers in terror, praying he won't be executed on the spot. No. Both her shadow and her translucent silhouette ripple with irritation in the rain. Lightning strikes again and the air turns suffocating. Then why are you so tense? Ziming drops to his knees at once, clasping his hands together. Why, Your Majesty, this subordinate has feared thunder since childhood. And so Liu Yu regards him with contempt. HMPH, useless creature. She continues gazing toward the source of the earlier tremor, her mind connecting the dots. The sound came from within the city, but I see nothing now. Just like that time when I was hunting an awakener, I remember it clearly. That one was gravely wounded. There was no doubt he would die. When I stepped past the wall, there was no one there. It made no sense. But at a single turn, he vanished without a trace. To openly slip beyond my gaze like that. This is the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth. Liu Yu leaps from the balcony. It seems this is merely an advanced concealment technique. Her body floats in midair, eyes flashing crimson. Human illusions cannot affect my clan, but one could use something else to indirectly obstruct my vision. Perhaps all of Mingzhu City is nothing but an illusion. Both eyes blaze a furious blood red. She speaks aloud exactly as I predicted. From behind Liu Yu, a torrent of dark energy cascades down into the streets below. Her power continues to expand. Meanwhile, Liu Xixian gazes up at the sky, wondering where did the girl from Hanhai Academy disappear to. The sword-shaped earring on Liu Xixian's ear sways as she grows anxious. Although she doesn't know what's happening, the heavenly veil is indeed disappearing. Zhang Ping gradually regains his clarity. He slowly shifts his battered body and says, easy. Pointing at the cage dropped by Huang San, he tells her to use it. The night lantern, activate it now. Luo Shiyu's bizarre powers continue to grow, sprouting outward like gnarled tree trunks. Two crimson eyes snap open, sweeping their gaze across the surroundings. From Luo Shiyu's tendrils, countless eyes sprout, searching every corner of the city. Luo Shiyu peers through them into every inch of her domain. Something suddenly startles her. Those cold eyes lock onto one direction. She's found the rat. Someone is hauling the cage and fleeing in a panic. In his rush to escape, he nearly forgot to bring the holy maiden. A voice suddenly rings out behind him, sending a jolt of terror through his body. So late at night, someone dares to leave the city courting debt hand. It's already been spotted. Zhejian can only watch helplessly as Luo Shiyu rockets away without a shred of hesitation. Why, Your Majesty, W8, he clenches his fists. Panic seizing him, it's over, I can't stop her. Zhejian immediately contacts the others in the team. Emergency intel, emergency intel. There is a hidden agent of the sweep team still lurking in the city. His name is Zhang Ping. The group nearest to him listens in silence. Tonight's operation has been compromised by him. Huang San and Huang Er are dead. Zhejian's words come out in a frantic rush. In the end, the sweep team's reinforcements arrived. I had no choice but to deploy the myriad thunder lead. His older brother speaks up. Little brother, you are saying that Zhang Ping is still alive. Yes, his tone is absolute, but I've already dug into his background. Other than the sweep team, he's also connected to a forge called Soul of Iron. They nod, absorbing the information. Understood. But the immediate priority is for you to get the Holy Maiden out of the city. Now. Everything seems to end there until Zhejian's panicked scream tears through the connection. Luoluoxia, why are you here? His brother demands an answer. What did you just say? Zhejian lets out an agonized scream and then his voice cuts to nothing. His brother's face darkens as he desperately tries to re-establish contact. What happened? Answer me. Zhu Zhejian. Huang Ziming arrives at their location and bellows, you fool, stop calling, the plan has failed. His expression is grim. Zhu Zhejian was killed by the fox. Zhejian's brother furiously hurls the communicator to the ground, shattering it. Damn it. Are you telling me all our years of effort have gone to waste? Ziming steadies them with another piece of intelligence. No, the Holy Maiden is still alive. She is the lodestar of the heavenly constant fox tribe. The moon. Prince has realized she cannot kill the Holy Maiden. She will definitely bring her back to the city lord's manor. The hatted man rounds on him. Then tell us, what the hell do we do? Without the Holy Maiden, how are we supposed to control those foxes? Ziming remains calm. The city lord's manor has a secret passage leading straight out of the city. I can confirm that right now, only I know of its existence. He then lays out his plan to the creatures. Have your mutated beasts enter the city lord's manor through that secret passage. It will sow chaos among the foxes. As for me, I'll seize the cage and make my exit. I'll use the confusion to smuggle the Holy Maiden out. The one seated above shrugs. HMPH, easy for you to say. The Moon Prince is guarding the city lord's manor. With just the mutated beasts we've scraped together, what can we possibly accomplish? Ziming fixes them with a hard stare. Because we need to exploit the sweep team's hidden agent, Zhang Ping. Right now, the Moon Prince is monitoring the entire city. The moment any disturbance appears, she will personally intervene. A near-perfect plan devised by the old serpent. They listen in stunned silence as he continues. We send our elite forces to the forge to ambush Zhang Ping. That alone will draw the Moon Prince and the sweep team to the scene. While both sides are locked in combat, we command the mutated beasts to storm the city lord's manor, catching them completely off guard. The one seated above grasps the logic, but doing this means completely turning their backs on the heavenly constant fox tribe. So success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Ziming adds one final reminder: also when you move, do not expose my identity. The others nod in agreement. All right. Truly worthy of being the Chu clan's inheritor. The one seated above reveals a single eye glinting ominously in the dim silence. Deputy City Lord's little play will help you keep the performance going. The Holy Maiden is entirely in your hands then. Huang Ziming's gaze turns toward Zhang Ping. Liu Xixian reaches out, about to touch him. You're awake. Anywhere that feels off. Zhang Ping forces himself upright, looking around with curiosity. Where am I? Liu Xixian explains from beside him. This is the sweep team's base. The situation earlier was critical. We could only bring you here. There are others nearby who are injured and being treated as well. Zhang Ping glances over and sucks in a sharp breath. Team leader Jin Bo is this badly hurt. Jin Bo's body is swathed in bandages. He remains unconscious. Word is it was Luo Shiyu's doing. She didn't hesitate to strike personally. It seems she sensed our presence. Suddenly, a clear, pleasant voice rings out, laced with admiration. Awake already, impressive recovery. Su Jai steps in, smiling as she circles him, taking on 3 opponents more than 10 levels above Yuan, even killing one. How did you pull that off? Her curiosity drives her to pace around his bed. By all logic, even a 5-level gap should allow for an instant kill, let alone 10. Liu Xixian introduces her. This is Su Jai. As I mentioned before, her ability is Solar Surge. She's the one who treated your wounds. Zhang Ping remains cautious around Su Ji as a newcomer, and it's better to stay discreet. He smiles and answers with practiced deflection. Call it luck, those who survive great calamities are destined for fortune. This time it's all thanks to Sister Sue and everyone else. Without you all, I'd have died who knows how many times over. I heard Sister Sue was the strict type, but she doesn't seem like it at all. Sujai doesn't press further and lets it slide. It's nothing, really. Besides, I don't need to maintain the celestial veil anymore anyway. However, her expression hardens into immediate seriousness. All right, enough pleasantries. Now that you're awake, let's go meet the others. Regarding tonight's incident, we need more comprehensive intel. Zhang Ping silently retracts every nice thing he just said about her. Manny groans at her desk in the office. Why is there always endless work? She slams her face onto the desk and wails, Captain, I'm submitting my resignation. Loi raises a hand in solemn agreement. Manny's eyes instantly light up as she seizes the moment. Oh Vi, you're already awake. Help me share some of the workload. Loi promptly opens her mouth and lets out a thunderous snore right in the girl's face. Manny clutches the paper in her hand, fury blazing in her chest. She lunges at Loi, throwing punches relentlessly. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Despite being dead asleep, Loi dodges every strike with fluid, effortless grace. Liu Xixian watches them brawling and can only sigh, unable to get a single word in. He forces a smile and tries to encourage both employees. There's nothing we can do, HQ is short-staffed right now. Just bear with it a little longer. The two sets of footsteps they've been waiting for finally arrive. The team leader is here. KHI1EBFT approaches Manny and offers, let me help carry some of your workload. The girl happily embraces her treasured senior. As always, you care about me the most, Sister H1E9A. See Shibai gathers everyone and begins, let's cut straight to the main topic. Our previous prediction was that the Chu clan had allied with the heavenly constant fox to sweep away all forces opposing them. But now, I believe there is no genuine cooperative relationship between them. From the incidents at Hanhai Academy, which he carefully catalogued, it is not difficult to deduce that the Chu clan had installed barrier wards. They must have known about the existence of the Tianmo illusion light, yet they kept this from the heavenly constant fox. This proves they intend to exploit Tianmo for their own purposes. However, the contradictions here are significant. Submitting to others is not the Chu clan's style yet with their current strength. They simply cannot contend with the heavenly constant fox. Therefore, the girl they smuggled out of Hanhai Academy last night may be the key to dealing with the heavenly constant fox. KHI1EBFT opens the book in her hands and adds, the Hall Master of Hanhai Academy, Chen Zuli, has only one son, Chen Heowen. Records indicate he passed away 40 years ago and was never married. That same year, Chen Zuli suddenly announced to the outside world that he had a granddaughter named Chen Junding. The identity of that saintess is also brought up. Based on our investigation, this Chen Junding does not carry the bloodline of Mingzhu City. She most likely comes from a village in the outskirts. KHI1EBFT highlights additional details worth noting. And it appears Chen Zuli dotes on her dearly. For 40 years, he has never once allowed his granddaughter to come into contact with anyone. Her civic records are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Whether she has awakened or what ability she possesses, none of it has been documented. Zhang Ping joins the conversation by reporting what he knows. I know her ability. I used the appraisal skill on her before. Her ability seems to be called Blood of the Holy Mother. Upon hearing that skill name, Si Shibai is stunned. He hesitates, a thought forming in his mind, beyond the city. The Holy Mother, could she be that sage ancestor? However, he quickly steadies himself. There is no way the coincidence could be that absurd. Zhang Ping is still recounting the effects of that ability. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Junding is sharing a tea gathering with Luo Xiu on a stormy night. She happily swings her legs, savoring the delicious pastries. It's so big here, sister, have you always lived in a place like this? Luo Xiu responds coldly. Junding, innocently concerned, notices her complexion doesn't look well. Are you feeling unwell somewhere, sister? Her answer remains a curt no. Junding smiles brightly and pours more hot tea for Luo Xiu. I know, Grandpa always says when you're unhappy you should eat more. Here, have some tea, sister. This provokes Luo Xiu, who radiates dense killing intent and snarls through gritted teeth, you are courting death. Junding's bright, luminous eyes gaze at her, causing Luo Xiu to freeze momentarily. Every strike passes harmlessly past Junding's body, while she remains utterly unperturbed, still cradling her teacup. With her radiant smile, the saintess holds out a piece of pastry. Sister, why aren't you eating? She stuffs it straight into Luo Shiyu's mouth. I just had one of these cookies, they're really good, but Luo Shiyu is bewildered. Why can't I bring myself to strike? Outwardly, Luo Shiyu maintains the pretense of getting along with Junding, which delights the girl into clapping her hands together. So delicious. Watching Junding take a sip of tea, Luo Shiyu's doubts resurface. She suddenly feels a twinge of shame over her earlier attack on the girl. Wait, why would I feel shame toward a mere human? After just one sip, Junding scrunches up her face and cries out. That's terrible. Without a shred of self-awareness, she criticizes it right to Luo Shiyu's face. This tea is terrible. Whoever brewed it must be an idiot. No wonder you're unhappy, sister. Luo Shiyu can only laugh bitterly to herself. I'm the idiot. The girl hops up, teacup in hand, and scampers off. I'll go brew a fresh pot, wait for me, sister. After the saintess leaves, Luo Shiyu's true tales emerge, along with her unease. This is abnormal, what's happening to me? Why do I feel guilty? Her eyes fixate on the chair where Junding had been sitting. As a prince of the heavenly constant fox, there can be nothing wrong with me. Her true form surfaces, the problem lies with that human. Who on earth is she? Meanwhile, Liu Sixian and Zhang Ping are having a sparring session at the base. Liu Sixian speaks as they spar. Your mist is very similar to my water element. For example, controlling it through intent or reshaping it at will, and so on. But the fundamental difference lies in their origins. She pivots gracefully, firing jets of water. My water element can be recycled and reused in a cycle. Your mist, on the other hand, is a consumable. Once spent, it's gone. Zhang Ping swiftly raises his sword to block. Neither gains the upper hand. That's because you can't revert your solidified mist back into its ethereal state. If your mist were like water, it would be far more practical, able to freely convert between its three states: gas, liquid, and solid. He sighs, his mind conjuring some supreme existence. Well, the mist not being a physical substance does have its perks. For instance, I don't need to store it in a gourd and lug it around. Liu Sixian seizes the moment his mind wanders, appearing before him with her palm thrusting forward. Focus, she shoves him backward, sending Zhang Ping's body stumbling. He expends 5 portions of mist to cushion his body and prevent a fall. Lucky I can still use the mist to soften the landing. Liu Sixian soars high into the air. A blizzard descends upon the hapless young man. Fortunately, you can absorb the fear of living creatures and convert it into mist. It compensates for your durability shortcomings to a certain degree. Zhang Ping leans and weaves through every gap left by the scattered ice shards, declaring confidently, attacks at this level. I can still dodge, but his overconfidence proves costly. He fails to notice the floor has been thoroughly soaked by those very ice chunks. By the time he realizes it, tendrils of water have already coiled around his arms and legs. Not good, they're ice blocks that reverted from water. His attention had been completely fixated on the icicle barrage from above. Liu Sixian approaches, one hand commanding the streams of water to pin Zhang Ping in place. If your opponent doesn't fear you, your mist dissipates and runs dry quickly. The young man boldly deducts 50 units of mist and responds, if that's the case, then as long as my attack power is strong enough, a single strike is all I need to kill my opponent. Without her noticing, a mist-forged dagger materializes and hovers above Liu Sixian's head. She immediately raises a water prison barrier. Then let me see just how powerful your attack really is. The mist-forged blade surges downward with tremendous force. Liu Sixian watches in shock as the razor-sharp blade pierces through it, actually shatters the water prison, and advances. Despite all 4 limbs being restrained, Zhang Ping confidently declares to her, Sister Liu, you lose. Liu Sixian praises him with a hint of admiration. Your mist can breach defenses above its weight class, that's truly impressive. She retracts the water prison and rises to her feet. Perhaps your mist-mutated beast is the descendant of a king-tier mutated beast. Inheriting such traits, the mist possesses tier-transcending lethality. Yet the water tendrils wrapped around Zhang Ping remain unreleased. Liu Sixian suddenly speaks in an ominous tone, but aren't you severely lacking in combat experience? If this were a real battle to the death, you'd already be cooked, completely cooked. Suddenly, the water droplets clinging to Zhang Ping's body begin to bubble and boil violently. He screams, "Ah, it's burning, why is the water suddenly boiling?" Liu Sixian crosses her arms, turns away, and instructs him, understanding the properties of your own ability is crucial. when you have nothing to do. Polish your skills. She remains absorbed in her lecture, unaware that Zhang Ping has already hatched a mischievous plan shaping the mist in his hand. Experimenting with how, just like water, it can transform into ice, scalding water, or back into mist. Any of those could produce unforeseeable consequences during combat. He pulls out a toy spider and Xixian nearly jumps out of her skin. Like this, right, Sis 6. Immediately after, Xixian blasts a stream of water right into his face, letting out a terrified shriek. This time, Ping goes even bolder, opens his mouth and gulps the stream right down. Xixian stares in shock, turning to look at him with an entirely different expression. Terrified, she immediately blasts another stream of water into his face. "Spider, get away, get far away from me," she screams, then lunges forward, grabs his neck and shakes him violently. "Spit it out, my water element is pure water." Ping gasps weakly, "Even if the poison doesn't kill me, you'll still shake me to death." Realizing she's gone overboard, she quickly releases him. "Sorry." Still dazed, Ping murmurs, "But my current form feels kind of strange. My body's gone completely soft, I can't control it." Suddenly, his lower half dissolves into water, his pants drop to the floor soaking wet, his entire body gradually liquefies. Leaving both of them mortified, she immediately activates appraisal on him. Could it be I've awakened a new skill? Appraisal successful, attribute panel retrieved. Summon Zhang Ping, owner Zhang Ping, species human, faction sweep, team location Iron Soul Forge, potential 6 stars, rank 9th state. Low level, awakener, strength 30, spiritual power immeasurable, energy 31, agility 31, talent contract gem level 6, supplementary effect level 6 activated. Command absolute obedience skills, advanced appraisal skill, Nightwalker, fire eater, intermediate mist body, low level wind speaker, low level anomalous. Consumer. When swallowing special items, there is a 10% chance of acquiring a corresponding special physique. Pure water body, low level, the body can transform into pure water to resist various physical attacks. This time, the level 6 contract gems effect actually awakens 2 talents. The pure water body is easy enough to understand. More than half his body has already turned into water. Ping ponders inwardly, but anomalous consumer, what kind of ability is that? Xixian looks at him strangely and asks, "Zhang Ping, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you've been corrupted by corpse poison." He turns to reassure her, "It's fine, I should be able to change back, I just need some time to get used to it." Only then does he truly focus on controlling the water flow within his body. If the mist body and the pure water body share similarities, then the transformation ability should work much like the mist. He just needs to sense his body carefully. First, he dissolves into a puddle of water on the ground. Good, then he reforms into a rough humanoid shape, standing with his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. Good, on the third attempt he turns into a massive blob of water, sending him into a brief panic. Good, after much effort he finally returns to human form. Without a second thought, he shows off to Xixian, whose face is flushed bright red. "Zis 6, look, I changed back." She quickly turns her face away and reminds him, "Why, you should put some clothes on first." Turning her back to wait, Xixian wants to ask exactly what just happened. Ping pulls his pants back on and explains, "Looks like I accidentally swallowed the water you created. I've awakened the pure water body." Astonishment washes over Xixian's face. The pure water body. She stares at him in disbelief, countless thoughts racing through her mind. Zhang Ping's growth rate is far too fast, especially the pure water body, which is practically a dream ability for any water element user. He awakened it just like that. Is this the infinite level? Ping finally gets his pants on, while Xixian shyly averts her gaze. "Zis 6, are you all right?" "And no, I'm fine." Right then, Xixian's communication device flashes red. She grabs it and asks what's going on. The voice on the other end shouts, "Report to team leader, Iron Soul Forge is under attack, requesting reinforcements." Xixian instructs them, "Contact the nearest teammates for backup first, I'll be there right away." "Yes, ma'am," they respond. The moment Ping hears this, he immediately resolves to go along. "Wang Jimin and the others are in danger, I'm going too." Xixian reaches out to block him. "You can't go. This could very well be a trap." But Ping, brimming with confidence from his newly awakened ability, says assuredly, "Don't worry. I just awakened the pure water body today. If things go south, I can turn into water and escape." Knowing she can't stop him, Xixian gives in and dashes forward. "I really can't do anything about you, stay close to me." at the Iron Soul Forge. When Zhang Ping's group arrives, countless bodies lie scattered across the floor. How did so many assassins show up? Xian orders the sweep team members into formation while Ping rushes inside. He leads a squad to search for survivors. She commands a defensive unit to guard against the remaining assassins. Ping charges outside, anxiously searching for the people he knows. Uncle Liu Wang Jimin, Cis S-letter-1 EAFC. A shadowy figure weakly calls his name, Zhang Ping. S-letter-1 EAFC leans against the wall, staggering out. Her body is covered in wounds and she gasps for each breath. Ping rushes over, calling out, while S-letter-1 EAFC also struggles to move closer to him. Cis S-letter-1 EAFC, her face is deathly pale as she points toward the inner courtyard. Hurry. Uncle Liu and Wang Jimin, a familiar arm lies on the table. Maybe I'm the only one who can still walk. They're all injured. Xian runs over and tells Ping, I'll go check over there. You stay here and look after her. Ping quickly wraps bandages around S-letter-1 EAFC's arm to stop the bleeding. He says to her with anguish while S-letter-1 EAFC furrows her brows, enduring the pain. Cis S-letter-1 EAFC, your arm. Despite her severe injuries, she still tries to reassure him. It's fine, missing an arm won't kill me. Right then, more footsteps rush toward them. Xian orders the team to bring stretchers and transport the injured for treatment. Ping looks at Jimin with worry. Wang Jimin, his senior, pats his shoulder and says, relax, they're just injured and unconscious. It's nothing major. The injured are carried out one by one. The scene descends into chaos. Don't forget me. As long as those two are okay, I can rest easy. But you need to be careful too, those assassins were all targeting you. Zhang Ping, have you recently offended some powerful figure? He suppresses his emotions and forces a smile. It's nothing, Cis S-letter-1 EAFC, don't worry about me, just focus on getting better. Xian, standing beside him, begins making plans. The city is no longer safe. The sweep team will transport them to a safe house outside the city for treatment. Ping bitterly blames himself. Damn it, it's all my fault. He clenches his fists in fury. The Chu clan's beast tamers in Mingzhu City are the ones who want me dead. It's mostly them. His senior nods in agreement. I'll arrange for people to investigate immediately. Right then, a very familiar voice echoes in Ping's mind. The energy fluctuation from just now came from here. Many of my clansmen died around this area before. Could it be connected to those two? That voice belongs to Luo Xiu. This wind speaker transmission is crystal clear. She's nearby. Something invisible descends from the sky. Luo Xiu's thoughts show no sign of stopping. These are dangerous times. Rather than waste resources, I cannot overlook any threat. Ping urgently pulls Jimin into his arms and dodges a lethal strike. The attack leaves a deep crimson gash on the ground. Luo Xiu gazes at them and murmurs, interesting. She makes no effort to conceal her killing intent, fixing him with a cold stare. You could actually sense my attack. Both of them scramble to their feet, exchanging cautious whispers. Are you all right? I'm fine. But this operation was supposed to be completely secret. How could she have shown up here at this exact moment? I suspect she has been surveilling the entire city. Luo Xiu's eyes morph into monstrous shapes. She freezes in surprise upon taking a closer look. Luo Xiu exclaims. Zhang Ping realizes she has already recognized him, so he casually greets her. Sister Luo, long time no see, still calmly appraising. Appraising. While he struggles to finish the appraisal, Xian instantly charges forward and takes the initiative to attack. Appraising, kid, get out of here, let me hold her off. Appraising. She unleashes a barrage of storm lightning bolts at Luo Xiu, darkening the sky. Damn it, the appraisal range isn't enough. Every one of Xian's techniques gets sucked into Luo Xiu's magic vortex. She muses to herself, Xian used a killing technique on her without the slightest hesitation. It seems my identity has been exposed. Luo Xiu's arms swirl as she manipulates her technique. So the recent incidents truly are connected to you people, she says. A black hole materializes right beside Xian, catching the girl off guard. Even so, she blocks the strike with an ice barrier. The shield shatters into fragments, but the attack still plunges ferociously into the floor, a single blow that obliterated her full defensive power. Luo Xiu smiles with satisfaction. Her identity being exposed hardly matters. Xixian still cannot see through her illusion arts. She can only gauge the attacks by sensing the shifts in cold energy around her. Then she arches her body and launches even more tendrils. Let me see how you defend against this. Xixian frantically releases waves of cold energy, but everyone gets pierced through. Hear her too. Ping stays right by her side the entire time. He shouts out a warning to his senior sister Xixian upper left. She glances at Ping with absolute trust in her eyes. Thank goodness Zhang Ping is here, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to mount a resistance. Following his directions, she focuses on dodging at the 3, 7, and 9 o'clock positions. She then seamlessly shifts from defense to offense, counterattacking the remaining tendrils. 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Luo Shiyu's earlier amusement vanishes. She furrows her brow, intrigued. How does Zhang Ping know? She decides to test her theory, launching a tendril straight at Ping. He immediately senses the attack and activates a full-force evasion skill to dodge. Watching Ping's movements, Luo Shiyu's suspicion deepens. Sure enough, every time she attacks, he dodges with pinpoint accuracy. It appears Zhang Ping is the one who can see through her tribe's disguises. She arrives at her conclusion then, I should kill him right now. The attacks intensify, spurred by Luo Shiyu's bloodlust. Let me see how long you can keep dodging. Ping looks towards Xixian in a panic. This is bad, I can't dodge and call out positions for Xixian at the same time. He spins around with movements more graceful than a ballet dancer's, shouting out directions 3 left, 3 right. Ping then dashes to Xixian's side just in time and conjures a maximum level mist shield. She glances over in surprise. Zhang Ping, you made it. Sister Luo's rage is a bit over the top. Did she get dumped recently? Luo Shiyu's mouth curls into a wide, wicked grin, her razor-sharp fangs fully bared. She bursts into cruel laughter, and even more tails erupt from her body. Zhang Ping, you hit it well, every single probe, and you fooled me every time. She channels all her power into her tails, launching them at the two of them, but this time you won't escape your doom. A terrifying pressure slams down on them. You can block 3 tails, what about 3,000? Xixian pours every ounce of strength into the fragile shield. The incoming force is far too overwhelming. Ping grits his teeth and holds on. The system relentlessly flashes warnings about the fog's declining integrity. Fog integrity 50% degradation rate 0.1 sec. Fog integrity 30% degradation rate 0.3 sec. Luo Shiyu casually tucks her hair behind her ear, a faint smile playing on her lips. If you can hold out for 1 second, I'll count it as your win. The stats continue to plummet despite Xixian's desperate resistance. Fog integrity 10% degradation rate 0.6 sec. Fog integrity 8%. Fog integrity 5% degradation rate 0.9 sec. Fog integrity 0%. In a flash, he has burned through 100% of his fog. Ping thinks to himself, Evan, this won't hold. Is this really how it ends? Am I going to die here? But at that exact moment, a golden mist materializes behind them and a voice speaks, Kid Zhang Ping, hold steady. I can only buy you 1 chance. Ping instantly recognizes it. Shi Bai is arriving to help, the captain's clone. The 3,000 tails continue to pummel the two below. A white mist suddenly swirls across the sky above. Luo Shiyu doesn't bother guarding against it. She merely notices the mist coiling around her thicker and thicker. What is this? Shi Bai calls out the signal, Kid Zhang Ping now. Ping instantly roars, unleashing every ounce of his power. Roger, he lets out a battle cry and detonates the shield, sending all the tails flying. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabs Xixian's hand. Ping drags her into a full sprint as the fog wraps around their bodies. Not so fast. Half of Luo Shiyu's face has already reverted to her true form. She tilts her head and furious refuses to let them escape. With a single sweep of her arm, she shatters the containment Shi Bai had created. Break for me. But those few precious seconds are more than enough for Ping to vanish. She roars in frustration. All of you here may hunt down Zhang Ping at all costs. Every resident in the district hears her thundering command from above. After a brutal battle, Ping and Xixian manage to return to the sweep team and take shelter in the safe room outside the city. Jingjiao is being treated for her wounds here. She tells him plainly, so now I'm a member of the sweep team too. Has Mingzhu City really become the domain of those stinking foxes? Ping replies, yeah, although they don't dare act recklessly. The city still isn't safe. The young man looks dejected, blaming himself. I'm sorry, it's because I was about to find out why you were upset and I wanted to offer some words of encouragement too. Come on, it's just an arm, it's not like I'll die. Besides, you should be thanking me for saving Uncle Liu and the others. Xian walks in just as Ping is making his bold declaration. I swear I'll find a way to reclaim the forge. Before that, all I can ask is for everyone to bear with the hardship and stay outside the city for a while. She suddenly recalls the moment he saved her and gently rubs her own hand. He's already grown so much without me realizing it. Jingjiao notices Xian standing at the doorway. She gently tells him that girl is still waiting for you, go take care of things first. Ping steps out of the room with Xian. He asks curiously, Xianjai, did you need me for something? Xian suddenly asks in a huff, kid, what did you just call me? Ping realizes his mistake and quickly looks away. Sister Xian, it's all your fault for calling that girl weird things, that's what made me slip up. He squeezes his eyes shut in embarrassment. But honestly, back when we were just acquaintances, calling you Sister Xian was fine. Now that we're closer, it feels kind of awkward. Good or bad, I've already lived 2 lifetimes, I'm not exactly younger than you. Xian doesn't argue with him. Instead, she continues speaking, catching Ping completely off guard. Forget it. It's just a form of address anyway. Whatever you prefer. Call me however you want. Come with me. They head to another room together. Liu Xian, true to her cautious nature, gives him a few reminders. Your identity has been exposed. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter Mingzhu City for the time being. Wait for the captain to arrange things, she says, pulling out a vial of medicine with a smile. The intel you provided on the scientist was incredibly useful. Plus, you handled the rapist mission flawlessly. So this is the sweep team's reward for you. Zhang Ping takes it, visibly surprised. It's golden blood. He holds it up close to his face and mutters, this can't be that golden blood, right? Liu Xian nods. Yep, Jin Bo's golden blood. Every so often he has to have blood drawn and stored. It's normally used to heal teammates or to extend the lifespans of elderly contributors. Try it out in the training room, see if you can extract any energy from it. They step into a vast training yard. All the while, Liu Xian continues to remind him. Oh right, this golden blood is an energy-type bloodline, so it can potentially be passed down to the next generation. You'd best brace yourself, careful you don't catch the eye of some lawless woman. Zhang Ping holds the golden blood in his hand, pondering for a moment. It's only a chance of inheritance, not 100%. Besides, whether he'll even have a wife someday is far from certain. Why think so far ahead? He downs the entire vial in one gulp, focusing his mind on the ability he desires. He prays the mutation devourer power activates. The mist body and the pure water body from before were both obtained through it. Liu Xian stands at a distance and asks, how is it? Any new abilities? Zhang Ping stares at his own hands. Seems like nothing's changed. The moment the words leave his mouth, a stream of crimson liquid trickles down from his fingertip. He immediately triggers the system's appraisal. His heart sources acquired a new skill. It worked, mutation consumption has activated. Pure blood body, the body can transform into a pure blood state. It can merge into a target's body, rapidly healing all wounds. Mutation devourer, also a skill of limitless potential. The liquid looks exactly like blood, melting and flowing across his hand. Liu Xian grows worried. It seems the pure blood body can accurately perceive a target's condition. What's wrong with your hand? From Zhang Ping's perspective, his gaze drifts to the crack on her glasses. Sissy, there's a wound on your face. She hurriedly covers her face and turns away. It's nothing, don't worry about it. But Zhang Ping clearly does. It seems her wound hides something deeper. Liu Xian redirects the conversation. So besides this, did anything else change? Zhang Ping closes his eyes and describes what he sees. In this state, I can sense the vital signs of all nearby allies. I can also merge with their bodies and heal every wound on them. Of course, even those scars can be erased. Liu Xian's face brightens at the news. Then you might be able to restore Jius's severed arm. Zhang Ping clenches his fist and adds, as long as there's enough blood. Theoretically, even if a person is reduced to nothing but a layer of skin, I can regenerate their entire body. The pure water body lets me dodge, the pure blood body lets me heal others. Liu Xian grabs him by the shoulders and shoves him forward. Then hurry up and go heal Jius. Zhang Ping is more than willing to go. Alright, I'm heading out then. But before he leaves, he makes a promise with Liu Xian. Sissy, when this is all over, can we talk? Not as teammates, as old friends. Her cheeks flush crimson and she agrees in a soft voice. Okay. Outside, the sky remains pitch black. In the wilderness, animals drink calmly from the lake. A deer raises its head, gazing up at the sky. High above, flocks of birds scatter in a panic. Countless monsters of grotesque forms sweep through the forest. Their eyes burn crimson with savage fury. Herd after herd converges through a brutal battle looms on the horizon. Inside the room, Manny stares at Sidubai with confusion. She asks Sidubai, the files on Sage Ancestor Village, Captain, are you looking at those? I wonder if you still remember, he replies. Although the Chu clan committed countless inhuman atrocities when they held power, from the very beginning, the Chu beast tamers were a clan of heroes. He recalls the fiery spectacle from when they stood against the Eastern Frost catastrophe. Back then, the Chu clan patriarch Chu Qiang fused with the solar deity and soared into the sky without rest each day, bringing light and warmth to all of humanity. He endured like that for 10 years until his body finally gave out and he perished from sheer exhaustion. Manny listens, sipping her water. I know, after Chu Qiang died, he was buried in the Sunset Mountain Range outside Mingzhu City. The survivors outside the city, grateful for his sacrifice, guarded his grave. Many years later, their descendants intermarried and slowly formed a village, Sage Ancestor Village. But what does any of this have to do with Sage Ancestor Village now? He continues, every 100 years, Sage Ancestor Village produces a saintess. The saintess's bloodline protects the village from any attack by mutated beasts. She is a woman of such beauty that mutated beasts become utterly entranced by her. Manny's eyes widen. Didi, does that mean Chen Junding is the saintess from Sage Ancestor Village? Sidu Bai furrows his brow, his expression darkening with sorrow. The Chu clan intends to use the saintess to control the heavenly constant foxes. Manny gapes in shock, then ponders for a moment. But why would the saintess appear at the Maritime Academy, and with everything that's happened? How can Sage Ancestor Village have no trace of involvement at all? What if they did it on purpose? He fires back, his voice edged with anger, using the excuse that the saintess is being held captive within the city. Sage Ancestor Village could declare war on Mingzhu City at any moment. The answer leaves Manny both stunned and heartbroken. Why would they do such a thing? Sidu Bai's mind drifts back 150 years. Mingzhu City once had a tyrannical city lord. Not wanting to repeat the Chu clan's mistakes, the sweep team listed her as a fugitive and issued a bounty. Then, allied with the current city lord, they successfully drove her out. No one knows how, but she eventually became the leader of Sage Ancestor Village. Perhaps she never cared about Mingzhu City at all, she was simply waiting for the right moment to strike. Back to the topic of invasion, Manny listens with rapt attention, sipping her water. Back then, the safety division built numerous safe houses throughout the wilderness. Those safe houses were incredibly well hidden. Some were built into rock formations, others concealed underground or nestled in the treetops. At safe house number 3 inside the room, Liu Xixian presses her hand against the wall. She senses the disturbance. The Chu clan pulling something again. She needs to go outside and investigate. She glances at the wounded lying on the beds. But if this place is discovered, the injured will all be in danger. Leaving Zhang Ping here alone, can he handle it by himself? She looks toward Zhang Ping. Will it be enough? But Zhang Ping doesn't notice her presence behind him. He's completely absorbed in his work. Then he shouts with joy, it worked. The lantern in his hand now glows with a purple light. Seeing his elation, Liu Xixian doesn't understand what happened. She's thoroughly confused. What worked? Didn't this lantern run out of energy? It did, he explains excitedly, but I felt it was a waste to just throw it away. So I tried to see if I could recharge it. Then he cycles through each ability. The Fire Eater power floods the lantern with blazing golden light flames coiling outward. Next, the Pure Water body channels a stream of azure radiance. Then the Pure Blood body emitting an energy as red as fresh blood. Finally, the Mist body unleashes an eerie purple glow. In summary, this ghost-guiding lantern can mask the scent and presence of everything within a certain radius. Current energy 21,100. Zhang Ping beams, Fina. When I infused the mist energy into it, it lit up again, and the effect is even stronger than before. With the lantern masking the safe house, we can head out to investigate without worry. Outside the safe house, a horde of mutated beasts presses forward in an advancing formation. The two of them fall silent at the sight. Ping says, isn't this already way too many? Since when could the Chu clan control this many mutated beasts? At this moment, Xixian is updating headquarters with the situation. Headquarters, this is Liu Xixian. Near safe house number 3, I estimate approximately 10,000 mutated beasts advancing toward Mingzhu City. Ranks are low, numbers are massive, primarily forest wolves and bullet rabbits. Ping raises a hand to his brow, shielding his eyes for a clearer view. He says to Xixian, something's off. Why are these mutated beasts charging in such chaos? It doesn't look like they're heading somewhere specific, it looks like they're fleeing. Thena's, if glimpsing something far too terrifying, cold sweat drenches his body. His trembling hand points toward one direction as his voice stammers, SSS Xixian, her look over there. Xixian sees what he's pointing at and is equally horrified. She immediately updates headquarters. Correction, a massive horde of living corpses is also advancing toward the city. Gazing at the mutated beasts stretching out into a veritable sea of monsters, she stammers that the number is perhaps around 50,000. Back at base, upon receiving Xixian's report, Sidubai slams his fist down on the table in fury. 50,000, 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 living corpses. Inside the city, the Heavenly Constant Fox and the Chu clan's remnants still lurk. The team doesn't have enough manpower, there's no way to simultaneously resist this many enemies. Does he have to take action himself? Suddenly his brow furrows, an idea strikes him. Now there's still one more way. He turns and calls out to those beside him. Manny, Chen Liuoxi, Su Ji, prepare to activate the Heavenly Veil. Once more, the three of them are utterly stunned by this order. Manny asks, but hadn't the Heavenly Veil already been? Su Ji shares the same confusion. What do you mean, Captain? Sidu Bai explains, yesterday while covering Zhang Ping's retreat I temporarily suppressed the Moon Prince. Its energy shouldn't have recovered yet. Although we can't count on the patrol team or the investigation team, there are still plenty of powerful fighters inside the city. On our Heavenly Veil's display, broadcast the news of the Living Corpse assault to the entire city. A Living Corpse assault. Once the Awakeners in the city regroup, we'll slip inside to defend Mingzhu City and at the same time avoid the Heavenly Constant Fox's surveillance. Muvino. Hearing this, they respond in unison, yes sir. Then an energy sphere materializes in his hand. He says, switch to multi-person channel. Liu Xixian, Zhang Ping, I'm ordering you two to hold off the mutated beasts and living corpses outside. Hold the line as best you can. Buy time for the personnel inside the city to assemble. They acknowledge. At safe house number 5, a notification comes through the communication mirror. This is the branch office. Captain, we're requesting orders, approaching safe house number 3 to reinforce Liu Xixian. After hearing the full report, Ming acknowledges with a single word. The two teammates behind him are fired up. The chubby young man shouts, let's charge in. Ming raises his hand and signals, let's go, it's our turn to take the field. The city lord's mansion. Ziming reaches into his pocket and pulls out the communication mirror. The raid on the blacksmith shop should have succeeded by now, right? He gazes into the mirror and responds earnestly, confirmed the Moon Prince is not at the city lord's mansion. You may proceed to the next phase. The voice on the other end cuts him off mid-sentence. Apologies. We've run into some trouble. Ziming frowns. What kind of trouble? The other side explains. A group of unknown individuals has suddenly appeared outside the city. The mutated beasts are terrified, and they can't be controlled for the time being. We don't know who they are. Hearing this, Ziming shouts furiously into the mirror, stop talking nonsense and deal with it immediately. If this plan fails, none of us survive. After that, Ziming lets out an exasperated sigh. Truly, you just can't rely on these people. There's no other choice. First, he needs to find the Saintess. Once the timing is right, he'll spirit her away immediately. A sudden sound from behind grabs Ziming's attention. He glances back and sees patrol team number 1. The person at the front, face wrapped in bandages, is the patrol team captain. Lin Ketty. Ziming feels a flicker of suspicion. What the hell is he doing here? And dragging this many people along with him? He clasps his hands together, his voice tinged with deference. Isn't this Captain Lin? What brings you here with time to spare today? The city lord hasn't returned yet, so if there's anything pressing, you can tell me first. Lin Ketty's eyes fix on Ziming without a shred of expression, then ignore him entirely. He keeps walking. Ziming sees he doesn't even bother acknowledging me. Has he caught wind of something? Lin Ketty's group reaches a door adorned with intricate patterns. He shoves it open and light from within spills outward. Ziming stares, his mind churning with questions. What the hell is this? Inside is the scene of a lavish banquet. Couples twirl together across the dance floor. The beautiful girl Chen Junding lets out a cheerful cry and beckons them over. More friends have joined us. Come, let's have fun together. Seeing newcomers arrive, she cheerfully introduces herself and extends her hand in greeting. Meanwhile, Lin Ketty is savoring a glass of wine in his hand. He suddenly freezes, staring at the glass in shock. Why am I even here? His Highness the Prince, he gave me some sort of instruction, didn't he? Just then he remembers the laughter. Ping's laughter, he spits the wine from his mouth. Ah, right, go apprehend the target. Junding walks over, saying gently, really now, uncle, you're far too careless. He wonders, did she call me here just to play? Watching Junding carefully wipe the wine stain from his chest, Lin Ketty feels a twinge of embarrassment. This feeling, it reminds him of the nobility back home. Junding speaks again. Grandfather always said, never waste a single drop. Hearing this, Lin Ketty kneels and formally acknowledges her words. Respected holy maiden, Junding's expression turns displeased. Why do you all keep calling me that? I clearly told you we're friends. Still, she doesn't press the matter, grabbing his hand and pulling him into the banquet hall. Forget it, let's go dance. Zieming stands there, observing everything. Watching the two of them pull each other along, he thinks, holy maiden. Her power can only influence mutated beasts. Has Lin Ketty been replaced by a heavenly constant fox too? Why didn't that fox tell me about something this important? Seems like she doesn't quite trust me after all. Looking at the situation, there's likely no one left alive in Chin Tra's squad. In fact, every person present may have been transformed by the heavenly constant fox. Watching them hand in hand, a dangerous glint flashes in Zieming's eyes. But it looks like they've all been controlled by Chen Junding, and she herself hasn't even realized it. If we can convince her to work for us, the plan can jump straight to the next phase. He decides to act. He approaches Junding, forcing a warm smile. Little sister Junding, are you having fun? She smiles back. At first, I just wanted to make a few new friends. I never expected Sister Luo to throw such a grand ball for me. Then she asks casually, why hasn't Sister Luo come back yet? Hearing this, Zieming freezes, his face stiff as he can only stammer out a reply. Perhaps she still has unfinished business. Inside, Zieming curses viciously, you rotten girl, you are the one who lured these people here. Despite his thoughts, he keeps a cheerful expression plastered on his face as he coaxes Junding along. Uncle, I know a place that's even more fun, want to come play? She doesn't care, she tosses out a dismissive reply and walks away. She rubs her arm and says, I haven't had enough fun yet, besides I don't know you. The banquet hall lights cut out. Her eyes, sharp as blades, pierce through the darkness to interrogate him. But how do you know my name? The surrounding space warps in an instant, shifting in a deeply unnatural way. Every single gaze locks onto Zieming. The eyes of the surrounding guests shift to a blood-red hue. Near safe room 3, Xianxia's expression is drawn taut with tension. Xianxia slams her palm against the floor. A wave of ice erupts outward from her position. Dark Mist 30, surrounding Ping now radiates a powerful purple halo. He says, Sissy, I've herded them all together, freeze them now. The mutated beasts sneer, sure thing. Xianxia unleashes a technique, freezing the mutated beasts solid, but in the very next instant they shatter the ice. Like ravenous predators, they continue charging forward. Seeing the situation spiral, Xianxia shouts, this is bad, there are too many. Hearing this, Ping leaps into action, leave holding them off to me. A purple aura erupts from his body, coalescing into the form of a savage mutated beast. He thinks these mutated beasts should accumulate a massive amount of fear energy for me, which means he can now freely expend Dark Mist. Current Dark Mist 100. Then comes a rapid cascade of additions and subtractions. Dark Mist 100. Dark Mist 100. He thinks next up, another continuous output of Dark Mist 100 incoming. He commands the constructs to assault the mutated beasts. Another system notification, Dark Mist 100. Then he activates the technique Dark Mist Art Dragon Transformation. His mutated beast, bearing a head marked with 3 white stripes, lunges at the swarm. He thinks to himself he has to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Ping says, what you're seeing are mutated beasts. That dragon keeps flying in to attack. Dark Mist 100, Dark Mist 100. Ping stands observing the battlefield and thinks, what I see is an endless stream of dark mist energy and experience values flowing in. Heavy blows land in rapid succession. Experience 10, 10, 10. Taking devastating strikes, the mutated beasts are relentlessly hurled through the air. Ping thinks killing a few hundred of these should be enough to level up his attributes or his rank. But these beasts aren't stupid. They signal each other. The group splits up to entangle the dragon, then fans out in two directions to evade it. The dragon observes this and is rather impressed. Clever. These mutated beasts are only trying to flee, they have zero intention of fighting. Meanwhile, xianxia assaults them with ice. They signal again, brothers ahead, no dragon, we're safe. Beside her, xianxia has been watching everything. She points at them and declares, I'll handle the stragglers. The mutated beast roars in fury, snarling, you tricked us. Ping praises xianxia, well done. If only the system could track exactly how many monsters he's killed. Xianxia quickly cuts him off with a warning. Don't lose focus, they're coming again. Seeing this, Ping curses, damn it, it's not over yet. They attack together, and a third aura forces its way in ice and fire intertwining. A sudden roar erupts. A crimson aura surges forward, overpowering Ping's purple energy. He asks in shock, what the? The red aura turns out to be fire spewing from the living corpse's hands. He wonders, these are living corpses, yet they can use magic. I thought the undead only knew how to bite people. Stereotypes really are useless. To get a clear picture, he decides to use appraisal. Appraisal successful, species living corpse. Faction Sage Ancestor Village, growth no rank. Initial stage grade 6, the result startles him. Sage Ancestor Village. The living corpses lunge at him, sinking their teeth into his body, forcing him to scramble for an opening to sink this intel with headquarters. Ping swings his dragon tail to swat them away. Get lost. Living corpse. Although he manages to push them back, he realizes these creatures know no fear. If this keeps up, his dark mist will run out sooner or later. Xianxia speaks up to remind him. Zhang Ping, keep your distance from them. He hears her loud and clear. Got it. He tenses every muscle, his body swelling with power, and says, watch this take flight. A dragon leg snatches up 2 or 3 people, then unleashes a searing beam of light onto the ground. He then activates his fire technique and calls out a warning, my flames are a bit intense, brace yourselves. Fire Eater Flame Entanglement. Experience 20. Finally, he hurls red fireballs down like a barrage of artillery shells. Corpse Fireball Barageth experience counter keeps climbing. Experience 20, all attributes 2. Seeing the results, he's deeply satisfied. His attributes are now nearly double those of same level awakeners. At the same moment, a streak of power as fast as lightning slams straight into the living corpses' heads. Xianxia is also locked in a fierce battle against the living corpses. She unleashes her sword, Techniquest blades flashing like blooming flowers, each strike precise and masterful, cutting them down with ease. The living corpses howl and counterattack Xianxia, but Ping rushes in to support. He yells, eat this, heaven-earth shatter invincible kick. Xianxia asks, bewildered, what did you just say? But Ping just plays dumb, nothing. Ping surveys the entire battlefield and assesses the situation. The first wave of beasts and living corpses is dealt with, roughly 1,000 in number. The second wave still has about half remaining. He reverts to human form and continues his conversation with Xianxia. Speaking of which, how can living corpses even use abilities? She answers, I'm afraid they were all awakeners when they were alive. Ping considers such despicable methods. Could this be the Chu clan's work? However, my earlier appraisal identified the living corpse as belonging to Sage Ancestor Village. The scene shifts to another space. A voice rings out in response, correct. Sidubai speaks through a communication mirror. The Chu clan may be ruthless, but beast taming is a matter of sacred faith to them. They would never stoop to using underhanded methods like controlling living corpses. Based on my preliminary deduction, this incident is very likely connected to Sage Ancestor Village. Zhang Ping's appraisal only further confirms this. Xianxia suddenly shouts, Sage Ancestor Village, she continues, in other words, that person is the one behind this. A figure flickers past, shifting the situation. Through the haze, a dangerous face emerges alongside a wave of noxious gas. Xianxia clamps her hand over her nose and mouth and warns, Zhang Ping, hold your breath, this gas is toxic. He holds his breath and thinks, where has he smelled this before? Rotten eggs, that unmistakable stench of hydrogen sulfide, H2S. Ping's memory clicks, he thinks to himself. Back when he was on the rescue team, he once encountered a massive fire caused by hydrogen sulfide. If the gas contains hydrogen sulfide, it will ignite. Remembering the source, he urgently shouts, Xianxia, watch out, it's going to explode. She asks, what are you going to do? Ping doesn't waste time explaining there simply isn't any. Trusting him, she immediately agrees. Ping charges forward, he curls his hand into a fist, leaving only his index finger pointed upward and fire sparks to life. He unleashes the technique Fire Eater Flame Entanglement. In a single move, Ping detonates the entire area. Surrounding Ping and Xixian are intertwined streams of fire and ice. Fire Eater Flame Capacity 163,300. Fire Eater Flame Capacity 213,300. Fire Eater Flame Capacity 263,300. Ping suddenly realizes the second wave is about to hit. Xixian asks, "Didn't you just say we still had half an hour?" Then he spots something and calls out, "Wait, what is that?" Appraisal, the system roars to life. Appraising, appraising, appraising. An old man dressed in somewhat scanty attire strokes his beard, surveying the space below. "So you can actually break through this old man's corpse poison? You two brats have quite the nerve." Ping stares in disbelief. Wait, the appraisal of the team leader earlier succeeded, but this one failed, just like with Luo Xiu. Is it because his training is still insufficient, so he can't appraise high-level targets from a distance? In that case, he orders a mass appraisal of every living corpse visible in the field. A notification chimes: appraisal successful. Species living corpse, faction Sage Ancestor Village, growth no rank, initial stage grade 6, species living corpse, faction Sage Ancestor Village, growth no rank, initial stage grade 8. System notification: appraisal successful 16,888 times. Advanced appraisal skill has been upgraded to strategic level appraisal skill. Detection range and success rate for targets above level 30 have been significantly improved. As for the one perched atop that mountain of muscly, that one has been identified as well. The success notification flashes: appraisal complete. Attributes panel: identity display, race living corpse, fallen 1, affiliation Sage Ancestor Village, evolution point none, class Peak Awakener, level 39. Innate trait: mutated corpse toxin capable of generating corpse poison. Anyone afflicted by the corpse poison transforms into a living corpse, falling entirely under the ability user's control. The living corpses can utilize the skills they possessed in life and share a connected life force. The controller cannot be killed unless every single living corpse under their command is destroyed first. The old man addresses the living corpse beside him. Although this old man would very much like to handle this personally, there are more pressing matters I must attend to. Go, bring them to this old man. I don't care whether they live or die. Ping relays the appraisal results to Xixian, along with his own doubts. The appraisal shows this one is a level 39 Fallen 1. Xixi, what exactly does Fallen 1 mean? She doesn't answer his question. Instead, she's too astonished by the absurdly high stats. Level 39. She then explains that an awakener's special ability gradually evolves based on their habits of use. Over time, it transforms into the form best suited to its wielder. But if an awakener's spiritual power isn't strong enough, their own ability will backlash against them, ultimately turning them into a slave to it. We call those people Fallen Ones, and make no mistake, Fallen Ones are terrifyingly powerful. That's what it means. As she finishes explaining, Ping announces that they've arrived. Xixi takes one look at the situation and says, "This time we're in real trouble." The zombies bare their fangs and lunge toward Ping. He slashes out a streak of purple sword chi, system mist body, from the other side. Xixi lets out a surprised gasp, then a barrage of killing blows rings out from a single living corpse. It attacks Xixi next, forcing her to parry with her ice sword. After hurling her opponent back, she immediately contacts command. Headquarters, this is Liu Xixian, a Fallen One has appeared. He's riding a giant living corpse. My strength alone is not enough to withstand him. He's leading a massive horde of living corpses, advancing toward the city's north side. She transmits every last piece of intel without omitting a single detail. His level is 39, extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Ping activates his ability once more to appraise another monster. Appraisal successful. Attributes panel: race living corpse, affiliation Sage Ancestor Village, evolution point none, class advanced, level 29. With the results in hand, he makes his decision. Firstly, to subdue it. Ping charges up a devastating purple mana punch. Mist body -20, remaining 60. The energy transforms into a chain of magic that coils around the monster, racking it with searing pain. Ping mutters to himself, no good. Thigh's living corpse is on a completely different level from the last one. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates through the entire area. Zixi thinks to herself that sound's coming from inside the city. Has the enemy already breached the city? He demands. At Mingzhu City's north gate, the mutated beast army presses toward the gates like an unstoppable tide. A brawny man leads the vanguard, his fists blasting out powerful shockwaves to beat back the monstrous horde. The man frowns and announces himself. The hall master of the Beast King Fist Hall, Feng Lai Xian, stands here. He draws a deep breath, his boot crushing down on a mutated beast's skull. With imposing authority, he declares, today, not a single one of you gets past this point. One of his subordinates shouts, let's push forward together. We absolutely cannot let these beasts take another step. But Lai Xian is still taken aback by something. Indeed, even as the battle rages, a single living corpse leaps out from the horde with the apparent intent to flee. Seeing this, Lai Xian rushes to intercept. Halt, I wasn't paying attention before, but your movements are nothing like those ordinary living corpses. The living corpse strikes with ferocious force, and his arm begins to bleed. Red light flashes in the corpse's eyes. The hall master parries the living corpse's relentless assault. Thinking as he blocks these technoquest here from the Beast King Fist, the ape stance. Seeing the living corpse press its attack without pause, the hall master roars his challenge. Who are you? A wild thought flashes through his mind. Could this be his foolish junior brother? The battle rages fiercely. Banshee slashes a streak of magic at Lai Xian's head. He barely dodges in time. He crouches low, his eyes narrowing with intense focus. Lai Xian seizes Banshee's shoulder and unleashes his technique Beast King Fist Touty Iron Cauldron stance. Lai Xian vaults skyward, gripping Banshee tight. He channels an immense surge of power and violet flames erupt into Banshee's body. Both crash to the ground. Lai Xian plants his feet firmly, his strength stat surging as crimson flames engulf his surroundings. He roars, Scarlet Phoenix, immortal body ultra-rapid regeneration. Banshee, having endured that overwhelming power, collapses in defeat. He lies motionless on the ground, utterly unable to move. A command token lies beside him, catching Lai Xian's curiosity. He approaches, picks it up, and mutters, did this fall off that living corpse? Why does it look so familiar? Lai Xian reads the inscription on the token, his expression turning to shock. This thighs is senior brother's command token. Lin Banshee now, Banshee has managed to sit back up. Lai Xian turns to him, eyes wide. You know the Beast King Fist, and you carry senior brother's command token. Could it bear you senior brother Lin Banshee, who vanished over 30 years ago? Banshee immediately springs to his feet, charging forward to unleash a devastating technique against Lai Xian. A thought urges him on with desperate insistence. Hate me, you fool, let your rage consume you. Lai Xian doesn't assume a fighting stance. Instead, he speaks of the past. That year, you went out to investigate the missing Awakener sand, then you yourself vanished without a trace. Lai Xian's brow furrows, his clenched fists radiating a formidable aura. To think you'd be turned into a living corpse, reduced to this state. The two clash again. A buried thought surfaces from deep within Banshee's consciousness, only you can stop me. Lai Xian's heart is torn to shreds. Senior brother, is there truly nothing left of you? His mind drifts back to the days of old. The two of them trained together day after day. One day, during practice, Banshee lands a punch across Lai Xian's cheek. A single punch to the face sends the young Lai Xian crashing onto his back. Faster, Banshee urges his junior. Faster still. The Ape King's stance movements need to flow, you can't be that stiff. Banshee continues to coach him relentlessly. The young Lai Xian still barely more than a boy. He sits up, pulled to his feet by Banshee's outstretched hand. Master may have never thought much of you, but your improvement is obvious to anyone with eyes. Back then, Banshee had not yet been turned into a living corpse. He smiles warmly, arms wide open, pulling his junior back to his feet and cheering him on. Come on, let's keep going. Once you master this, won't the old man have to eat his words? The memory fades, reality comes crashing back, cruel and unforgiving. Banshee lunges forward, fists flying at Lai Xian. But Lai Xian is stronger now. He catches the blow with a single hand. Lai Xian thinks so this is how it is. By now, Lai Xian can no longer hold back his tears. They stream down both sides of his face without restraint. He swallows the agony in his heart and asks, Senior brother, why has your fist grown so weak and powerless over the years? Lai Xian suddenly hurls Banshee away, bellowing, how dare you desecrate the Beast King Fist, how dare you defile my senior brother's legacy. He pounds his chest. A brilliant golden radiance blazes around him. Lai Xian tears off his shirt, golden light enveloping his frame. he declares with thunderous conviction, I don't care who the culprit is today. I will drag them into the light. Flames erupt around him. His hair and beard shift to the color of fire. Behind him, a massive inferno roars to life. Scarlet Phoenix immortal body Scarlet Phoenix flame blood. The status panel flashes temperature 500, stamina rising, mana rising, agility rising. After this transformation, Lai Xian's will to win burns fiercer than ever. He shouts with booming authority, everyone else fall back, don't get caught in the crossfire, with his power surging. A single leap brings him face to face with Banshee. One arm locks Banshee in place, the other rises high, poised to strike. The flames surrounding them burn as fiercely as his burning resolve. Lai Xian brings his fist crashing down again and again. Each time his arm rises, his eyes grow wetter. He pours everything into this final blow. The force carves a devastating line straight through. The streak of destruction stretches on. Banshee, caught at its epicenter, endures the most catastrophic damage. His body goes deathly pale, his expression frozen in shock. Yet even so, one final thought flickers through his fading consciousness, you've grown strong, junior brother. Lai Xian's light has felled Banshee. The figure collapses face down onto the cold ground, completely unable to move. Lai Xian can only mutter, rest in peace, senior brother. A voice suddenly rings out from the darkness, the raspy tone of an old man, you dare treat this old man's masterpiece like this. Lai Xian's eyes narrow as he scans his surroundings, the voice still echoing through the air. Then come and take his place. He can't help but ask directly, who's there, having roughly pinpointed the source. Lai Xian frowns, bloodshot veins bulging in his eyes as he stares in one direction. He drops into a combat stance, his power erupting, and roars, you're the one who turned my senior brother into a living corpse. Am I right? Huang Ming appears atop the creature's head, glaring down with blazing red eyes, his hands tipped with razor-sharp claws. He speaks, and what if I am? Huang Ming's gaze grows increasingly sinister, vicious, and dripping with contempt. He continues, all you have to go on is that nose of yours. Huang Ming stands atop a colossal living corpse. Below him stretch his minions, a rough count puts them at nearly 100. He laughs triumphantly, bellowing, you think you can stop this old man's army? At the Chu clan estate, a man and woman don raincoats and wield searchlights, attempting to abduct the saintess. The plan fails. The sweep team begins investigating the Chu clan. When Ping and Sixian arrive, they find the blacksmith has sown chaos. The plan succeeds. Luo Xiu is flushed out, now prowling the city in search of Zhang Ping, leading mutated beasts into the city lord's mansion. The plan fails. The corpse tide is completely severed from the mutated beasts. As for the previous lavish banquet, the plan to kidnap the saintess from the city lord's mansion failed. A massive number of heavenly constant foxes have gathered in the manor. The sweep team headquarters launches an investigation into the Chu clan's true motives. 1. Recruit the heavenly constant foxes. 2. Use the saintess to control the heavenly constant foxes. 3. Dominate Mingzhu City. Investigation reveals the corpse tide's origins are linked to Sage Ancestor Village, the living corpse assault, the successful reactivation of the heavenly curtain, and the rallying of combat forces within the city. On the map, they discuss the attack routes. The first corpse tide strikes the north gate before shifting toward the west and east gates. The south gate is backed against mountains, presenting no invasion risk. Outside the city, Beast King tier mutated beasts and awakeners have successfully assembled at the north gate. At Sage Ancestor Village, a meeting appears to be underway. Than Hai kneels and speaks respectfully to Ao Zhu, cult leader. Everyone has been assembled. Ao Zhu responds with a single word. She acknowledges, then turns to issue orders to her subordinates behind her. All units, listen up. This operation will be coordinated with the initial stage Great Living Corpse Army to disrupt the city's order. You may seize supplies along the way and spread our faith while you're at it, but once the Zhao brothers succeed in retrieving the saintess, you must evacuate immediately. Do not linger for even a single moment. They respond with a crisp acknowledgement and vanish in an instant, leaving only Than Hai still kneeling. He hesitates before speaking. Cult leader, this subordinate has some doubts. Could the king-tier mutated beast inside the city become a destabilizing factor? Also, we've already started a war. Why must we evacuate after the saintess is brought back? Than Hai fires off his questions in rapid succession. She responds, you mean that old fox? In truth, it has long since awakened. It's merely biding its time, waiting for us to fail so it can make its move personally. Upon hearing this, Thanhai grows slightly confused. Then if we attack now, won't the army be in danger? Hearing this, she smirks and replies, rest assured, though the saintess's awakening is incomplete. The influence she exerts cannot be easily dismissed, not even by a king-tier mutated beast. As long as we haven't taken her away, the heavenly constant fox will not act rashly. If we want to claim Mingzhu City, aside from the fox, the only real threat is the sweep team under his command. That's why I've already planted sleeper agents to open the city gates. The goal is to create enough chaos inside the city. First, use the saintess as a pretext to wage war and let the living corpse army march into the city. And if the sweep team wants to thoroughly quell this large-scale invasion, they'll have no choice but to activate the Sun Moon Bright Pearl. Once that fails, the Sun Moon Bright Pearl will purge all the low-tier mutated beasts and living corpses inside the city. This will expose both us and the sweep team. As for why we must withdraw without the saintess, we cannot restrain that fox. That way the sweep team is the one left exposed. And after the fox and the sweep team tear each other to shreds, if we strike at Mingzhu City again, wouldn't we be able to seize it with ease? Despite this explanation, Thanhai still harbors doubts. But according to our spy's intelligence, the Chu clan seems to be coveting the saintess's power. Could they interfere with this operation? She answers calmly, I've already anticipated that. Surely the saintess is still in a state of confusion right now. In that case, the Chu clan can't simply persuade her. They won't just sit idle. The reason I sent the Zhao brothers to retrieve the saintess is because the sacred blood flowing in their veins allows them to communicate directly with her. And to cover their tracks, the Chu clan's upper echelons likely won't involve themselves directly. She recalls the operatives she's already placed under her control. Even if the Chu clan members in the city attempt to seize the saintess by force, they won't be a match for the Zhao brothers. Hearing this, he speaks with full conviction. The cult leader is truly brilliant. Ao Zhu takes the lead, her voice sharp. Let's go, it's time we set out. As you command. Thanhai responds. In another part of the city, Xianxia is still battling mutated beasts. Her ice sword strikes combined with Ping's combat prowess tear the beasts apart. Mid-swing, Ping shouts, there are too many of them at this rate. We'll never finish them off. A powerful gust of wind whips past Ping's face, snapping him to a halt. Even mid-battle, he quickly surveys the situation. Spotting a mutated beast lunging at Xianxia, he shouts, Xianxia, watch out. Xianxia has just cut down a living corpse. Hearing Ping's shout, she tenses and reacts on instinct. Thanks to the warning, she manages to pivot and block the mutated beast's attack, but it's too powerful. It shatters her ice sword on impact. The blow sends Xianxia hurtling backward. The living corpse seizes the momentum and charges at the fallen Xianxia. A notification flashes, missed body 10,100. From behind, a mutated beast seizes Ping, his power already waning. Damn it, the missed body is almost depleted. Another beast is charging straight at Xianxia. Xianxia, watch out. Ping shouts a warning. The axe slams into the protective shield guarding Xianxia. A male voice laughs, speaking with bravado. Ha ha ha, this old man's shield doesn't just roll over and take a beating. Looking at the figure before her, Xianxia asks suspiciously, are you Zhang Shuzhang? A volley of ice swords hurtles straight ahead. On his end, Ping watches the sword slam into the living corpse horde, puzzled. Phantom sword barrage the rear team's signature assault. The living corpses shriek in agony as the blades tear through them, sending them flying in every direction. A beautiful, fierce young woman arrives, her legs sweeping each living corpse away with devastating kicks. The newcomer is Chen Tiat type. She calls out, sorry we're late. The enemy doesn't relent, an axe-wielding living corpse, its face twisted in fury, lunges forward. The rear team fighter raises his shield and chains 3 blade strikes, driving them straight into the remaining living corpse. Chen Ming stands beside Xianxia and asks, gotten used to the sword techniques yet? Xianxia reacts hastily, Luo Zuo, is that you? Ping shouts from nearby, don't let your guard down. These monsters don't have a single scratch on them, physical attacks barely faze them. He rushes to regroup with his teammates. I've figured out roughly how to bring them down. Ping approaches Chen Ming and says, Senior, help me hold it down. Chen Ming processes the information and understands immediately. After acknowledging Ping's request, Chen Ming charges straight at the monster. He barely brings his sword within range before the creature counterattacks. Ping seizes the moment while its attention is locked on Chen Ming. He slips behind it. Last time, the appraisal skill revealed that the Fallen One controls living corpses through corpse poison, and corpse poison cannot be burned away through normal means. While it's distracted, he prepares to unleash his technique. Taste my crimson serpent scale. The only way is to incinerate the corpse poison festering inside the living corpse's body. The mist body readout dips below 100. He channels every last drop of power into the strike and plunges his dagger straight into the monster's back. Only this way can he completely sever its master's control. Ping grits his teeth and pours every ounce of his remaining strength into the dagger in his hand. Snake scale oil courses through his body. He activates the technique. Flames erupt in a fierce blaze. A true fire user, chaotic flames spiral as the technique launches straight at the living corpse. It takes the full hit. The thing crumples to the ground, its body wreathed in smoke. Type steps forward and stretches. That's that, then mission accomplished. These guys are tougher than they look, huh? Ping doesn't respond. The truly dangerous ones have already entered Mingzhu City. Ping immediately turns around and briefs Ming and his team on the situation. Senior, there are still many wounded trapped in safe house number 3. I'm using concealment items to mask their aura right now, but I don't know how much longer it'll hold. Chen Ming picks up where he left off. Captain Situ already briefed us on the overall situation. We'll take over handling the wounded. As for your abilities, we saw everything just now. He turns to leave but doesn't forget to give Ping one last instruction. Go, the city needs you, leave the injured to us, then I'll leave it in your hands, Senior. Hearing this, Ping feels reassured. He sprints away without hesitation. Chen Ming turns to Liu Xixian with an instruction that catches her off guard. Liu Xixian, go back to the city with him, we've got things covered here. Surprised, but she responds without missing a beat. Liu Xixian sprints after Ping. Zhang Ping, wait up. At the south gate of Mingzhu City, monsters swarm everywhere. A man wreathed in flames tears through them without breaking a sweat. HMPH, this ragtag mob. He activates Crimson Phoenix Undying Body. Ultra-high-speed regeneration kicks in, stacking continuously. Baida activates his technique Beast Mimicry Wolf form. The commander is still recovering. Use everything you've got to protect. A voice screams a warning at Baida. Fall back, a fireball erupts from nowhere, slamming straight into the clustered monsters. Laxian strides out and bellows. That's all you've got? What other tricks do you have hiding up your sleeve? Bring them all out. Xiang Ming strokes his beard, utterly calm. This poison was originally designed for living corpses' maximum efficiency, and yet, I just happened to stumble upon a fire-type awakened. Before Xiang Ming can even finish, Laxian charges straight at him in a blind rage. You dare look down on this old man, and my senior brother too. Laxian's fist slams into Xiang Ming's gut. The old man rockets upward. Laxian grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of force into his arm. It's over for you. The impact forces blood from Xiang Ming's mouth. Laxian drives his fist straight into Xiang Ming's stomach, no chance to react. Burst! The strike shatters into fragments. Xiang Ming lies sprawled on the ground. To defeat them, you have to cut off the king first, only then will the living corpses. The monsters roar, snapping Laxian's attention their way. He frowns. What the hell is going on? How are the living corpses still moving? Xiang Ming sits up and drives his fist into Laxian's gut, completely unexpected. What? Living corpse toxin corpse borrowing resurrection. Did you really think you could kill this old man? System target Xiang Ming has activated Undead Toxin Corpse Borrowing Resurrection, sacrificing life force to submit to zombie control in exchange for revival. Status resurrected. Laxian's heart hammers in his chest. He clutches his chest, bewildered by Xiang Ming's actions. What the hell are you trying to do? Xiang Ming hears this and bursts into laughter. Oh, you noticed already. This old man has injected corpse poison directly into your body. Once it spreads through your entire system, you'll become this old man's living corpse. Note: a corpse slave is crafted from a living person turned puppet, not a dead body revived. Laxian's eyes widen in disbelief. How is that possible? He unleashes his full power. Crimson Phoenix Undying Body Level 2 Solar Flare Form. Temperature 1000 C. Stamina surging, strength surging, agility surging. Xiang Ming grins wickedly. Trying to burn the poison out of yourself, don't waste your energy. The living corpses rise back to their feet. Corpse poison that can simply be burned away is only the most basic kind. The corpse poison this old man controls is far from just one strain. Seeing Lexian surrounded, Baida shouts in panic, "Hall Master Feng. All the powerful zombies have been blessed with multiple strains of corpse poison. Corpse poison is indestructible, the zombies are immortal. Don't worry about Megget to safe house number 3 and kill. How long can you hold out when you're already surrounded like this? Where's senior brother? Junior brother, hold them off." Lexian roars in fury, "I will never let you get away with this." Xiang Ming smirks coldly from the side, puppeteering the living corpses. "It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Since you miss your senior brother so much and you're already hanging by a thread, we not just go join him." He grits his teeth and makes the call, "End this, fast." Lexian and the giant living corpse collide fist to fist. The shockwave blasts the surrounding corpses flying. The impact rips a scream of pain from Lexian's throat. He pours everything into one final push. A giant living corpse hurtles away. After that full power blow, Lexian struggles to stay upright. He stares at the poison veins creeping up his arm and lets out a bitter sigh. This corpse poison spreads fast. 2 more living corpses lunge toward him. Not enough, he dodges them on instinct, sinking into thought. He activates the Crimson Phoenix, undying body's full energy. Even the final form's reserves aren't enough. If this keeps up, I'll turn into a zombie myself. Lexian grits his teeth and glances back. If I fall here, the North Gate is finished. A piercing scream rips through his spiraling thoughts. Is heaven itself trying to destroy Mingzhu City? Ping and Liu Sixian arrive on the scene. Based on intel from the barrier team, Liu Sixian explains the situation to Ping as chaos erupts around them. The Hall Master of the Beast King Boxing Hall is trapped. Ping and Liu Sixian team up, cutting down every living corpse blocking their path. Saving people comes first. Lexian is barely lucid anymore. He murmurs, "Who is that?" Liu Sixian clears away living corpses while shouting encouragement to Lexian. "Senior, hold on." Lexian spots an opening among the living corpses and seizes it instantly. There's a gap. He channels everything into his fist. Lexian pours all his remaining power into the Beast King Fist technique, delivering a crushing blow to the hardened shell. Ping reaches the heavily wounded Lexian. Lexian sees him and gasps, "Kid, get back, it's dangerous here." "Senior, don't worry, I came prepared." Ping's eyes burn with determination. "Let me heal you first." "But my injuries." Ping activates his skill immediately, stunning Lexian. "Purified blood body, kid." Lexian stares in utter disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Ping speaks calmly. "Relax, senior, this is just my healing method. Your method is truly something else." Lexian stares at the healed wound on his hand in amazement. Not only have the external injuries vanished, even his stamina has fully recovered. "Kid, you've really got some skills. Unfortunately, I can't purge the poison in your body. At most, I can only slow its spread." Lexian clenches his fist. "You can suppress the corpse poison this well, that's more than enough." Ping silently activates in his mind appraisal. Then he speaks, "Give me a moment, senior. I'll go settle that thing that's neither human nor ghost." System appraisal successful. Target Feng Lexian, race human, affiliation Beast King Boxing Hall, potential class peak awakened, level 38. Talent Crimson Phoenix, undying body wound regeneration speed 200%. Can control cardiac rhythm. System passive Crimson Phoenix flare blood emits terrifyingly high temperatures upon activation. Comprehensively boosts all physical stats. System when body temperature reaches critical threshold, user may enter solar flare form. Strength x10, all abnormal conditions cured. The Crimson Phoenix flame transcends into the great solar truthfare. The sinister-faced creature sneers. "Easy for you to say, the opponent is a fallen one." Defeng hesitates, but the Hall Master stares him down. Zhang Ping calls out, "Identify him, the mutant leader is taunting us. I will turn him into my own living corpse." The scan completes. "Forget it," he replies. The identification results are in: name Feng Lexian, species human, affiliation Beast King Martial Arts Hall, potential 3-star, rank peak awakened, level 38. Innate talent Crimson Phoenix, immortal body. Regeneration speed increased by 200%. He can control his heart rate and activate the Crimson Phoenix blood flame, erupting with terrifying heat while comprehensively boosting his physical attributes. Upon reaching a body temperature of 6,000 degrees, he enters the solar flame state. Strength increases tenfold, and all abnormalities are instantly purged. Furthermore, the Crimson Phoenix flame sublimates into the true ocean fire. Lai Xian lets out a roar, pushing his chi to fuel the flames. The temperature spike's stats shift as his body heat climbs to 30 degrees and his physical parameters surge. With strength and speed skyrocketing, his aura of fire forces the enemies back. The mutants cannot approach. In a blink, he appears before the mastermind, leaving the old man utterly stunned. His flames erupt, engulfing the old man in an incinerating assault. The masked man yells, "Senior, I've scanned him. His life force is bound to the nearby living corpses. To kill him, you must eradicate the corpses first." The leader sneers, mocking them, "You cannot kill me." The wave of living corpses lunges forward once again. Lai Xian pushes his heat to 4,000 degrees, his strength and speed surge to a new peak. He bellows, raising the temperature until a sea of flames erupts to incinerate the undead horde. Yet he realizes it is still not enough. "Brothers, do you have any way to boost my temperature even faster?" The masked man clutches his head. "My flames can't reach your level, senior. I am afraid I cannot help." Suddenly Lai Xian shouts, "Right, that thing might work." A dragon-shaped mark appears on his arm. The masked man tosses a few pills to him. "With such treasures as the crimson training snake, why didn't you bring them out earlier?" The man replies, "You never asked." Lai Xian swallows them down. The masked man laughs, "Excellent, now that is the true fire user." Lai Xian's power ripples violently. Nearby, a blast of glacial chi shatters another horde. Seeing the mutated beasts frozen solid, Liu Cixin asks, "What happened? I never expected to see this form of the Hall Master while still alive." Sidu Bai grinds his teeth. The battle is concluding. Crimson Phoenix, immortal body, solar flame state, 6,000 degrees, all toxins are purged. Witnessing the sight, the masked man exclaims, "What a tyrannical form! Even a true fire user would struggle under this heat." Lai Xian warns him, "Brother, this ultimate form places a massive burden on my body. Leave the recovery to you, leave the rest to me." He orders, "Fall back, don't get caught in the crossfire." Hearing this, someone shouts, "Run!" Did you all hear him? "Retreat to the city." The living corpse leader is shocked. How is this possible? "The corpse poison I planted in his body, it's gone." He commands his army, "Kill him, capture him for me." Ice cold chi flows from Lai Xian's body as he exhales a frigid breath. Beast King's secret technique, chaotic primal chi. The frozen currents blast the charging zombies away. The undead scream in agony as the relentless icy assault continues. After a short while, the battlefield falls silent. He gazes at the void before him. Those 20,000 living corpses have been reduced to ash. Liu Cixin sighs. "Terrifying power. Among those I know, his strength is easily top 3. Suddenly, a youth rushes over. "This is bad. The masters of the other 2 martial arts halls have betrayed us. The west and east gates have fallen." Lai Xian is startled. "What? Why would Donghua and Wu Ruoyu betray us?" Laughter echoes. "Mingzhu City has fallen. I no longer need to hold you back." The old man rides off on a mutated elephant. "You won this time, but I will save a spot for you. I hope the next time we meet, you still possess such heroic spirit." The living corpse leader, still alive, remains arrogant. Lai Xian erupts in fury. "Next time I will kill you." He turns to his men. "I have this covered. Everyone return to the city to reinforce it." He turns to his companion, "Brother, the poison is gone. You go too." The young man thinks, "If I stay, will I melt?" The scene shifts to the city center. Beasts are invading. Mutated beasts run, save the defense organization. Jai Ming stands on high ground, observing. "Enjoy the show." He laughs triumphantly. "This is the chaos Mingzhu City deserves for losing the Chu clan." Jai Ming asks his subordinates, "How is it going?" Jai Jun reports, "About 1,000 mutated beasts have entered Mingzhu City. They are all under our control." Jai Ming smiles wickedly. "Good. Drive the beasts to attack the city lord's mansion immediately." Chen Qunting is inside the city lord's mansion, Jai Jun adds. Huang San continues. Jai Ming frowns, analyzing the situation. He recalls Qunting's state. If a large number of mutated beasts approach, her abilities will overload and spiral out of control. She is currently playing with the Moon Prince. Once she is overwhelmed, the mansion will fall into chaos. That is your chance to take Chen Qunting. Qunting is held in the prince's arms, rubbing against him like a puppy. Xiaobai, "Stop licking, it tickles." She rubs her eyes and opens them, seeing a swarm of the prince's subordinates before her. Where did everyone else go? Suddenly, the soldiers appear as blinding white lights in Qunting's eyes. Why are there so many Xiaobais here? She turns to the prince, confused. "You look very strange. What exactly are you?" He remains silent. Quentin continues playing with the mutated beasts, mistaking them for Xiao Bai. You all are so cute, too. Outside, Zhai Ming peers through the door, observing as expected, exactly as I planned. He whispers the presence of so many mutated beasts is already driving her to madness. Quentin walks out and looks outside. Why are there so many Xiao Bais outside? The white bubbles make her mistake them for her Xiao Bai. There are so many. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces her head. Quentin clutches her head in discomfort. Xiao Bai, stop it. She jumps up in a panic. Stop it, Xiao Bai, don't come any closer. Quentin shrieks as the scene shifts elsewhere. On a street, a little girl cries, looking for her mother. Mommy, where are you, mommy? Behind the girl, a ferocious mutated beast gives chase. Suddenly, hands reach out. Ping arrives in time to restrain the beast's jaw while Si Tian catches the girl. He commands, get back, you. Ping pulls the wolf beast's jaws apart. You filthy monster, flames roar to life, incinerating the beast. Can you stop rampaging everywhere? Her mother rushes in. Niu, are you all right? The girl runs into her mother's arms, sobbing. The mother is deeply grateful to the two men. Thank you so much. Liu Xixian warns. We need to get out of here, now. Zhang Ping reports the situation. The area ahead is a densely packed residential zone. They can't let those things advance any further. She gives a quiet hum of acknowledgement. Liu Xixian relays the intel via radio to all members. The cleanup squad launches an on-site defense. While the others organize civilian evacuation all across the city, hordes of mutated beasts swarm in, from bears to wolves and countless other species. Defending against this many mutated beasts without leveling the surrounding buildings is nearly impossible. Zhang Ping draws his blade, ready. Hold as long as possible. That matters is buying time for the evacuation. She hears padded footsteps approaching white wolves, an entire pack howling in unison. Zhang Ping tenses. What's wrong with these mutated beasts? A report crackles through the radio from the other side. Captain, the mutated beasts on our end have all stopped. Liu Xixian asks, puzzled, what's going on? Scene shift. Inside the shrine, Chu Zhiming watches in disbelief as the saintess Chen Junding uses her power to control the beasts. What is this? He suddenly understands. As she opens her eyes, a wave of power radiates outward. The Sourceth Cathedral emanates the saintess's energy. Chu Zhiming's team, lurking in the shadows, is hit by an urgent report. All mutated beasts in our sector have broken free from control. What? Chu Zhiming grits his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, could the saintess blood inside her have fully awakened? What terrible luck. A 1% activation rate, and she actually triggered it. Junding leaps out, chasing after the white blurs she calls Little White. There really are many little whites over there. He senses something is wrong. Damn it, Chu Zhiming and his subordinates sprint after her. Move it. Suddenly, he loses his balance and stumbles. Chu Zhiming feels an immense pressure crushing down on him. This aura, only a king-rank mutated beast could project suppressive force like this. From high above, a pair of enormous eyes stares down at them. Could it be? Has the Moon King awakened? Chu Zhiming's face darkens. He stands frozen. Did Chen Junding cause the Moon King to awaken prematurely? If that's the case, footsteps and voices of his subordinates rush up from behind. What are you doing standing around? What's wrong? Chu Zhiming remains rooted to the spot. Contact the rest of the team that infiltrated Mingzhu City. Move to capture Chen Junding. I still have something to deal with here. They acknowledge the order and move out. Chu Zhiming watches their retreating figures and thinks to himself. The Moon King's awakening means Tianteng Lake now has a king-tier combatant. Revealing himself at this point would be suicide. Behind him, a massive dark shadow looms, unnoticed by Chu Zhiming. Better to observe how things unfold, safer that way. Scene shift to the city. The damage is extensive. A group of trainees gathers as the drill instructor barks orders. Everyone teams up in threes and clears out the remaining living corpses. The group shouts in unison, loud and clear. Uncle Liao asks Feng Leixian, how's the boss holding up? He pats his own body a few times. I'm fine. Zhang Ping healed most of my wounds, just a bit tired. A little rest and I'll be good. Uncle Liu clenches his fists beside a large boulder, grinding his teeth in fury. Those traitorous bastards, they're not even worth the dirt beneath our feet. Feng Leixian places a hand on his shoulder. Things are what they are now. All we can do is clear the living corpses at the south gate as fast as possible. Then head back to the city for reinforcements. Uncle Liu is deeply moved. Boss, over there smoke is rising in thick plumes. This isn't the time for chit-chat. Feng Laxian gestures at the surrounding wreckage. Look at the state of this place. Every life we save is one more person who makes it through. In the distance, two young men, one of them points ahead. Look, a group of awakened is approaching from the north. The one beside him ventures a guess, could it be reinforcements? Before them, a column of people advances. Restrain them for me, not a single one gets into the city. The two are confused, the Blazing Sun Dojo. This just got complicated. Ryu leads the marching column, their battle cries ring out sharp and clear. Feng Laxian grits his teeth. Wu Ryu. You still have the nerve to show your face here. This side doesn't back down. A line of muscular, battle-hardened fighters. Everyone braces for combat. Uncle Liao joins the ranks. The Blazing Sun Dojo abandoned the West Gate and it cost Mingzhu City its defenses. What? You bastard! The two sides face off, both squads ready themselves. Uncle Liu roars, Dojo Master, why did you betray Mingzhu City? He just smirks. Ryu radiates menace. Dojo Master Feng, have you ever thought about changing the way you live? Feng Laxian doesn't know his intentions yet. What are you getting at? Ryu gestures with a sly grin. Look at this Mingzhu City, a sprawling metropolis. Monsters attack, civilians panic, thousands of lights. Bright but fragile, every year hundreds die from mutated beast attacks. It seems like we can only protect a third of this territory. Have you ever considered what would happen if we gave everything to create a king among humanity? What that would look like. A better world if a king were born in Shangzhou village. Forget this tiny Mingzhu city. Even to the ends of the earth, humanity would no longer be playthings for mutated beasts. Feng Laxian understands, so that's what this is. The students spreading theories about human supremacy in our dojothos were your people. Ryu spreads his arms proudly. That's right, too bad you kicked them all out. Ha ha ha, otherwise you could have been one of us. He drops the pleasantries, join you. Then the whole of Mingzhu City would have to be buried along with it, wouldn't it? Ryuwu's side brims with fighting spirit, staking their claim. Both sides are evenly matched. Relax, this time we only want to capture one key individual so the king of Shangzhou village can be born. We have no intention of wiping out Mingzhu City entirely. Of course, if you stand down, don't enter the city, don't report, then Feng Laxian, I won't lay a hand on you. Say no more, you understand. And if we refuse? Ryu throws the first punch, then the only option left is to take you down hard. Scene shift. In the forest park of the northern district, Chen Junding hovers in midair. Below, a pack of beasts worships her like a deity. Zhang Ping and Liu Sixian witness the spectacle. You're telling me that's Chen Junding? Zhang Ping stares up, the mutated beasts suddenly freezing up. That's because of her. System appraisal. Chen Junding, mental state dazed, resembling Little White. You guys are so adorable. System appraisal. Complete status panel. Name Chen Junding. Race human. Affiliation the Fallen Shadow Faction. Classified potential 12 stars. Class high rank. Awakened level 20. Talent Saintess. Blood. The blood coursing through her body possesses the ability to influence all living creatures. System effect. All living creatures in proximity receive a significant enhancement. System secondary effect. All living creatures in range have a probability of being charmed, converting into devout followers. System warning. Those who ingest Saintess blood will be unable to use this ability and will suffer repeated misfortune. System affiliation. The Fallen Shadow Faction. Classified. Zhang Ping stares at Junding in disbelief. She's become one of the Fallen too. Liu Sixian is equally stunned. What? How is that possible? Two figures suddenly appear from the distance, both quickly ducking behind the bushes. Someone's coming. In the distance are two of Jiming's subordinates, Zhejian and Huang San. Huang San asks, so what do we do now? Maybe we should head back first. Zhejian reminds him of the plan. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Our mission is to bring that girl back to the Chu clan at all costs. Huang San still looks hesitant. But you saw what happened on the way here. Behind the bushes, the two sisters deduce that these men are from the Chu clan. Huang San is terrified. Right now, living dead are everywhere in Mingzhu City, and all our mutated beasts have been taken over by that girl, haven't they? Plus, we can't even reach the others. He's panicking. With just the two of us, there's no way we can complete this mission. Zhejian stands beside him, his conviction unwavering, undaunted by any challenge. Don't say things like that, even if it kills us. We fight to the bitter end. A voice suddenly rings out from somewhere unseen. I can't believe the Chu clan is the type to do dirty work behind people's backs. And they even have scum like this. Zhejian shouts, who's there? Two figures step forward, You two actually have more backbone than the Chu clan lackeys we've been running into, might be worth considering. Ping seizes the opportunity and appraises the two newcomers. Appraisal system display panel activated. Appraisal successful. Stats panel name Zhao Yanlong race human faction holy ancestor village potential class high grade awakener level 25 talent holy disciples. The blood contains extremely potent stimulants that continuously enhance physical strength, but it is also highly toxic. Skill evolution intermediate super fortification. As emotional fluctuations intensify, blood circulation in different parts of the body is stimulated. This makes the body healthier and more robust. Advanced miasma venom the toxins within the blood seep out through sweat, evaporating with body heat, forming an expansive toxic domain. Then I'll just turn you into living dead and put you to work for us. Appraisal successful. Stats panel name Zhao Yanhu race human faction holy ancestor village potential class high grade awakener level 22 talent holy disciples blood. The blood emits a rich, alluring fragrance that attracts all surrounding creatures. The lower the intelligence, the easier they are to lure. Skill evolution intermediate blood offering by sacrificing a small amount of blood. The user can command animals to fight on their behalf. Advanced injustice blood. You pay double the blood cost, and the one who consumes it must pay double in return until they can no longer pay. By then, they can only repay with their life and become entirely under your control. One of them commands snakes, the other controls tigers. No pushovers. Ping grits his teeth and stares them down. Appraisal complete. These people are from Holy Ancestor Village, and their abilities, they're very similar to Chen Junding's. Xixian is determined to capture them by any means necessary. This might be a critical lead. Find a way to take them alive and extract the information. In the forest, two figures draped in black cloaks stand facing Yanlong and Yanhu. One of them speaks, "We can only try once, there might still be a sliver of hope." The other nods, "Then let's go all in." The words barely leave their mouths before they charge straight at the enemy. Their fingers haven't even touched the opponent, yet their bodies are already reeling with dizziness. Their vision blurs, their entire bodies lock up, paralyzed. They can barely pry their mouths open. It's Yanlong, he gestures for his mutated beasts to attack. He speaks calmly, "The more you struggle, the faster you die." Mutated beasts ahead, toxic miasma all around. The two black-cloaked figures are trapped between a rock and a hard place. One of them screams, "Watch out. There's a poison domain." The mutated beast closes in on its prey in a flash. They try to resist, but it's useless. They cry out in agony. He strolls over leisurely. One victim is being crushed in the snake's coils, the other has already been knocked unconscious by the massive tiger. He speaks casually, "Not bad reflexes. Shame you won't last long though. Give up and surrender, become living dead for us, that's your best option now." A surge of blue light engulfs the snake-mutated beast, causing it to writhe in pain. At the same instant, the black-cloaked figure screams, "Don't even dream of it." Sensing danger, Yanhu immediately orders his mutated beast to shield him. He calls out in alarm, "Bro, dodge it." Both mutated beasts are swallowed whole by the blast of power. Smoke billows everywhere. All that remains are the lifeless bodies of the snake and the tiger sprawled on the ground, no signs of life. Yanhu roars in fury, "Damn it, nearly went down with them. Good thing the mutated beast took the hit for me." Suddenly, a girl appears hovering in midair from out of nowhere. Her body radiates a blue aura that envelops her entirely. From above, Junding the girl emanates a presence so terrifying it freezes everyone in place. Her voice rings out, "Why are you two little novices all beat up?" Seeing her, he panics and stammers, "Though, the saintess." The two of them immediately drop to their knees and bow. "We greet the saintess, we have come to escort you home." Then her hands begin to emit a miraculous green glow, and she smiles gently, "Don't worry, let me heal you." Yanlong and Yanhu stare in utter astonishment. Under the force of her power, two streams of red liquid begin to drain from the mutated beasts' bodies. Yanlong and Yanhu scream in agony, "Please stop, saintess. If you forcibly strip the holy disciples' blood from the mutated beasts, the backlash will hit us." She doesn't even glance at them. "There's something unhealthy inside you, I'll help you remove it." The tiger mutated beast begins to feel her power flowing into its body. Its expression turns blissful, utterly content. After feeling that surge of power, Yanhu and Yanlong exchange bewildered looks. What's happening? Why does it feel like our holy disciple's blood has lost its effect? Wasn't the saintess supposed to not have awakened yet? Why? The snake and tiger mutated beasts, now fully recovered, walk over to Junding. She holds 2 holy disciples' blood essences in her hands. She says with delight, now that's much cleaner. After being healed, the snake and tiger mutated beasts happily curl up beside her, listening to her voice. You don't like it here, do you? Then let's go, I'll take you and the other little ones somewhere else. Yanhu and Yanlong clutch their heads. Watching her leave with the 2 mutated beasts, they speak in turn. That was bloodline suppression. Could the saintess already be in a state of full awakening? That must be it. We can no longer guide the saintess back to Holy Ancestor Village through the bloodline bond. Supported by Yanhu, he clutches his chest and groans. Damn. We can't do anything about it. We'll have to report to His Holiness the Pope first and figure things out from there. Xianxia watches from a distance, gritting her teeth in anger. The Pope of Holy Ancestor Village, could that person have also come to Mingzhu City? Ping stands beside her and asks curiously, who is that? Why do I get the feeling you seem very... Hearing this, she clenches her fists, a surge of power emanating from her body as she slowly explains. Her name is Li Aixu. She was once the 2nd city lord of Mingzhu City. Now she's the most wanted fugitive of the sweeper team. Her eyes sharpen, expression twisting with fury as she continues. She killed my master. The scar on my face, she caused that too. She's incredibly powerful, not one bit weaker than our team leader. We need to find out whether that monster has come to Mingzhu City. Before, we had no way to control Chen Junding, but we can control these 2. The site of the brutal battle moments ago is now shrouded in nothing but wisps of white smoke. Sensing the time is right, she and Ping begin to unleash their power. He asks from beside her. Chen Junding and the mutated beasts have gone far. We need to make our move now. She responds immediately, keep them alive. A massive block of ice crystal hurtles toward Yanlong and Yanhu from behind. They sense the anomaly at once. Ice element arrows rain down, splitting the 2 apart. Yanlong says sharply, there's still someone hiding in the dark. Holding a sword crystallized from ice, she points it at him and orders, stay still. Seeing his brother in danger, Yanhu rushes over, shouting, bro. He quickly binds him with black-purple mana, making him scream in agony. His eyes shift to a deep, ominous purple. His voice carries a chilling threat, if you dare release the toxic miasma. I guarantee he'll die a gruesome death. After subduing the opponent, she raises her voice and demands. What is your purpose in coming to Mingzhu City? She presses on. Has Li Aixu arrived? Where is she? Confronted by the lethal edge of her sword. He answers calmly, nothing to say. The instant those words leave his mouth, a slash tears across his body. He screams, the sound echoing through the trees. A demonic face looms before him. The boy's hands rest on his shoulders. With a sinister grin, he speaks. You might not talk, but she definitely will. I'll handle the healing. I'll never let you die easily. Looking at the figure behind him, he struggles to choke out the words. You demons. A relentless chorus of anguish screams echoes without end. In another location, inside a simply furnished room, someone speaks up to report. Captain, I've found a crucial clue. A reply comes through shortly after. Xianxia, what is it? Dubai and Man Nai listen in silence as she reports. Zhang Ping and I have captured 2 people from Holy Ancestor Village. According to their explanation, one of the objectives behind Holy Ancestor Village's operation this time is to seize Chen Junding, the one who has awakened the Saintess bloodline. And her next words make both him and Man Nai jolt in shock. Li Aixu is also in Mingzhu City. His expression turns deadly serious, experienced eyes sharpening as he gives the order. Understood, you 2 continue interrogating the Holy Ancestor Village operatives. If the worst-case scenario comes to pass, I'll take action myself. Upon receiving the order, a crisp acknowledgement rings out. He stands and turns to Man Nai. Man Nai, prepare the teleportation array. She doesn't respond immediately. Instead, she asks, Captain, are you really going to activate the Sun Moon Radiant Pearl? She frowns again, her worry spilling out. The Sun Moon Radiant Pearl is hidden inside the city plaza. Once you activate it, your identity will be exposed. If the Heavenly Fox King doesn't show himself, revealing your true identity right now would be extremely dangerous. Regardless of the danger to himself, he clenches his fist and responds with iron resolve. The original plan was to lure the Heavenly Fox King out first, then have you all pin him down. That way, there would be no obstacles during the activation of the Sun Moon Radiant Pearl. But now that Lee Aixu has arrived with her unpredictable behavior, she's guaranteed to throw countless variables into the mix. Golden light surges, enveloping Du Bai's entire body as it merges with the twilight sky. He turns around and speaks with unwavering determination. All I can do now is make one final gamblictivate the Sun Moon Radiant Pearl before they can react. This is the only way to save Mingzhu City now. We cannot afford to delay. At the Monument Plaza, a magical gateway tears open. Moments later, Du Bai leads a group stepping through. Once everyone has arrived, he speaks. All of Mingzhu City has descended into chaos. At this rate, the people's hearts will waver, forming an unstoppable tide of panic. He turns to face everyone and continues, I can hold back the Zhou clan, I can hold back the beasts. But how do I hold back the storm raging inside people's hearts? At that moment, a voice suddenly rings out, seizing everyone's attention. Planning to rely on the Sun Moon Radiant Pearl for one last desperate gamble. Seeing the newcomer, he sighs in resignation. It's over, looks like the plan won't go smoothly after all. Man Nai panics, why are you here? I clearly checked the plaza was supposed to be empty. She immediately snaps into command mode. Everyone prepare for combat. Aixu approaches with confident strides, surveying everyone before declaring clearly, by failing to stop me from the very beginning. From the moment you showed up here to deal with the living corpse crisis, I had already won. He frowns, lets out a deep sigh and fires back. Why are you so obsessed with winning or losing? Have you ever considered that your path to becoming king of humanity goes against the natural order of the world? Forcing a change in the rules will provoke every mutated beast king on the entire planet. And besides, if you can't break through to the king tier, what happens to humanity then? Hearing this barrage of lectures, she remains stubbornly defiant. I cannot afford to fail. Du Bai's fury boils over, his eyes turning bloodshot as he roars. Before you even swung your blade at the innocent, you colluded with that traitor Xiang Ning, stopping at nothing, resorting to every dirty scheme imaginable. That means you've already lost. You're walking the path of a demigod, the path of a king. The path she's chosen is one paved by trampling over mountains of bleached bones. An unrepentant voice rings out in response. As the ancient saying goes, one general's triumph is built upon 10,000 bleached bones. Since I seek the king's path, how could there be no bloodshed? Whether it's the path of deception or the path of kings, in the end, the one who wins is the one who wears the crown. She laughs in the face of his relentless criticism. The greater her ambition, the more people she'll slaughter, dragging all of humanity toward eternal extinction. Aixu pays no heed to his words, giving a hand signal accompanied by an announcement. I knew I couldn't convince you, so I brought some extra company. Behind her, rows upon rows of living corpses lurch into motion. At the same time, her mind races with calculations. Once the Sun Moon Radiant Pearl activates, it will quickly attract the Heavenly Fox King. That can't happen at the very least. She needs to wait until she's taken the Saintess away, then let the Fox King deal with Du Bai. Having found her strategy, she shouts. Today, no one activates the Sun Moon Radiant Pearl. Only now does Du Bai notice another familiar face besides her. He demands in shock and fury, You Chenghai, you're the city lord of Mingzhu City, how can you stand among these living corpses? Chenghai answers calmly, Du Bai, big brother, the Heavenly Fox is incredibly powerful. Sister Aixu is right, humanity needs a single leader, we should unite, not remain fragmented like this. No matter how either of them tries to justify it, he stands firm in his conviction. Li Aixu is no righteous sovereign, she will never succeed. His words fall on deaf ears, drifting away like wind through clouds. Weapon in hand, Chenghai replies coolly, perhaps. But Sister Aixu isn't wrong. Some things require someone to take action, whether the outcome is good or bad. Big brother, you're a man of principle. I know I can't change your mind. So let's skip the pleasantries. He and Aixu, along with the living corpses, charge forward in unison. He roars, I beg, big brother. Du Bai, step aside. On Du Bai's side, they refuse to yield, battle ready and braced for impact. He soars into the air, his voice booming in response. Then so be it, let this battle decide the fate of Mingzhu City. Far from the main battlefield lies the park forest in the southern residential district. Dark mist has already begun to spread. Junding and the mutated beasts survey the scene with wary eyes. She asks what's happening over there. Why are you all so terrified? The trembling ground also catches the attention of Xixian and Ping. The two struggle to keep their balance. She says with suspicion, this energy fluctuation before the two of them. Junding rises into the air alongside the mutated beasts and gives the order. Let's go see what's happening. Watching her move, Ping says, Chen Junding and the mutated beasts have been pulled over there. Xixian responds. It's the captain. The captain has made his move. The two rush off. She commands urgently, let's head over and regroup. He quickly asks, what about the Zhao brothers? Being the thorough person she is, she had already sorted everything out. I've already contacted Zhiking to escort them away. Back at the battlefield, powerhouses clash continuously against the living corpses, too many to count. Dubai's devastating strikes rain toward Aixu without pause. She dodges each one with ease, then taunts him. Pathetic, is this truly all you've got? Golden power surges, enveloping his entire body. Unshaken by her provocation, he responds, keeping you restrained like this is more than enough. A crystalline formation has swallowed Aixu before she even realizes it. She exclaims, what? Twin pearls radiate brilliant light on either side of him. One glance tells her he's surrounded by an immensely powerful magical barrier, with the two mighty pearls suspended in midair, generating fierce bolts of lightning fire. She thinks to herself as trying to trap her temporarily to buy time for the Sun-Moon Radiant Pearl to recharge, caught in the bind. She can only bark orders at her subordinates. Yu Chenghai, go destroy the Sun-Moon Radiant Pearl now. He obeys without hesitation. Seeing him charge toward Dubai with weapon in hand, Man Nai Jai and Lu Vai rush to block his path. As long as we still draw breath, you won't take a single step past this point. On the battlefield, there's no distinction between men and women. Without a moment's hesitation, he roars. Then die. His great blade cleaves downward. The ground splits apart in an instant, forcing the three into a desperate defensive stance. Ping and Xixian arrive just in time. He calls out, don't get cocky too soon. An ice barrier materializes, blocking his attack cold. Ping channels his power and charges forward to strike. Xixian helps Man Nai to her feet and asks, Man Nai, are you okay? With something to lean on, she says urgently, I'm fine. Go help quickly, don't let them bother the captain. Seeing the enemy right before them, Xian cries out in surprise. Li Aixu. From the distance, a hovering silhouette appears. She says without a hint of surprise, so the saintess has indeed shown up, standing motionless within the crystal. Aixu watches Junding slowly fly forward and thinks Chen Junding, so the Zhao brothers have already failed. Shibai remains silent the entire time, the two bright pearls still glowing beside him. She calmly flies toward him, while the other continues observing and calculating from within the crystal. Her energy is in a state of extreme instability. Could the Holy Mother blood have fully awakened and entered the metamorphosis phase? She pauses briefly before the two bright pearls, silent for a moment, then reaches toward the golden one. She asks in suspicion, is this the thing that made all of you feel threatened? But why does it feel so familiar to me? She reaches out and touches it. The bright pearl suddenly blazes with divine brilliance. Its power washes over everyone present, forcing them to cry out in agony. The crystal restraining Aixu also shatters apart. She asks, full of doubt, how could it generate such a massive energy fluctuation? Worry flashes across Shibai's face. He shouts urgently, it's bad. Chen Junding is absorbing the Sun-Moon Bright Pearl's energy. Under Junding's influence, not only the living dead but the mutated beasts as well are all affected. Ping's group fares no better. He clutches his head in pain and asks Xian Cici, are you okay? Ignoring the chaos below, she stares mesmerized at the golden bright pearl and murmurs, I feel like Father is calling me. After a brief pause, she drifts onward at a great distance. Watching her state, Aixu can't help but think with glee, perfect. The Sun-Moon Bright Pearl's energy has accelerated the saintess's metamorphosis ahead of schedule. She doesn't stop her, merely watching from the side as Junding departs. Then she delivers her message. Zaya Abai and the rest of Yao come with me. Even though there were complications along the way, the outcome is still exactly as I calculated. She thinks with delight the saintess, after completing her metamorphosis, must have sensed the calling from Chengzhou village. This way, she'll return to the village on her own without any need for our intervention. She secretly orders Cheng Hai to conceal their plan. I've hidden the saintess in this city for over a decade. Now the final moment has come. Hurry, send our people to escort the saintess home. her power will make me the one who rules. He obediently acknowledges the order. After finishing, she touches down on the ground and begins assessing the situation. Those foxes will certainly awaken once they're freed from Chen Junding's suppression. She's afraid they've all sensed the commotion at this memorial square by now. Her sharp eyes sweep across the surroundings as calculations race through her mind. This obstruction could ruin everything. No, everything is still proceeding according to plan. I need to retreat before the Moon King appears. She turns her back, preparing to leave, and speaks disregarding Ping's group, who watch her warily. Failed, huh? I never expected you'd pour all that effort into charging the sun moon bright purlonly to hand its power to me. Originally, the plan was for the saintess to fall into the sunken state, metamorphose into the Holy Mother, and undergo the complex ritual at Chengzhou village, but now none of that is necessary. This is my destiny. Watching her stride away confidently, Xian gives Chasse's forged sword and hand shouting stop, with breathtaking speed. She closes the distance and snarls, I will kill you to avenge my master. The blade tip is inches away, but she doesn't flinch. She asks with contempt, with just you. With that, she spins around, counterattacking with a single hand. The reckless girl doesn't stand a chance. Before even a second passes, Xian's body is sent hurtling backward at blistering speed. Ping rushes out and catches her. He calls out her name in worry. Easy now, he channels his power into a protective barrier behind them, cradling her body against his. They're both enveloped by the force, which drastically reduces the impact of their collision. Aixu walks through the air, speaking with excitement. Failed. See you soon. Lakvai stands beside Shibai and asks curiously, Captain, aren't we going after them? He replies without urgency, first, let's deal with the crisis inside the city. Man Nai rushes toward the two of them, voice laced with worry. Zhang Ping, CC, are you two all right? He's still holding her hand and quickly answers, we're fine, just a few injuries. Xian beside them isn't as fortunate. She replies in disappointment, I'm still far too weak. Before anyone can catch their breath, sounds erupt from every direction. Man Nai asks in shock, the mutated beasts and living dead were clearly taken away by Chen Junding and Li Aixu, weren't they? Then where is that sound coming from? Only now does Shibai's expression change. No longer calm, he barks, it's the king of the heavenly eternal foxes over there. Man Nai, activate the teleportation array now. Before Nai's eyes, a crowd rushes toward them in a frenzy. She thinks the patrol squad, not their heavenly eternal foxes. The enemy leader at the front shouts, all of you drop your weapons or die without reason. Man Nai, Ping, and Xian are already channeling their powers, ready to fight. Xian says, fortunately, I already reported the heavenly eternal foxes intel to the cleanup squad. He stands beside her, gripping his blade in one hand, and adds, the ones charging at us right now are all heavenly eternal foxes. Everyone watch out for their invisible attacks. At this moment, Shibai's eyes blaze entirely gold. He speaks coldly, no need to go anywhere. He rises into the air, surrounded by brilliant golden energy. The system panel appears with a notification system, brainwave resonance activated. Below, the heavenly eternal foxes clutch their heads in agony, wailing endlessly. He declares, I will bring them all under my control. Then he orders, everyone evacuate Mingzhou City now. Standing below the already opened magic gate, Jai calls out anxiously, Captain. His face turns stern, he roars, that is an order. He withdraws the power from his hands and asks, why didn't Chen Junding take the heavenly eternal foxes with her? Xian stands beside him, reluctant to leave, and says, I'm afraid the king of the heavenly eternal foxes has activated some kind of concealment. Let's go. Zhang Ping. He sweeps his gaze across the group. Seeing everyone comply, he breathes a sigh of relief. Good. Below, people file through the gate one by one. Shibai watches from above, thinking even with all of you here, fighting the heavenly eternal Fox King would only mean throwing your lives away. The gate closes and Ping's group has completely departed. He stares at the enemies before him and roars, show yourself already. His brow furrows tight. His expression hardens, let me see what kind of power you wield as the king of this fox den. A wave of dark energy surges forth, accompanied by a voice, you are the strongest human I have ever encountered. He stiffens in shock. A massive creature materializes, a crescent-shaped emblem of light glowing in the center of its chest. It speaks with contempt, however, against me, that level of power is far from enough. Shibai floats in midair, thoughts racing. He activates appraisal. The system panel displays system identification, heavenly eternal fox skill, perception distortion, heavenly eternal fox skill, overturning common sense. Overturning common sense. After processing the information, he thinks curiously, what kind of skill is this? Standing before the charging monster, he appears impossibly small, yet he roars defiantly. Whether my power is enough or not, you will only know by testing it. He flies forward, 3 streams of power erupting behind him. A thought flashes through his mind, going straight for the strongest attack skill. Shibai strikes first, shouting vacuum meltdown. In his mind, superheat its internals to melting point, create a vacuum, and detonate outward. The monster doesn't dodge, it takes the full force head-on. Light pierces through the creature, it speaks with amusement. Impressive attack, too bad it's useless against me. He asks in disbelief, not effective. Could that be perception distortion? Looking at the scene before him, he thinks, that's not perception distortion. Before the battle began, I already blocked my own senses. It's not a clone either, a clone would vanish when struck just like mine does. The system panel displays another notification system, phantom shadow clone deployed back to Shibai's thoughts. Then why was it completely unharmed? Even a mountain would have a hole blasted through it with that move. The monster also raised its hand toward him and said, don't just rely on clones, think I can't catch you. Tubai's body was quickly restrained. His face contorted in pain as he thought, I see now. Thighs is the effect of another ability called overturning common sense. Unlike perception distortion, it doesn't affect one's senses, it shatters the shared understanding of reality, temperature, gravity, physics. Any ordinary sense of what's real holds no value before it. The monster's hands clamped down on Tubai's body, forcing a grimace of agony from him. Then it roared, die. Looking at the lifeless body in its grasp, the monster fell silent, showing no intent to act further. A streak of red had already appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, unlucky for Yao, your ability can only shatter common sense as it applies to yourself. The moment those words left his lips, his body was swiftly enveloped by a surge of power. He shouted at the top of his lungs, it has no effect on me whatsoever. The monster was suddenly encased in a crystalline barrier. It asked in surprise, is this a spatial barrier? Nothis is a temporal barrier. A voice rang out, I'll give you a gift, time stagnation. The monster cackled and said, so what if you've sealed me inside this space? It made a threatening gesture toward Tubai's clone, its tone dripping with amusement. As long as you die, the barrier you created will vanish. Right now, it had been shrunk down within the space he created. The system panel appeared once more, displaying system spacetime initialization. Upon death, the caster resets the flow of time surrounding them. Reverting to the moment the skill was activated, it exclaimed in shock, wah. What? One hand toyed with his head while its mouth kept murmuring, you humans are interesting, aren't you? This space is bound by time. If you reset this space's time indefinitely, then I'll be trapped here in an endless loop. Looking at half of Tubai's body, the monster confidently declared, but since I can shatter fundamental rules like time itself, I won't be reset when time reverts. Isn't that strange? It once again seized his body with its hand after the reset, monologuing to itself. And you won't remember anything that happened. But I want to keep the memory of killing Yao just once. This time it spewed an overwhelming surge of power into him, saying, killing and resurrecting you over and over. I won't get tired of it, nor bored. If I don't kill you, you'll just slowly torture me to death after you come back. After all, time will heal your wounds eventually. Looking at his body now reduced to nothing but bones, it said with disgust, humans really are a terrifying race. Perhaps the rumors heard from other races aren't wrong. As long as mutated beasts keep consuming humans, one day they'll gain the potential of mankind. It held something resembling a human, tilted its head back, opened its jaws wide, and devoured it whole. The sight was truly bone-chilling. Even from within the sealed space, it easily communicated with its subordinates and issued orders. All clan members suppress the chaos in Mingzhu City immediately and keep human casualties to a minimum. After all, we still need them to keep breeding so we can feast. Its subordinates swiftly obeyed, turning southward toward the city and relaying the commands with booming voices. We're brutal. Battle raged. At that moment, Ryu Yu was preparing to strike again. Laxian was also channeling energy into his palm for the decisive clash when a voice thundered out. A figure leaped between them, easily blocking both their strikes with a single hand. Laxian roared in fury, "Let go, Lin Kedi, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing his rage, the man hesitated and thought to himself, catastrophe looms over us all, and these humans are still slaughtering each other. What a bunch of idiots. Behind him, furious, he pointed at Ryu Yu and bellowed, "He's a traitor, he betrayed Mingzhu City." Another voice suddenly cut in. Sharp and commanding, "Stop all of you." Beneath the heavy silence, the voice continued. "Enough, be honest with me." Ryu Yu's expression shifted. He began calculating in his head. The patrol squad had arrived too. If things kept going like this, having already thrown the spear, he had to follow through. He poured all his strength into his palm, pressing close to Lin Kedi and snarling, "You die too." A pair of gaunt hands seized him, interrupting his motion as if something invisible had grabbed him by the crown of his head. Crack, his body collapsed to the ground, leaving Laxian behind utterly stunned. He thought, since when did Lin Kedi's strength reach this level? He tossed Ryu Yu's head to the ground before everyone's stunned eyes and said nonchalantly, "Truly didn't expect that our patrol squad only temporarily guarded the city lord for a few days. And the city had already descended into this much chaos." His killing intent-laden gaze swept across everyone as he declared, "Drop all weapons. Otherwise kill on sight." He wiped the blood from his hands, looked at Laxian and said, "Hall Master Feng, I'll need you to come with me. Everything that happened today, I need you to explain it to me." Hearing himself addressed directly, he hurriedly complied with a resolute answer. At safe room number 8, Ping's group had returned safely. He was consoling Xixian, "Snap out of it, calm down." Manny looked at her own power in shock and cried out, "How is this happening? My ability is weakening." Zujai also frantically checked her own condition. Ming sat to the side and began explaining, "The rate of stamina loss is accelerating. The fatigue is hitting much harder than before." Another person also spoke up, "I feel like my weight is increasing too." Xixian's face turned pale. She furrowed her brows tightly and murmured, "Could it be?" Ping quickly asked beside her, "What's wrong?" She gripped the communicator in her hand, calling out anxiously, "Captain, Captain. If you receive this, please respond, Captain." She slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the device in her hand, making him even more panicked. He pressed, "Xixian, what on earth happened?" Manny, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "The captain bestowed blessings upon every single member of our cleanup squad." She continued her explanation. "Blessing is a rare national guardian ability. It can semi-permanently grant certain attributes to others. Unless the caster dies, the power of the blessing stays with the recipient for life." She then listed each person one by one. The blessing Lu Han received halves his stamina consumption rate. The blessing Cheng Zujai received halves her fatigue. The blessing Zhang Shuzhong received halves his weight. The blessing Liu Shan received halves her mental energy consumption. She clenched her teeth as she spoke, leaving everyone's faces grim. At that moment, everyone's blessings suddenly vanished, which could only mean one thing: the captain might have. Hearing this, his expression turned grave as well. He refused to accept. "I thought, how could an existence like Sidhu Shiba be destroyed so easily?" Suddenly, a voice emanated from the bracelet he wore on his wrist. "An existence in this state won't persist for long." Everyone rushed over joyfully. Shan exhaled in relief and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" The phantom of him materialized from the bracelet and replied calmly, "Not great. Roughly one more year before the heavenly skyski fox kills me completely as my energy is gradually depleted." Hearing this, Ping asked anxiously, "Master Sidhu, are you contacting us through the bracelet right now?" He quickly answered, "Nothis is my contingency plan. Once I die or perish, a fragment of my consciousness forms an artificial persona and transfers into this bracelet." He looked at everyone and continued, "In truth, right now I'm merely a virtual person and not the real person." Shan rushed over anxiously and asked, "Captain, what can we do to save you?" Meanwhile, he remained silent, thinking, so the one living inside the bracelet isn't the real Sidhu Shiba but an AI possessing a portion of his memories. He smiled to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, the situation is almost exactly as I predicted. I had a premonition of death while in Mingzhu City, but within that death, I glimpsed hope. The monarch of the heavenly Skyski Fox lineage is trapped inside my time loop. Only when my energy is fully depleted or the loop is actively released can it escape. Therefore, it can only remain at the Monument Plaza and keep killing me over and over until it drains every last drop of my energy." Everyone listened in silence. To his words, it won't be able to act recklessly for the next year. "This is our chance to crush the entire heavenly Skyski Fox lineage." Can we seize this opportunity? Ping was startled when Tu Bai mentioned his name. It all depends on Zhang Ping, the one with limitless potential. Everyone present asked in unison, astonished. Zhang Ping. Ming stepped forward, looked at Tu Bai and cautioned, Captain, I truly don't understand what you're planning. But placing our hopes on Zhang Ping seems a bit. Manny also chimed in anxiously, Zhang Ping's potential is certainly impressive, but he's still only a low-tier awakened. Xianxia also voiced her stance, I trust the captain's decision, what do we need to do next? Manny still hesitated, but in front of all the members he spoke in a stern yet reassuring tone, don't be so hasty. What's a little storm compared to what we faced? Back when we first clashed with the Zhou clan's beast-taming awakened, that was true despair. Back then the Zhou clan possessed countless pieces of equipment, including 5 rare treasures on par with the Sun Moon Bright Pearlwell. We had absolutely nothing. Through all of this, Ping listened intently to every single word from start to finish. His voice continues to ring out. In reality, the gap between you and the enemy at that time was immense, and on top of that, you lacked any weapons capable of standing against a mutated Beast King. Hearing this, Ming asked curiously, weapons? To deal with mutated Beast Kings, does something like that really exist? He replied calmly, of course they do, but only those with infinite rank abilities are qualified to enter that place. And every infinite rank ability holder can only set foot there once in their lifetime. A gleaming silver arrow of perfect craftsmanship appeared through his narration. That is the place where I brought out every arrow that could turn the world around. A sudden question echoed. So this time we're counting on Zhang Ping. Xu Zhang hurriedly voiced his doubt as well. Is Zhang Ping really an infinite rank ability holder now? Caught in an awkward spot, Ping said helplessly, Chief, looking at your arrangements, I don't think that's very likely. The old man smiled. He placed a hand on Ping's shoulder and answered cheerfully, this is actually good for you too. That place can be considered the very foundation of our humanity. You can use those ruins to unlock secrets about the world that belong only to you. After hearing the explanation, Manny excitedly grabbed Ming's hand and bolted. No more dilly-dallying, let's set out right now. But Tu Bai raised his hand to stop them. Don't rush, before we depart there are still a few things that need to be addressed. Zhang Ping, come with me. At the cleanup squad's safe room number 8, Ping followed behind him and asked curiously, Chief, is there really no way to save you? Hearing this, he burst into laughter and explained, this is a choice I made after careful deliberation. If I hadn't gone to intercept the king of the Tianchenghu clan, there would have been only 2 possible outcomes, neither of which I wanted to see. Ping asked back, what outcomes? He answered gravely, the first scenario, we fail to stop Saint Ancestor Village's assault. The result, Mingzhu City falls into Li Aixu's hands, and roughly 50% of all awakeners perish in the ensuing civil war. The second scenario, we successfully repel Saint Ancestor Village's attack. But because of my death, the Tianchenghu king would personally target every high-level expert in the city whose strength has been revealed. In that case, at least 30% of the awakeners would not escape alive. Now the Tianchenghu king has been lured into my trap. Inside, the strongest one left is only the Moon Prince. In a one-on-one, the higher-ranked experts might not be its match. But if multiple people gang up on it, even the Moon Prince probably won't hold out. He and Ping stopped before a door. Inside, the unconscious Yan Long was locked away. His voice came out steady. So even if it wants to kill and replace every awakener who has revealed their power, it would take at least 1 to 2 years. A thought flashed through Ping's mind. Thighs was indeed the best possible outcome given their current strength. The 2 of them remained standing outside, not yet stepping in. Not long after, he issued an order. Go draw some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. After hearing his command, Ping felt curious and turned to ask, what's the purpose of drawing Zhao Yanlong's blood? The old man didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked back, you've been stuck at level 9 for quite a while now, haven't you? Ping nodded in confirmation. That's right, during the last battle there were signs of reaching mid-rank level M. He clenched his fist, tried to channel his energy and continued, but at the critical moment of the breakthrough, it was inexplicably blocked. Not only did I fail to level up, it felt like something was stuck in my throat. Tu Bai snapped his fingers, looked at him and gave the answer. Try drinking some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Then awaken your new skills first. After that, I'll show you the way to break through. Dark crimson liquid was drawn out as the explanation continued. There's no bottleneck between basic rank and mid-rank. The reason you couldn't break through is that you have too many abilities. He watched Ping focus on his training and said, "Most awakeners with only a single ability have no choice. They have to decide their path early on. Those who awaken with multiple abilities need to choose one from among them. Otherwise, it leads to a stagnation effect when leveling up." From all his understanding, he shared with Pingans, "You identify what you truly want and the path you wish to walk in the future. Breaking through to mid-rank will come naturally. System Abnormal Eater has taken effect. New talent awakened. Talent Monarchs decree the body can draw power from its own pain. System The more agonizing the experience, the greater the effect. System Note anything that fails to kill you will only make you stronger." In another dimension of space, Tu Bai's voice echoed once more in Ping's ears. "Now you need to make use of your new talent. Sense the shifts between the other talents residing in your body. Carefully perceive each of your abilities. Keep them in a state of activation, activated yet not triggered. After that, you need to examine your own heart. Clarify the path you want to walk and understand your deepest, truest desire." Ping's eyes changed in an instant and the old man continued, "Your abilities will naturally respond to the thoughts within your heart." A cascade of lights in every color appeared. Contract Gem, Dark Mist Nightwalker. Gate Sealer, Abnormal Eater, Dark Mist Body, Devourer, Pure Water Body, Pure Blood Body. Ping hesitated. The old man stood to the side, observing. Seeing that Ping was ready, he asked, "How do you feel? Have you made your choice?" Ping asked back with a tinge of regret, "There are too many choices. Isn't there any way to have both?" Tu Bai answered plainly, "That one you'll have to look into your own heart for. I can't make that decision for you." Gazing at the abilities enveloping his body, a thought formed. In truth, what made him hesitate most was the choice between Contract Gem and Abnormal Eater. Contract Gem was his foundational ability. He closed his eyes. Continuing to sensei, realized that the vast majority of his abilities actually stemmed from it. The image of a blue crystal surfaced in his mind, but Abnormal Eater was the ability that let him nurture those 4 powerful abilities. Whether it was Dark Mist Body, Pure Water Body, Pure Blood Body, or the Ancient Monarch's Bloodline, every single one of these skills was top tier in power. One could say that although Abnormal Eater originated from Contract Gem, its potential was no less than Contract Gem itself. What he needed to do now was choose one of these 2 abilities as his core to advance. Sensing the shift in Ping's aura, the old man said without surprise, "Looks like you've found your answer. System evolution successful. Status Zhang Ping level 10 mid-rank awakener." Ping sat cross-legged, eyes closed. He steadied his mind. A thought surfaced. Did I just level up? System appraise. A notification appeared. System appraisal successful. The screen then displayed the attribute and summon panels in succession. Status Zhang Ping Master Race Human Potential Awakener level mid-rank 10 Contract Gem LV 7 Unactivated Passive Effect Mid-rank Skill Enhancement. Skill mid-rank Contract Limited Form. System During the contract formation process, the Contract Gem can modify contract terms based on the user's will. System The Contract Gem has received 3 special forms. Form 1 Contract Gem War Seal. System The War Seal can channel attack-type abilities into the gemstone. System Destroying the gemstone releases a one-time amplified version of the stored ability. Form 2 Contract Gem Gem Seal. System The Gem Seal can fuse Contract Gem with special equipment, enhancing the equipment's latent potential. System Each equipment can only be fused once. Form 3 Contract Gem Word Seal. System The Word Seal allows Contract Gem to envelop a contracted beast, shrinking it to the size of a grain of rice for storage. System Maximum Storage Capacity 10 cubic meters. Ping opened his eyes, a glint of resolve shone in them. He affirmed silently, although it was only 1 level, the gap between a basic rank awakener and a mid-rank awakener was a world apart. He raised his hand. The fire devourer's flames began to seep out from his palm. He looked at the fire and marveled. His physical strength and mental power had both improved significantly. He could release the fire devourer's flames with pinpoint precision. His control over his abilities had become far more refined. Ping's entire body glowed as the fire devourer's flames formed a small ring in his palm. Tu Bai saw this and spoke to confirm. Leveled up successfully. Ping couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face. He answered, "Yes." Staring at the blazing fire in his palm, he said to the old man, "No wonder CC only became combat ready after reaching mid-rank. So after mid-rank, the level of control improves this dramatically." A gemstone appeared in Ping's hand. He gasped, "War Seal." After tempering the gemstone, it released a faint haze that drifted through the air. A thought struck him as long as he added the enhanced skill, even a useless transparent gemstone could be put to use. Without hesitation, he grabbed the gemstone and drove it hard into the floor. Zhang Ping tells Shibai, the hardness of a mid-grade gemstone should be roughly comparable to a blade. And the pearlet's something I always carry on mate won't be easily damaged. Shibai raises a hand to cover his mouth, chuckling aloud. Just as I predicted, you didn't choose the ability consumer path. You went with the contract gemstone as your core upgrade. Zhang Ping stares at the gemstone hovering in his palm, eyes gleaming. Perhaps right now you're feeling lucky about choosing the contract gemstone. Zhang Ping responds to Shibai's words. I did consider the ability consumer path, but deep down something told me it wasn't the right fit. Zhang Ping tells him, good thing I didn't pick ability consumer. The abilities come easy, sure, but the price is riddled with risks. Shibai strokes his chin thoughtfully. When ability consumers awaken new powers, cases of side effects, backlash and death are everywhere. He stands facing Shibai and lays out his reasoning. Plus, even though the contract gemstone's awakening speed is a bit slow, every new talent it unlocks is something I absolutely need. Like charcoal delivered in a snowstorm, Zhang Ping suddenly comes up with a plan. Borrowing the patrol team's name, he could recruit awakened individuals specifically and eliminate them one by one. At this thought, killing intent radiates from his entire body. A faint smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Ping calculates he'll need a full year to eliminate every hidden threat. Then he speaks up. Prince Yue Shibai leads everyone to the room where the sweep team members are gathered. He announces to the group, based on Zhang Ping's intelligence, Prince Yue is accelerating his purge of the experts in Mingzhu City. He's using the patrol team's name to recruit a massive number of awakened. Upon hearing Shibai's announcement, Xiang Ming can't help but be stunned. He asks, is he going after the people who fought in the previous battles? Shibai closes his eyes and lets out a soft sigh, his expression grave. That's highly likely, he replies. Zhang Ping makes his proposal. I've decided to return to Mingzhu City and find the Phoenix Hall Masters group. I'll explain the situation and see if there's a way to get them out of the city. Xiang Ming doesn't hesitate to voice his opposition, his tone full of worry. Not that's too dangerous. Just the thought of Prince Yue holding Jing Yao in his grip, Zhang Ping is too anxious to sit still. He looks down at his own hands, feeling deeply troubled. If we just turn a blind eye, those people will end up like the patrol team, swallowed up and replaced without anyone ever noticing. Xianxia steps in front of him. She places her hand on his chest and speaks with concern. Going back to the city alone is too dangerous. I'm going with you. Manny also turns to Zhang Ping and says, we're coming too. We can contact the awakened we know one by one, that'll be faster. Shibai says to everyone, we can't tell whether an awakened has already been replaced by a heavenly fox. The risk of exposure is too high. Zhang Ping places his hand firmly on his chest, eyes burning with fervor and iron resolve. He says, I've already ranked up to mid-rank awakened. Even if I infiltrate alone and get discovered, I'm confident I can get out safely. Jiang Ming's expression twists with frustration and fury. He shuts down Zhang Ping's idea immediately. I'm against it. Right now, Mingzhu City is a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Do you have any idea how important you are right now? Zhang Ping doesn't back down. He furrows his brow, eyes blazing with unyielding determination, and fires back, I know. But watching our comrades get devoured by heavenly foxes, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, I still haven't avenged Su Jingjiao. Seeing Zhang Ping's emotions starting to spiral out of control, Xianxia notices the cracks forming. She calls out his name. Zhang Ping quickly regains his composure. He reassures Xianxia, don't worry, I've already prepared an escape route. Even if I run into Prince Yue, it won't be a problem. But the moment Zhang Ping finishes speaking, Xiang Ming unleashes his sword chi, face deadly serious. He can't let Zhang Ping's safety hang in the balance like this. Xiang Ming shouts, if you really want to go, bet me first. Zhang Ping doesn't hold back either, his tone ironclad, fine. Give it your best shot. The instant the words leave his mouth, Zhang Ping's aura surges straight at Xiang Ming, a devastating strike aimed right at him. Xiang Ming is hit by a sudden force. He can't react in time and staggers backward. Xiang Ming grits his teeth, a question screaming in his mind, so fast when did he attack? He didn't even raise his hand. Spiritual energy surges through Zhang Ping's entire body, rich and powerful. He he tells Xiang Ming, looks like I win. Xiang Ming's brow shoots up in shock, ethereal mist. He has to admit Zhang Ping's strength since his rank up, the difference is night and day. Seeing him wield that power, Shibai speaks, his words laced with admiration and awe. Someone with limitless potential is no ordinary awakened. Back in my day, I could only kill mutated beasts after ranking up to mid-rank. But Zhang Ping was already slaying mid-rank awakened while still at low rank. He surpasses even me, his potential is far greater. Shibai offers his opinion, that's why I don't oppose Zhang Ping returning to Mingzhu City. But before that, I have a treasure I'd like to entrust to you. Zhang Ping suddenly remembers something. Wait a moment, I also have a small favor to ask of Zhang Shuzhang. Shuzhang blinks in confusion. Pointing at himself, me. Shuzhang grins, a system screen materializes before him. He thinks for a moment then says to Zhang Ping, what can I help you with? The system screen begins displaying relevant information. System appraisal successful body fat science converts body fat on the user's body into materialized energy. The user can then synthesize various crafted items within their knowledge range using that materialized energy. The user can reabsorb materialized energy and crafted items back into their original body. Zhang Ping quickly throws an arm around Shuzhang's shoulder and walks outside. As they walk, he tells Shuzhang, you can help me with a huge favor, but it's not convenient here, just follow me. Everyone watches the two leave. Shuzhang's scream from outside makes them all grimace. What? Zhang Ping, leave some for me, don't be so stingy. Your flesh grows back anyway. Zhang Ping shouts back, easy for you to say it's not your flesh. A while later, Zhang Ping steps back inside. Manny asks curiously, what did you have Zhang Shuzhang do? Zhang Ping doesn't answer. Instead, he turns back towards Shuzhang and speaks with genuine sincerity. Thanks. Shuzhang is trembling all over, his body now half its original size, gaunt and emaciated. Seeing Shuzhang's appearance, Manny lets out a horrified scream, words stuttering. Zhang Shuzhang. What happened to you? Inside the sweep team's secret chamber, Zhang Ping and Shibai stand facing a scythe. He stares, dumbfounded, at the treasure radiating powerful spiritual energy. Zhang Ping asks doubtfully, Master Situ, what is this? Recalling his glorious past, when Shibai wielded this very scythe to slay heavenly foxes. He tells Zhang Ping this scythe is called the Dread Scythe. It doesn't just inflict terror on living creatures, it can also evolve by absorbing blood. In my youth, I used it to slaughter tens of thousands of mutated beasts, drinking in the blood of countless creatures. Even now, whether in hardness or sharpness, this scythe remains a rarity in the world. Calling it a divine weapon wouldn't be an exaggeration. The Dread Scythe is the most suitable weapon for you right now. It's a treasure brimming with powerful spiritual energy. Bring it with you to Mingzhu City when you face enemies. It'll boost your chances of victory. The moment Shibai finishes, Zhang Ping reaches out and grips the scythe tight. The instant he grabs it, a demonic spirit manifests, eyes blazing crimson, gazing upon the divine weapon in his hand. Zhang Ping says, thank you, Captain. Shibai suddenly glances toward the door. He lets out a soft exclamation, then laughs and says to Zhang Ping words that leave Zhang Ping slightly puzzled. Shibai makes his excuse to step out. Looks like someone still can't rest easy. As it happens, my energy is all used up. I'll head back into the armband to recharge. The two exchange a few casual words. Only then does Zhang Ping glance toward the doorway. Xixian stands there, arms crossed over her chest. She's been there since who knows when. He looks at her, then speaks in surprise. Sissy, the wound on her face. She ignores Zhang Ping's remark. Xixian's eyes bore into him, deep and meaningful. She speaks, we agreed before to talk as friends, not as teammates. Under a clear moonlit sky on a vast meadow, Zhang Ping and Xixian sit together, talking. Xixian opens up, I've overcome my inner demons. I had Wei Hua heal the wound on my face. The last incident made me realize just how weak I really am, so I'm no longer fixated on blind revenge. I'll rely on everyone's strength. Dojder will take down Li Aixu. Then she turns to Zhang Ping and continues. You're insisting on going back to Mingzhu City alone, is it also because you're fixated on avenging that friend of yours? Hearing this, Zhang Ping falls silent. He closes his eyes before speaking. After ranking up to mid-rank awakened, I did have that thought. After all, I could feel my power surging completely and utterly transformed. He recalls the moment the prince closed in and whispered, no longer a helpless weakling who can only pretend to sleep when the moon prince ransacks the house. Suddenly, Xixian calls out to him. Zhang Ping still gazes calmly up at the sky and says, "Don't worry, CC, I know what's at stake, this time. Going back to Mingzhu City, I'm going to save people." He lowers his head and continues, "As for Su Jingjiao's grudge, if the right opportunity doesn't come, I won't act rashly." Sixian leans back slightly, staring at the sky as she says, "But you're going back alone." I still can't feel at ease. A hint of a smile flickers in Ping's eyes as he speaks to Sixian, trying to set her mind at rest. "I've still got the secret weapon I took from Zhang Shuzheng, I'll be fine." Inside Mingzhu City, countless sky foxes roam the streets. Ping wears a long overcoat, a mask covering nearly his entire face. He strolls leisurely through the streets, scanning the current situation. Already, he's grasped the general picture. Clearly, the sky foxes in the city have ramped up their patrols. He presses himself into a wall corner, peering out. Two sky foxes are speaking loudly temporarily. Sealing off Mingzhu Square, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Tu Bai speaks from beside him, "Don't worry about me. For a while yet, that old fox can't do anything to me." He asks Ping with concern, "The question is, have you figured out how to handle this?" Ping's eyes flash with resolve as he answers Tu Bai. "Already figured it out." In the study at the Beast King boxing gym, the room is arranged neatly and Spartanly. Xianxia sits quietly inside. Suddenly, a streak of azure spiritual energy pierces through the door, spreading throughout the room. Ping materializes right before Xianxia's eyes. He reaches forward, hastily pulling down his mask to reveal his face and blurts out, "Master Feng." "It's me." His entire body is wrapped in the dissolved remnants of the divine water physique. Xian leaps to his feet, thrilled at the sight of him. He says with excitement, "It's Yao brother Zhang Ping. Where on earth have you been these past few days?" "Ever since that day, I've been wanting to thank you in person, but I couldn't find you no matter how hard I tried." Ping waves it off with a laugh. "It's a long story." The two sit down and get straight to business. Ping speaks first. "That's the general situation. I wonder is Master Feng willing to help me?" Xian folds his arms across his chest, unable to believe what Ping just told him. Xian says, "If what you're telling me is true, the city lord abandoned Mingzhu long ago and the sky foxes are the ones actually in control. It's almost impossible to imagine." A voice from outside suddenly cuts their conversation short. The voice announces, "Master, team leader Lin of the patrol squad requests an audience." Xian orders his subordinate, "Escort him to the reception room. I'll be there shortly." The man accepts the order, then fades from sight into thin air. Ping says firmly, "The patrol squad has already been replaced by sky foxes. Master Feng, one look and you'll be able to tell whether I'm lying or not." In the reception room, a group of figures waits on the other side. Xian opens the door and steps out, a warm smile on his face. He raises his hand in greeting to those before him. "My apologies for the delay. I didn't expect team leader Lin to grace us with a visit." Qi Dai crosses his arms, then breaks into a grin. "I've come to congratulate Master Feng." Xian studies him with a deep, probing gaze. "I'm flattered, but what exactly is there to congratulate me on?" He suddenly notices several sky foxes standing behind Qi Dai. Qi Dai tells him, "The city lord has decided to appoint Master Feng as vice city lord of Mingzhu City. A formal announcement will be made to the entire city in a few days." He freezes, staring at the sight before him. Storms churn silently in his heart. These are the true forms of the sky foxes. Xian breaks into a gracious smile. "I am truly grateful for the city lord's generous regard." Qi Dai rolls his blood-red eyes, casting one last glance at Xian, not forgetting to leave a parting remark, "Message delivered. I shall return to report my mission complete." Xian silently endures his blatant posturing, making sure to say, "Thank you for your trouble, team leader Lin. Please convey my gratitude to the city lord on my behalf." But inside, Xian is cursing these damn beasts. How dare they? One by one, the sky foxes file out of the room. Ping activates his pure blood body's visual resonance and calls out to Master Feng. Xian responds, "Relax, I won't make a move when the power gap between us and the enemy is this wide." He reaches back and closes the door, then turns to Ping. "You came to find me, so you must already have a plan." Ping nods lightly. The two open a side door and step outside together. Xian asks about his intentions. "Go ahead. What do you need me to do?" Ping strolls casually alongside him, then lays out his request. "I hope Master Feng can use the Vice City Lord promotion as an opportunity to host a banquet, inviting all the awakeners who fought to defend Mingzhu City that day. The two walk down the corridor. Ping says, "We'll brief those who haven't been replaced by the sky foxes on the situation." Xian stands at the top of the stairs, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the training grounds. Ping tells him, "Anyone willing to leave with me will exit the city through the transport gate. Those who choose to stay will at least know the Sky Fox's plans. That way they can be on guard, prevent themselves from being controlled so easily." Xian's expression darkens at Ping's words. "Indeed, some people have families to worry about. They may not choose to leave." Ping responds, "In the current situation, this is all we can do." Looking down at Xian's gym, a wave of unease washes over him. From Zhang Ping's vantage point, even the Beast King boxing gym has had no small number of students replaced. Xian never expected it either. Right before his eyes everywhere he looks Sky Foxes. "I never imagined my little boxing gym had so many of these beasts hiding in it." He turns back to Ping, his tone serious. "What you've done is already more than enough. In a situation where friend and foe are this hard to tell apart, no one can protect everyone." Xian steps over to Ping's side and places a hand on his shoulder. Xian makes his decision. "We'll do it your way. I'll cooperate with everything I've got." Ping bows his head, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Feng." Xian closes his eyes briefly, then says, "We should be thanking you. At the very least, you've given us hope of wiping out those damn beasts." But suddenly, Ping spots a figure walking below the gym. He lets out a sharp breath. A sky fox with a braid on its head identical to Jingjiao's. Ping grits his teeth, fury surging through him. That's the beast that killed Su Jingjiao. Yu stands in the grand hall, her gaze drifting skyward. She speaks to the other two, Qi Dai and Jingjiao. "Has anything unusual happened in Mingzhu City recently?" Qi Dai bows respectfully and answers, "Your Highness, everything has been normal. Only recently Feng Xian has been preparing to host a banquet." Yu raises a hand to her face, breaking into a contemptuous smirk. "Only just became Vice City Lord and he's already rushing to show off. That Feng Xian is nothing more than this." Jingjiao steps forward and asks, "Your Highness, should we send someone to surveil him?" She raises her hand, signaling Jingjiao to stand down. "No need, he's just seizing the opportunity to pocket whatever loot he can. A man like him poses absolutely no threat to us." With that, Yu lifts a single finger, her face twisting into something sinister. She issues her orders to the two. "We should focus on investigating the movements of those rats in the sweep team instead. That takes priority." As Yu turns away, the true form of the prince manifests behind her. Its smile sends chills down the spine. Yu's eyes flare with a mutated red glow. She orders Qi Dai and Jingjiao, especially that Zhang Ping. Both of them respond in unison. "Yes, Your Highness." At Xian's banquet, guests arrive in droves, bustling with excitement. Voices ring out in "Congratulations, congratulations, Master Feng. Oh, forgive me, you should call you Vice City Lord Feng now. We hope Vice City Lord Feng will look after us from here on. Indeed, we humbly ask for Vice City Lord Feng's guidance." Xian raises his hand toward the guests, smiling warmly. "You all flatter me." Just then, one of his subordinates rushes over with news. "Master." The man leans in close to Xian's ear and whispers. Xian's eyes shift subtly. He quickly raises his hand to excuse himself. "Everyone, please forgive me. I have urgent business to attend to. I apologize for stepping away." A guest steps forward and says, "Vice City Lord Feng, please don't mind us. Go take care of what you need to." Xian turns to the guest with a smile and says, "I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Please make yourselves at home." The enemy saw Xian had business to attend to and spoke to Jingjiao. "Let's go." That Feng Xian is exactly as the prince predicted, as just seizing the opportunity to loot. Jingjiao looked toward Xian's direction, her eyes heavy with suspicion. Murmurs and whispers rippled through the crowd as Chen Weihua appeared. Jingjiao clicked her tongue in admiration. That woman's looks were absolutely top tier. Cockditch asked, "Fancy her?" While Jingjiao stood mesmerized by the beauty, Cockditch turned to Leva, not forgetting to remind her. "Take your time then, just remember this place is packed. Walls have ears, forest has eyes. Best wait until after the event's over to make your move." A red glint flashed in Jingjiao's eyes. Her expression and smile sent chills down the spine. Jingjiao flashed a smile and replied, "Yes." Inside Xian's room, Instructor Bai spoke up, "City Lord Feng, may we ask what urgent matter you've summoned us here for?" Xian swept his gaze over everyone. Zhang Ping's true body stood directly behind him. Lai Xian addressed the group. I've gathered everyone here because there's an urgent matter to discuss. As for the specifics, it's better to let him explain. The concealment aura around Zhang Ping vanished. He stood in the center of the room and raised his hand in greeting. Hello, Instructor Bai. At that moment, the pureblood body deactivated. Instructor Baidu and another person let out shocked screams. Chen Weihua and the man behind her were also stunned to see his sudden appearance here. A moment later, everyone stood huddled in discussion. One person stood up and confronted Zhang Ping. How is that even possible? The blue-haired man also couldn't help but look puzzled. If what you're saying is true, then hasn't Mingzhu City already fallen into enemy hands long ago? Instructor Bai stroked his chin. I've had dealings with Lam Kok Ditch and several members of the patrol squad, indeed. I've noticed they've been acting rather strange lately. Chen Weihua agreed, that's right, the city lord hasn't shown his face in a very long time either. Lai Xian raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughed a few times, then spoke earnestly, everyone please hear me out. Everything is exactly as Brother Zhang Ping described. I've personally confirmed the existence of the Tiancheng foxes. I'll also share with everyone their characteristics and how to identify them. He said these beasts are masters of disguise, telling them apart is extremely difficult. Right now, among the guests outside, quite a few have already been replaced by Tiancheng foxes. Lai Xian's expression hardened with iron resolve, determination blazing in his eyes. He asked the group earnestly, everyone here has been my friend for years. If you trust Feng Lai Xian as a man, then I beg you lend me your strength. Weihua spoke up, what do you need us to do? Just give the order, City Lord Feng. Instructor Bai didn't hesitate for a moment, saying to him, of course, Zhang Ping is my student and we've fought side by side before, I trust the both of you. Zhang Ping was heartened by everyone's support, but right now to deal with the Tiancheng foxes, they needed to bide their time and preserve their strength. He handed everyone a list and instructed, the people on this list have not been replaced by Tiancheng foxes. Split up and inform them of the current situation. Zhang Ping looked toward Baide, then said shortly, the Can squad will activate a teleportation array at this location. Guide everyone on how to escape using the teleportation array I've set up. If they're willing to leave with us, have them come back here after exiting through the main entrance and evacuate from here. Through the teleportation array, the young man turned to Zhang Ping. He really wants to help, but he can't drag his family into danger that quickly. Can he? What about our families? Lai Xian placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, this is merely a last resort. Right now, the only person who can identify disguised Tiancheng foxes is Zhang Ping himself. With this list, we can't determine in time whether there are Tiancheng foxes among their family members. His words left everyone visibly anxious and uneasy. If the information leaked, the Tiancheng foxes might accelerate their slaughter of awakened. So if you choose to stay, you must remain vigilant of any abnormal personnel around Yaoer. Temporarily move your families out of the patrol squad's surveillance range. Baide stood with arms crossed, shaking his head. Right. With so many people involved, keeping the information completely airtight is going to be difficult. Zhang Ping raised his hand. A blazing flame ignited in his palm. I'll handle that part. He said, I'll observe covertly. If any Tiancheng fox at the banquet shows irregular behavior, I'll use this flame to signal everyone. Lai Xian looked at the group with deep gratitude. From here on I'm counting on all of you. Baidu and Lai Xian stood to see everyone off, both bowing respectfully. The man also waved goodbye. Yes, Mr. Baidu, I'll take my leave first. Next time we're free, let's share a few drinks. Lai Xian spoke solemnly, thank you. I'll be sure to host a proper feast for you, Mr. Li. Let's have a good long chat then, City Lord. I also take my leave, please forgive me, Lai Xian. If our hospitality fell short, I hope you'll understand. Zhang Ping pressed himself into a wall corner, watching everyone's every move. He thought to himself, I've notified nearly everyone at the banquet. Looking at the situation now, the Tiancheng fox should be. No abnormalities detected, but suddenly Jingjiao's soul warned him. Zhang Ping, be careful, a sharp alert rang in his mind. Su Jingjia, what is she trying to warn me about? Zhang Ping suddenly spotted something suspicious. Jingjiao was stalking Weihua, the prince's true form had appeared. Zhang Ping realized it instantly, so that beast has shown up. It had already set its sights on Chen Weihua. Zhang Ping pressed himself flat against the wall, fists clenched tight. He muttered to himself, I need to lure it away. If it catches even a whiff of the plan, everything falls apart. A sudden voice made Waihua jump. Sister Waihua heading back. Waihua turned around. The speaker was Jing Jiao. Seeing who it was, she asked, "Oh, it's Su Jingjiao. Is something the matter?" Jing Jiao deliberately found an excuse to get close. "I happened to see you walking alone, so I thought we could take a stroll together. Is that all right?" "Of course." Zhang Ping watched from the shadows, a wicked grin forming in his mind. "You stinking Tiancheng fox showing up on your own. Perfect. This gives me the opening I need." A voice rang out. What a coincidence. The words cut through Jing Jiao and Waihua's conversation. Zhang Ping appeared out of nowhere. His stealth suit had been stored in the golden bracelet. Purple limbs coiled around his entire body. He spoke up casually. "Su Jingjiao, long time no see." Zhang Ping walked up beside Waihua and said to her, "Go find Dean Feng, tell him I'm in troubles, him to come meet me at the West District." Jing Jiao was startled by his sudden appearance. She exclaimed, "Zhang Ping." Inside, she was bewildered at how is he inside the city. Jing Jiao's eyes lit up, a sinister smile hidden beneath. Looking at the two people before her, her heart surged with excitement. She had only planned to snag a light snack, never expected to hook a big fish. If she could bring him back, the prince would surely be delighted. Without warning, Zhang Ping bolted away, leaving Jing Jiao stunned. Jing Jiao called after him, "Zhang Ping, where do you think you're going?" Ignoring her calls, Zhang Ping surged forward at full speed. He immediately activated Ethereal Mist Night Walker, agility up, speed up. The moment the ability kicked in, his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, blazing down the street. Jing Jiao chased from behind, a strange suspicion rising in her heart. Though, is this guy so fast? Zhang Ping quickly darted into a narrow alley. Jing Jiao came to a stop. She stood in the middle of a wide road. Narrow alleys and hidden passages branched off in every direction. She stands there disoriented. Jing Jiao wonders, where is he? Suddenly, Zhang Ping bursts out from nowhere, wielding Tu Bai's divine axe. He swings once the razor-sharp blade nearly cleaves through Jing Jiao. Her eyes go wide in shock. Zhang Ping stands still, the axe resting on his shoulder. Jing Jiao starts running toward him. Zhang Ping speaks, "How long do you plan to keep up the act?" Rest assured. Suddenly, Zhang Ping mutates, his eyes turning blood red. He looks like an Asura risen from the depths of hell, here to collect souls. Zhang Ping says to Jing Jiao, "I won't let you die too quickly, and I won't disappoint myself." The prince's true body materializes behind Jing Jiao. It speaks, its tone carrying not a shred of contempt, instead, a hint of admiration. "It seems the Lord was right. I don't know what method you used, but you can indeed see through my clan's illusions. I recall your ability isn't." Before the words finish, purple arrows imbued with tremendous force shoot from every direction straight at the prince. Shock floods its mind. This is Dark Mist, Zhang Ping wielding his divine artifact, fighting the prince with everything he has. Electric sparks crackle from the gem fragments. It thinks to itself, has Dark Mist possessed him? Zhang Ping's divine artifact cleaves across the prince's torso. It lets out a piercing scream. "Ah!" Zhang Ping asks the prince, "Do you know? Do you know?" Before the words even fade, a spectral chain descends from the sky, wrapping around the moon prince. Zhang Ping leaps into the air, commanding the chains to tighten around the prince. Zhang Ping growls through gritted teeth, "Even though I haven't known her long, it's because of her that I accepted who I am now." At this point, Zhang Ping has fully transformed, his entire body radiating a wave of frigid spiritual energy. He tells it, "She's the one who calmed my heart, who silenced the anxiety within me." The prince is fully restrained, chains binding its arms and legs, countless razor-sharp gemstones aimed directly at it. The prince stammers, "What are you talking about?" Before it finishes speaking, the gemstones rocket straight into the prince, piercing through its body. Blood sprays everywhere. It howls in fury, its face twisted, never imagining he could unleash such devastating combat power. Since when did Zhang Ping become this strong? The prince's body trembles uncontrollably. Zhang Ping responds, his voice ice cold. "To me, she's my childhood friend and the most important person in my life." It hesitates, frozen in place. Before it can even finish its sentence, Zhang Ping drives a gemstone straight into the prince's chest. He roars with fury and grief. She only wanted to pursue her ideals. When Zhang Ping wrenches the gemstone free, a torrent of blood gushes from the prince's body. Zhang Ping screams, "Why did you want to hurt her?" Its blood pools into a dark crimson puddle on the ground. The prince throws its head back, laughing in broken, ragged bursts. It lets out a cold snort, then erupts into laughter. "So that's what this is about. Too bad you'll never be able to know the truth." It screams at Zhang Ping. You should have seen the look of despair on her face when she died. Zhang Ping commands his divine artifact, unleashing a barrage of slashes across the prince's body. Blood erupts from its mouth, wounds crisscrossing every inch of its flesh. It screams in agonizing pain. Finally, the prince stammers out a plea, kill me. Jing Jiao's body lies nearby. She looks at him through tear-filled eyes and calls out Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping reaches out and rips the disguise off the prince's face. It howls in despair. Don't. System Dark Mist 70,100, Dark Mist 90,100, Dark Mist 100,100. Killing intent continues to build on Zhang Ping's divine weapon, growing denser by the second. Zhang Ping's gaze is resolute, yet unmistakably death incarnate. Zhang Ping grinds out each word, I want to kill. Zhang Ping screams, it's you damn fox. Then he channels every ounce of power into a single devastating blow, slashing at the prince, shattering its very soul. He holds Jing Jiao's face skin in his hands, staring at it, his eyes filled with unbearable grief. Suddenly, a woman's voice rings out from behind Zhang Ping, to think you could defeat Moon 26 all on your own. Your strength has improved quite a bit. Zhang Ping stands in silence. He glances back, it's the person calling his name, Zhang Ping. Wu stands with arms crossed over her chest, her entire body radiating a surge of dark power. She sneers condescendingly, I can't believe you actually dared to come back, got a death wish. Zhang Ping looks up at Wu, fists clenched tight, and fires back. What makes you so sure I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? Zhang Ping thinks for a moment of praise, but the system's response comes instantly. System appraisal failed, appraisal failed. Wu's true nature begins to surface. Wu sneers, you're already dead and you still want to struggle. The system keeps attempting to appraise her, but every attempt fails. System appraisal failed, appraisal failed. The prince's true form manifests in all its colossal glory. It spreads its arms wide very well. Below, Wu's eyes blaze crimson. She hisses through clenched teeth, then I'll make sure you die with your eyes wide open. Suddenly, the system finally appraises successfully. The prince's info panel materializes. System appraisal successful. Name Heavenly Skyski Fox Moon Prince Race Mutated Fox Faction Moon Clan Potential Class Mutated Beast Peak Tier LV 39 Talent Perception Distortion capable of altering a target's perception and forcing them to perceive abnormalities as normal. Note Phantom Fox Tails Sovereign upon maturation, tails can be freely reshaped and possess multiple special functions. Note Scale of Transformation and Function type scale with level. Wu rockets upward, whipping her tail to strike, but Zhang Ping reacts in time, using his dark mist body to conjure a barrier that blocks the blow. Wu's attack hits with such force that the barrier shatters. System Dark Mist Art Enemy Combat Power reduced by 20%. Zhang Ping immediately summons his weapon to counterattack. He raises his weapon to block the incoming tail and while blocking, screams its name, War Scythe. But the collision of two immense forces sends Zhang Ping flying backward. Panic grips Zhang Ping's heart, his dark mist couldn't even withstand a single hit. Watching Wu's massive tails writhing menacingly, he thinks to himself, just as I assessed, its main offensive method is the tails. He quickly shifts into liquid form to slip through the tails while calculating his next move. Pure water body can evade physical damage, so its attacks shouldn't work on me. Wu retracts her drenched tails, gazing down at him with utter contempt. So it seems your abilities aren't limited to just one type, are they? She's no pushover either, immediately switching tactics to counter him. Her tails lunge at him. Zhang Ping shifts to blue. He yells, damn it, she speaks with disdain. Cute trick, but don't think for a second that'll be enough to get away. No matter how many abilities you have, you can never bridge the gap in our strength. Seeing Wu's tail plunge toward his arm, he quickly shifts to water form again. He's thrown into chaos. She's actually dropping her tail to sub-zero temperatures to freeze his pure water body. Then Wu speaks, however, there's one thing that really piques my curiosity. Her face darkens as she advances, killing intent radiating off her in waves. Even Sidhu Shibai couldn't see through the king's illusions. So, what method did you actually use? Zhang Ping remains lost in his own thoughts. Although I can't activate two talents simultaneously, Wu gradually stops, planting her feet, arms crossed, and asks calmly, red gemstone. The instant she asks, Zhang Ping immediately unleashes his technique. The combat contract can compensate for that. System Martial Contract Blazing Fire Forge. The contract gem can temporarily imbue attack-type abilities into the gemstone. All stored power can be released in a single burst by shattering the gem. Dust and smoke engulf the silhouette behind Shi Wu. She speaks. Mere parlor tricks. Shi Wu turns her head. That actually helped you slip outside my range. How come you don't keep going? Yeah. Zhang Ping spreads his arms and says, relying on my own strength alone, I probably can't break out of this encirclement. Then his eyes flash with sharp brilliance, his expression turning dangerous. That's why I chose to ask for help. A booming voice suddenly rings out. Shi Wu stands there utterly baffled. Zhang Ping. From the other side, Feng Laxian and Guand rush in. Laxian said, Dr. Tran Vi Hoa said you're in trouble. What's happening? De chimed in, everyone else got out already, you're the last one. Thai Vu eyed the three of them and thought. Could it be that Feng Laxian got dragged here because of the explosion? So he's in the same group as Zhang Ping. She lowered her gaze to her own tail, calculating. If they won't let her use it, then they can die. With that thought, she immediately whipped her tail at Ping in a devastating blow. He quickly shoved Laxian out of the way. Watch out, Laxian warned. Kitty, you're back. Ahead, Thai Vu stood brimming with murderous intent and overwhelming pressure. Ping lay face down on the ground. His back was injured, but he still reassured everyone. Don't worry about my wound. She's that fox. Laxian let out a sigh upon hearing that. So that's how it is. A real headache, this one. Bida, look after your student, will you? At that moment, Ping was slowly liquefying. Du was slightly startled, the heavenly skyski fox. But clearly her form, Ping had liquefied into a pool of pink fluid that latched onto Du's body. He cried out in alarm, you damn brat, what the hell are you doing? Ping quickly reassured him. Relax, instructor, I won't harm you. Thai Vu activated the pure blood technique visual resonance, transforming into the moon prince, her form now resembling a terrifying fox spirit. He said to Du, take a good look at what she really is. Du stared at the monster before him and screamed, oh my god. Laxian immediately charged forward, placing himself between Thai Vu and the others, ready for battle. A voice warned him, Phoenix Hall Master, watch your abdomen. He leaped to dodge Thai Vu's strike while replying, already. Noted. Every wave of her attacks shattered the ground into massive chunks that hurled toward Laxian. He muttered, her attack power is that strong. Mid-battle, Laxian shouted to Du, Officer Bay, open your left hand, palm facing up, try it. Like this. In his palm was a red liquid, it was Ping. He immediately ordered him, find a way to feed it to the Phoenix Hall Master. Du heard this, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. Got it, I've got a plan. He hurled the liquid toward Laxian and shouted, Feng Laxian, catch, swallow it, no, it's good stuff. Laxian turned his head and opened his mouth, letting the liquid slip in. He thought to himself it was a signal. Then he swallowed in one gulp. The moment it went down, some kind of new power surged through him. Laxian stared straight at Thai Vu, radiating intensity. Beast, no, I can see you for what you really are. She swiped her claws at him, but he dodged just in time. Du had already summoned the spirit beast within himself, roaring with full force. We're joining the fight too. Laxian now blazed with fire, a radiant golden circle of flame manifesting behind him. Damned beast, pay for the lives of my students. Du activated the art of practical cultivation frenzy battle for more lion morph, transforming into a lion-headed, human-bodied warrior. Laxian activated the Scarlet Phoenix immortal body sun flame form, erupting in blazing fire. Ping's voice rang out. Phoenix Hall Master, what you just swallowed was my blood. It'll temporarily let you see through her true form. But the effect only lasts a short while. Laxian responded calmly. That's enough. Laxian and Du charged at Thai Vu together. In her mind, she was utterly baffled. Laxian had nearly reached her just moments ago, and her head was already swirling with confusion. Why could they all suddenly see through her illusion? Could it be that brat Zhang Ping's doing? She whipped her tail to knock Laxian back, seething inwardly how infuriating. Thai Vu had now morphed into a mutated tree, her eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. Forget how he did it, she snarled, her entire body radiating an eerie, monstrous energy. Just kill them all. Thai Vu summoned one of her subordinates. Moonlight, wake up, time to work. A clawed hand reached out from Thai Vu's shadow. A fox emerged from it. Moonlight, as you command, your highness. Laxian turned to Du, be careful, I can sense it. The fox that emerged from her shadow is extremely powerful. Ping, still inside Du, also sensed something strange. This wasn't an illusion. How could that heavenly skyski fox have been hiding in the shadow all along without anyone noticing? Staring at the two mutated beasts before him, he could only sigh in frustration. Damn it. In pure blood form, I can't use appraisal. What is that fox's actual power level? Ping separated from Da's body and said to Laxian, Phoenix Hall Master, these are the last few snake scales I have on me. He replied, but even in sun flame form, I'll still have a hard time fighting them both. He placed a snake scale on Laxian's palm. Hall Master, trust me, I guarantee we'll all make it out of Mingzhu City alive. Laxian gave his orders, you two just buy me some time, that's all I need. He then placed the snake scale in his mouth. Since he'd said as much, his body temperature immediately surged to 4000 CVIT, SDR and AGI all spiked upward. We're putting our lives in your hands. With that, he charged straight toward the two mutated beasts. Stake one out first. The fox lunged at Da, starting with you. It attacked him relentlessly, but he dodged every strike. Finally, both locked in a grapple. Da seized the upper hand and hurled the fox away. Unfortunately, the fox had already clawed several gashes across his chest. The fox immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to pounce again. Ping, still inside him, said, Instructor, let me heal your wounds. Looks like that fox can use your own shadow to attack you. The blood from his wounds floated out of his chest. He acknowledged, got it. At that moment, Laxian charged straight at Thaivu. He attacked her while simultaneously trying to devise another plan. Taking hits like this isn't going to work. An idea struck him and he shouted, old. They execute the 31 tactic, 1 lures the enemy, 3 unleash divine power. Da responded immediately, understood. The fox was attacking Da from every direction. He fought it while taunting, that's all you've got and you think you can kill me. You'd make a decent back scratcher, not bad on speed but your power's pathetically weak. Having heard enough, the fox snapped at it, lunged at him with a furious shriek. Then it crouched low and drove its fangs deep into Da's abdomen. The sudden, vicious strike to his weak point made him cough up blood. In that instant, he grabbed the fox's face. Got you, Da roared, channeling every ounce of strength and hurled the fox by its head. He threw the fox toward Laxian and Thaivu's battlefield. He shouted, Hall Master. Da's shout distracted Laxian for a split second. Thaivu's tail pierced straight into his chest. Seeing her own subordinate hurled at her, Thaivu was momentarily stunned. Laxian seized the moment and unleashed the Beast King Ultimate Art Primordial Chaos Unity Chi upon them. A massive explosion erupts instantly, dust and smoke billow out, blocking everyone's sight. Ping separates from Da's body. This is the moment. He hands the two of them a pre-charged contract gem from Shuzhang, then instructs, hold on to this. When the time comes, grip it tight. Ping clutches the blue gem in hand and calls out, Shuzhang, preparations complete, ready to deploy. The other two respond in unison, roger that. Then he shouts, launch. All three are catapulted skyward into the open air. It catches Lai Xian and a completely off guard, a spike of fear shoots through them. Blasted upward without warning, Du immediately starts cursing at Ping. You little punk, if you're gonna pull a stunt like this, warn me first, I wasn't ready for that. Lai Xian, on the other hand, is absolutely thrilled. Du peers down from high above and makes a rough estimate. With this much distance, we should have shaken them off for sure. Ping separates from Da's body. The earlier battle has taken its toll. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. He mutters to himself, using the pure blood body to heal drained way too much energy. I can barely hold on. He tosses the gem toward the two of them and says weakly, this gem will guide you both to the base. Before he even finishes, his body plummets in freefall. Da blurts out, that damn kid. Lai Xian shouts after him too. Zhang Ping vanishes, reappearing outside Mingzhu City in the Lost Forest. The sky has already gone pitch black. This is where Ping crashed down. He lies motionless on the ground, unconscious. A single leaf drifts down onto his face and he slowly cracks his eyes open. He stares up at the sky, nothing but darkness and silence. Ping forces himself upright, his mind foggy. I'm still alive. A voice cuts through the stillness from somewhere nearby. Finally, you're awake. He's still holding the leaf when he turns, bewildered. The captain, face still unseen, responds. You were in bad shape, out cold for a long time, your face is covered in wounds. He clenches his teeth and winces. Damn, that hurts. The other person continues, I gave everything I had just to stop the bleeding temporarily, but I'm reaching my limit now. The wounds on Ping's body seep crimson through his outerwear. It looks severe. The voice keeps going, sorry, I need to rest for a bit. Ping struggles to sit up, his voice strained. Captain, don't apologize. If not for you, I'd already be dead. Just rest easy, Captain. I need to contact headquarters right away. He picks up the blue gem to send a transmission. Headquarters, this is Zhang Ping. If you receive this, respond. Silence, no one answers. The only reply is the wind rustling through the trees. Sensing something is wrong, Ping accepts his fate. Looks like he'll have to rely on his own body alone. Inside a small cave, a faint glow flickers to life against the pitch-black backdrop of the forest. Ping has built a small campfire for warmth. He's bandaging his own wounds as he speaks. Even though the pure blood body can selectively target others for healing, it can't heal myself. So it's the classic case of a doctor who can't cure himself, huh? He grits his teeth and wraps the bandage tight, thoughts racing in his head. My offensive reserves are completely drained. If a mutated beast shows up right now, I'm in serious trouble. At least this cave seems safe enough. I'll stay here and recover for now. System inventory status: flame storage 2300. System mist storage below 100. Lost in his thoughts, Ping accidentally drops something. A stone-like object clatters to the ground. This forest is incredibly complex. Even by tomorrow, in my current state, finding the way out would be nearly impossible. I can only hope my teammates find me soon. Ping's gaze drifts to the object that just fell. It's To Tinjayo's hairpin. Staring at the hairpin, memories flood back. Every battle, every brush with death he survived. Her name echoes in his mind again and again: To Tinjayo. He grips the hairpin tight, trembling, biting down on his lip. After everything I've been through, I finally avenged you. So why don't I feel any joy? Frustration boils over. He slams his fists into the ground again and again, choking back sobs. I told myself it was all for you, but in the end, it was just my own obsession. His hands are bleeding now. He sets the hairpin down, unable to stop blaming himself. I preached about justice, but deep down, I was chasing worldly glory. He kneels on the ground, his expression twisted with bitterness. What good is revenge now? The dead can't come back to life. Not even the greatest healer in the world could change that. His eyes fall on the hairpin lying on the ground, and suddenly, a thought sparks. Wait, could I actually bring To Tinjayo back? He remembers how S-letter 1EAFC clung to his neck, overjoyed. Back then, I used the pure blood body to heal Sister Chuangit, regrew her severed arm. According to Senior Chen Ming, the new arm was in excellent condition. Sister Chuang showed no rejection response. It even looked virtually identical to the original. Ping recalls the time he inhabited Lai Xian's body, his mind racing through possibilities. And when I took over the Phoenix Pavilion Master's body, I discovered I could replace the vital organs inside to sustain his life. If my reasoning is correct, I might be able to resurrect To Tinjayo. With that thought, he reaches out and touches Tinjayo's skin lying on the ground, channeling internal energy into his fingertips. The pure blood body's healing is only limited to its designated targets. But right now, all that remains of To Tinjayo is a single layer of skin. I don't know if it'll even work. System pure blood body activated. His fingertips slowly begin dripping onto her skin. The liquid flows steadily, spreading into a pool of crimson that covers Tinjayo's skin entirely. A grin breaks across his exhausted face. Exhausting, but it's working. He pours every last ounce of strength into the technique. Both arms dissolve into pure blood. Then he unleashes maximum output, every bit of energy and power at his disposal, all channeled into regeneration. The pool of blood begins connecting, tracing along golden veins. Then it spirals into a vortex, wrapping around Tinjayo's forming body. She is being rebuilt from it. The body, halfway complete, suddenly withers like leaves crumbling in autumn. Ping's eyes go wide. No. What's happening? He stands amid the rivers of blood, confusion and panic flooding his face. Is it because I'm injured? Am I too damaged to reconstruct the full body? But he refuses to stop. No, I will not give up. He stares at the half-formed Tinjayo. Only the upper half of her body exists, and resolve, no, sheer recklessness fills his eyes. Even if it drains every last drop of energy from me, I will not lose you again. Scene shift: Lai Xian and his current situation. The two are still soaring through the sky. The light has already faded to dusk. Lai Xian senses something off. Something's wrong with this trajectory. Prepare for landing. Du responds beside him, Roger. Lai Xian releases his grip and drops. De follows suit. Moments later, the two are fast approaching the ground. Their feet touch earth. They are safe. De brushes himself off, grumbling, that kid is absolutely unreliable, seriously. A group of people are already waiting there. Xiang Ming steps forward to greet them. You must be Senior Feng Laxian and Senior Bai De, correct? Xu Zhang sees the two and immediately triggers the recall technique, reverting the flight gear. Xiang Ming continues, we've been waiting here for quite some time. After recalling the flight mechanism, Shuzhong returns to his stocky, well-fed frame. He introduces himself with an embarrassed grin. I honestly have no excuse for that. When I received Zhang Ping's signal just now, I recalled the gear immediately and didn't think about the landing situation for you two. His face flushes red as he bows awkwardly. I sincerely apologize for the rough welcome, seniors. Lai Xian throws an arm around his shoulder and laughs. A little turbulence like that, not enough to scare us, but if it were anyone else. Hard to say. This kid still has a lot of room for improvement. Shuzhong stammers, of course, absolutely. Xixian, who has been standing by silently, finally speaks up. Where's Zhang Ping? He didn't come back with you too. De finally speaks up. I was just about to tell everyone, here's what happened. Du explains how Zhang Ping fell into the forest. He then offers his analysis of the situation. The terrain in that area is extremely complex. Most people who enter never come back, that's why they call it the Lost Forest. The two of us have no sense of direction whatsoever. If we'd blindly charged into the jungle to find Zhang Ping back then, we probably wouldn't have made it out ourselves. Chen Ming ponders for a moment then speaks up. The Pooh. RGE Squad's badge has a positioning function. Once we enter the forest, we can find our way back at any time. Liu Xixian responds immediately. I'll go. Feng Laxian chimes in as well. I'm going too. Zhang Ping's injuries can't be ignored. I bear responsibility for this too. I bear responsibility for this too. Then he turns to De. By De, go treat your wounds first. De lowers his head hesitant, but Laxian quickly reassures him. Don't worry. My wounds are already starting to recover. They're just a bit slower than during the day. The mutated beasts in this forest can't hurt me. Ming speaks up. Then it's settled. Liu Xixian, Elder Feng and I will go find Zhang Ping and Fatso. You lead Elder Bai back to base. Zhang hears this and blinks. Me. That's great. But the young man shakes his head vigorously. No, that's not right. He snaps to attention, raises his hand in a crisp military salute, and vows to complete the mission. Ming pushes up his glasses and smiles with satisfaction. Good, very good. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside a cave, the sky outside has already brightened. Labored breathing echoes within. Zhang Ping is still grinding away at incantations trying to reconstruct Su Jingjiao. No good, still not quite there. System pure blood body upgraded to intermediate rank. Growth value 45 stars. His eyes widen in surprise. Watching Jingjiao's form grow more and more complete, he thinks the skill leveled up at just the right time. This time, it has to work. A moment later something happens, smoke billows everywhere. He covers his face, coughing through the haze, wondering, did it work? He forces his tear-streaked eyes wide open and freezes in absolute shock. He stammers, oh. After countless attempts, Su Jingjiao finally stands before him. She wears nothing but a thin sweater draped over her shoulders. She raises a hand and waves, long time no see. Zhang Ping rises to his feet, utterly bewildered. Su Jingjiao. He can barely choke out the words. That's great, so great. Then his entire body collapses, every last drop of his strength completely drained. Jingjiao cries out his name and catches him before he hits the ground. She holds him close, her voice trembling with worry. Are you okay? He answers weakly, I'm fine, just a little tired. Jingjiao gently lays his head on her lap, then scolds him with a soft sigh. You're still as reckless as ever. Always throwing yourself in head first, just like before. Ping murmurs a quiet reply, his heart overflowing with contentment. If I hadn't been reckless, maybe none of this would have happened today. He's glad, truly glad, ate that gemstone back then. Jingjiao answers tenderly, I know. You've been working so hard this whole time. She recalls every time he visited her, every battle he fought, even when the academy looked down on him, even when they told him to go plant rice instead. Even when he faced enemies far beyond his level, through it all, he never stopped moving forward. Jingjiao gently strokes his hair and says softly, seeing how much you've grown today and knowing you've found so many incredible teammates. From the bottom of my heart, I'm truly happy for you. Promise me you'll cherish them even more. Ping has already drifted off to sleep on her lap. She notices and whispers, you're tired, aren't you? You've done more than enough today, rest now. Then a few drops of water fall onto his face. Jingjiao is suddenly crying, tears streaming down her cheeks as she chokes out, I want to keep walking forward with you too. She gently wipes her tears and continues, but it's already too late, my soul energy is depleted. She raises her hand already, beginning to dissolve, and lightly touches him. But I believe if it's you, you'll definitely find me somewhere out there someday, right? Her entire body gradually fades away. She forces out her final words, "I hope by then, I'll still be able to remember you." In the end, she vanishes completely, leaving Ping lying there alone in the silence, with only her parting wish lingering in the air. Zhang Ping is still inside the cave. By now the sky outside has gone pitch black. His eyes snap open, he bolts upright and screams her name. Sujinjio. He glances to the side and sees Jingjiao's body lying there. Relief washes over him. He lets out a breath and shakes her shoulder. "Wake up. You'll catch cold sleeping like this." Jingjiao's body rolls over from the force, revealing wide, hollow, lifeless eyes staring at nothing. Ping falls backward in horror, stammering, "Cold, she's so cold." He shakily raises his finger to her nose, checking for breath. No breathing. Ping completely snaps. A terrifying torrent of mana erupts from his body. He screams, "What the hell?" Staring at Jingjiao's motionless body, he refuses to accept the truth. "You were just talking to me, weren't you?" But no matter how desperately he screams, Jingjiao's expression doesn't change. She's nothing but an empty shell now. After a while, Ping sits frozen before her body, his mind racing. "Every time before this, I heard Su Jingjiao's voice. So this time can't be an illusion either. She said something about soul energy earlier." He wonders, could the revival have failed because there was no soul to anchor it? Lost in thought, he doesn't notice something creeping up behind him. Countless thoughts swirl through his mind. Enough, if reviving someone were really that simple, something would be seriously wrong. If she was forced into a false revival, would she really still be her? But as she sighed, "As long as I find her soul, there's still a chance." A strange creature slowly approaches Ping. He glances over, a mutated beast. The creature still looks dazed. Outside, the world is silent under the pitch-black night. Only inside the cave does a faint fire flicker. Inside the cave, Ping and the creature stare at each other. Neither knows what to do. He finally speaks, "You're awake." It chirps back a few times in response. He offers it a small piece of food. "You look pretty weak, must be hungry, right? When I was unconscious, you didn't attack me." The mutated beast takes the food, its expression radiating pure happiness. Ping continues, "Whatever your reason, I'm not just going to leave you to fend for yourself." Mid-bite, the creature suddenly turns and starts searching for something. Ping understands immediately. "You're wondering where she went." The mutated beast scurries around the cave, searching for Jingjiao. He says softly, "She's sleeping soundly right now. She's resting in a quiet place inside a bracelet space." He looks at the creature and adds, "Judging by your size, you must have just been born." The creature brings the small piece of food back to Ping. He mutters, "I guess you don't even have a concept of death yet, huh?" Ping points at himself, "You want me to have this?" He thinks this is the first time I've ever encountered a mutated beast this friendly. He remembers lying on Jingjiao's lap with his eyes closed, ears still catching every word she said. Was she telling me to cherish what I have now? She's right, moping around won't change what's already happened. He snaps out of his thoughts and turns to the creature. "By the way, I still don't know what species you even are." He activates appraisal. System appraisal successful. A status panel materializes, displaying the creature's information. Mobile Fortress Ant Queen classification D rank mutated beast potential 10 tier 1 talent Iron Fortress. Boosts defense and expands internal spatial capacity in proportion to body size. Ping stares at the ant stunned. An Elder Queen talent. System Elder Queen capable of asexual reproduction. Commands swarm units within its subterranean hive network. Possesses a powerful intimidation aura against foreign ant species. Effectiveness scales with body mass. Ping reads the notifications and cannot help but sigh. Who would have thought this tiny brat had the potential to become a king, escaped the Moon Prince, and now I encounter another one. I wonder if this can be called fate. Nearby, a pile of small black creatures clusters into a dense bush. Ping is curious, what is that? He uses the appraisal technique. The notification panel flickers appraisal successful. Within the bushes is another type of ant. Black Mountain Carpenter Ant, a level 5 mutated beast with 1-star potential. Black Mountain Legion Spiky Armor, high defense, potent corrosive acid. The swarm shares information and marches in unison. Ping exclaims, "Mutated ants." He turns to the beast beside him. "Kid, your comrades are here to pick you up." Instead of joy, the mutated beast trembles in terror. Ping asks curiously, "What's wrong with you?" He holds the creature, glancing toward the cave entrance. Doubt stirs in his heart. Could it be? Suddenly, the black swarming mass floods into the cave. Ping instantly unleashes pure physical force to break free. Once clear, he stares at the ant, resting his chin in his hand. You don't seem very popular, do you? Those wounds on your body weren't caused by them, were they? One of the ants detects Ping's position. He scoops up the little ant and bolts. Not good, they've spotted me. A teeming ocean of ants surges after him. He calculates his options while sprinting. The royal talent of this ant queen should strike fear into the legion, maintaining order and stability within the colony. Behind him, the massive swarm continues its relentless pursuit. He ponders, but because it's still low level, do they view it as a provocation instead? Ping looks at the little ant in his hand, deep in thought. Kid, it seems your royal talent still needs time to be honed. He spots a bear sleeping nearby and realizes he must find a way to stall them. He leaps onto the bear's back. Got it. The bear jolts awake, its eyes burning blood red with rage, its claws tearing into the earth. The ant swarm descends upon the furious bear, leaving the two to clash. Ping slips away. That should be safe enough. Suddenly, Ping catches sight of something. The thick-skinned, fat bear is reduced to a skeleton in mere moments. He cries out, "Damn it, these are ants." A cold wind whistles through the leaves beneath the moonlight. Ping dashes at high speed, thinking, thankfully these insects can't fly. Moving through the canopy will be more advantageous. He shudders as he looks at the destruction behind him. This pursuit is terrifying. They topple every tree in their path. In a blur, Ping vaults into the branches. He sits still, wondering if there is more activity. Is this an earthquake? His expression changes abruptly. Damn it. Before him, an ancient tree with glowing red eyes appears. He asks, shocked, what is this thing? Changchun lifts a foot, the sound echoing through the entire forest. Where do you insects come from? A single step shakes the heavens and quakes the earth. Changchun roars, how dare you disturb this seat's rest? Countless creatures begin to swarm around the tree's base. Green, vine-like lights emerge, rapidly coiling around the ancient tree's roots while a vortex manifests beneath. Ping observes silently from the branch. It can speak human tongue, so plants can also undergo mutations like beasts. But at least it has driven away the black mountain ants. Time to slip away. He unleashes his power, and the system notification activates Nightwalker. As he prepares to leave, vines snare his body, accompanied by a voice. Wait, human. Changchun leans down, red eyes burning. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Ping worries his stealth has been compromised. He stands still, observing. Even his missed Nightwalker was detected. This tree man is clearly on a much higher level. Appraisal failed. The system keeps pinging, appraisal failed. The ancient tree laughs kindly. Little friend, do not worry. Now the system notifies appraisal successful. Name Yi Changchun, race human, silent 1, status awakened, level 35, peak talent super plant, mutation, body can transition into plant form, possessing various botanical abilities, and it will continue to evolve indefinitely with age. Changchun explains, only after being awakened by those ants did I notice you. It has been a long time since I met a living person, so I am a bit excited. Ping observes in silence. Silent one, every fallen one I have met was a lunatic. Why does this one seem so dense? This tree man seems quite friendly. He stammers in response. I'm just passing through. He thinks, regardless, I cannot leave now. Talking to him might not be harmful. Changchun sits down, one large, one small, as they converse. Little friend, where are you from? I am from Mingzhu City. Hearing this, the tree man responds with delight. Oh, what a coincidence. I am also from Mingzhu City. He grows somber, however, other than that, I cannot remember anything. Perhaps I have truly grown old. Ping asks curiously, you don't remember Senior Yi? The junior boldly asks, does your excellency know that you are a silent one? He rolls his eyes, so that is it. Silent one. What is a silent one? Suddenly he looks surprised, pointing at Ping. Wait, you know my name? Ping doesn't hide it, I dare not lie to you. This junior knows a bit of the appraisal technique. After appraising you, your name Yi Changchun appeared. Just then, the bracelet on Ping's wrist glows and a voice speaks. Yi Changchun, your excellency is Uncle Yi. Ping wonders, surprised. Captain, you are awake. He asks concernedly, Captain, have you recovered? The bracelet emits another sound. I woke up while you two were talking. Changchun looks on in wonder, saying delightedly, this friend of yours can actually dwell within a magical bracelet. How fascinating. From your tone, it seems you know me. Can you tell me about my past? The light from the bracelet flickers rhythmically. Images of Tu Bai and Changchun fighting together appear through the narrative. In the beginning, to overthrow the tyranny of the Chu clan, we established a resistance army. And you were a member of that force. You not only possessed immense strength but also mastered the art of disguise. you infiltrated the Chu clan as a spy. The moment Changchun was gravely wounded flashes by as the story continues. During a reconnaissance mission, you were discovered by the Chu clan and ambushed. You sacrificed yourself to save us. Never did I imagine I would meet you here. Hearing this, he beams with excitement at his own past resistance army. That sounds quite impressive. But I remember nothing of these events. The spectral image of Tu Bai appears and says to Ping, Zhang Ping, I need a favor. The man in the phantom watches Changchun plays with the birds. He says the so-called fallen state is actually a form of spiritual disorientation. Just like Mr. Yi here lived in tree-man form for far too many years. His consciousness gradually adapted to that abnormality and treated it as everyday life. His human memories faded away over time. This state even caused him to unconsciously forget who he used to be. Moreover, the fallen are no longer ordinary humans. Their spirits have long surpassed mortal limits. A bird casually relieves itself on Changchun's nose, but he merely stares in silence. The explanation continuously conventional method of spiritual control has zero effect on them. That's why there's no precedent for a fallen being cured. But Tu Bai speaks up, affirming to Ping that he, however, is different. He asks back suspiciously, you're telling me to have Senior Yi eat the contract gem. Hearing this, Changchun speaks with a hopeful tone, you can free me from the fallen state. Looking at the level 7 contract gem in his hand, its effect still unactivated, he answers without confidence. Theoretically, the method is to have him swallow this gem, but restoring a fallen being's spiritual power absolutely requires external guidance, which means the senior would need to hand over full control of his body to the junior. A cheerful voice rings out again, I thought it was something serious. Next, vines quickly coil around the gem. Changchun swallows it without hesitation, answering, what's so hard about that? The contract gem begins vibrating as it merges into his body, drawing a panicked cry. He actually swallowed it. Changchun stands motionless before Ping, and the system panel chimes with a notification. System contract successful, contract beast established. Ping looks up at Yi Changchun, stunned. Did he really just go through with it that decisively? And the contract is already complete. Half believing, half doubting, he casts the magic while thinking, let me try issuing a command. A swirl of green energy surrounds him. He raises his hand and issues the command, Yi Changchun, I order you to cease your fallen state now. Ping extends his hand toward the towering tree man standing before him. He thinks in disbelief, I was just testing on a whim, it actually worked. Changchun, still in tree man form, lets out a massive roar. After transforming from a towering tree back into human shape, an elderly man appears, long hair, long beard, and 2 thick branches sprouting from his head. He thinks in amazement, good heavens, the fallen state was actually dispelled that easily. Changchun stares at his own body in shock, it's a human body. He cries out in pure joy. Mingzhu City, the Chu clan's beast taming arts, I remember now, I remember everything. Ping's info panel lights up. System level 7 contract gem supplementary effect activated. New summoned beast contract has been unlocked. Ping stares wide-eyed at Changchun, thinking to himself. So signing a contract is just like awakening an ability. You can get unexpected bonus effects from consuming a gem. This is the first time he's ever learned that. The more he thinks about it, the more unbelievable it seems. She's current expression looks exactly like the face in that famous painting, The Scream. But in that case, could he also awaken new abilities through a level 7 contract gem? But then, seeing Changchun's beaming, overjoyed face, he thinks, forget it, consider it a good deed done. He'll just have to wait for the gem to upgrade to level 8. Just look how happy the old man is. Overjoyed at returning to human form. Changchun turns to Ping, suddenly remembering, I still don't know your name, young friend. He answers, my name is Zhang Ping. Hearing this, Changchun rummages through his clothes and says, Zhang Ping, the one who can dispel the fallen state, and yet that name sounds rather modest. As he finishes speaking, Changchun pulls a seed from his robes, surrounded by black-purple flames. He says, this old man has lived in the wilderness for years. I have nothing on me worthy of repaying you. If you don't mind, please accept this. This thing seems to possess characteristics of both the living and the dead. I found it interesting back then, so I kept it. Changchun's weathered, sun-darkened, bony hand extends a strange object before Ping. The moment you see it, you're so shocked you break out in a cold sweat. This is an ethereal mist essence. System appraisal initiated. Almost instantly, another chime system appraisal successful. The speed of the appraisal catches Ping off guard, who wonders if it's because of the previous appraisal. But this time the process went impossibly smooth. He holds the crystalline orb in his hand, eyes locked on it as the info panel appears. Item: ethereal mist essence, quality refined. An energy essence stored in the gallbladder of an ethereal mist black bear. Effect: upon consumption, highly unexpected effects will occur. Ping finishes reading the info panel and thinks with quiet glee, this time it's bear gallbladder, huh? Well, at least it's better than sheep bile. Changchun sighs, looking dejected as he thinks his thank you gift isn't valuable enough. He apologizes, saying he wishes he had something better to offer. Changchun hasn't even finished speaking when Ping cuts in. It's fine, Senior Yi. This is actually very useful to Metroli. Besides, I helped you willingly. After answering, Ping gazes down at the essence in his hand, breaking into a nervous sweat. He recalls what CC said before, that creatures of the nether are essentially parasitic in nature. As long as they don't take over your consciousness, it shouldn't be a major problem. Ping suddenly remembers the image of him and Xian fighting Prince Yue together. Ping thinks, with that experience under my belt, I should be able to handle it now. Besides, even a beginner-level ethereal mist couldn't harm Prince Yue. So if I want to defeat it, I still need to get much stronger. He squeezes his eyes shut, opens wide, and pours the entire ethereal mist essence down his throat. Let's do this. The moment he swallows, his power surges violently. He plants his feet and screams as black-purple energy erupts around him. The agony of absorbing the ethereal mist essence contorts his face in pain. He cheers himself on. I can do this, I can do this. Suddenly, where Ping stands, a pillar of black-purple energy crashes down and flashes white-violet. Once the absorption is complete, Ping gasps for air, exhausted. System ethereal mist essence successfully absorbed. System ethereal mist body beginner upgraded to ethereal mist body intermediate. Body reinforced with ethereal mist properties. Fury absorption added. Current ethereal mist reserves 199,300. Ping raises his right arm, testing the new power. A mass of black-purple flame-like energy blazes to life in his palm. System enhancement values updated. Level increased to level 13. Contract gem upgraded to level 9. Ping stares at the flame and thinks, just like last time, 3 levels in one go is absolutely insane. And the gem upgraded too. Changchun's jaw drops, he can't believe it, and blurts out, Mingzhu City has truly produced a prodigy. Who would have guessed that thing was actually meant to be eaten? Ping thinks in response, maybe because I'm the only one who ate it and survived. Changchun points down at the ground. With a grin, he says, old brother Du, you've been watching for a while now, still not planning to come out. This blindsides Ping, throwing a massive question mark over his head. From beneath the ground, 2 eyes suddenly appear and an annoyed voice speaks up. You trust people way too easily. Ping turns to look at a boulder with a human face. He nearly jumps out of his skin, screaming internally, Holla, there's another one hiding out here. Changchun sees his reaction and bursts out laughing. They're just a pile of old bones. What's there to be afraid of? But old brother Su, do you really intend to stay fallen forever? The old brother replies with undisguised contempt, fallen or not, what does it matter? Our lives right now are perfectly carefree as they are. Hearing his old friend's words, Changchun falls into deep thought. He sighs, heh. Seems like you've forgotten quite a few important things too, haven't you? The old brother hears this, and his face freezes in shock. Changchun continued, do you truly never wish to see your family again? Suddenly the stone stirred and a question rang out. My family. The stone stood up. The system immediately issued an appraisal notification. The stone rose to its full height, its voice tinged with sorrow as it spoke of family. Meanwhile, the system fired off 2 consecutive appraisal failure notifications. The appraisal failed twice in a row. Only on the 3rd attempt did a success notification finally appear. The stat panel materialized: name Su Kingba, race human, status fallen, stamina none, growth value none, tier peak level awakener 3 years. Talent Super 8th variant. Body capable of merging with inorganic matter in nature and absorbing inorganic substances. Characteristic unable to merge with objects smaller than itself. Ping finished reading the stat panel, then turned to address Su Kingba. From below, Changchun shouted, jabbing a finger at Kingba. You. Look at yourself, what kind of human have you become? He looked up from below and muttered, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. The image of an old man materialized, Ping's bracelet chimed in. It's no surprise you've heard of him. He was one of the founders of the investigation team and a legend in Mingzhu City. But he disappeared years ago. I never expected him to turn up out here in the wilderness. He furrowed his brow and questioned himself. Two senior figures ending up in the same wilderness, could that really be just a coincidence? Changchun stroked his beard, gazed at the sky, recalled the events of the past, and began to tell Ping his story. Back then, the Chu clan beat me half to death and threw me beyond the city walls. I had no choice but to turn myself into a tree to heal my wounds. Over time, I ended up looking like what you just saw. At the time, you were still just a kid, so I don't think the two events are related. Kingba Hef knelt to the ground, spreading his hands to lift Changchun up. He touched his old friend's face and said, I never imagined that boy from back then would grow up and build a family. When I first met him in the wilderness, he used to tell me about his adorable granddaughter from time to time. Ping was stunned, his eyes widened as he muttered inwardly, granddaughter. He rested his chin on his hand. Is that so? Oh, so that's how it is. Changchun noticed Ping's expression and asked, young friend, what's wrong with you? Ping raised his right hand. A wisp of white smoke drifted out. He asked, I wonder if the senior recognizes this. Kingba's eyes went wide. He looked down. It was the soul of his granddaughter Jingjiao. Ping continued to ask, is this person not? Suddenly, a man appeared with a grin that looked rather sinister, his face darkening as he said, Dad's here. Everyone's waiting inside. From somewhere, a thought surfaced. Was he calling out to me? He saw a girl sitting on a bed, cradling a chubby baby in her arms. She heard the voice from outside. The girl called out, she just woke up. That stream of thought surfaced once more. The girl holding the baby leaned close to the infant's ear, pointed outside, and whispered, Jaya, Grandpa's here to see you. The stream of thought continued. Perhaps it came from the baby's mind. A thought echoed through her head. Who is that? The questions kept spiraling. Inside the little one's head, frustration bubbled up, not knowing who she was. A deafening scream rang out. Kingba clutched his head and let out a terrifying roar, making Changchun freeze in fear and call out his old friend's name. Then he stood wide-eyed, pointing at the soul of Jaya standing there, and stammered, How is this girl? Kingba collapsed, his hand slamming into the ground as if dazed. Then he cried out, Who is she? Who is that girl? A flood of thoughts surged through the old man's mind. Chu clan, beast taming, Xiang the ghost, Mingzhu City investigation team family. The one who must never be forgot. He was pulled deeper and deeper into those words until he couldn't help but scream, Who am I? Witnessing him like this, Ping spoke up, If this continues, he'll completely lose himself. He turned back and said, Young friend Zhang, think of something fast. Ping appeared to think. Just moments ago the contract gem had just leveled up, but he hesitated. Once a contract is formed, new abilities can't be unlocked. Suddenly, a sparkling blue gem materialized in his hand, surprising even himself. He muttered, What was I even thinking about? Right now, saving him is all that matters. With that thought, he hurled the gem toward Elder Su and shouted, Senior Su, swallow this. I'll help you dispel the fallen state. Sensing danger, Kingba screamed in panic and swung his arm, swatting the gem away with such force that it sent Ping flying. Changchun outside could only cry out, Young friend Zhang. Kingba's voice rang out again. You're all trying to deceive me. This time he roared at the top of his lungs, Ma Bin, you won't get your way, get the hell out of Mingzhu City. He emerged from the darkness, his eyes glowing an eerie blue, his presence terrifying enough to freeze the soul. Seeing the scene unfold, he helped Ping to his feet and shouted, Enough. Open your eyes and look clearly. There's no Ma Bin here like the one you keep talking about. This is your granddaughter, she's your family. Ping spoke up, trembling, pleading, Senior, please come back to your senses. Under Kingba's razor-sharp gaze devoid of any warmth stared at Jayada's soul and murmured, My granddaughter. Yes. Then Changchun raised the gem and held it before him, saying, Swallow this, then you'll be able to remember. It seemed he had been convinced. He reached out as if to take the gem, speaking slowly, My family. The gem activated. A notification blazed across the air. Contract successful. Summoned Beast Su Kingba. A voice rang out, I command you to seize the fallen state. Then Su Kingba's body began to transform. Slowly he returned to his original form and fragments of his old body crumbled to the ground. Suddenly he raised a trembling hand and called out her name, Jayado. He reached out toward the glowing soul of Jayado and whispered, Why is it like this again? Who did this? He collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. He pressed his forehead to the ground, looked at her and said, I couldn't be by your side. Grandpa is so sorry. Through his tears he muttered, could it have been Ma Bin who did this to you? From afar Ping's bracelet spoke up. After you disappeared, Ma Bin was promoted to captain of the investigation team. Was there some kind of grudge between you two? Hearing this, Kingba bellowed, grudge, that's putting it mildly. He's a man of the Chu clan, how could they let him become captain? He slammed his fist into the ground in fury and roared, damn it, he got his way. Not only Mingzhu City, Evan, the person most important to me I couldn't protect. Faced with this, Ping spoke up, no wonder such a massive crisis hit the city and the patrol squad did nothing. I had my suspicions, but I never expected the Chu clan to be behind it every single time. Hearing this, you could only stand there with wide eyes, completely lost. Then Ping continued, before they couldn't capture Chen biting. Could there be a next move? Changchun spoke up, young friend Zhang, what are you two talking about? I can't make heads or tails of any of it. Ping explained, although you two have only just recovered your memories, I have to deliver some bad news. Mingzhu City is in dire straits right now. Then he slowly recounted everything to the two of them. It went like this: in the way to the rescue mission, I was gravely wounded. I had no choice but to hide in this forest to recover. Then he continued. Ping glanced down at the beast nestled in his arms, gently stroked its head and said, if not for Senior Yi's help, both me and this little guy would have lost our lives here long ago. Then, Changchun realized so many things had happened. Elder Su spoke up again, earlier you said you'd heard Jaya Adao's voice more than once and even saw visions of her. Ping answered, yeah, sometimes it's as if she's guiding me. He continued, but I clearly saw her. Before he could finish, Elder Su told him that perhaps it wasn't an illusion. This caught him completely off guard. He couldn't help but exclaim, what? As Elder Su spoke, both a human figure and Jaya Adao's soul appeared in his mind. He explained Jaya Adao was always sharp. She awakened her ability early. Her power was something like projecting her soul out of her body. Most astonishing of all, she could enter other people's dreams. Jaya Adao materialized between them, her eyes filled with an eerie light, her claws razor-sharp, blood dripping from her fingertips. From the apparition, his voice echoed, I suspect that before she was killed, she detached her soul from her body. The visions you saw were caused by her ability. Whose voice was that? Since Jaya Adao might still be alive, he continued, it's just that her body was destroyed. So she was forced to maintain a soul state, but a soul existing for too long without a vessel. I'm afraid that now he paused. Ping couldn't help but ask, has Su Jingjiao fallen? A flood of thoughts surged through his mind. Back then her words meant their soul appeared in his mind, her eyes shimmering, heartbreakingly beautiful. He thought again, didn't she not want to drag him down? He raises a hand to his head, tears already welling in his eyes. He just chuckled softly and said, blame myself for being such a fool. She helped me so much in secret, and in the end she still wanted me to give her up. Her image appeared again from the bracelet on his wrist, still drowning in that same thought. Did you really think I could give her up? He told himself that once everything was settled, he would go find her no matter what. With that thought, he turned to the two elders and said, seniors, what are your plans? Changchun smiled and said, we've devoted half our lives to Mingzhu City. Now that Mingzhu City faces a crisis, how can we stand on the sidelines? Then the elder added confidently, I'm sure old brother Su shares the same thought as well. Kingba gazed with a contemplative look and thought, besides, I want to meet Jiao Rao again. As they spoke, their most terrifying forms materialized. They shouted, we'll be your shield. We'll go with you to save Mingzhu City. Leave it to us. Feng Laixian, along with Liu Sixian and Chen Ming, sprinted through the forest. She clutched a pink communication device in her hand. Zhang Ping's comm signal cut out right near your position. What happened? The three of them halted, scanning their surroundings. Chen Ming spoke up, looks like it was right around here. Feng Laixian glanced around and said, that kid was so badly hurt, how far could he have possibly gone? Liu Sixian looked down at the ground. In a nearby patch of grass there were smeared bloodstains. She let out a curious hum. Sensing a clue, she followed the foliage and explored the surrounding area. Suddenly, Liu Sixian spotted something that made her eyes widen in shock. She froze for a long moment until Feng Laixian and Chen Ming approached. The scene that unfolded before them was a desolate clearing, trees snapped and scattered everywhere. Thick black miasma swirling ominously through the air. He spoke up, what happened here? Chen Ming surveyed the destruction and gave his assessment. This is the trail of a marching force, given the Black Mountain Palace's involvement. It seems Zhang Ping ran into serious trouble. The moment Liu Xixian heard that, she bolted. Let's go after him now. It happened too fast before Feng Laxian could react. He raised his hand and shouted, wait, hold on. Suddenly, a rift of purple and black tore open in the sky, crackling with bolts of lightning. From within it, a human fist surged out, slamming right in front of Liu Xixian. It caught her completely off guard. She unleashed her ice magic, forming a frozen shield. Who's there? The owner of that arm didn't answer. Thi punched straight through her ice shield, shattering it to pieces and sending Liu Xixian crashing backward. Fortunately, two people caught her from behind. From the fading smoke, a voice rang out. Feng Laxian, long time no see, still kicking. It turned out Xiang Ming and his entourage had come to pay them a visit. He laughed triumphantly. Just look at what gift I've prepared for you. On the other side, Liu Xixian and Chen Ming heightened their guard, readying for battle. Feng Laxian spoke up. I was wondering where that rotten stench was coming from. Turns out it's you decrepit old ghouls. Xiang Ming sneered with contempt. Still the same insufferably arrogant attitude, well today. With that, he pointed and ordered his grotesque minions neither human nor beasto advance. He shouted, don't even think about running. The undead mob attacked the trio. Chen Ming stood his ground calmly, casting an attack spell with one hand and kicking several of them away. He said coolly, could it be that Chengzhu village planted spies to watch us before we left the city? Liu Xixian's blood was boiling too. She charged forward, using her ice blade to cut them down one by one. No worries, just kill them all. Feng Laxian used his powerful, muscular frame as a weapon, taking on two of them barehanded at once. He roared, his target is me. Find an opening and get out of here. The massive undead creature behind him closed in on Feng Laxian and spoke. In your dreams. At that moment, Feng Laxian unleashed his power. He planted his feet. Blazing energy surging around him as he activated Scarlet Phoenix Immortal Body Solar Flare Form. Status panel activated body temp 1000 vitality agility. As one of them lunged at him, Feng Laxian's transformation took hold. His hair and beard blazed bright gold, and behind him, golden fire-like power coalesced into a blazing cloak. He caught the massive creature's blow barehanded, eyes blazing. I told you. Feng Laxian's gaze hardened with resolve, his brow furrowed tight. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. True to his word, he took down the undead creature in a single strike. The strange thing was, the moment it fell, a bizarre purple vortex materialized out of thin air. The vortex seemed to swallow the creature whole. In the end, the rift sealed itself almost completely shut. Behind Feng Laxian, the others suffered the same fate, consumed by identical rifts. He glanced up, they got teleported away. In his moment of distraction, a massive creature almost got the jump on him. He barely dodged in time. Behind him, another vortex tore open, and a fist shot out from within. From behind, the fist slammed into Feng Laxian's back. It made him grimace in pain. Meanwhile, Liu Xixian was fighting two of them on her own. She turned and shouted, Feng. Dojo Master Feng Laxian was now surrounded by arms lunging from every direction, fists raining down on him from all sides. He endured the barrage in agony, his thoughts racing. These fists are as hard as blood iron and they can pierce through space. This definitely isn't the power of a single person. Feng Laxian glanced behind. A tall woman with purple hair wearing long earrings and a bared midriff was watching him with a triumphant smirk. Beside her stood a young girl with long blue hair tied in a ponytail. Feng Laxian thought, those two women haven't moved an inch from start to finish. Could they be controlling spatial teleportation? With that realization, Feng Laxian erupted with power. He unleashed his five-fold fist technique, striking with ferocious force to blast the undead creature away. Outside the towering column of fire, the two women watched with utter nonchalance. Suddenly he burst through the flames, catching them off guard, and roared. Take this! The purple-haired woman quickly regained her composure and cast her spell. A purple spatial rift opened, crackling with thunder on the outside. A sudden thought echoed through his mind. Figured it out. That's it. The purple-haired woman turned back in confusion, snapping at Xiang Ming. What are you doing? He's already right in our faces. Xiang Ming stood with his hands clasped in a peculiar pose, speaking calmly. Don't rush, look more carefully. The scene before them, Feng Laxian unleashing a continuous barrage of magical punches on the undead creature. Xiang Ming explained after their last battle, he had been tracking Feng Laxian from afar through a life monitoring ward. This time, Feng Laxian was facing an undead that was tough to handle, had taken a beating from countless blows yet refused to go down. Xiang Ming continued his explanation. Without sunlight, Feng Laxian's body temperature would only keep dropping. He could never reach that blazing white state again. Sure enough, as his status panel flickered body temp 600 vitality strength. He said triumphantly, "That's exactly why, after he left the city, I deliberately waited until nightfall to make my move." Though his power was fading, Feng Laxian still blazed with defiance. Facing the enemy head-on, he roared. Power! His power erupted, surging so high that even from far away, someone spotted it and asked in shock. That was Dojo Master Feng. Liu Xixian swung her ice blade, clearing out the monsters, and called out with an update. Almost done over here. Chen Ming nearby also cast his spell and responded. Same here. The corpses they cut down gradually began to rot and decay. From their mouths and gaping wounds, green miasma billowed out one after another. She covered her nose and warned the others behind her, corpse poison again. Chen Ming, hold your breath. Not far away, Feng Laxian was also locked in combat with enemies who kept pouring out of purple rifts crackling with lightning. Suddenly, Xiang Ming's shadow appeared right behind Feng Laxian. Surrounded by a purple aura, he lunged with clawed hands, snarling, "Be a good boy and become my living dead." Feng Laxian reacted instantly, striking back with a burst of fire that blasted Xiang Ming far away. Delusional fool. He clenches his fists in fury, his body radiating blazing heat as he continues, "The same moving, you think you can hit us with it twice." Xiang Ming gets countered and crashes down right in front. A horde of living corpses stares at him, their eyes burning crimson. He sneers, "I didn't expect you to fall for it that easily either." A sinister grin spreads across his face. "But I'm afraid your little friends won't be so lucky." Right behind Liu Xixian, that strange circle appears once more. Liu Xixian is busy clearing out the living corpses and doesn't notice. Feng Laxian turns and shouts a warning, "Watch out behind you." A living corpse leaps out of the teleportation circle, attacking by surprise. Liu Xixian fails to react in time and takes the hit. She staggers forward in pain with a cry. Og. She manages to steady herself. But the living corpse has already vanished back into the swirling teleportation portal. Chen Ming turns back and asks, "Team leader, are you okay?" She got hit, the corner of her mouth is wounded as well. She replies, "I'm fine, watch your own back." Chen Ming continues channeling, making his two swords hover and intertwine in front of another teleportation gate as a defensive measure. The sword technique takes shape, but a living corpse bursts through, shattering his defense with a single punch. His two swords snap to pieces, sending him flying backward. The living corpse lets out a guttural cry, "Imra. Imra Rarath." Feng Laxian sees his comrades in trouble. Unable to hold back his worry, he keeps charging through the living corpses swarming around him, thinking he has to break through and help them. Xiang Ming stands nearby, pointing and commanding the corpses to attack Feng Laxian. "You still have the mind to worry about others." With that, he lunges forward alongside the other living corpses, looking ready to devour Feng Laxian alive. Feng Laxian swings his fist with full force and roars, "You damn bastard." Xiang Ming raises his clawed hand. A green light crackles with sparks of lightning. He grins smugly. It's time to close the net. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Xianxia appears with one leg raised high above Xiang Ming's head. Xiang Ming whips around in shock. A foot thick as a tree trunk slams down with tremendous force, cratering the ground beneath him with a thunderous boom. Xiang Ming narrowly dodges the devastating strike, bewildered. What the hell is that? Feng Laxian rushes over in a panic to check on the other members. "Hey, is everyone all right?" Liu Xixian answers. "I'm fine," a voice echoes from somewhere. Hall Master Sissy of the Phoenix Martial Hall has finally found everyone. Feng Laxian and Liu Xixian both turn at the same time, recognizing the familiar voice. She murmurs, "That voice." A figure stands atop Xianxia's shoulder. He stands up there with a smile. Below, Liu Xixian calls up to him. "Zhang Ping," she beams with joy. "That's wonderful. You're safe and sound, that's all that matters." A white-haired figure whooshes in behind the enemy leader. Caught off guard, he mutters, "There's another one." Xiang Ming is suddenly impaled through the chest by an arm. Even with a hole punched through his body, he calmly turns around and asks, "Since when did that hulking living corpse charge in to attack?" The person turns and a voice shouts a warning, "Careful, he has an immortal body." The living corpse throws a straight punch at the figure, but the figure's body dissolves into nothing before the blow lands. His head floats back toward Feng Laxian as he speaks, truly a troublesome one. He gradually reforms back into his human shape beside Feng Laxian and warns, "Be careful, the enemy is one of the fallen." Feng Laxian gazes up at the sky. The sun gradually breaks through, casting light over the forest. He thinks, thank goodness, dawn has arrived. His body begins absorbing the sunlight, causing his power to surge. He speaks again, "Shameless old wretch, what other tricks do you have left?" The whole team regroups, ready for battle. Each person possesses a different level of power. Feng Laxian clenches his fist, ready to fight to the death. "Then bring it on, show us everything you've got." On the other side, the enemy group senses something's off and doesn't dare act rashly. "Those reinforcements are no pushovers. Besides, we've already lost the perfect opportunity to capture Feng Laxian," the girl immediately shouts. "The situation's gone south, retreat now." Xiangming immediately objects, "No." With a deep wound in his chest, he pours all his energy into both arms, forming two green flames. Almost there, just a little more. The girl conjures a large spatial rift, pulling Xiangming inside. "Stop wasting words." The purple circle drags him inside as he lets out a scream. She and the massive living corpse gradually retreat into the circle. She glances back and says, "Consider yourselves lucky this time." Feng Laxian sees them fleeing and gives chase, shouting, "Don't even think about running." Zhang Ping calls out from behind, "Hall Master, please don't be reckless." The purple circle shrinks and vanishes. Feng Laxian hears him and stops. Zhang Ping continues to persuade him these still don't have clear intel on the enemy. If they charge in blindly, they might fall right into a trap. "Let's head back to base and regroup with everyone first. Besides, the people from the Martial Hall are waiting for you too." Feng Laxian hears this and replies, "Fine." The four of them venture deeper into the forest and stop before a massive tree. Liu Xixian speaks up, "Where?" "Here." Zhang Ping asks, "This place doesn't look like it used to, does it?" She begins conjuring a pink vortex in front of the tree trunk and replies, "Of course not. We've renovated it into a stronghold. Before, this place had limited capacity, but now it can hold far more people and is very close to the trial grounds, making departures much more convenient." A circle suddenly appears beneath their feet, growing larger. They instantly materialize inside the secret base. Liu Xixian continues, "This is secret base number 8, located 1,800 meters underground. It can house up to 20 people and contains a total of 164 rooms. Feel free to look around." Zhang Ping is stunned by the sheer size of the base and exclaims, "This is huge." Between this base and the previous safe house, just how many strongholds has the team leader prepared over these 200 years? Exactly. Team leader Situ Bai suddenly appears behind them, his entire body radiating a golden glow, and smiles. "Being overprepared is always better than being underprepared." Liu Xixian turns and says, "When I served in the investigation squad, I learned they had established numerous outposts outside the city. One of them was very close to the trial grounds, but I don't know if it's still operational." Su Qingbo, standing nearby, responds, "I heard the current investigation squad leader is Ma Yun, right?" She answers, "Mem, and he's also the most trusted disciple of his." Situ Bai floats with a frown. Su old brother mentioned while delirious that Ma Bin seems to be connected to the Zhou clan. What's going on with that? Su Qingbo lets out a long sigh. Then he recalls everything with a serious expression. "For that story we have to go back 10 years. The scene gradually replays before their eyes. He stands with a group of people, listening to Zhou Zhiming address them from the front. He continues the story. "I remember at that time, Deputy City Lord Zhou Zhiming suddenly summoned everyone. I went to the City Lord's manor. They said an informant had discovered the Zhou clan's main stronghold, but as the investigation squad leader, I had no knowledge of this so-called informant. Doubts began to grow in my mind when I pressed about his identity." He replays the scene from 10 years ago. "The city lord simply said this man was a member of the cleanup squad who rarely made appearances. At the time, I was eager to wipe out the Zhou clan's remnants, so I didn't press the matter further." Su Qingbo and the team members climb up to an area where boulders are stacked upon one another. He continues, "After that, I led the squad to follow the clues. We drove for an entire week before reaching that stronghold. Suddenly, a group of mysterious figures heads wrapped, armed with daggers and swords ambushes them without warning. Just as we were discussing our plan to storm the enemy camp, the Zhou clan launched a surprise attack on us. At the time, I was still wondering how our position had been compromised. Now it's clear it was obviously a trap they had set all along. In the chaos, Ma Bin approaches with a dagger in hand. The surprise attack and exhaustion from the long journey have left the squad members drained, resulting in devastating casualties. Just as I sensed something was wrong and was about to order a retreat, Ma Bin lunges at him with the dagger, catching him completely off guard. He recounts, "Ma Bin attacked me by surprise, I couldn't dodge in time. After being stabbed in the back, he collapses to the ground in agony, the dagger still embedded in his spine. It was a dagger of sinister, dark origin. Once it pierces the body, all abilities are rendered null and void. I endured a great deal under their torture. During that time, I also heard them address Ma Bin as Sir." He recalled that, fortunately, the dagger's lingering effect wasn't permanent. Once I realized that, I tricked them by playing dead only to be thrown into the river. I then escaped using my ability to conceal myself underwater, blending my body into the river current and slipping away for good. But the injuries were too severe. I lost consciousness quickly and drifted in the darkness for who knows how long. Those painful memories gradually faded into oblivion. Changchun listened to the story and responded with sympathy. "No wonder you were so guarded the first time we met. Turns out you were hiding a secret like that all along. Every time I asked, you never had an answer. Perhaps your soul has already begun to sink into the fallen, hasn't it?" Baidu stroked his chin and assessed seriously. Huang Zhiming again. From this angle, it's clear the investigation division was under their control as far back as 10 years ago. It seems the Chu clan's conspiracy runs even deeper than we thought. We've been kept in the dark for far too long. Sixian stood nearby, lost in thought. If the captain hadn't been on guard from the start, staying with the investigation division would have been more curse than blessing. Suddenly, 3 other members of the cleanup squad appeared from behind. Among them, the barrier team leader, Manny, waved and called out, "Why is everyone still hanging around here?" She looked toward Ping and said, "These two must be the seniors Zhang Ping met out in the wild, right? I've heard so much about you, it's an honor to finally meet you in person." Then she pointed at the small creature hiding inside Ping's jacket and asked, "Oh, and what's this little thing?" "Hey," replied, "This is something I ran into out in the wild. It's still small, but it has the potential to become a king-tier creature." He lifted the creature with both hands and continued, "Plus, it's very friendly, no hostility toward us at all. Down the road, it might just become one of our best partners." Seeing the creature, Jai also came closer, her face and eyes lighting up with excitement. Manny reached out curiously, touching the creature with her fingertip. "King-tier potential, seriously." She then put her hands on her hips, beaming a bright smile and said, "Well, in any case, this whole mess is finally over. For now, everyone should stay at the base to recover and get some proper rest." Baidu heard this and responded, "So that means the investigation division is our enemy now. We can't rely on their safe houses anymore, and we have to watch out for their schemes on top of that." The 3 girls stared at the captain in confusion. He turned on his heel and continued, "Before we set out, we need to resolve the next situation cleanly." They followed behind him one by one. The 3 girls hurried after them as well. Manny asked in confusion, "Since when did the investigation division become our enemy?" Zhang Ping turned back and explained, "It's a long story. Let's wait until everyone's gathered, then we'll explain together." Outside the walls of Shengzhou village, both atop the ramparts and within, soldiers stood guard with spears in hand alongside vicious red-eyed mutated beasts. Deep inside, a crowd of people stood in neat formation. Standing in command was Cheng Hai. He barked orders at the top of his lungs, "These are special times. The cult leader has issued a decree. Outsiders are strictly forbidden from approaching within 10 li. During patrols, inspect every last inch thoroughly." Right behind Shanghai, a swirling purple vortex opened Yupa teleportation portal. Xiang Ming was spat out right next to Shanghai. He crashed to the ground with a painful thud. He sat there fuming. "That wretched woman," the soldiers noticed and rushed toward him. Shanghai raised his hand to stop them. 2 more members stepped out of the vortex one after another. Xiang Ming shot to his feet, shouting furiously, "Why the hell did you ruin my business? If I'd known earlier, I would have refined you first." A voice cut through the air, making him whip around. "I thought someone was making a racket around here." The cult leader of Shengzhou village. Li Aixu stepped forward calmly and said, "Calm yourself down, old man." The entire formation below, along with Shanghai, bowed before her and said in unison, "Welcome, cult leader." He continued his tirade, scowling. "This isn't what we agreed on in the beginning. I let you mobilize my troops to seize my living corpses. In return, you promised to help me obtain the materials for corpse refinement, and now you're going to burn the bridge after crossing it." Li Aixu cast a cold glance at him and said, "I, Li Aixu, always keep my word. I will never let you come out at a loss. Take a good look at the situation you're in." Two new assistants, Changchun and Kingba, flanked Feng Laxian, radiating an intense, blazing aura. She declared that these two new assistants were no weaker than Feng Laxian himself. If he wanted to break through them and capture Feng Laxian alone, his odds were slim at best. Moreover, the sun had already risen. Feng Laxian could shift into that white state at any moment. When that happened, his poison corpse techniques would be useless against him. Li Aixu stepped forward and reassured him, "Rest easy. Capturing Feng Laxian is only a matter of time. Now that the Saintess has returned to the village, if we harness her power inside a room," Chen Junding floated in midair, surrounded by a halo of pink light. Li Aixu continued, "Then I believe it won't be long before I can break through to King Tyr." Junding's eyes flickered. She murmured under her breath, and instantly 3 soldiers bowing at the front of the formation exploded. She told him, "Feel free to use these high-level awakened for your refining." Xiang Ming's face drained of color. She turned to leave and said, "I'll be entering seclusion for a while." She didn't forget to throw him a warning glance. "So behave yourself, understood?" He bowed low, submitting before her. Xiang Ming trembled with fear, drenched in cold sweat. "I understand." 1 week later, inside the training room at the base, Ping and Jai Min charged forward together, attacking in tandem with fierce battle cries. De blocked both their attacks simultaneously with both hands. Ping threw punch after punch relentlessly, while Min matched him blow for blow with rapid kicks. The instructor defended while taunting them, "Way too soft, have you two even eaten today?" Ping leaped high, focusing his stance as he prepared to unleash his technique. Purple streams of power coiled around his arm. A massive vortex descended before the Beast King Fist Ox sundering form. Jai Min coordinated by dodging to the side. De casually caught the attack with one hand, smirking, "Decorative nonsense." Min seized the moment, circling behind the instructor and locking his arms, leaving him no time to react. Beast King Fist. Jai Min combined her move with Ping's. She wrapped her arms tight around the instructor's body. With all her strength, she lifted him and drove him straight through the purple vortex. She shouted the name of the technique, Steel River Summit form. The vortex reversed direction, spiraling downward toward the ground. Jai Min and De slammed straight into the floor, the impact cratering the surface. After defeating Do and injuring him badly enough to require medical attention, he snapped, "You two brats, do you even know the meaning of restraint? Are you two taking this chance to get revenge on me or what? Old wounds haven't even healed, and now I've got new ones on top." Jai Min looked guilty. She clasped her hands together and stammered, "I'm sorry, instructor, I couldn't pull back in time." Ping muttered under his breath nearby, "Well, whose fault is it for telling us our power was too soft?" Of course, De heard every word. He shot to his feet, bellowing, "What did you just say? The little punk's grown some real feathers now, hasn't he?" The medic beside him steadied the instructor and warned, "Your injuries will only get worse if you keep moving like this, sir. Please don't make my job any harder." Ping casually grabbed the worried Jai Min and pulled her along. "Let's go eat, I'm starving." De sat there, battered and bruised, yet a smile crept across his face. He thought with pride, in just a few days, both of their fist techniques have improved at an insane rate. Zhang Ping's strength goes without saying, and Wang Jai Min's fist work is steadily catching up from behind. Seems like I'd underestimated the girl's potential all along. The two of them then headed into the gym. Someone inside noticed them and called out, "Zhang Ping, training over already?" He asked team leader Jinbo, "Here for a workout today too?" Jinbo turned and replied, "Yeah, the hospital room gets boring, came here to stretch my legs a bit." Beside him, Chen Ming also stood in the exercise line, looking bored out of his mind. Feng Laxian finished counting the reps and shouted, "Good, take a breather, then we go again." Everyone below erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The two then headed over to the cleanup squad's smithy. Inside, Uncle Liu and his daughter Sak were forging daggers with focused concentration. Ping scratched his head and called out to them, "Master Shuzhang, sorry to bother you today." Shuzhang smiled and replied, "Don't tell me you two broke the training room again." Shuzhang sighed helplessly and headed out toward the training room to make repairs. He muttered to himself, "Honestly, those two are beyond help." Min smiles and replies, "It is true. It is an apology." They pass the room where two assistants sit playing chess. Kayat Min steps forward and asks, "Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat?" Ping turns around and answers, "You go ahead, I still have some matters to attend to." She exclaims. Ping heads to the conference room alone, where everyone waits for him. Captain Bai sees him and speaks up, "Zhang Ping, you have arrived. Just in time." He continues, "I was about to brief you on a few things to note for the trial grounds." Ping walks in with a smile, "Understood." Inside the Chu clan headquarters, a shrill scream echoes. A group of mysterious figures in cloaks sits around a crescent-shaped table, interrogating a captive dragged into their midst. One of them shouts, "The saintess has already been taken. Yet you still have the courage to return here." The second elder speaks in anger, but is interrupted by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder sneers, "Forget it. Zhai Ming accidentally awakened the saintess, which indirectly caused the Moon Prince to clash with Sidhu. I will spare you this once for the sake of that incident, Shibai." Zhai Ming trembles, bowing his head, "Many thanks, Grand Elder." One of them speaks up again, "If Zhang Ping is truly an awakened one of infinite potential, he will surely head to the trial grounds. Zhao Yanlong, do you have any news from your side?" Yanlong sits with his legs propped on the table, smoking calmly. "Grand Elder, rest assured, our investigative team never lets their guard down. Even if Zhang Ping possesses infinite talent, he remains low-level and far inferior to our strength. If he dares to show his face at the trial grounds, I shall ensure he never returns." The Grand Elder rests his chin on his hand, warning, "You are still young. Underestimating the enemy is a taboo." The truly terrifying aspect of infinite-level awakened ones is their potential to annihilate enemies at any tier. "Back then, Sidhu Shibai pushed us back step by step. Do not look down on such an opponent." The second elder adds urgently, "The biggest headache right now is that the sacred ancestor village has already taken the saintess. We lost significant manpower in Mingzhu City just to let her be taken. If the sacred ancestor village attains the power of a sovereign first," Zhai Ming trembles in fear again. Another figure stands up and says, "Two elders, have you forgotten our Chu clan's trump card?" Upon hearing this, the second elder yells angrily, "Don't speak of that white-eyed wolf. We cultivated him with all our hearts. Yet he remains stubbornly loyal to that ridiculous sense of justice." He stands up, annoyed. "If he had simply obeyed the clan's arrangements, why would we be forced to lurk in this cavern?" The other figure advises the second elder, "There is no need for such anger. I mention him because I have devised a plan that will not only force him to serve the clan but also greatly boost our Chu clan's strength." She approaches Zhu Yang, who is reading a book. She smiles deviously and leans against him, letting her chest press firmly against his shoulder. He glances at her with a sullen expression and she continues, "However, it requires the cooperation of our little Zhu Yang." She reveals her pink hair and bright red lips, adding, "The key to entering the Forbidden Land." The second elder gasps, "The Forbidden Land, you mean?" The second elder smiles, looking silently at the Grand Elder. Understanding the signal, the Grand Elder opens his palm, revealing a red feather. He says, "Although I am reluctant, this is the only way for now." He hands the feather to her. "You go then." She catches it between two fingers. The cloak on her body gradually burns away, leaving only the dress beneath. She reveals herself as a seductive beauty with fluffy pink hair, the burning scraps of her cloak fluttering around her with a mystical aura. She holds the feathers, smiling confidently. Chu Hongfeng will not fail the mission." Outside Mingzhu City, deep underground, Hongfeng and Yanlong enter a vault. She carries a torch, moving forward. Yanlong breaks the silence. "You can't even look after a child. With such carelessness you talk about restoring the Chu clan." Hongfeng looks ahead, showing no reaction to his remark. She replies, "Do you still not understand little Zhu Yang's temperament?" Yanlong remains silent. He looks ahead and Hongfeng says, "Apart from an uncle like you who could control him." Hongfeng recounts the past when little Zhu Yang sneaked into the armory and triggered a heavenly thunder, destroying a stash of gear. "If not for your protection, he would have been exiled from the Chu clan long ago. Perhaps that is why he is so close to you." After walking a distance, they arrive before a massive door. This is the forbidden ground of the Chu clan. Hongfeng holds the torch and speaks. We have arrived. Yanlong crosses his arms, squinting as he sizes up the massive gate. He asks Hongfeng, is this the forbidden ground? It doesn't look like much. She turns to him, is this your first time? In my memory you have never involved yourself in clan affairs. Saying this, Hongfeng throws the feather. The feather flies up, burning brightly in midair. Hongfeng says to him, don't compare me to you, Chu Yanlong is like the rest of you. The massive door opens before them. Yanlong speaks, you treat the lives of the people like weeds. Do you really think this will lead to a good outcome? Yanlong's face hardens. He says bluntly, it is because of you that the Chu clan is declining. Good cannot defeat evil, that is an eternal truth. As he steps inside the door, Yanlong is struck with shock. Before his eyes lies the colossal white skeleton of the solar divine bird. Yanlong stutters, the solar divine bird of the first clan leader. They walk toward the skeleton, and he feels a surge of anger seeing the divine bird here. Yanlong criticizes, those two old fools hid the divine bird's remains here. What are they plotting? Hongfeng looks up, adding that they shouldn't worry about other things for now. Finding little Ju Yang is the priority. Hongfeng takes a breath and yells, Ju Yang, Chu Ju Yang, stop hiding, come out, Uncle Yanlong is here to see you. Yanlong takes a few steps, spots something on the ground and kneels to pick it up. Hongfeng stands by and realizes it belongs to Chu Ju Yang. Where on earth did that kid run off to? Yanlong's face darkens. He finally sees through Hongfeng's words, his voice dropping low. He says, stop pretending, the moment I entered I felt it. Chu Ju Yang was never here. Yanlong asks bluntly, tell me Hongfeng, what exactly are you planning? Hongfeng drops the act, clapping her hands, her gaze shifting. She applauds his sharpness. Not for nothing are you one of the Chu clan's most outstanding awakened ones. Hongfeng gets to the point, since that is the case I won't beat around the bush. She steps forward. Yanlong watches her silhouette and she says, I want you. Hongfeng raises her hands, her face showing clear ambition. She shouts, spirit of the divine bird. A silhouette of the bird appears on the ground. Yanlong recoils, becoming the divine bird. What nonsense are you spouting? This is nothing but a set of remains. Are you planning to abandon our beast-taming faith to control wild beasts instead? Hongfeng touches the remains, then says to Yanlong, although the Chu family has different methods of beast-taming, the core principle has never changed. She looks at Yanlong, raising her hand, finally getting to the point. After years of diligent research, I finally found a way to transfer the power of the divine bird and its body. Life, essence. It is a pity that no one in the Chu clan can withstand this divine power. Except for you, you possess the ability to summon spirit beasts into your body. And your immense strength makes you the perfect candidate to inherit this power. Yanlong hears this, and his arms begin to crackle with sparks. His hands clench, emitting red lightning. He remarks, that sounds quite tempting. So what is the price? He voiced one of his deductions, for example, using me as a sacrifice. His words made Hongfeng freeze in place. Yuanlong stood motionless. Seeing her expression, he could already piece part of it together. Looks like he guessed right. At some point, black-clad assassins had materialized around Yuanlong, forming a tight encirclement. He spoke up, these assassins here's too. Yuanlong spread both arms wide, fists clenching. A roar ripped from his throat, and behind him, the spectral form of a white ape king materialized. The surge of power made Yuanlong look absolutely monstrous. He summoned his spirit beast, Avatar Lightning White Ape King. Yuanlong bellowed, then bring it, send every last one of them. Electric arcs crackled across Yuanlong's entire body. The black-clad assassin swung his blade. Yuanlong's fighting spirit didn't waver one bit. The clash of combat echoed through the space. The assassin unleashed a vicious blade technique straight at Yuanlong. He answered with the full might of the White Ape King. In an instant, Yuanlong seized the assassin's weapon. He spoke with cold contempt. Yuanlong hurled a devastating punch that sent the assassin flying. The man screamed. Yuanlong barely held his composure, snarling at the chaotic rabble around him. Just as Yuanlong was about to throw another killing blow, two more assassins burst from the shadows, catching him off guard. The two assassins whipped chains toward Yuanlong, aiming to bind him. Lightning surged across his body, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The chains quickly coiled tight around Yuanlong. His eyes widened in horror. He realized it instantly, soul-bone shackles. The power of the Ape King was restrained. Above his head, his true form flickered and dimmed. Two assassins behind him charged forward, brandishing razor-sharp daggers. They were going for his blind spot. The moment they closed in on Yuanlong, the aura erupting from his body instantly crushed down on both of them. Yuanlong shot a glance behind him and said to them, "One steel-cleaving blade, 2 soul-bone shackles, 2 demon-sealing sabers. You really spared no expense." He raised his hand and roared. A shockwave of chi blasted outward, sending the assassins flying. His roar was like thunder splitting a clear sky. Lightning exploded outward, blazing crimson across the darkness. Yuanlong slammed his fist into his own chest, then turned to Hongfeng. "That all you've got?" His taunt left her seething, speechless with rage. Then, a sinister laugh echoed through the air, making everyone present shudder. A grotesque, twisted demonic face surfaced on Yuanlong's chest. Zhu Jiang was puppeteering him like a marionette. The laughter rang on without end. Yuanlong froze, his mind raced the sensation. It was Jiang's ghost soul technique. Yuanlong let out a guttural howl, clutching his chest. He gasped for air, the spot on his chest right where he'd picked up that coin. Seeing Yuanlong faltering, Hongfeng barked orders at the assassins. "Now, begin the ritual immediately," at her command. The assassins surged toward Yuanlong. A blinding light erupted around Yuanlong. The power of the White Ape King detonated. Lightning exploded outward. Yuanlong now sat at the center of the divine bird's skeletal remains. Why? Yuanlong's entire body blazed with light, his eyes flickering with crimson electrical arcs. Yuanlong roared with earth-shaking force, "Why did you betray me?" His fingers gouged into the ground, ripping chunks of earth and stone into the air. His scream tore through the silence like a blade. Following his cry, Zhu Jiang's lightning spread across a wider and wider radius, painting the entire sky blood-red. Elsewhere, Yuanlong's earth-shaking roar sent shockwaves through the ground. The entire structure shook violently. Inside, Ping, Xixian, and the others were jolted by the tremor. Ping yelped, "Earthquake," but his mind immediately rejected the thought. Could it be a beast tide? The ground buckled and cracked, splitting open. Birds scattered from the trees in a panic. Massive fissures spiderwebbed across the base's walls, threatening to bring them crashing down. A man was being carried in on a stretcher by soldiers. Maninai raised a hand, steadying the crowd. "Wounded first, everyone stay calm." She pointed toward the gate, directing them this way. The men filed in one after another. A normal earthquake shouldn't have been able to shake the base like this. Sensing that this was far from simple, a knot of unease formed in her gut. What the hell was going on? Zinbo walked in from outside to report. "I just did a sweep, looks like everyone's accounted for." He passed by Ping, waving everyone along. "Let's move out." The bracelet on his wrist pulsed with a voice that caught his attention. "Sidu Shibai, wait, the Zhao brothers, they know a ton of insider secrets about Saint Ancestor Village, they still have value." Hearing that, Jin Bo's expression hardened, a beat of silence, then he said, "Team leader has a point, but..." He paused, thinking it over. If the other side was hostile, asking them for cooperation would be extremely dangerous. Ping thumped his chest. "Charge, let me handle it. You know Jin Bo can handle himself. I's got survival tricks up his sleeve. Me. I've got the pure water body, lower risk for me." Xixian heard him and worry creased his brow, but before he could finish his objection, Ping Hai's hand already morphing into water cut him off. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. If things go south, I'll use the pure water body to slip away." She picked up the thread. "They're both high-level awakeners, even if the pure water body can protect you. What if they decide to go for a mutual destruction?" She raised a finger and waggled it, a pointed warning. "Have you thought about that consequence?" She continued, "This place is 1,800 meters above ground level. If that teleportation gate disappears, you'll be stranded." Changchun stood behind Ping, leaning on his hand. "I've got an idea. I'll go with Young Su here, guarantee those two will sing like birds," he added. "Besides, we've already signed a contract gem with Zhang Ping. If anything goes sideways, he can just revoke the gem back into his bag. All Xixian could do was sigh and accept it. Looked like that was the only play. All three dashed out. The man in yellow spoke up. "There's no time to waste, let's move." "No," Ping called back. "Sidu, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up fast." Jin Bo watched the three disappear and wondered, does team leader Sidu have some other agenda in rescuing the Zhao brothers? She stood beside him and whispered, "Be even more careful from here on." A kid sat sprawled in a chair, lazily reading a book and chuckling to himself. "So that's why Uncle Yuanlong never comes to play with me." The kid stared at the book, a cunning grin spreading across his face. "Turns out he's been having way too much fun out there. Am I really jealous of him?" the pages of his book showed a crimson phoenix spreading its wings. Talking to myself here, but if he never bothers coming home, what am I supposed to do about that? With that, the kid swiveled around and asked the two figures behind him, "Well, am I right or not?" He pressed the point. "Mother." The two people moved over and sat beside him. The kid's eyes glowed an eerie, burning red. After all, the Chu clan looked closely at the two people he called his parents' horrifying puppets, nothing more. The kid puffed up with pride. Still the finest clan there is, though. He burst into laughter as the image in the book shifted to a man collapsing face first onto the ground. Elsewhere, the very man the kid had been watching in that book was on his knees beneath a phoenix-shaped blaze of fire, screaming. The pink-haired girl stood among masked figures. A cloaked boss type spoke, "Stop struggling, the ritual is complete." She addressed the man, "No matter how powerful you once were, you're nothing but a mortal now." The blazing phoenix unfurled its wings triumphantly as she declared, becoming part of the divine bird. "What's so bad about that?" A masked figure stepped forward and asked, "If you could resurrect the divine bird this way, then why did you bother allying with the celestial fox in the first place?" He was bewildered. "Not to mention all the effort you spent kidnapping the saintess to Saint Ancestor Village." She cursed him for being an idiot. She gazed at the divine bird before her and said, "The alliance with the celestial fox was because only the Moon King could hold Sidhu Shibai at bay." She recalled. The elders said Sidhu Shibai has been waging war against the Chu clan for over 100 years, deploying more than 10,000 types of abilities. Even though he's never broken through to king rank, his combat strength is enough to go toe-to-toe with one. And after all those years of fighting, we've managed to identify some of his weaknesses. Back in the early days, the Chu clan lacked strong mental control specialists. He had no idea. His resistance to psychic-type abilities is genuinely pathetic. So we spared no expense. We finally found the nearly extinct celestial fox species, struck a deal with the Moon King. And that's how we managed to critically wound Sidhu Shibai. A crimson orb materialized in her hand. "If circumstances hadn't forced my hand, I wouldn't have chosen this method to resurrect the divine bird. You said it yourself, we don't have the luxury of choice." The cloaked figure pressed for more. "Why would you say that?" She replies, "This drop of blood is the result of 40 years of my tireless labor." Tendrils of black aura emanate from the glowing blood in her palm. "Because of it, I have never been able to practice beast taming, suffering through countless insults and icy stares all this time." The drop of blood drifts from her hand, and despite the heavy price I have paid, the control this blood exerts still cannot compare to the saintess's blood. It makes contact with the divine bird, causing it to erupt in tongues of fire. The girl continues to explain to the man in black. Now that the saintess has returned to the holy ancestor village, Zhang Ping of the cleanup squad can also enter the trial grounds and attain power equivalent to a sovereign. If any of them step into the sovereign realm first, our Chu clan will surely face the risk of being overthrown. The phoenix shifts from a flickering phantom into a true, majestic divine bird. "Even though my blood contract cannot fully control this divine bird, we have no choice but to gamble it all right now." Outside, the skies clear. The divine bird tucks its wings and surges upward from the depths of the earth. It proudly unfurls its wings, casting its shadow over the 8th cleanup squad atop the base's power station. A blinding radiance erupts overhead, drawing everyone's attention. Manny shields her eyes and asks, "Why is the sun so bright today?" Lai Xian narrows his eyes, shielding against the glare as he realizes something. "This isn't right," he continues. A divine bird streaks across the sky above them. Lai Xian stares at it, a mutated beast. Could it be the cause of this earthquake? Ming looks on in disbelief. "Unless," Manny interrupts, "it is the Chu clan's son, divine bird." The pink-haired girl standing on the cliff beams with joy. "Success, I have succeeded," she cries out. With the divine bird now resurrected and Sidhu Shibai controlled by the Moon Prince, there are no more threats. The divine bird continues to grow to a gargantuan size. Standing beneath it, she boasts, "From this moment on, the Chu clan shall rule over everything." Suddenly, the phoenix rockets upward. The pink-haired girl gasps, eyes widening in shock. "What?" It slams into the cliff face, shattering it into fragments before taking flight and vanishing. Inside the base's detention center, 2 hulking men lie amidst the rubble. The one in orange says, "We've exhausted every ounce of our strength and still couldn't escape." He adds, we are going to die here. Yeah. Zhao Yanlong turns to Zhao Yanhu. When we were captured, we should have foreseen this day would come. He comforts him, don't be afraid, I am with you. A massive boulder falls from the ceiling, plummeting directly toward the brothers. Having accepted their fate, the two close their eyes, letting the rock draw ever nearer. An explosion of violet energy rushes in from nowhere, accompanied by the roar of the myriad martial body. Zhang Ping struggles, using his back to brace against the boulder. He utilizes the Beast Sovereign Fist technique Gluttonous Peak. Zhang Ping arrives at the perfect moment of crisis, occupied with holding up the stone while the other two have just. He carries and supports the pair of brothers as he runs out. The bearded man shouts, what are you just standing there for? Go now. As they exit the door, he exclaims, we've made it out. The other man calls out to him. Zhang Ping, hurry up, you're still inside that room. Understood, he replies. Zhang Ping bursts forward with incredible speed, and the boulder crashes down behind him. He moves so quickly, he leaves only a streak of violet light in his wake. Zhao Yanlong, supported by the man in yellow, gasps, are we saved? Zhang Ping stares into the detention chamber and replies, not yet, let's move to the teleportation room. Suddenly, Zhang Ping senses something is wrong. Everything begins to tremble, another boulder crashes down, and visions of rescuers searching through the wreckage flash through his mind. This feeling is hauntingly familiar. Thoughts keep surfacing like being buried in ruins. This time, something flickers in his mind, am I to die here again? Zhang Ping jolts awake. He wakes to voices calling, Zhang Ping, can you hear us? Wake up. The two elders who accompanied him have transformed into tree men, bracing the falling debris to shield the three beneath them. One man speaks up, we can't hold this much longer, you must think of something. Zhang Ping realizes, seniors. Zhao Yanhu leans against the ruined wall. Who told you to be so meddlesome? Zhao Yanlong sits beside him, unhappy with his brother's attitude. Shut up, can't you stay quiet for once? Zhang Ping touches the walls. The base has collapsed so completely, I fear the teleportation gate is beyond hope. Zhao Yanlong tells him. Just find a way to escape, leave us behind. Zhao Yanhu holds up 3 fingers, the third person. Yes, if you stay any longer, you'll be the third person to die by our side. Zhang Ping points at them and barks, nonsense, you are hostages, you have no right to ask for an easy death. He suspects the 2 dead men are Chu clan members and urges the brothers to pull themselves together. Trunkspring speaks up, I can drill a path, but it will take several days. He adds, although little brother Su can merge with the stone, he cannot carry you both out. Hearing this, Zhang Ping's expression darkens. The air here will only last half a day at most. He worries for everyone. He thinks I could transform into pure water to escape, but what about these 2? At this moment, a voice echoes, even Sidhu Shibai has no solution. I took a small blood sample from them earlier and discovered that the blood of these 2 holy disciples is completely different. Mixing them creates unique energy fluctuations. You once borrowed the elder brother's blood to awaken the blood of the 9 sovereigns. If you absorb the younger brother's blood now, you might trigger a new energy and find a way out. Zhang Ping speaks to the one in his bracelet, Captain Sidhu, you told me to rescue them, so you already had this planned, didn't you? Zhao Yanlong asks Zhang Ping, aren't you afraid of being controlled? Zhang Ping answers, I am not. If I were, I never would have made it this far. He continues, in short, you too. Do you want to die here, or are you willing to strike a deal with me? Done. Zhao Yanlong uses a knife to slit his wrist, I understand. Blood drips out drop by drop. Even though our stances differ, we Zhao brothers are not ungrateful. Zhao Yanhu extends his bleeding arm toward Zhang Ping. Take as much blood as you need. Feeling something is off, Zhang Ping mutters, strange, why is there no change at all? Doubting himself, he says, could it be because I didn't drink enough? Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of black blood. Zhang Ping collapses to the ground, his entire body emitting a bizarre crimson glow. An elder accompanying him shouts, Zhang Ping. The other 2 is anxious, it was just a little blood, why did he react like this? What kind of effect does this blood have? Zhao Yanhu watches Zhang Ping's reaction in a panic. Hey, are you all right? Eyes. Zhang Ping begins to glow, and white mist swirls around him. The system notifies him the awakened aura is now active, awakening a new talent. Sovereign's Gem, the gem of the sovereign. The sovereign's gem acts like a command from a sovereign. It can significantly enhance the strength, skills, and base attributes of a contracted beast. In a brief flash, a phoenix burning with crimson fire appears. Manny says, as long as that troublesome bird is here, the flames will never go out. She turns to her friend, see, we must leave quickly. C uses his ice abilities to launch an attack. No, Zhang Ping hasn't come out yet. Manny grabs her by the collar and barks. Enough, she says angrily. The teleportation gate is already sealed, and Zhang Ping has the power of pure water. The two seniors will find a way to escape this. You were always the most rational one in the group, so why are you acting so impulsively today? That bird just slaughtered the Chu clan members. It has clearly gone completely mad. If we don't leave, we will all be trapped and perish in this sea of fire. Hearing Manny's words, C finally agrees. Then let us go. Suddenly someone shouts, Volbeck. A man with glowing wings sprouting from his back walks alongside a large group including the cleanup team leader. Rand tells the two women, "We've come to stop it." The bird charges at them in a frenzy. They refuse to stand idle and rush forward. A blast of fire erupts from the bird, its power sending nearly everyone flying. Only the white-haired man from before remains standing, barely holding on. He says to his comrades behind him, "I can't hold on any longer." A tree branch surges up from the ground. It turns out the two men who came with Ping helped pull them out. Just as they escape, they see the scene unfolding. One speaks up, "Young friend, we've come to help." The two Zhao siblings have been locked inside a cage. Ping drags the cage while catching his breath. Panting heavily, he says to those standing far off, "Consider us out." Xixian looks at him and asks, "Zhang Ping, what happened to everyone?" He raises his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and answers, "Long story short, I drank Zhao Yanhu's blood." Then he extends his hand towards Xixian, and a gemstone materializes. As a result, the former king's blood evolved and formed a contract gem, linked to the king's gem talent system. King's gem built upon the original contract gem's foundation. Contract beast ability effect enhanced, duration 10 minutes. Each contract beast can only be enhanced once per day. The bird has been wrapped tightly by several tree branches, restrained and unable to attack. Ping continues explaining about the gemstones. "So I used this talent to temporarily boost both predecessors' attributes by 5 levels, just enough to reach level 40 and break through to king rank. Even though the enhancement only lasts 10 minutes, it was enough for us to break free." Ping stares at the gemstone, lost in thought, thinking about the images he saw after drinking Zhao Yanhu's blood. A dark void filled with blazing red orbs. Inside each orb, a man floats, unknown whether alive or dead. He mulls it over and finds it deeply unsettling. What on earth were those things? Ping looks at the cage holding the two siblings and says, "Looks like there are still plenty of secrets in Saint Ancestor Village we haven't uncovered yet." He looks up and sees Changchun struck by the phoenix's power. He cries out, "Senior Yi." He glances to the side. The bird has broken free at some point and is now attacking everyone. Changchun is knocked flat by it. He groans in pain. "My ass is cracked wide open." The winged man also takes a hit but manages to land on one foot. He says, "This is bad. My ability is fire-based too." He plants one hand on the ground to steady himself, but its flames carry the power of the sun. They surpass any ordinary fire. "I can't withstand it." The other two struggle to their feet. One says, "And Elder Yi's condition is being suppressed by it too." He looks somewhat despairing. Only Elder Su can barely hold his own against it. Manny thinks of something suppression. She says she has a plan. She shouts to everyone, "Where's the barrier team? Assemble immediately," she orders. "Everyone focus on restraining this divine bird. Buy me 30 minutes. She continues, "If you can't fight, go find Zhang Shuzhong and grab the signal emitters. Hurry." Manny turns to Xixian. "Xixian, come help Menno." Before Xixian can even process what's happening, Manny adds, "I'm doing this to buy everyone a chance to survive." Inside the golden bracelet spatial dimension, Sidhu Bai smiles. "This little girl has grown up indeed." He looks genuinely happy. "It truly puts my mind at ease." Ping puts something into his mouth, thinking, might as well consume this king's gem too. A purple aura radiates from his body. He grips a scythe in hand. Sidhu Bai from inside the golden bracelet says to him, "Let's go, time to help restrain this divine bird." System current stats displayed, level temporarily increased by 5, current level 24. The divine bird launches hundreds of fireballs. Below, the man who transformed into tree form uses his arms to block them, while the others scramble to dodge and evade. Ping's group charges straight in, countering the fireballs head-on. Shuzhong slumps on the ground, panting. He mutters to himself, "How much am I gonna have to eat to make up for this?" A person points at a map. Although Liu Xixian's ability isn't strong enough to directly restrain this sun god bird, she can suppress its solar energy for a short period. She continues, the next step is for our barrier team to construct a trap capable of containing this divine bird. Manny stands among several other girls, map in hand, meticulously instructing, these signal emitters can expand the range of our abilities. Once everyone has theirs, bury them at the designated kneeling points. Following the map diagram's instructions, meanwhile, the divine bird condenses a massive fireball above its head, but it dissipates instantly, leaving the creature bewildered. Ability Super Simulation Gasification. The white-haired man's aura envelops the phoenix. He says, I've temporarily cut off the air around it. In a vacuum, it can't generate flames. He urges them on. Elder Yeha, strike now while you can. The one below responds. The senior's long tree branch arms extend outward. From those branches, smaller tendrils sprout and grip the bird tightly. He says, come down. He pulls with all his might. The phoenix is restrained, unable to move left completely at the mercy of others. It's hurled violently to the ground. 3 members of the flying team soar above it. The winged man shouts, vacuum effect is fatingatic now. They dive toward the sun god bird with savage, murderous intent. A massive explosion erupts. Dust and debris fill the air. Ming closes his eyes and chants an incantation, swift as wind, still as forest. Chant before the formation, silence follows behind, fast as wind. Steady as forest, day stands before, night stands behind. A blade emerges from the swirling magic spiral. Skill sword emerges from the dragon abyss. Ping has shifted into another form entirely. He thinks, because I fused with the Zhao brothers' bloodline, it caused me to break through straight to level 19. Both hands channel 2 streams of purple energy. Now, borrowing the king's gem and the dark mist, his attack power has nearly reached its peak. His power coils around Ming's sword. He calls out, Chen Ming, I'm here to help. Ping and Ming combine their strength. Together they shout, let's go. The colossal sword aims for the crater where the divine bird lies and plunges down hard. Only faint squawks can be heard. The bird's body turns blue, flickering, fatting until only a single flame-red feather remains as if still burning. The white-haired man asks wearily, is it dealt with? The masked figure doesn't respond. The man thinks to himself, that battle was too intense, I didn't get a chance to appraise the divine bird. Hopefully everything will be fine. The team stands before a plume of black smoke. The white-haired man says, have we defeated the king-class entity? The feather suddenly ignites, tracing out a strange pattern of light. Everyone present freezes. Sidhu Bai's voice rings out, no, it's not over yet, that fire is growing larger. Sidhu Bai continues from inside the golden bracelet. After the first patriarch of the Chu clan died, legend says it transformed into a guardian spirit, standing watch over its master's grave for ages without ever leaving. For all these years we thought it had perished. But now that it has appeared again, it confirms another ancient legend. The phoenix emerges once more. Sidhu Bai reveals a critical piece of information. The sun god bird is an undying spirit. Fireballs rain down from the divine bird once again, but they're even larger than before. A man charges straight toward the fireball. He transforms into vaporability super simulation gasify vacuum. One of Changchun's tree branch arms extends outward, but the moment it touches the bird, it immediately disintegrates. Staring at the burning spot, he says, the flames were supposed to be out, why is it still this hot? The water evaporates almost instantly. A black dragon swoops in, slamming into the phoenix's belly and making it shriek. The black dragon grips both of the bird's wings and shouts, I've got it pinned, everyone get in here now. They all rush toward the sun god bird's midsection, aiming straight for the sun imprint and attacking. A bare-handed figure suddenly appears and punches directly into it but is instantly repelled backward. That temperature, it's even hotter than my yang blaze state. And by a massive margin. Someone below shouts, this isn't just fire, its body is radiating an incredibly terrifying amount of heat. The black dragon speaks, its ability isn't just explosive flames, it can also manipulate the surrounding temperature. The divine bird opens its beak holding a small fireball inside, then spews fire directly at those below. Only the sound of someone screaming can be heard, watch out. Laxian cries out, Phoenix team leader. Changchun catches him and brings him safely to the ground. Then a man speaks up, looks like the time amplification for both of us has run out. Everyone lands on the ground and rushes toward Laxian's position. The blonde one, currently shifted into the form of a tiger, roars. Gym leader Xian coughs up a mouthful of blood and says with relief, "Damn, nearly lost my life there." The black dragon can only groan helplessly. Even the Phoenix gym leader and the beast person kneel down to prop him up. System enhancement effect LV9 activation failed. System enhancement effect LV10 activation failed. Hearing the notifications ring out one after another, Zhang Ping thinks to himself the gem was already upgraded 2 levels. So why doesn't he feel any effect after consuming it? Is it just going to be a dud? Suddenly someone calls out, "Zhang Ping, can you hear me?" He startles, it's Tusi. Xian turns to the girls and says, "The traps are already set. Hurry up and lure the god bird over here." The girls acknowledge the order. Sparks of fire keep hammering into the ground, forcing the black dragon to dodge constantly. The dragon turns and shouts, "Senior Yi, hurry it up." As the black dragon roars, Senior Yi watches the god bird fly straight through the tree creature's body right toward the trap that's been set. Manny says now. The phoenix is engulfed by an ice-piercing storm. A vortex erupts inside, catching it completely off guard. The vortex slowly freezes the bird's body, creeping up to the crown of its head until its entire form is encased in ice. Manny and the girls rush outside, shouting, "This trap won't hold for long, move it, run now," Zhang Ping stammers. But Senior Ye is still. Yi Changchun is dragged out of the tree trunk by a man. He steadies everyone, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He adds, "Luckily, I'm not injured anywhere." Zhang Ping turns to the 2 seniors and says, "We need to keep moving. How about you 2 rest inside the gem for now?" The white-haired one speaks up, "We are indeed a bit drained, that works." With that, the 2 transform into wisps of smoke and enter the orb of the contract gem, the contract pouch. The contract gem can encapsulate contracted beings, shrink them down to the size of a grain of rice and store them in its internal space. System maximum storage capacity 10 cubic meters. Zhu Jai stands behind Zhang Ping and says, "Sure, we're supposed to run, but the base is already destroyed. Where else can we go?" she continues. "The entire surrounding area has been leveled. There's nowhere left to hide. The god bird will break free soon, so we have to move fast or it'll find us." Tu Bai's voice echoes from within the golden bracelet. The only option now is to head toward the trial grounds area. There's a fallback bunker nearby, built for non-combatants to take shelter. Everyone start moving first. The group takes off at full sprint. The ice encasing the god bird begins to thaw. Manny turns back, eyes widening. "What's wrong?" she asks. Xian blurts out in panic, "It's barely been half an hour. And the trap is already losing its hold." She turns to Tusi, "We have to find somewhere to hide. Now," Zhang Ping tells Manny, "I have an idea." Before he even finishes, the bracelet on his wrist starts to glow. Golden bracelet deploying equipment. In Zhang Ping's hand materializes a lamp radiating an ethereal purple-glowed dark mist lamp. This lamp can conceal our presence within a certain radius. Zhang Ping tells the team, "Everyone follow me, don't get separated." A cave entrance appears before them. Duck steps forward and lets out a sigh of relief, finally got away from that damned bird. Ming surveys the surroundings, then says with reassurance, "Everyone rest here for a bit, conserve your stamina." Zhang Ping collapses to his knees, his whole body trembling. Xian turns around, sees his condition and asks with concern, "Are you okay?" He wipes the sweat from his face and gives her a faint smile, "I'm fine. Just used too much dark mist energy, a little rest and I'll be good as new." Ming also walks over, his face full of worry. He asks Zhang Ping, "If we head to the ruins deep within the trial grounds, won't that attract the god bird?" Zhang Ping stares ahead. His expression is grave. He tells Ming, "Those are the ruins of an ancient human civilization. We absolutely cannot let the god bird destroy them." Just then Tu Bai materializes. He smiles and tells everyone, "Don't worry. The trial grounds have a mysterious property that can completely evade all forms of detection." His words catch Zhang Ping completely off guard. Tu Bai assures him that the sun god bird won't be able to sense them at all. Tu Bai furrows his brow, his eyes betray the gravity of the situation, his voice drops. "The problem is, that place also serves as a base of operations for the investigation team." According to Su Qingba, the investigation team has long since been infiltrated by an unknown force. The image of Ao Zhu and the investigation team flashes through Tubai's mind. He warns everyone a reminder and a caution. On top of that, there's the lurking threat of a mutated beast. Beyond staying vigilant against the investigation team's potential ambush, they also need to guard against an attack that Shan Zhu could launch at any moment. Xian furrows his brow tight, visibly shocked. His expression is one of utter disbelief. He asks Tubai, Shanzu, isn't that a king-tier mutated beast? I've only ever heard my old friends mention it in passing. I never imagined it was actually here. Everyone's faces are ashen, worry etched into every expression. Tubai instructs everyone to bring their gear and supplies. That's certain, Shanzu's presence is indeed right outside the trial grounds perimeter. If we want to get in, we'll have to circle around behind it. For safety's sake, everyone should carry morning glory flowers on you. It really can't stand the smell of morning glory. Zhang Ping glances at him, suspicion Risinga king-tier mutated beast. And it's afraid of morning glory flowers. Could these morning glory flowers be different from the ones he knows? Zhang Ping points to Xian and begins assigning tasks. Next, I'll ask Gym Leader Feng to keep watch on the perimeter. I'll go find some food and pick up some morning glory flowers along the way. Xian hears this and hesitates. He's reluctant, doesn't want Zhang Ping burning through more of his stamina. He steps in to stop him. Zhang Ping, you just burned through a ton of energy. Why don't you stay here and rest? Let me and Instructor Bai handle it. Duck agrees with what Xian just said. Yeah, it'd be better if we went instead. Zhang Ping answers them both with confidence. Right now there's no moon and no sun, so there's no point arguing with me about this. My skills are tailor-made for operating in the dark. I should be the one going. Xian steps up beside him, both hands gripping Zhang Ping's arm tightly. Xian says firmly, I'm going with you. Zhang Ping looks at her, a trace of warmth flickering in his eyes. His heart eases just a little. Bringing Tusi along isn't a bad idea. She knows the wilderness far better than he does. Zhang Ping agrees, then turns to her, all right. But just in case anything unexpected happens. Seeing Xu Zheng approach, Zhang Ping's eyes light up. An idea strikes him and he says, Fatty, prep some gear for mebear traps, that kind of thing. Anything similar works too. Xu Zheng is surprised that Zhang Ping actually assigned him a task. Hearing Zhang Ping's words, his soul practically leaves his body. His arms and legs go limp. He says in terror, lately you've been turning me from chubby to scrawny man. Under a sky blanketed in mist beside a lake, all manner of beasts gather to drink. A massive boar accidentally steps right into a trap Zhang Ping set earlier. It lets out a shriek of pain. The dark mist eye in the distance flares to life. The dark mist morphs into a panther. A vicious black panther materializes, raking its razor-sharp claws forward. Every animal in the vicinity scatters in terror. The black panther, surging with dark mist energy, pounces onto the boar. It pins the boar down with its claws, snapping clean off one of the boar's massive tusks. The boar lies motionless on the ground, blood pooling from its mouth. Beneath the panther's paws, dark mist continues to radiate outward. System Dark Mist 50. Zhang Ping pulls the crystal core from the boar's carcass. Blood trails from the wound. He can't help but marvel using dark mist to hunt is incredibly effective. A few more scares like this and his energy should be fully restored. As he's preparing to haul the pork back, Xian suddenly approaches. She calls out, Zhang Ping, come here for a sec. Zhang Ping responds immediately. What is it? Slowly, she points upward at the top of an ancient tree. A single flower glows brilliantly, illuminating the entire corner of the forest. Xian says to him, look, morning glory. Following Xian's finger, Zhang Ping spots the very flower that can make Shanzu recoil in fear. Xian says, let's go up and take a closer look. Before his words even fade, the two of them whoosh upward in a flash. Ping crouches down, reaching out to touch the flower. A question flickers through his mind. So, this is what morning glories look like in this world. Holding the flower in hand, Ping examines it meticulously, feeling that it looks no different from an ordinary morning glory at all. Suddenly, the flower in his hand spits a thick, brownish slime straight into Ping's face. Ping recoils in shock, his stomach churning with nausea. He yells, no wonder Grandpa Shan hates this flower so much. His inner self screams in protest. It smells like durian reheated in a microwave. Xian can't hide her amusement, covering her mouth with her hand. She explains to Ping the legend behind this flower. Mingzhu City has a form of punishment, locking someone in a room overflowing with morning glories and forcing them to sit there for an entire day. Ping's eyes go wide with disbelief. That's basically marinating someone alive. Without warning, the forest erupts in bursts of light, like clusters of fireworks blooming against the pitch-black sky. Both of them pause to admire the spectacle. Ping watches the glowing flowers with delight and exclaims, "It's beautiful." Ping raises both hands to his head, gazing up at the scene like something out of a fairy realm. Xian uses her knowledge to tell him that these are the seeds of the fluorescent fire grass. Every season, they ride the wind and drift to new places to take root and multiply. While Ping is busy frolicking, Xian extends her hand forward. A single fluorescent fire grass seed lands in her palm, its glow pulsing softly. Xian speaks softly. If only there were no conflict, no struggle, and everyone could live a peaceful life. How wonderful that would be. Sadly, a perfect ending is always just out of reach. The morning glory releases its fragrance, but only briefly before returning to silence. The fluorescent fire grass is beautiful, yet it drifts endlessly, never finding a destination. He holds a glass jar in his hand and offers it to Xian. He says gently, "See." She turns to look at what's in his hand, caught off guard. He hands the glass jar to Xian, then speaks hesitantly, "An ending isn't predetermined, it's like this sealed glass jar." Xian takes it. Inside rests a morning glory and several fluorescent fire grass petals. She stands there momentarily dazed. Ping tells her that it not only blocks the morning glory's stench but also provides a quiet, safe haven for the fluorescent fire grass. She blushes, quickly changes the subject, clutches the glass jar to her chest, and hurries away with a stuttering voice, let's go. Or everyone will be waiting." Suddenly, in the once quiet sky, a blazing phoenix erupts against the black canvas of night. The phoenix's eyes burn with fire. It opens its beak and lets out a piercing cry. In an instant, the phoenix spreads its massive wings. Balls of fire rain down like meteors, hurtling straight toward the ground below. The beasts sense the danger and scramble to flee on all fours. Dust and debris swirl thick in the air. The cave entrance. A faint glow flickers from the cave where the group has taken shelter. From inside come the sounds of voices and laughter. Inside the cave, everyone huddles together, roasting a wild boar over an open flame. The atmosphere feels more like a camping trip than a survival scenario. Zhuzhong pipes up cheerfully. "In a situation this bad, and we still get to chow down on roasted meat like this. Now that's what I call an unexpected luxury." He holds a piece of roasted pork in his hand, chewing with his mouth full. He points at the boar sizzling on the spit and excitedly tells Ping, "Zhang Ping, roast a few more pieces for me, will ya? If I don't get some fuel in me, I'll really turn into a skeleton." De glances sideways at Xu Zhang. Reaching down to Xu Zhang's belly, De pinches a handful of flab and says with a grin, "Yeah, you're just skin and bones, all right." Then he turns. "Zhang Ping, don't you agree?" Ping carries a plate of crispy, sizzling roasted meat over and sets it in front of Zhang. His eyes light up like stars. With a grin, he says, "I'll give you this too, I might need your strength in the days ahead." Xu Zhang pushes Ping aside, his eyes glued to the plate, drool practically pouring from his mouth. Zhang beams, "Then I won't hold back." The moment the laughter leaves his lips, he yelps, "Hot, hot, hot." De throws an arm around Xu Zhang's shoulder and bursts out laughing. "Of course it's hot, you just pulled it straight off the fire and shoved it in your mouth." Yan Long and Yan Hu sit inside their cage, watching the lively scene outside with heavy hearts. Yan Hu says to Yan Long, "If only our village had an atmosphere like this, how wonderful it would be." Yan Long lowers his head. His voice tinged with sorrow, "Stop dreaming, we were nothing but tools back in the village. Nobody cared whether we lived or died. How could anyone treat us as human beings?" Before his words even settle, a heaping plate of fragrant roasted meat appears before his eyes. "This is for the two of you," Ping tells Yan Long. Staring at the plate, Yan Long freezes. Ping pushes the plate closer, urging, "What are you spacing out for? Eat up." Yan Long takes the plate of wild boar from Ping's hands. Both Yan Long and Yan Hu's faces bright. He says, "Thank you." A sudden noise outside startles Ping. He turns his gaze toward the cave entrance and asks, "What's going on?" Ping rushes over. Xian and Laxian are already standing there. Xian points outward. "Look, his sound is coming from over there." Ping peers outside. The scene is pure chaos. Fire rains down from above, slamming into the ground and igniting massive blazes. The beasts bolt in panic, kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. Someone shouts, "Could a mountain fire have triggered a beast tide?" At that moment, the phoenix takes flight, its entire body ablaze with searing light. Everyone stands at the cave entrance, staring up at the enormous phoenix soaring overhead. Ping speaks up, "No wonder we suddenly got hit with fire and a beast tide. Looks like that beast is trying to use this to flush us out." The group retreats back into the cave together. After careful observation, Ping determines that based on the fire's intensity and wind direction, the wildfire won't spread this far. We'll stay here for now and wait for the beast tide to pass before making any moves. Before long, the roars of the beast tide and the flames unleashed by the phoenix gradually fade into silence. Beneath the dense canopy, a member of the recon team asks curiously, "Captain, it's been almost 2 days now. Who exactly are we ambushing?" The man leans against a tree trunk. His bearing suggests he's no ordinary figure. He addresses the two, someone named Zhang Ping. Word is he's an awakener of the unlimited rank. The speaker is Ma Bin, captain of the recon team originally named Chu Yamping, affiliated with the Chu clan's beast-taming division. A green-haired member of the recon team asks in disbelief, "An unlimited rank awakener?" Ma Bin holds a cigarette between his fingers. He closes his eyes briefly, then slowly explains. His recorded ability is called Contract Gem, previously dismissed by the outside world as a useless, unlimited tier power. Yet he wiped out Huang San's entire crew with a single auxiliary technique. Ma Bin's expression darkens as he recounts this about Ping. He adds that even more bizarre is the fact that his body can transform into blood and a strange, unpredictable flow of water. He also appears to possess some kind of super-secret escape technique. Tracking him is practically impossible. A figure is perched high in the treetops. He turns and asks, "If we include the contract gem, doesn't that mean he has at least 5 different abilities?" Ma Bin falls into a grave silence before speaking with weight. Perhaps what he's shown so far is only the tip of the iceberg. He warns his recon team with utmost caution. As an unlimited rank awakener, God only knows what other hidden cards he's holding. So if he actually shows up outside the trial grounds, do not take him lightly under any circumstances. Stay vigilant and never underestimate the enemy or you won't live to regret it. System wind whisper effect has ended. Ping speaks cautiously to Xian. "CC, I was right, the Chu clan has deployed an ambush team outside the trial grounds." Xian, Ping, Laxian, and to sit huddled around a crackling fire. Xian asks him how many in total. Ping holds up 2 fingers, though his expression is uncertain. He says the Chu breeze sense was hazy, can't pin down the exact number, but there are at least 2 top-tier awakeners. Laxian strokes his chin thoughtfully. He considers for a moment. "On a good day, I could take on 2 top-tier awakeners by myself." Ping sits cross-legged, then raises a hand. His tone is firm and serious. "I might be able to handle one of them." De crosses his arms and looks at him. "Zhang Ping, are you confident you can actually contend with a top-tier awakener?" Ping replies. "Even though I'm only at the mid-tier awakener level, my appraisal skill lets me read the enemy's situation. Unless I run into someone on the level of Gym Master Feng, I should be fine against the others." Sitting together around the warm fire, Ping tells Du, "Once the beast tide passes, I'll scout out how many top-tier awakeners are over there. For now, we should take turns standing watch. Rest up and conserve our stamina." Everyone nods in agreement. The next morning, sunlight pours into the cave entrance. Ping and Xian are each dozing in their own corners. Xu Zhang bursts in, his face pale with panic. "Bad news, we might have a serious problem." Everyone jolts awake and rushes after him. When they arrive, the sight stuns them all into silence. Everything in sight has been scorched to ash and embers still smolder. Zhang's voice is urgent. "That firebird torched the entire surrounding forest last night. If we want to reach the trial grounds now, our only option is to cross through the burnt wasteland." Ping rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He mutters, "That beast is smarter than it looks." Suddenly, Didu Bai's true form rockets into the sky above, his brow furrowed tight, his expression deadly serious. Bai De says the road ahead is the only path to the trial grounds, we can't avoid it. He then returns to stand beside Ping. After observing from above for a moment, Bai De estimates it will take half a day to pass through. "Zhang Ping, can that lantern still hold up?" He turns and answers Bai De. "I'm not so sure. The lantern's durability is nearly depleted. I'm afraid it won't last much longer." Holding the dimming ethereal mist lantern in his hand, Ping feels a bit helpless. He closes his eyes and sighs. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. In the end, it all falls on him. De says excitedly from the side, "With great power comes great responsibility." Well said. Laxian is also taken aback by his words. I never thought you could say something so philosophical. I'll remember that quote. One of these days, I'll carve it onto the sign of our Phoenix Hall. Seeing their expressions, Ping thinks to himself, who would have guessed that in his previous life he learned that line from a movie. Everyone's voices echo inside the cave. With great power comes great responsibility. Both Yanlong and Yanhu watch this scene unfold. Yanlong and Yanhu exchange a glance. They quickly mull over Ping's words. With great power comes great responsibility. Yanhu crosses his arms, recalling the events of that day. Before, the village never treated us as peoplely as tools. But Zhang Ping, faced with a desperate situation, still risked everything to save us. Even though our relationship was hostile, he still showed us respect. Yanlong also gains a new perspective on Ping. At first I thought he was strange, but now it seems he's not a fool. Both of them light up and say in unison, with great power comes great responsibility. Xian and Ping both look toward them with puzzled eyes. What are you two trying to do? Yanhu runs over and shouts, I have an idea, brother Zhang Ping. I have a way to help you. Yanlong rushes toward them without regard for danger. Then he bows deeply, his tone earnest and sincere. He says, please give us brothers a chance, we are willing to follow you. Yanlong looks up and says passionately to Ping, I, Zhao Yanlong, swear to follow Lord Zhang Ping for the rest of my life. If I dare go against his will, may heaven punish me. Yanhu beside him quickly follows suit. Shouting, same here, the two brothers Yanlong and Yanha drop to their knees before Ping, pleading, brother Zhang Ping, I'm willing to swallow your contract stone to prove my sincerity. Who adds, brother Zhang Ping, I'm also willing to swallow your contract stone. From now on, I'll only obey you. He asks them curiously, I'm very curious what made you two decide this. Yanhu explains, brother Zhang Ping, you risked your life to save ours. If we can't follow by your side, wouldn't that betray your kindness? Long pleads further. Yanlong also agrees, saying, you are worthy of our trust and even more worthy of our loyalty. Ping looks at them with a cold gaze as he listens to their plea. That's right, if we return to Shangzhou village, we'll still be treated as tools for the rest of our lives. That's why we've decided to follow you, big brother. Even if it costs us our lives, we will have no regrets. He gently extends his hand and says to them, no need to pledge your loyalty so hastily. Stand up first. There's one thing I need to understand first. In the past, how many people have you two killed? Were any of them innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire? Yanlong answers emotionally, everyone who died by our hands was an enemy from other villages who had wronged Shangzhou village. I can't judge whether they were innocent or not, but they all died because of the choices they made. Who adds, as for me, I only killed 2 people. They were both from the Chu clanceners through and through, undeserving of mercy. He asks them with curiosity, aren't people from the other villages essentially savages too? In the conflict between Shangzhou village and the others, it's truly impossible to tell who is more innocent. Grudges are like wind and bone, impossible to grasp the essence of, impossible to tell right from wrong. Ping holds out 2 contract stones before them and says, you need to think carefully. The effects of the contract stone are absolutely absolute. Once you step in, the bond is forged, there's no turning back. Have you two truly thought this through? They take the stones and shout, we've made up our minds. Meanwhile, Ping thinks to himself, well, I did eat 2 level 10 gems back then anyway, and they had no effect. Might as well use them to form contracts with these 2. Yanlong and Yanhu happily swallow the contract stones. System contract established with summoned beast Zhao Yanlong. Contract established with summoned beast Zhao Yanhu. The 2 brothers shout in unison, from this day forward, we brothers will leap into boiling oil and raging fire for our big brother. We swear our loyalty unto death. Ping looks at them in surprise and reminds them, you really don't have to go that far. Just treat me as a friend, we're all on the same team, no need for such extremes. They reply, we understand, big brother. He looks at them and asks, earlier you said you had a way to help us, what is it? Yanlong and Yanhu bow and say, please wait a moment everyone, we brothers will be right back. Xianxia doesn't understand what they're planning. They watch the 2 brothers dash off into the distance. De says from the group, are they all right in the head? Kind of dumb, honestly, can we really trust them? Xian watches the 2 brothers and comments. Some feral humans and mutated beasts also form fanatical devotion through fate hand. Their expressions look exactly like these 2 brothers. Have they really started treating Zhang Ping as a god? Type wonders, but how did it come to this? Zhu Zhang says to Ping. Zhang Ping, don't tell me you used some kind of mind control ability. Judging from their current behavior, it seems like they're expressing genuine worship toward you. Ping looks surprised when everyone brings this up. He protests firmly, how is that even possible? If I really had mind control powers, I'd rather use them on Sister Xixian. Zuji would be a far better choice than two guys, wouldn't she? Xixian hears this and says in disappointment, Zhang Ping, so you've had your eyes on me this whole time. He explains hastily, don't get me wrong. Even though Zhao Yanlong and Yanhu are men, the interesting part is that they're twins. Everyone looks at him curiously. Zhu Zhang sees this and quickly corrects himself. All right, don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't. Suddenly, a mound of earth appears where everyone is standing. Ping startles and asks, what was that? The two brothers appear atop a beast and call his name. Brother Zhang Ping. Baidu explains from behind, that's a ground-burrowing lizard. If we borrow its strength, we can cut straight through a vast stretch of terrain. Xu Zhang says with delight, doesn't that mean we can avoid the Chu clan's ambush and sneak into the trial grounds? He quickly adds a reminder, not entirely. The mountain patriarch is a king-rank mutated beast. This lizard wouldn't dare go anywhere near that area. Ping says seriously, then let's set out now. We'll deal with the rest after we've taken down the divine bird. Everyone climbs onto the lizard's back and sets off, burrowing underground toward their destination. The scene shifts to a forest canopy filled with birdsong. Rays of sunlight pierce through the green leaves above. Beneath the ancient trees, everyone arrives at their destination, but unease fills them as they sit atop the lizard's back. Long tells everyone, we can only go this far. No matter what, the ground-burrowing lizard won't advance any further. Ping hears this and says, then have it make a few more trips to transport the rest of our people. Baidu says to those behind him, past this canyon we'll reach the trial grounds. And that canyon is also the enemy's best ambush point. He adds, we're not far from the trial grounds now. Let's distribute the morning glories to everyone. Xixian nods and follows the order. She begins handing out morning glories to everyone. Ping calls out to Xixian from a distance, Xixian, give me 2 more. I want to prepare some for Elder Yi and Elder Su as well. She turns back, lost in thought, and asks Ping, are you worried the Chu clan might have even stronger experts lying in ambush for us? He adds with concern, that's not all. I'm also worried the divine bird might appear unexpectedly. If that happens, we'll need both elders working together just to handle it. De chimes in, didn't we already throw off that damn bird? He places a hand on Xu Zhang's shoulder and offers words of encouragement. Even though the Chu clan can't fully control the divine bird right now, we still can't ignore the potential threats. Who knows what other hidden tricks they have up their sleeves? Being cautious never hurts. Laxian nods in approval. Zhang Ping's reasoning is sound. De says skeptically, but once the solar divine bird attacks, even if both elders were at their peak, they'd struggle to fend it off. Let alone now, when they're still recovering from their injuries. Ping breaks into a confident smile and says, relax, I already have a plan to deal with it. Just because we couldn't handle it before doesn't mean we won't have a way once we enter the trial grounds. From high above, a bird watches and listens to Ping's group as they speak. The journey ahead is full of unknowns. Sister Liu Wei, Sister Yuji, please lead the injured and those who can't fight to the nearest safe house. The dangerous bird's eyes fix on the group below, filled with malice. In those eyes there's a figure belonging to the enemy's scout. Reports to his captain. Captain Zhang Ping and his group are preparing just ahead. They are not far from us. The sinister captain sneers, their luck is truly remarkable. To think they could escape the pursuit of that solar divine bird. But that luck ends here. The enemy squad obeys their captain's command without hesitation. Everyone ready yourselves. The slaughter is about to begin. The perilous ravine and the jagged cliffs lie just outside the training zone. Zhang Ping's group advances in a single file. He warns his companions they are likely lying in ambush nearby. Stay vigilant. From the canopy of the trees, 2 bear beasts pounce down toward him and Baidu. Zhang Ping shouts, watch out. He glances back at their shadows. Baidu evades the attack, leaping high into the air. The bear beast misses its strike, slamming into the earth and stone, roaring in fury. He strikes its cheek with a palm, causing the beast to whimper in pathetic agony. Boom! A deafening blast erupts. The beast suddenly shrinks into a small, panicked mouse and scurries away. Zhang Ping gasps in surprise, is this thing a mouse or a bear? What a bizarre ability. Baidu, knowledgeable as ever, replies, it is likely a mutated bear beast. its strength surpasses even standard enhanced type awakened ones. Unless your physical foundation is robust, avoid direct confrontation or you will surely suffer a bitter defeat. His group keeps their guard up, facing outward, when suddenly one member cries out in terror. What the? Another monster appears. Its monstrous, grotesque form draws gasps from everyone. Is that the mountain ancestor? Why does it look so massive? I thought the mountain ancestor would be some towering beast, but it turns out to be a giant toad. Zhang Ping detects movement behind them and listens silently to the stealthy approach. He whispers to Lai Xian, the martial arts hall master. Lai Xian responds, I see them, shall we give them a little greeting gift? Zhang Ping nods in agreement. My thoughts exactly. One of the master's subordinates realizes he has been exposed and mutters, damn it, we've been spotted. Zhang Ping intercepts him, swinging his staff from above with a cold warning. Trying to send a signal, are you? I fear you won't have the chance. The purple-hued staff tears a clean line across his back. Zhang Ping muses, so, inflicting damage with this terrifying scythe allows me to absorb essence. It seems I must truly master the potential of this weapon. System notification, essence absorbed 10,000 points. Nether Mist Body Intermediate has upgraded to Nether Mist Core Body. The absorption efficiency of Nether Mist has doubled. Nether Mist reserves increased from 300 to 1,000 points. Current status 3,001,000. Where there is a saint, there is a thief. Where there is a high mountain, there is a deep abyss. A thief of the abyss, Zhang Ping enters a combat stance and declares, 1,000 Nether Mist points equal 10,000% power. My combat strength has increased 10,000-fold. Whether in offense, defense, or shapeshifting, this is a qualitative leap. This feels incredible. The subordinate reports to the martial arts hall master's captain, Alus is dead. The captain looks into the distance, saying, it seems they were prepared for an ambush. This is a direct challenge to us. Chu-san, stop being polite, return the gift to them. Chu-san obeys the captain's order, lunging forward with a shout, since you are so eager to court death, then I shall fulfill your wish. He brandishes a sword glowing with golden energy, charging at Zhang Ping's group. Chu-san strikes toward the group below, bellowing, taste my spear. Zhang Ping watches the incoming blade with a wry smile, still talking trash. Zhang Ping channels his technique, channeling it toward his attacker, thinking, perfect, let me test this Nether Mist Core Body. He catches Chu-san's strike with a single hand, neutralizing the force with ease. Chu-san recoils in shock, and Zhang Ping mocks him. Is that all you have? Chu-san grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Just an intermediate awakened one, how can he deflect a full-force blow from me? He truly has some tricks up his sleeve. The onlookers watch Zhang Ping with admiration. Is this the one with the infinite potential ability? He is absolutely monstrous. The captain orders his men, we must kill him before he reaches his full potential. Zhang Ping stands opposite, assessing the situation. He identifies his opponent Chu Yanbing, level 36, who is currently plotting with his squad. Ma Bin, that man with the black blade is Ma Bin, do you want me to step in? Zhang Ping replies, Senior Su, do not reveal yourself yet, I have a plan. He turns to his group, there are 3 peak-level awakened ones among the enemy. I will handle one of them. Hall Master Feng, you take the other 2. The 6 remaining high-level enemies are for the rest of you. Sister CC, is that acceptable? CC replies triumphantly, if 7 of us can't beat 6, our cleanup crew has a serious problem. They prepare for battle. Zhang Ping calculates, Sidhu Shibai alone has caused our Chu family so much suffering. If this one with the infinite potential ability rises up as well, the situation will spiral out of control. He commands his subordinates, no need for restraint. Summon the solar divine bird immediately. The subordinate complies. The enemies charge forward at his command. Our mission has only one goal, kill Zhang Ping at any cost. The subordinates roar in unison, understood. The 2 sides clash. Zhang Ping charges forward, shouting. He dodges a heavy sword strike and counterattacks. A woman from the Chu clan stands at a distance, channeling her spiritual magic. Flame spirit, heed the call of fate. She chants as it appears on the horizon. She summons power to tear the firmament apart and incinerate all. She circles behind, focusing her ability. The 10,000 phenomena fade, only light remains. Solar divine bird emerge. The divine bird appears, radiating immense energy. The subordinates cheer, long live the solar divine bird. Zhang Ping and his opponent trade blows in a dramatic clash of power. The enemy sneers and swings his blade, forcing Zhang Ping to stumble. Seeing the situation stabilize, he says, everyone retreat. Thai looks at the divine bird in confusion. Is that the divine bird? Zhang Ping worries, is it not the divine bird that lost control? How did they manage to summon it? The bird spreads its wings, soaring through the sky with great power. Zhang Ping warns the others, everyone, be careful, it rains fire down upon the group. Zhang Ping curses, these lunatics actually summoned it. He regains his composure and thinks carefully. But the divine bird is not in a state of loss of control. But why is it not attacking them? Zhang Ping accelerates toward the enemy. His opponent is bewildered by the turn of events. He swings his sword at Zhang Ping, shouting, you are courting death. Zhang Ping activates his godly water body to defend. The enemy screams in horror as the divine bird's fire descends upon his own people. Move, get out of the way. The fire hits the ground, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Zhang Ping's group is sent flying, unable to mount a defense. The enemy goes berserk. You think you're so smart. Zhang Ping floats calmly within his divine water body, weaving through rings of fire and fires back. Same goes for you. You deployed the divine bird so recklessly, aren't you afraid it'll die here? Bin. He grins smugly, the divine bird is my Chu clan's sacred beast. If it dies, you lot die first. Zhang Ping reverts to his original form and immediately rallies everyone. Everyone over here, initiate Plan B. He grips the royal gemstone in hand. Seniors execute the prior strategy. The two elders appear behind him and shout, Roger. The royal gemstone activates for a short window. The contracted beast's combat power surges significantly. The two elders charge toward the divine bird, eyes blazing with resolve. The bird sees them coming and veers off. Trees and stone give chase. Hey, stinky bird, your opponents are us. Zhang Ping's eyes widen in shock. To Than Bao, aren't you supposed to be dead? The elder hears this and sneers, I'll settle the score with you later. One of Bin's men tugs at his sleeve. Boss group leader Truong Bin has vanished. What? The battle tips. The divine bird knocks down both of Zhang Ping's elders. The enemy loses it. What? This was all a plan. Luring the tiger from the mountain. Bin stays calm, addressing his subordinates. Move it, thee can't have gotten far. The group snaps to attention and shouts in unison. The thundering sound of footsteps echoes from the mountainside. Zhang Ping sprints at the front, leading the group in their escape roughly 10-odd tree lengths ahead. Xianxia runs behind, scolding anxiously, before even all of you combined couldn't scratch the divine bird. Can those two elders really hold out? He reassures Xianxia, don't worry, I planned for this ages ago. Zhang Ping explains, the mountain ancestor is a mutated beast with an insanely strong territorial drive. The moment it senses something as powerful as the divine bird, it's guaranteed to react. Those two seniors already carried the morning glory flowers with them. He continues, so all we need is to stall until the mountain ancestor shows up. That's when the morning glory flowers come into play. If we can successfully trigger a clash between the mountain ancestor and the divine bird, we can slip away safely. She asks, worry etched on her face, what about the investigation team? If they intervene, can the plan still go smoothly? Xianxia picks up earlier, I deliberately steered the divine bird toward the investigation team. But it kept attacking indiscriminately, Evan. They had to dodge for their lives. That means they can't control the divine bird. Zhang Ping picks up speed, glancing back. They have to be using something to block the divine bird's sensory perception. That's the only way the divine bird wouldn't target them. The reason they're just standing on the sidelines is because they know rushing in would only make things worse. He leads the group forward at a dead sprint. Either way, they'll catch up fast. We need to move now. A subordinate reports to Bin, Captain, we've completely lost their trail. Can't sense a single aura. He freezes, realization hitting hard to mask the auras of peak-level experts in such a short time. Only the Chu clan's Nightingale lantern could pull that off. But Huang Wu's crew only had one lantern. How the hell is Zhang Ping hiding that many people's auras? He grips the artifact in his hand. Forget it, I've got a way to deal with this. She turns to the captain, alarmed, that thing will wreck your body with side effects, sir. Do you really intend to use it? Another lackey chimes in. She's right, Captain. Right now, only Feng Laxian is a peak-level awakener left at Zhang Ping's side. There's no need to go that far. Bin pries open the box, gazing at the object inside. Since when do I need you lot worrying about me? He roars, if Zhang Ping makes it into the trial zone, can any of you bear the consequences? The subordinate beside him flinches, speechless with fear. Without hesitation, Bin shoves the artifact into his mouth and swallows it whole. Raw power floods his body, screams, a wretched, agonized howl ripping from his throat. Bin grits through the pain, release all stored souls. 3,000 cursed wraiths, souls of monstrous, evil fetuses erupt from his body. He endures every excruciating second. Bin grins through the agony. Even if they can mask their auras, they'll never hide their soul traces. Move out, follow the wraiths. The subordinates snap to attention. Yes, sir. The wraiths close in on Zhang Ping's fleeing group. He spots them and shouts to the group, what the hell are those? Why does their composition look so similar to my mist? The wraiths swarm and envelop everyone's bodies. Zhang Ping recognizes them, immediate vengeful spirits. He turns toward the wraith, latching onto him, studying it with a probing gaze. It lunges at him viciously. He sidesteps the strike with a sharp fluid dodge. Feng Laxian throws a lightning-fast punch at the wraith. First zombies, now wraiths. We are these bastards' tactics so damn filthy. The Chu clan squad catches up. The long-haired one sneers, let's see where you run now. They charge in, unleashing their abilities on Zhang Ping's group with brutal, overwhelming force. Laxian and Zhang Ping brace against the onslaught, blocking the most devastating blows. Laxian stares at his hand, the one that just blocked the attack, and thinks that man's raw power is not to be underestimated. She leaps into the air, launching a devastating finishing move. Die, both of you. A torrent of fire blasts from her hands toward Laxian and Zhang Ping. Inside the raging inferno, only dark silhouettes flicker amid the flames. A voice cuts through the billowing gray smoke. Girl, is that really all the firepower you've got? She freezes, eyes wide, unable to comprehend what just happened. He blazes with a crimson aura, staring her down. Perfect. Timinju just helped me activate the Scarlet Phoenix immortal body. The long-haired woman seethes, my fire didn't even faze him. Just how many more abilities is Zhang Ping hiding? Bin arrives from behind, addressing his two subordinates. You two go deal with the other obstacles. He transforms into a hulking giant, a vicious grin spreading across his face. As for Zhang Ping, I'll kill him myself. The wraiths continue their relentless hunt for the rest of Zhang Ping's group. Two subordinates gawk at the Beast King Fist's raw display of power. She grits her teeth, then orders, my ability, it's being suppressed by him. This fight is yours. He nods, understood. He faces Laxian alone, Laxian, blazing with fighting spirit. His sword strikes clang against what feels like stone as roaring rings of fire swirl around them. Within those fire rings, Zhang Ping fights with everything he's got against the subordinate. Laxian is blasted out of the fire ring. He throws up his arms to shield his face. These fragments, they can actually pierce my body. His eyes widen as the enemy charges straight through the fire ring and appears right in front of him. The enemy crosses two blades against Laxian's neck, seizing the upper hand. Laxian snarls, not bad, kid. Your strength's the real deal. All right, today I'll play with you. The wraiths swarm the remaining members of Zhang Ping's group. Zixian and the rest quickly channel their power to fight back against the wraiths. She watches those fighting the wraiths, contempt dripping from her eyes. She hurls a fireball straight at them. Taste this. Flames erupt violently near Zixian. Zhang Ping sees the massive blaze and shouts. Bin's stab misses. He snarls, you dare worry about others right now. Zhang Ping dodges the vicious strike aimed at his body, slipping away with ease. The enemy seizes the high ground, raising his sword overhead and roars, die. Bin's slash tears into empty ground again. Zhang Ping liquefies into his water form, evading the crushing overhead strike. He thinks to himself, why is this guy going all out from the very start? Zhang Ping studies the enemy's massive frame, a cold realization forming. Is this madness? Some kind of latent power from that armor taking control of him. He spots Ida gemstone embedded in the enemy's chest, pulsing with eerie light. What the hell is that grotesque thing? It even has its own consciousness. What is this thing? Bin assumes an attacking stance, muttering to himself. Looks like there's barely any chance of escape now. He activates Mist Shadow 200. Purple light erupts and swirls around the enemy's body, probing every inch. Hundreds of needle-like spikes pierce the enemy's body. Zhang Ping finds Ida red gemstone. He presses the attack, unleashing his bonded beast Sissy's water element technique. Sharp ice crystals sprout from inside the enemy's body. The man howls in agony. System Dread Scythe has converted 160 mist units. Current mist supply 7,601,000. His body dissolves into white smoke, evaporating until nothing remains. He sees this and thinks, we was it so easy. Ma Bin's body is a ravaged husk, consumed by the side effects of the eye he once devoured. Ping sees this and thinks something's off. He isn't even bothering to defend. Ping suspects the man's body must be restrained by some kind of cursing. Now it's backfiring on him. From the darkness ahead, a loud shout of warning suddenly rings out. Jiang Ping, run, get out of here. He hides behind a boulder and recognizes the voice immediately. It's Su Jingjiao. The system pings. System dark mist 7,601,000 8,101,000 8,601,000. Ping raises his shield and stares at the monstrous creature before him, thinking. That was Su Jingjiao's voice. Could she be trapped inside? So what exactly is that eye? Why does it keep spawning such terrifying things? He looks at the Chu clan remnant. Man's entire body has mutated beyond recognition. He thinks appraisal. System appraisal successful, replaying memory fragment. Above a pit, terrified civilians stand trapped on glowing runic patterns. Flashback. Jingjiao clutches her mother in fear. Mommy, I'm scared. Her mother replies gently, don't be afraid, sweetheart, I'll protect you, everything will be okay. The man in blue shouts furiously at the Chu clan members, you Chu clan scum. The 3 battalions of Mingzhu City will never forgive you. The Chu clan men in black coats hear this and immediately kick the man into the pit, snarling. Quit yapping. The man in blue plummets into the abyss, screaming helplessly into the void. A subordinate reports, sir, everything is ready. Ma Bin replies, then begin now. The man obeys without hesitation. Move. The man in blue stares in shock, recognizing them all as members of the investigation squad. Ma squad leader Ma Bin, you're from the investigation squad. Ma Bin's men place their hands on the formation array and activate its function. 8 people sit around the pit's edge, chanting the sealing incantation to drag the victims below. The man in blue watches in growing terror. What the hell is this? His eyes fill with dread, swearing this grudge will be buried here with them forever. Desperate cries for help are swallowed by the horrors lurking beneath the pit. Help, someone help us. Jingjiao screams and sobs in terror. Mommy, mommy. The man in blue roars in furious fear. What exactly are you trying to do to us? Why are you doing this to us? Let us go, please. Vengeful spirits descend from above, surging toward the people trapped in the pit. Everyone screams. What is that thing? The man from before is devoured by phantom hands, able only to scream in utter despair. They struggle violently, but the binding holds a prison of agony with no escape. The victims are swallowed into the swirling chaos, their wails merging into one vortex. Eye rips open. Screams of agony erupt as countless spectral hands seize their bodies. Ma Bin, meanwhile, feels his body racked with pain from the eye's power mutations spreading through him. System identification complete. Cursed resentment, ILVL 34. A terrifying eye forged by a demonic scorpion. Sealed within are countless evil spirits, waves of resentment vast as the ocean and dark energy deep as an abyss. The cold, sinister aura radiating from this cursed eye devours the souls of living creatures and drags wandering spirits back, forming an endless cycle of torment. As for the spirits within, those who were once innocent only deepen their obsession with vengeance, endlessly and without mercy. All the world's sins are reflected in those bottomless, despairing eyes. Hearing this, Ma Bin thinks Thai's eye is actually on the same tier as a dark mist essence. Is it a parasitic entity? In an instant, Ma Bin Ivolveshi's body surging with power, fueled by dark, malevolent energy. Ping holds a gemstone in his hand and says, sorry, Captain, I have to change the original plan. Tu Bai speaks up, what are you trying to do? Everyone's fighting for time for Yao, don't waste it on this guy. Ping replies, I know, but this one's sins are too heavy, he can't be forgiven. With that, he absorbs the gemstone into his body. System King's gemstone effect activated. Contract beast enhancement applied. He steps forward and says, I'm finishing him here, right now. Ping launches forward like a missile, determined to end this wretched existence once and for all. The two clash like mortal enemies locked in a reckoning long overdue. But the opponent's raw power surpasses his own. Ping is sent sprawling, hurled backward by the counterattack. Wraiths burst from the eye embedded in the man's chest, surging out at blinding speed. A second blade of spectral power aimed straight at Ping. He dodges sharply to the side. The enemy swings its blade straight down, cleaving into the earth, but Ping slips free from the claw-like strike just in time. He evades the brutal assault and leaps into the air, thinking, has this guy been fully enhanced after transforming into this form? System Dark Mist -500. Attack power increased by 5,000%. Ping rises into the air, weapon in hand, and thinks, 5,000%, that's more than enough to handle this situation. Ping flips at breakneck speed, circling behind the enemy in a flash. He lunges and brutally severs the creature's tail. The enemy recoils in fear and flees, but Ping, from a distance, realizes by channeling the king's gemstone's enhancement, he can now control two abilities simultaneously and even combine them. The enemy snarls, gripping its sword to fight on. Ping stares down at the creature kneeling in agony. He realizes this is a fusion technique combining the dark mist body and the living flame. System Dark Mist -1, Living Flame -100. Dark Mist remaining 4,001,000. Living Flame remaining 200,300. Ping recognizes it Manhua Flame. He rockets toward the enemy's eye. The eye it has to be the weak point. Ping reaches in coldly, ripping the cursed eye from the man's chest. System Level Gap Elimination Cursed Resentment, Eye destroyed. Level Up LVL 20. Rank upgraded high-grade awakener. He crushes the eye in his palm. Eliminating the cursed resentment eye has catapulted him into the ranks of high-grade awakeners in an instant. The system chimes again. System King's Gemstone Auxiliary Effect Slot Limit Unlocked. Note: user cannot acquire new abilities through this method. Ping stares at the gemstone in stunned silence. The ability enhancement this time defaults to the gemstone. It seems the choice made during the mid-grade breakthrough was critical. He looks at his opponent and thinks, so that's why I haven't been able to gain new abilities from the gemstone lately. Maybe this is the path to a higher tier of evolution. Still, new abilities can be obtained through the Devourer path. For him, this limitation changes nothing. The enemy collapses to his knees, utterly spent. Ma Bin strains to resist. He forces himself upright, gasping raggedly. I never thought it would grow to this extent. Ma Bin snarls viciously, but don't you dare think this is over. He adds, if the cursed resentment eye has fully broken free of my control. With that, Ma Bin transforms into a violent vortex of dark energy. Below, Ping stands in silence, thinking, where is Su Jingjiao's soul? All the vengeful spirits rush into the hovering eye, the very one he just fought to destroy. Ma Bin's voice echoes in his ears, consequences you could never have imagined are about to descend. Prepare yourselves. Finally, Jingjiao's soul materializes before his eyes, the reward for Ping's relentless search. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing, a swarm of vengeful spirits descends upon Ping's group. Cheng shouts, you've got to be kidding me. We haven't even finished off the last wave, and this many more are coming. Tian watches from behind, speaking with worry. The chi of these wandering souls is wrong. It does not feel like it did before. Suddenly, a vengeful spirit flies straight through Zhang Ping. He braces for defense, his eyes clouding with confusion, yet he feels nothing. He shifts his gaze in one direction and gasps in astonishment. A dark purple void now envelops him. Zhang Ping asks with growing anxiety, where is this place? On the other side, the sky is somber and pitch black, as if an omen of calamity hangs in the air. A strange man's soul suddenly lunges toward him. Save me, help. Behind him, 2 or 3 spectral wolves hunt relentlessly. The man screams, is anyone there? Save me. The soul brushes past Zhang Ping with a shrill wail. Help me. The wolves continue their pursuit, leaving Zhang Ping stunned. He realizes these are wandering souls. The man trips and falls, shouting, as the wolves seize the chance to strike. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces Zhang Ping's chest. He collapses to the ground, clutching his chest. What is happening? Why am I empathizing with this soul? The man sprawls on the ground as halos of light ripple outward. Agony tears through Zhang Ping, dragging him down. He writhes in pain, fingers digging deep into the earth. I was pulled in here by the soul's energy. Is this their memory? Are they trapped here by their own unresolved torment? As the soul's suffering intensifies, Zhang Ping curls up, struggling to breathe as he battles the reflected pain. The giant eye radiates a malevolent force, its vines constricting the spirits while they shriek. Give me your bodies. Tian wonders, confused, is this the true power of the evil resentment eye? Zhang Ping lies on the ground amidst pools of blood, gasping for air. Ho ho ho. The wandering souls swarm around him. A spectral shadow approaches. Zhang Ping lifts his head. What is this now? His face pales in terror. It is the prince. He reaches out. No, don't. The prince stretches a long finger toward Su Jingjiao's soul as Zhang Ping's desperate cries echo. Stop this. The prince swiftly seizes Su Jingjiao's soul. Zhang Ping bellows in agony, venting his raw fury with every roar. He bows his head, his face marred by wounds. You bastard heavenly fox, I can finish you anytime. He reaches out to touch the soul of the prince but suddenly stops, his eyes widening in discovery. Zhang Ping kneels in silence, his expression darkening. So it lets me experience her pain firsthand. Is this my retribution? Su Jingjiao's soul suddenly manifests. He freezes, staring at her. Zhang Ping stands slowly. Senior. Su was right. Before dying, you truly used your ability to sever your soul from your flesh. He approaches her, watching helplessly as his own body is devoured. A moment of utter powerlessness. Gently, Zhang Ping touches her soul. Though I have found you, I cannot save you. I am sorry, I failed to keep my promise. He cautiously brushes her cheek, then gasps, eyes wide. He touches her shoulder. I can touch you. His face remains cold, yet filled with questions. Her soul has not vanished, she has only become a drifting shell due to excessive energy exhaustion. If this is a world of spirits, then she must be a soul living just like me. He recalls the eye he took from Ma Bin. This formation looks identical to the one before. A giant eye filled with resentment stares back at him. Zhang Ping muses, is Ma Bin trying to combine these wandering souls with our living energy? If this is the world of spirits, she must still be a soul living just like me. He pulls a yellow gem from his person. If he is absorbed, he will have no chance to counterattack. He shines the yellow light toward Su Jingjiao. I must risk everything. Failure is not an option. I must bind Su Jingjiao to a contract to stop her descent. A sudden pull drags at him as spectral spirits swirl around him. A forbidden formation with bizarre runes manifests above. The souls are dragged upward as massive chains emerge from the ground. Zhang Ping shouts, Su Jingjiao, listen to me. He grips her hand. You are not one of these wandering souls. You are not dead. Wake up. As the chains pull tight, he holds her hand fast. Have you forgotten your dreams? You long to join the patrol squad to protect your family. Have you forgotten that? Her soul stirs at the mention of her dream. The chains shatter. Zhang Ping continues, you hoped that our future selves would fight for the same belief. Su Jingjiao's soul remains cold, unresponsive to his pleas. All those moments you saved me in the face of death, was that not all for me? He struggles to hold her hand, reaching out to offer her the gem. Su Jingjiao, take this. Stop this madness. Memories of the two flicker in her mind. Zhang Ping laughs. Su Jingjiao, want some candy? She stares coldly. Get lost. Who would want to be controlled by you? A flicker of emotion touches her eyes as she looks at the gem in his hand. Unconsciously, she takes the gem and swallows it. The system notifies summoned beast. Su Jingjiao bound. Zhang Ping looks at her. I command you, stop the absorption. Su Jingjiao closes her eyes, silent for a long moment. She leans into his chest. Zhang Ping, is that you, trapped in the formation? She asks, what is happening? Zhang Ping sighs, reaching out. Thank heavens you are finally awake. Within the formation, spirits shriek in pain. Zhang Ping says, this formation seems designed to refine souls. Once devoured, there is no escape. His face darkens. At least I woke you up so we can say goodbye without regrets. Su Jingjiao pinches his cheek in annoyance. Idiot, don't give up so soon. Zhang Ping, lying in the formation, thinks how can she remain so optimistic? Is it really you? He laughs, but no matter what, Su Jingjiao reaches out to pull him away. Zhang Ping is stunned. Wait, how are you outside the formation? In an instant, by some force, she pulls Zhang Ping to safety. Both tumble to the ground. Zhang Ping screams in terror, while Su Jingjiao lands gracefully. Unprepared, he crashes down. He rubs his head in pain. Really? I am already badly wounded. Could you not have been gentler? Zhang Ping brushes off the dust. Why does my injury feel as though it has already healed? Su Jingjiao crosses her arms and snorts. No matter how strong a living person is, without a soul-based ability, their spiritual growth is limited. But I am different. I have tempered my soul since I was a child. I can even influence the spirits of others. She continues, in other words, as long as your consciousness remains, I can mend your soul, no matter how shattered it is. Zhang Ping is astonished by the truth, a faint green glow enveloping his entire body. He stares at the formation. Su Jingjiao adds, the pressure this formation exerts on the soul is something an average person could never resist. For me, it is simple. She continues, this formation imprisons many souls, absorbing their resentment to fuel its own operation. Watching the souls being consumed, Su Jingjiao says, saving these souls might break the formation, but releasing them one by one would take far too much time. She turns to him, just as you did for me, I have restored your soul. I've already bound our souls tightly together. Right now you can borrow my soul power and use it to affect other souls. Try using the mist technique to see if you can pull them out. Hearing that, Zhang Ping channels the power and nods in agreement. Thousands of iron chains surge upward, responding to his will. Zhang Ping says, in that case I can unbind them now. The iron chains lunge toward the formation like serpents striking prey. Zhang Ping stares at the familiar space, a hint of shock crossing his face as he asks, "Have I returned? What about the others?" Jing Jiao's voice suddenly echoes from behind him. "You really don't hold back at all, do you? You drained half my soul energy just like that. How strong are you now exactly?" Hearing that, he immediately spins around, scratching his head with an embarrassed expression as he explains. "You're the one who told me to drag them all out in one go. But more importantly, you've finally come back." Tin Dao really made everyone wait far too long. Tin Dao smiles gently upon hearing that. "I always believed you could do it." He suddenly remembers something and immediately channels spiritual energy, a vortex of swirling flame coils around his hand. "Oh right, this is the body I rebuilt for you, now it's finally time to use it." Before them stands a life-sized puppet body he had constructed specifically for Jing Jiao. The moment she sees it, she lets out a surprised gasp. "You've been carrying this physical body with you all along. I'm glad you never forgot, but honestly it's still a little weird. The truth is, I've always been right beside you, you just couldn't perceive my soul state, that's all. When you first molded this body for me, I did try to merge with it. But the result was this. My ability lets me project my soul outward and attack others' minds and spirits, but I can't actually inhabit another person's body. If I forcibly possess someone, that person's power would corrode me from the inside. My soul would be trapped there forever, completely beyond salvation. Perhaps deep down, my subconscious recognized that body as belonging to someone else, which triggered the soul's rejection." After hearing her explanation, he smacks his fist into his palm, suddenly understanding the root of the problem. If that's the case, the fix is actually pretty simple. Without hesitation, he immediately commands Tin Dao to inhabit the puppet he created. "I command you recognize this body as your own, return to it now." In an instant, her soul seamlessly merges with the puppet body. She slowly opens her eyes, her soul fully in control of the new vessel, and she can't help but stare in astonishment. It was really that simple. Or was I just overthinking it? "You're not going to use that command power to make me do something weird in the future, are you?" At her wary suspicion, he lets out an awkward cough. "How could I? What kind of person do you take me for?" Suddenly, a group of people bursts out from the tree line. They all land on the ground in unison. Elder Yi stretches his limbs, grumbling with irritation. Damn it, getting trapped in there and not being able to do a thing was absolutely infuriating. Zhang Ping sees everyone has broken free and smiles, arms folded, looking toward them. Thankfully, her soul power shattered the formation, or none of you would have made it out unscathed. Hearing that, she puffs up with a bit of smugness. "Naturally, a little trap like that was nothing to me." Despite her confidence, Zhang Ping's mind isn't at ease. If everyone returned from the soul world, doesn't that mean those bastards are free too? She immediately speaks up to reassure him. "Settle down, don't worry. There's no need to panic. A formation like that normally requires several awakeners working in tandem to activate. But he sacrificed himself to force it open, a desperate gambit to trap everyone inside. Unfortunately for him, he never imagined I could break the formation, much less that you could pull me out of the fallen state." Zhang Ping walks toward the corpses strewn across the ground and speaks. "These people carried a blood feud with your grandfather today. Dying by your hand could be called destiny's arrangement." Elder Yi walks alongside him, glances down, and continues, "The rest have been dealt with. At this point, no one should be able to stand in our way." Sissy steps forward, studying the unfamiliar girl before them, and asks, "Is this girl Tin Jiao? How did she suddenly awaken from dormancy?" Zhang Ping hears the question and turns his head to answer. It's because just now the ground suddenly started shaking violently out of nowhere." Jing Jiao tenses up and shouts, "An earthquake." Sissy, however, senses something is off and murmurs, "This kind of tremor isn't natural, something is down there underground." Zhang Ping turns to look toward the source of the disturbance, eyes narrowing. Could it be the mountain ancestor? The mountain ancestor rockets forward like a launched missile. Every step it takes sends shockwaves booming through the earth. It soars skyward, spreads its wings wide, and unleashes a barrage of fireballs at the enemy ahead. Standing directly opposite it is a pitch-black monster, its massive frame towering like a fortress of flesh. The monster slowly closes its eyes, then lets out a prolonged roar accompanied by a shockwave so powerful it strips the surrounding trees bare. The mountain ancestor immediately flies even higher to avoid the blast. It spreads its wings to their full span, unleashing a storm of fireballs raining down upon the monster below. Than Ba observes the scene and exclaims, "The morning." Glory, it actually works. TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDD Xuan turns and bolts without hesitation, calling back over his shoulder, Than Ba, move it. Zhang Ping and the others are probably waiting for us. Quit dawdling, let's go. They stare at the massive pit before them, and Sidhu Shibai's words echo once more in their minds. This is the entrance to the training grounds. One of them peers into the chasm and asks, "This is the entrance." Xuzhang looks around for a while, still feeling something is off. But where's the actual way in? The elder's voice resonates once more. What you see is merely the surface. The true entrance can only be opened by Zhang Ping. But it will still take some time to prepare. Zhang Ping turns to face the group behind him and makes a suggestion. Perfect timing, everyone, rest up here for now. The mountain ancestor has already made its move. And Elder Yi Changchun and Elder To Than Ba will be joining us shortly. Jingjiao hears this and asks with a puzzled expression. To Than Ba, before she can finish her question, Zhang Ping immediately explains. Yes, that's right, he's your grandfather. I learned about your abilities from him. That's also how I was able to judge the situation quickly and pull you out of the fallen state in time. Deep in the forest, a hooded figure holding a lantern shifts his gaze sideways and speaks. Keep close watch, we cannot let the captain die in vain. In the darkness of the forest, Zhang Ping sits by a campfire roasting meat. The sizzle and aroma wafting through the air make everyone's stomachs growl involuntarily. Behind him, a group is still hard at training. Elder Yi does push-ups while reminding the person beside him, even when there's no battle. You can't afford to slack off on training. The person in front, doing sit-ups with a weapon in hand, responds with fierce determination, damn right. Another lies flat on the ground with crossed arms, face full of helplessness, thinking, why does he always drag me into this? Xuzhang approaches from behind, his face gaunt and ghostly pale, looking like a corpse that's barely clinging to life. I'm starving, is there anything to eat? The sight of that face nearly makes Zhang Ping's soul leave his body. He screams, what the? Where the hell did this zombie come from? Did Chengzhou village get overrun? Watching the whole scene unfold, Jin Ba and Yan Long standing nearby chime in one after another, smirking. This living dead doesn't even have a strong aura, pathetically weak. I wouldn't even bother picking up something this worthless. How do you even manage to produce a zombie this feeble? He's so starved at this point he can't even lift himself up. He lies on the ground, trembling. At least the living dead can still move. Me, I'm just a literal dead weight. Zhang Ping quickly brings the freshly roasted drumstick in front of him, shoves it over, and tells him to eat up. Honestly, even if I used my own body to feed you, I still couldn't replace all that fat you've lost. Inside the tent, the girls sit together. Man Nai turns to Jing Jiao and asks, by the way, I heard you and Zhang Ping are old classmates, so you must know Zai Si too, right? Jing Jiao turns to look at Cici with a bright expression and exclaims, back in school I always heard Zhang Ping mention Cici Jai, and now I finally get to meet her. Cici answers, I left the orphanage before Zhang Ping started school, so we lost contact ever since. The moment she hears that, Man Nai immediately leans in with a teasing look and continues. Well then, that means Cici got to him first, huh? Jing Dao then speaks up, no matter what happened before, from now on we'll be fighting side by side, so I hope you'll all look after me. Man Nai can't help but gasp in surprise. Look after me, you called us GAE. At the same time, she thinks to herself everyone else always treats her like a little kid. And but she immediately rushes over and pulls Jing Jiao into a hug. Good girl. Come join our cleanup squad, I swear I will never treat you unfairly. Suddenly, a voice rings out from outside. Finally found you all. Hearing that voice, Jing Jiao instantly thinks that's Grandpa's voice. Zhang Ping hurries over to the two approaching figures and asks with concern, you two seniors must have had it rough. Is anyone injured? Changchun steps forward and answers, we're fine. That divine bird had gone mad, it was attacking indiscriminately everywhere. It's probably still locked in combat with the mountain ancestor right now. It won't have time to bother with us. Seeing everyone safe, he feels somewhat relieved. Good, that's great then right now, right here, Jing Jiao bursts out of the tent, shouting. Grandpa Kingba immediately turns his head to look, eyes wide with shock. The next instant, Jing Jiao's figure rushes forward and wraps him in a tight embrace. The moment he sees her, he asks in astonishment, Jiao Jiao, we're awake, is it really you, Jiao Jiao? Seeing his worry, he looks at them and begins to explain. Ma Bino, I should say Chu Yamping, shouldn't I? The formation he refined ended up drawing in the wandering souls in the area, Su Jingjiao's soul was also accidentally pulled into it. The senior mentioned that Su Jingjiao isn't actually dead, her soul has simply fallen into a state of the fallen. So I seized the opportunity to rescue her from that sunken state. Moreover, through the body I've constructed for her, the person standing before you right now is the real Su Jingjiao. Hearing this, all doubt vanishes. He's so overjoyed that tears stream endlessly down his cheeks as he keeps stroking her head. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Jiao Jiao. Jingjiao clings to him. Her own grandfather, overwhelmed with emotion. Grandpa, we thought you were dead. Seeing his granddaughter endured so much suffering, he can't hold back his guilt. It's Grandpa's fault, I couldn't protect everyone. I'm sorry, if it weren't for that traitor, I never would have abandoned you all. I never would have let you endure this catastrophe. But remembering something, he immediately releases Jing Jiao, looks around and roars in fury, damn it, that dog, is he still alive? Where is he? She wipes away her tears and explains, don't worry, Grandpa. Zhang Ping told me everything, he's dead, I avenged everyone for you. Hearing this, he breaks into a smile so full of joy, his voice hoarse. Good child. Jiao Jiao has really grown up. But the moment those words leave his lips, his body suddenly collapses. Seeing this, they all rush toward him in panic, shouting, Grandpa, Senior Su, Brother Su. After examining him, Zhang Ping gives his assessment. There's quite a bit of internal damage, but nothing life-threatening. It's most likely from extreme overexertion. Everyone, don't worry too much. With injuries like these, I can only apply some basic treatment measures. Full recovery will take some time. Senior Yi, I'll examine you shortly as well. After that, the two of you can rest together inside the contract pouch. Reassured by his words, Changchun speaks up with gratitude. If that's the case, we'll be in your care, young friend. Seeing the exhaustion on everyone's faces outside, he immediately makes a proposal. Tanaitivrion, rest up, I'll take the night watch. In the distance nearby, someone watches him through binoculars and speaks up in a hushed voice. Old Bai, they've all gone to sleep, should we make our move now? Old Bai hears this and immediately warns. No, can't you see that Zhang Ping is on night watch? We can't underestimate his methods. Don't forget how the squad leader died. We don't even have a top-tier awakener here. If we alert the others, we're all dead. Another one leans in and whispers to him. Old Bai, HQ has sent some reinforcements our way. But those people seem a bit off. They haven't said a single word since they arrived. If the clan sent them, their strength definitely won't be weak. However, the most strategic approach right now is to use the 8-tier training grounds to erode their strength. Then we strike from behind. Remember, without my order, no one makes a move. Turning back to Zhang Ping, Sidu speaks from behind him and begins to explain. The training grounds consist of 8 tiers. Each tier presents its own challenge. They are in order: the rainforest, serpent swarm marsh, toxic thorn thicket, scorpion fire desert, snowfield wolf pack, monster island, illusory plains, death plateau, and Mount Tongshan. Only by clearing the first 7 tiers in sequence can the 8th tier be unlocked. These are the rules I summarized back in the day. Since Zhang Ping is only level 20, the difficulty of the training won't be too extreme. Time in the training grounds flows 30 times slower than the outside world, so we can take our time clearing each tier. One more thing to note: when multiple people enter, each person may see different landscapes. If you want to enter a specific landscape, simply have the person who sees it go in first, and then the others can follow them in. CC steps forward from behind and speaks up. I see a rainforest. Meanwhile, the one peering through binoculars also chimes in. I also see a rainforest, but I'm not entirely sure it's really a rainforest. He lowers the binoculars only to see them all holding hands, and shouts in surprise, hey, why are you all so eager to grab hands without even listening to what I said? Ming immediately turns his head and reminds him, looks like someone doesn't want to come. Conveniently can stay behind and guard the camp. Besides, the captain said it won't take long anyway. Seeing this, he bolts over, shouting, wait for me, I haven't even gotten on yet. Seriously, you all think I'm afraid to die or something. Just you wait, watch me fight like a hero and blow all of you away. CC's face gradually phases through the spatial gateway. Afterward, the entire group passes through, but then from behind them, a voice calls out, follow them, don't let Zhang Ping get away. Immediately after, a strange streak of light pursues the group. Inside the forest, the group gradually ventures deeper. Zhang Ping takes the lead, scanning the surroundings. This really is a rainforest, completely different from the outside world. The air is so humid it almost makes you feel closer to nature. System notification training grounds tropical rainforest. Quest hunt the Ibha bird alpha. The moment he sees it, he glances at it and thinks, wait, this place actually has a system that announces quests too. CC points to the side and says, everyone look over there. He turns to look, his expression slightly surprised. Captain, what exactly is an Ibha bird? I've never heard of a mutated beast like that. Could it be as rare as the heavenly eternal fox? Situ immediately explains, I'm not entirely sure either. Even though the training ground zones are fixed, the content changes each time. My target the last time was the Kingian purple emperor xianxia mutated beast that can be found everywhere. However, they're extremely good at masking their scent. If you're not paying close attention, it's nearly impossible to detect their trace, kind of like the ones right behind you all. The moment he finishes speaking, a swarm of snakes surges in from all directions, surrounding them. Those afraid of snakes like Man Nai and Xu Zhang scream in panic. Yan Long immediately steps in and explains, don't worry everyone, I'm the one who drew these snakes here. My blood is especially compatible with snake-type mutated beasts, so when they sense my presence, they react naturally. It's actually a great chance to gather intel from them. Good boy, you're the leader, aren't you? Tell me, what is the Ibha bird? Where can we find them? What a shame, they don't know either. Looks like we'll have to find out ourselves. After finishing his questions, his expression carries a hint of contemplation as the snakes slither away. Jinba hears this, crosses his arms, and scoffs with a dismissive look. These snakes, their heads aren't even as big as almonds. What could they possibly tell you? Instantly, the snake grows massive, its expression murderous as it stares him down and snarls. What did you just call small? Seeing its transformation, he panics and screams, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, big bro, please spare me. Nearby, Jing Jiao gently pressed her hand to her forehead, her face showing a hint of exhaustion. Why does my head hurt so much? Man Nai grew worried when she heard this. Jiao, are you all right? Sensing something abnormal in the surroundings, Zhang Ping immediately shouted a warning, there's toxic gas. Tu quickly spoke up to remind everyone. Third Trung, the gas masks, where are they? Hurry. Third Trung shoved his hand into his bag, then whipped out the compact masks with practiced speed and tossed them to everyone. Here. Tu and the rest grabbed the masks and strapped them on in a flash. Zhang Ping rushed over and gripped Jing Jiao's shoulder. Damn it, me ability can't neutralize this poison. Jinba immediately pulled out a vial filled with glowing golden liquid. Use this, my golden blood can cure the toxin. Along, have the snakes lead the way. Let's find a safe spot first. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of relief and gratitude. Thank you, big bro Jinba. Throughout the surrounding forest, silk-fanged spiders perched in the canopy, patiently waiting for prey. The giant snake reared up and slithered forward. It took the lead while they followed behind. Sensing the air around them starting to clear, Ming slowly removed his mask. The mist around us has definitely thinned out. Elder Yi heard this and chimed in. Is that so? How come I don't feel any difference at all? He immediately answered, that's because your physique is far too powerful. Seeing this, the old man raised both hands, his expression beaming. See, I told you, put in the training and it'll definitely pay off. One of them spoke up, right. Zhang Ping spotted a rather vivid, colorful feather on the ground. He glanced to the side, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Before him stood a massive tree. Unfortunately, it was completely hollowed out inside. This tree is hollow. Tu approached and examined it carefully, her eyes sharp with caution. Looks like insects bored through it. No wonder such a huge tree ended up collapsing. The rest of the trunk had long since rotted and crumbled away. Perhaps left untended for too long, it had decomposed completely. Right after, he held up the feather he'd just found for Ngo Long to see. Zhao Yanlong, what kind of bird feather is this? He examined the feather and answered immediately, they call this species the jade plume. The response surprised him. Jade plume, Tu asked. Are you suspecting this feather might be connected to the siren bird? He quickly pocketed the feather and replied, hard to say for now. This area is vast, there's definitely more than one species of bird around here. Let's search around first, we might just stumble onto some clues. They walked for a while and before they knew it, the sky had already turned to dusk. He and Elder Yi soared into the sky to catch birds, while Tu hid behind a large tree to hunt the beasts lurking beneath the lake's surface. She unleashed the ice-pierce wind blade technique, instantly freezing the lake's surface solid. A few birds reacted fast enough to dodge. Still, plenty of creatures beneath the lake were frozen solid, unable to escape in time. Once she felt she had enough, she immediately dispelled the technique. Elder Yi and several others rushed in to capture the beasts alive. Thanks to everyone's diligent hunting, they had roasted bird meat for dinner that night. Sitting together around the campfire, one of them asked, "Wasn't this quest supposed to be easy, simple even? So why haven't we seen a single sign of the siren bird?" Thur Trung held a roasted bird in both hands, eating while sighing with sympathy. "How many birds had to die for this? I genuinely feel heartbroken for them, you know." Tutu heard this and asked with a puzzled look, "You clearly didn't lift a finger. So why are you even stuffing both your sympathy and the roasted meat into your stomach?" Seeing her tease him like that, he immediately fired back. "Who says I didn't help? If it weren't for my gas masks, you all would have been poisoned ages ago." Zhang Ping sensed a figure secretly watching them. He immediately barked an order. "You there, hiding over there, come out. We spotted you long ago." Jinba heard this and asked in confusion. "An enemy? Doesn't look like one," another person said. Thur Trung immediately turned to stare in the direction Zhang Ping had pointed, thinking, "Am I seriously the only one who can't sense anything?" Man Nai immediately stood up and walked toward the figure. "Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. Where are you from, little one? Why are you still out here when it's already this dark?" From behind a tree emerged a petite young girl who looked at them and stammered, You people. Are you the warriors who came to slay the siren bird?" Zhang Ping handed the girl a large piece of meat and asked gently, "What's your name, little sister? Where do you come from?" Zhuzhou wiped the remaining grease from her mouth and replied, "My name is Zhuzhou, I'm from Jiayuan village." But as she ate, 2 lines of tears suddenly streamed down her small cheeks. The girl sobbed, choking back tears. "The siren bird, it attacked our village, everyone inside." Zhang Ping listened and then gently smiled. He comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid, we're here to destroy them. Take your time, tell us everything you know so we can prepare properly." Hearing this, the girl calmed down somewhat and began to tell her story. "Actually, it was my first time encountering them. No, I should say my first time seeing their true form. A few months ago, a man from the village brought back a beautiful woman from somewhere. From that point on, the woman sang every single morning. Her voice seemed to carry an irresistible, enchanting power. Gradually, the villagers stopped working and hunting altogether. They spent their entire days just yearning for her song. I didn't notice anything unusual until yesterday when I was knocked unconscious by some kind of fruit. When I came to, I saw that woman's true face. It looked exactly like the siren bird from the village's ancient legends. The legends say they appear in the form of beautiful women and use their songs to enslave people's hearts and minds, their spiritual power, their willpower, until they become its food and are drained completely dry. At that moment, I tried to wake the others, but no one responded. Everyone was still lost in the siren bird's song, completely oblivious to me. Then my movements quickly drew its attention. I fled the village in terror, but strangely, it didn't chase me. And then I ran into all of you. Legend has it that whenever a siren bird appears, a warrior from the outside world comes to slay it. I saw you holding a siren bird feather, so I figured you must be the warrior who came to fight it." He looked at the feather in his hand, surprise flickering across his expression. "It feeds on spiritual energy, so it can also mimic humans." Then he glanced toward the girl and spoke again. "Based on what you've told us, this bird's ability is definitely psychic in nature." Jingjiao immediately spoke up with a suggestion. "I can help everyone identify the siren bird's true form, but I still can't confirm whether its song carries any other special effects." Zhang Ping didn't want to waste another second. He stood up immediately, ready to move out. "Time is of the essence. Zhuzhou, lead the way. Let's start by helping you eliminate the siren bird in your village. Once we have one as a reference, we'll use appraisal too. Perhaps we can uncover some vital clues." At Jiayuan village, Zhuzhou steps through the entrance and shouts as she walks, "Father, mother, I've brought back the heroes." Sissy follows close behind, listening to the girl's calls echo through the empty village, yet not a single reply comes. Something is wrong, there is no one here. With no one answering, the girl's face grows increasingly distressed. Under normal circumstances, the AI birds would already be singing by now, but where has everyone gone? As if remembering something, the girl suddenly bolts forward, screaming, "Father!" Manny panics and chases after her. "It's dangerous, don't run off like that." The girl rushes toward the large structure ahead and immediately throws open its doors. The instant she peers inside, her face drains of all color. A look of pure, unbridled terror seizes her features. Within the building lurk grotesque monsters bearing horrifying human heads. They unleash thunderous roars, belting out shrill, ear-splitting shrieks. The moment they spot the group, the creatures spread their wings and lunge. Manny senses that something is terribly wrong. She cries out, it's a trap. At the same time, her body gradually begins to fade. Outside, the moment they hear the sound, a wave of dizziness crashes over them. Their bodies grow sluggish, as if something unseen is pulling at their minds. What kind of sound is that? It's agonizingly piercing. A flock of aiba birds bursts from the building, people clutched in their talons. The group cries out in unison, aiba birds. Senior Yi sees this and immediately unleashes his technique, charging forward. Don't you dare escape. Jinba surges in as well, deploying his own arts and hewing relentlessly at the creatures. Unable to withstand the assault, the birds are forced to release the girl and the other captives. But Senior Yi does not relent. He presses the attack, launching a coordinated barrage against the flock. Suddenly, one of the aiba birds swoops in from behind and unleashes a deafening screech, startling him mid-stride. The shock throws him off balance and he crashes to the ground. Seeing the creatures begin to flee, Zhang Ping immediately readies his technique, preparing to strike. Don't you dare run. But Sissy suddenly raises her voice to stop him. Wait, Zhang Ping, these aiba birds are far too cunning. We've walked straight into an ambush. Everyone is already wounded. If we act recklessly again, I fear. Yanlong, perched atop the great serpent's head, looks toward Zhang Ping and speaks. Rest easy, brother Zhang Ping. The serpents nearby are already tracking the aiba bird's trail. The serpents report that the birds are heading toward Qiyi. Hearing this, Zhang Ping holds his ground. He glances toward the pile of slain aiba birds, and muses to himself, they really are human-like after all. Even we wouldn't openly announce our true nature to strangers, would we? Appraise. The system's appraisal activates. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast, hollowbone aiba bird, species mutated red-crowned crane, potential 2-star. Grade high-level mutated beast, level 29. Innate ability demonic sound domain consumes spiritual force. A single cry produces a hallucinatory effect, gradually seizing control of the listener. The duration and potency depend on the target's age and strength. At high-intensity volume, the sound can directly inflict spiritual damage upon enemies. After reviewing the results, Zhang Ping is not particularly surprised. As expected, a mental-type ability. He turns to Jingyu and relays what he has just learned. They indeed possess a mental-type ability. The power granted to me by the Contract King's gem furnishes me with formidable spiritual force. So that attack had absolutely no effect on me. There are chicks in the nest that cannot yet fly. The parents must bring food back to continue nurturing them. The villagers may still be alive if they have simply been carried back to the nest. But if we delay any longer, there's no telling what fate awaits them. Sidhu suddenly materializes beside them. Zhang Ping, listen to me. The people in this trial ground were created from ancient ruins designed to serve as a training environment. Even their memories exist only in relation to those who have awakened and chosen to enter the trials. The most rational and safest course of action is to wait until everyone has recovered, then move as one. His counsel gives Zhang Ping pause. Yet in his eyes these are living beings, innocent and helpless, and their lives are worth protecting. So long as even a single glimmer of hope remains, I cannot turn a blind eye. Despite everything still being shrouded in layers upon layers of the unknown. Don't worry, I'm more than confident enough to handle that abab bird. If we encounter danger beyond our ability to handle, I can call upon Senior Yi and Senior Su for aid. I guarantee we won't fall into any death traps. Before his unwavering resolve, both Sissy and Jingjiao speak up in unison. Then I'm going to. A glint of ice-gold determination flashes through Sissy's eyes. My cultivation also revolves around spiritual power, so my defenses won't be compromised in the slightest. Jingjiao is no less determined. Her eyes blaze with fighting spirit. I can help shield our spiritual energy. Leave the support role to me. Zhang Ping and the two of them climb onto Ada's back. Ada, lead the way. Seeing this, Jingjiao asks with a hint of confusion. Zhang Ping, can those staying behind really withstand the abab bird's counterattack? He turns his head, smiles at her and replies, I've already shattered half the wings of those abab birds. They won't dare return to Jiayuan village anytime soon. Besides, the only threat to this area is the snakes, but with Zhao Yanlong here we don't need to worry too much. Old Zhao. I won't forget this debt regarding the snakes. But just as he finishes speaking, Sidhu suddenly appears out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. Something's off. The layout of this lair is identical to when I came here over 100 years ago. Yet the rate at which they're clearing the stages is far too fast. Hearing this, he asks with some confusion, "You mean this ruin is deliberately letting us through?" The old man glances at him and replies, "It's waiting for us to grow complacent." Suddenly, Ada halts, stretching its body forward with a vigilant expression. Seeing this, he calls out, "Ada. This blood tree, could it be?" Before them stands an enormous ancient tree, its trunk a deep blood-red hue. Several abab birds perch upon its trunk. He holds up a lantern and quietly approaches the base of the tree, silently activating his appraisal. System appraisal initiated. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast female abab bird, species mutated flamingo, potential 3-star tier. Top tier level 33 mutated beast. Demon sound domain can consume spiritual power to emit a cry imbued with an illusion effect. Controls the listener depending on their age and strength. The duration of control also varies. At high intensity, it can directly inflict spiritual damage upon the enemy. Seeing this, one of them asks in surprise, "I didn't realize there were more abab birds here. Are these two responsible for scouting?" Zhang Ping turns his head and replies, "Exactly. Level 33, their innate ability is identical to the male from before. The weakness is the throat bone." Sissy speaks up, 2 strikes and they're done. One of the abab birds on the tree seems to sense something. A doe raises its body toward the tree and flicks out its tongue. The mere sight of its emergence sends the birds into a blind panic. At that exact moment, Zhang Ping and Sissy charge in simultaneously from behind. Caught completely off guard, the birds have no time to react. A gaping hole now yawns through their chests. Zhang Ping wraps heavy chains around their necks and drags them away. With just a few swift moves, they successfully bring the beasts down. Jingjiao approaches from the distance and reports, "I've finished scouting. There are only these 2 in the vicinity." Zhang Ping looks toward Ada and instructs, "The entrance should be inside. Ada, you're too big, wait for us out here." Jingjiao glances around and exclaims that there's a vast space beneath the tree's roots. Zhang Ping reminds them, "Time waits for no one. We need to split up and move. Move in pairs, watch each other's backs. If you encounter danger, don't be stubborn, contact me immediately." Sissy nods without objection. He executes his technique, conjuring a flame in his palm to illuminate the path. Sensing the air currents around him, a jolt of surprise runs through him. The sound of wind. No, it doesn't sound like wind, it sounds like breathing. Following the glow, he drops low and crawls forward slowly. Having lingered in the darkness for so long, the sudden light forces him to squint, his eyes unaccustomed to the brightness. But the sight before him leaves him utterly stunned. Staring at the clutch of eggs before him, Zhang Ping exclaims in shock, "Are these the hatchlings of the Aba bird?" He scans the surroundings, thinking to himself, the sound of breathing originates from this very spot. These faces bear an uncanny resemblance to humans. He raises his head in silence, his gaze cold, before transmitting a signal through his device. "I have located the villagers, they are likely merely in a deep slumber. We will proceed to escort the villagers out first." Zhang Ping glances at the hatchlings, suspecting that the villagers are nothing more than sacrificial offerings prepared for these creatures. No matter how human they appear, the relationship between them remains that of hunter and prey. If you are allowed to live for one more second, more innocent lives will be lost here. With that thought, he instantly grips his weapon. He surges forward to unleash his technique. In moments, the brood of hatchlings is completely annihilated. He takes one remaining egg and turns away, saying, "I am heading over to assist those 2. Unexpectedly, the egg begins to stir. Nearby, Cici carries a villager on her back, her eyes full of vigilance. No wonder it was so easy to find the villagers. It turns out they were casting a net to ensnare us." Seeing this, Su Jingjiao stretches out her hand, unleashing a technique to prepare for battle. She warns, "Sister Cici, hold on. We cannot let them succeed." The Aba birds swarm to surround them. Su Jingjiao erects a protective barrier to shield them from the aerial assault. The area is suppressed, and sonic waves reverberate throughout. Seeing the sonic waves suddenly cease, she exclaims in astonishment, "The sonic waves, they've stopped." The Aba birds seize the opening to attack. Sensing the dire situation, she yells, "Sister Cici, pull yourself together, Sister Cici." As the words leave Su Jingjiao's lips, Cici's eyes blink as if snapping out of a trance. Immediately, she unleashes her technique, raising an ice wall to strike back at the Aba birds. The barrier forces the creature to a halt, leaving it in great distress. "Damn it, why has the demonic sound ceased?" Unexpectedly, a strange voice rings out from behind. "You wretched bird, where are you looking?" Seeing his silhouette, the creature asks, "When did you arrive?" Zhang Ping lunges to strike another bird and replies, "Did the injured guard in the village not tell you? Must I report it every time I slaughter a bird?" The Aba bird sees him easily slaughtering its kin and stares in disbelief, asking, Who are you?" Zhang Ping pays it no heed, gripping his weapon and rushing forward to strike. It glares at him, calculating in its mind. Now, as he executes his move, it seizes the opportunity, opening its maw to gather energy. Become a puppet human. It bellows, releasing a deafening, piercing shriek. The intensity of the ultrasonic waves causes the very stones on the ground to shatter and fly in all directions. Su Jingjiao and CC cover their ears. Despite this, the demonic sound remains agonizing. Su Jingjiao thinks, damn it. This demonic sound is even more berserk than before. Once the screech ends, the bird looks at him, gloating internally, to take my attack at such close range. Even a king-level expert wouldn't escape unscathed. Suddenly, a blade pierces through its chest, drawing blood. Zhang Ping holds his weapon, looking at it with utter disdain. "You call this crude noise a mental attack?" Seeing its technique prove completely ineffective, the Aba bird is stunned. "Impossible. Why has my demonic sound had no effect?" A strange voice echoes from behind it, leaving it utterly petrified. Zhang Ping's voice rings out. It turns to see a massive palm formed of powerful demonic energy gripping it tight, leaving no path for escape. Seizing the moment, he strikes from below with his weapon. Without hesitation, with a single clean strike, he finishes it off. Immediately after the kill, the system notifies him that the leader of the Aba birds has been defeated. The trial has concluded. Distributing trial rewards. Level increased from 20 to 25. Feeling the power coursing through his veins, he gains a deeper understanding. No wonder I haven't leveled up after slaughtering so many mutated beasts. It turns out one must complete the trial to ascend in rank. A spatial rift slowly manifests. He stands before the rift, observing in silence. Nearby stone walls crumble into pieces. CC, supported by Su Jingjiao, suddenly stops him. "Wait, there are still villagers trapped in the lair. Man Nai and the others are still in Truck Nguyen village." Tu suddenly appears and reminds them, "Rest assured, this portal has no time limit." Furthermore, Zhang Ping looks at them and speaks. "This kid, to block the demonic sound, ordered his own senses to shut down. He cannot hear a thing. We must undo the effect on him first." Upon hearing this, they finally understand and chime in together. So that was it. At Truck Nguyen village, the village elder's voice rings out, filled with immense gratitude. "We are truly grateful to you all. But must you all leave so soon?" The old man's gratitude makes him feel a bit awkward. "We have urgent matters that require our attention." Seeing his urgency, the elder does not press further. "If that is the case, we shall not delay your journey." Before he departs, the village elder bows and bestows a gift upon their group. "Before you leave, as the village elder, I wish to grant a divine oracle to those with such courageous and pious hearts. What has transpired for you is not mere coincidence, but the silent rotation of the wheels of fate. The enemies you seek to overcome are but chess pieces in a much larger game. Continue to press forward." Zhang Ping receives a system notification. Hidden quest complete. Rescue Truck Nguyen village. Reward granted. The elder, knowing his name, makes him wary. "Village elder, how do you know my name?" But as he finishes speaking, everyone is delighted with the gift they received. Man Nai and Third Trung exclaim, "This extra reward actually boosted me up 2 whole levels. I put in even more effort than you, yet I only gained 2 levels. Alright, it's clear we didn't really contribute much." Tu whispers into his ear. "Normally, experience gained from trials is distributed based on the number of mutated beasts killed. To have everyone receive a promotion from this hidden quest is truly unexpected." Zhang Ping looks at the elder, recalls his words, and asks, "Captain, what do you think of what the elder said?" He replies, "Wasn't he just bidding us farewell? Could it be?" What he reveals leaves the captain stunned. "You heard a secret intended for you alone. Rumor has it that those with infinite level awakened potential can influence the world's energy, and the tempering within the trial grounds helps them touch the very secrets of the world. I established the surface cleaning team to overthrow the Chu clan's tyranny, but in reality, I received secret instructions that eventually altered the fate of Mingzhu City. As for the details of that secret, remember not to disclose it easily to others. Since it concerns the direction of the world, follow your own will and make your own choices." Now let us move to the next trial location. At the lakeside, the group suddenly falls out from the spatial rift. Due to the sudden shift, they all plunge into the water. Man Nai reaches out and suggests, "This water current is dragging me away. Fatso, throw the lifebuoy out now." Shuzhang obeyed her words and immediately pulled out the lifebuoy. "Who are you calling Fatso?" This is called the buoyancy strategy. After floating to the surface, Zhang Ping looked around and asked everyone, "Is everyone okay?" Jingdao and Cici answered one after another. "We're fine, still okay." On the other side, the brown-haired girl sensed something strange in the water and exclaimed, "There's something down there, leeches. You little shits dare suck this lady's blood." Seeing a swarm of leeches closing in around them, Xu Zhang spoke up with a suggestion. It's over, looks like we need to get to shore fast." Cici silently stared in their direction, eyes narrowing slightly. She raised her hand, then slammed it down on the water's surface, unleashing her technique. "You shrimp to your maggots belong in an ice pit." Zhang Ping then pulled out a green jade bead and glanced at the person beside him. "Looks like we'll have to count on you." Ada summoned the giant snake, then issued the command to everyone. "Everyone get on the snake's back now." Following his order, the group quickly climbed onto the snake's back. Jingdao looked around and remarked, "This swamp is way bigger than I thought." Shuzhang, having just climbed up, immediately asked, "Don't tell me we won't find dry land even after nightfall." Ming crossed his arms, glanced at him, and retorted, "Can you think a little more positively?" Cici then looked at him with a smile and asked, "Isn't this the same snake from the training spot last time? How did you bring it out?" Zhang Ping turned to her and replied, "The blood pact works like Wi-Fi. It can transmit data across spatial dimensions anytime, anywhere." At his answer, she immediately added, "Speak human." Zhang Ping felt a bit embarrassed, then explained seriously, "Long and Ada formed a blood pact. I suddenly wanted to test something under the blood pact state. What would happen if a Long gave orders to Ada, my personal guardian beast? Turns out the contract actually succeeded. After that, I stored it in the storage dimension and brought it along during teleportation. Looking at it now, there don't seem to be any abnormalities." He suddenly pointed at the two people up ahead and teased, "Look how happy those two are." Jinba watched his older brother fearfully clinging to Ada's body, his expression one of utter helplessness. "That's so embarrassing." Meanwhile, Enhan Long didn't care at all, hugging tight and exclaiming, "I thought I'd never see you again." A voice emanated from his bracelet, issuing a warning. "Something's wrong. Has anyone seen the quest notification for this training zone?" Cici heard this, raised her hand to her chin, her expression turning somber. "It seems like we really didn't see any quest notification." Jingdao, sitting nearby, asked, "Could the leeches have distracted us so much that we missed the quest?" She suddenly spotted something and exclaimed, "At 3 o'clock there's a soul aura." Zhang Ping looked toward the hazy shadow nearby. "A person?" The old woman standing on a boat smiled gently at them. "At last. Training warriors, you've finally arrived. Please follow me." Shu Zhang heard this, immediately leaped to the bow of the boat, drew his sword, and began hamming it up. "Is the princess in the tower or at the altar? This hero shall rescue her at once." Still, Zhang Ping didn't dare let his guard down. He leaned over and subtly reminded his teammates, "It could be a trap, we should stay cautious." "Forget it, let's just follow her." Ming watched his antics and remarked, "This fatso here is the real challenge for us." Through the toxic swamp waters of Weizhong village, Shuzhang strolled carefree in the middle, his mouth running non-stop. Since even the village was built on the water's surface, this training zone probably truly had no dry land at all. "See, all thanks to my brilliant deduction. I'm starving tonight, I definitely deserve extra rice." Above them someone looked down and spoke. "You're quick-witted, I'll give you that, too bad you came with a mouth." They all stepped into a wooden house together. The old man, seeing them, greeted them warmly. "Warriors, please come in. Our Weizhong village has finally received a ray of hope." All of them sat in the middle of the room, forming a circle. The village chief sat at the head, looking at them with an expression of slight remorse. "I am the village chief of Weizhong village Vaitun Back. Our humble village has nothing special to offer our guests. I'm truly sorry, I hope you can understand." A voice emanated from the bracelet. "Village chief, who is Vian Hung to you?" Without the slightest hesitation, the chief immediately answered, "He's my great-grandfather." The bracelet could actually talk. The warrior's mysteriousness truly defied imagination. According to the ancient village edict, whenever we face hardship, the silhouette of warriors will appear, bringing us hope. Warriors. I imagine this is nothing new to you, so I won't belabor the point. I'll get straight to the matter at hand. In the southern waters of our village there is a giant sacred turtle called Tri-Nguy letter 1 EC7 THUY letter 1 EC1 Enquith moon-chasing mystic turtle. Its temperament was gentle, very friendly toward people. I always believed it was the guardian deity of our village in the hearts of our people. However, recently it suddenly turned violent, attacking many villagers. The mystic turtle's rampage has left us deeply troubled. Now we can only ask you warriors to investigate the cause, lift this veil of mystery, and restore its tranquility. Even if you cannot return it to what it once was, we still hope you can help us pacify it, preventing harm to more innocent lives. Zhang Ping heard this, looked at the chief, and declared with confidence, "Village chief, rest assured, we will give it everything we've got." Hearing his affirmation eased the chief's worries. He hurriedly clasped hands with Zhang Ping. "Then I thank you all deeply." After that, he stood up and pointed at the cooking pot, inviting them. "Warriors, if you don't mind, please have some of this soup to fill your stomachs. It may not taste great, but it's enough to fill your bellies." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, "The sky has darkened, warriors, rest early." Zhang Ping gazed at the pot of food and silently issued a mental command of praise. System bizarre dish EMITS an uncanny aroma, technically edible. But you'd rather no one saw you eating it. Ming glanced over and called out softly, "Hey, fatty, try your side dish." Shuzhang eyed the pot filled with all sorts of bizarre, repulsive things and declared, "This pot of dark, cursed slop, I'd rather starve than eat it." Zhang Ping reassured everyone, "No need to worry, this soup should be safe. The villagers probably don't mean any harm." Jingdao clutched his arm and looked toward Cici, asking doubtfully, "Is it really safe?" She gave it a moment's thought, then replied, "Since we entered the village, I haven't sensed any hostility. It should be fine." Situ suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. "1 year ago when I came here to train, the village chief was named Vian Hung. I helped them find a type of bird egg to raise the mystic turtle. Back then, the mystic turtle was only as big as a wash basin." Jing Dao recalled the behavior of everyone they had encountered and began to ponder. Strange, a human soul fluctuates with their emotions. The people of Lang Jiayuan during the last training session were no exception. But the souls of these Wei Zhang villagers are like a frozen lake. Still alive yet utterly still. Zhang Ping heard this and asked, somewhat confused, "You mean these villagers are like the living dead in Chengzhu village?" Xu Zhang crossed his arms and shot her a glance. "Maybe you should listen to yourself for a change." Under everyone's skeptical stares, she immediately felt flustered. "Sorry, I can't quite explain it either." Zhang Ping saw that it was already late and pointed ahead, addressing everyone. "Since no one's found any quest clues, continuing to search is just a waste of time. Based on past quest experience, the village chief's invitation is very likely connected to the quest. Everyone rest up first, we set out tomorrow." The group answered in unison. "All right." Outside, before the village chief departed, he cast one last glance at the figures standing guard around them, his eyes filled with a sinister gleam. "Hopefully, these sacrificial offerings are fresh enough. After a long while, they still haven't arrived. Xiang Ming is starting to get restless. It feels like they've been traveling for ages. His butt's gone completely numb from sitting so long. How much longer is this trip anyway?" Sissy glances down at the lake surface. Something feels different. She can sense it. The water here is far deeper than anything she's ever seen before. She suddenly detects something abnormal and immediately shouts a warning. "There's something in the water." In an instant, a bizarre dark shape lunges from the still lake surface, sending the entire group flying. Xiang Ming and Zhang Ping react instantly. On surfs his blade, the other sprouts wings and hovers in midair. Xiang Ming lets out a relieved breath and speaks up. "Good thing we came prepared this time." Still, he's deeply worried about everyone else. "How's everyone else doing?" Nearby, Sissy conjures a massive floating ice platform, giving everyone something to stand on. "I'll create a few more footholds." The black-haired girl looks toward him and replies, "Everyone's fine." When he glances down at the water and sees the dark shape coiling around Ada, he can't help but shout in panic. Ada sees a creature lashing at it relentlessly. In his mind, Zhang Ping silently wonders, what is that gray thing? Some kind of snake. He stares intently downward and silently issues a command. "Appraisal." But before he can finish examining it, the dark shadow vanishes into the rushing current. One of them gasps, "It's gone." Zhang Ping stares down at the lake's surface, completely unfazed. He trusts his own instincts. Ada is still somewhere nearby. At this distance, he should be able to issue a command. He immediately raises the contract gem and commands a duh by my order return to your contract gem now. Yet the lake's surface remains perfectly still, not a single ripple. This catches him off guard. Why isn't there any response? Normally, when a contracted beast returns to its gem, it turns into a streak of light easily visible. Is it still underwater? But just then Wu's eighth water's surface explodes upward. Xiang Ming blinks at the monstrous beast, stunned. So this is its true form. He quickly tucks the gem away and adds, looks like we found what we're looking for. The entire group stares at the massive, ferocious beast before them and shouts in unison, the chasing moon mystic turtle. Without a moment's delay, they all unleash their techniques and charge. Zhang Ping conjures chains that wrap around the beast's neck, trying to restrain it. Seeing it thrash nonstop, he says, let's see you run now. In his mind, he activates appraisal. The appraisal system activates immediately. System appraisal successful. System mutated beast chasing moon mystic turtle species two-headed turtle mutated potential 13 stars tier apex grade mutated beast level 33 talent. Serpent furnace chasing moon. The shell can absorb moonlight and convert it into lunar energy. All of it is stored within the carapace, significantly boosting its defense attributes. Strength, speed, and all other attributes are enhanced. Moreover, its attacks carry lunar-infused properties. Full attribute panel attached. Skill Mystic Turtle 8 Trigrams Sovereign. The Mystic Turtle can consume a massive amount of stored lunar energy to manipulate space. Reading all this, Zhang Ping is slightly stunned. A king-rank talented spatial type at that. Seeing the situation turn dire, he immediately shouts a warning to his teammates ahead. Captain Jin Ba, get away from there now. Jin Ba turns around, his expression slightly surprised. What? But just a moment later, he and several other teammates fail to escape in time. The beast seizes them. A surge of lightning radiates from its body. Then it dives underwater, dragging every captive down with it. Zhang Ping watches in horror. No, everyone's been dragged underwater. Thanba narrows his eyes at Zhang Ping and makes a request. This terrain works in my favor, let me handle it. Zhang Ping stares at the gemstone in his hand and replies, then I'll leave it to you, Senior Su. Underwater, Jin Ba glances between his teammates and the beast. Damn it, it has tricks like this too. What the hell is this now? A voice booms, river current reversal. An immense repulsive force erupts from beneath the beast's belly, launching it skyward. The group is successfully ejected from the water. Nearby, Sissy and Ting Jiao watch intently. Thanba raises a hand, looks toward them and says, Miss Liu, keep making floating ice platforms, I'll take care of the underwater combat. The moment they spot his figure, the two girls can't help but gasp. Thanks to Sissy's quick reflexes, they scramble onto her ice platform the instant they're thrown out. Jinba wipes his mouth, annoyed. This water tastes like hell. The beast watches them escape, fury burning in its eyes. These greedy invaders, not only did they oppress the villagers, they even seized the entire village. And now you want to kill me too. This confuses Zhang Ping. Invaders, are there others we don't know about? He also wonders what the village chief has been hiding. But to avoid further misunderstanding, he approaches the beast and explains, please don't misunderstand. We bear you no hostility, but the beast doesn't buy it for a second. I won't let any of you get what you want. Yanlong looks toward them and calls out, wait. He raises his hand and offers his life as a guarantee. I stake my life on it. Can we talk this through calmly? The beast stares at them in silence, pondering for several seconds. Surprisingly, the current gradually calms, catching everyone off guard. The beast glances back one last time before departing, not forgetting to warn, I'll spare Yao, but the one lurking above won't be so easy to deal with. If you can defeat it, then I'll consider talking. He silently activates appraisal, his expression deeply troubled. You've gotta be kidding me. What is that? Another mutated beast. The appraisal system activates. System appraisal successful. Mutated beast, deep frost owl species, owl mutated potential 1-star tier apex grade mutated beast level 39 talent biting. Frost wind, a reservoir of extreme cold is stored in its throat sac. It can use its wings to summon freezing blizzards. Looking at everything around him, Zhang Ping is utterly stunned. Why are they all this powerful? From below, an enormous beast surges upward, opening its maw to unleash an attack. Zhang Ping raises his hand to block it and shouts, hold the formation, don't scatter. A figure made of ice materializes, intercepting the attack for them. The girl in the red dress behind them can't help but gasp at the beast's technique. This bird's breath is even fiercer than a northern blizzard. Sissy stands at the front, shielding everyone and chimes in. I can't believe a single breath froze this entire area solid. This mutated beast's ice ability surpasses even my own. Senior Yi stands on a nearby ice platform, arms crossed, and speaks up. Playing with ice in broad daylight. Then let me show you what the sun looks like. He raises his hand and unleashes his technique. Scarlet Phoenix Immortal Body. Solar Flare Form Activate. His entire body wraps in flames of terrifying intensity, ready to become a roasted bird. Without a moment's delay, he rockets forward in his blazing form. What good is screeching going to do you? Shut your beak. To stop it, he launches a relentless barrage of fire strikes. Just as expected to withstand his onslaught, the beast staggers backward. Surprisingly, vines appear out of nowhere and coil around its neck. A tree-like creature lunges in to attack. Hey, kid, trying to steal my kill. After toppling the beast, the tree creature barks a command. Get down here. The bird monster glances toward the tree without the slightest hint of fear and speaks up. Freezing the surface was enough, now cough up some honesty, would you? An ice sealing pouch, huh? Not a bad feeling, is it? The ancient tree turns to the man in front and asks, Oh, young toe, don't tell me you've gone and gotten yourself frozen solid. Than Ba throws rapid-fire punches at the creature and replies, My ability is to merge with inorganic matter. Even if I turn into water or ice, it doesn't slow me down one bit. Unable to fight back, the creature thrashes wildly, trying to break free. Kim Ba, his body wreathed in flames, strides forward and looks down at the monsters with contempt. Solar Divine Bird, today I'm throwing myself a full bird roast. Then he starts limbering up, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. Hey, you two elders, want to make a bet? Who snaps this bird's wings first? Elder Yi, climbing up from behind, chimes in, loser does. 100 push-ups, no excuses. Than Ba takes the lead, creating a vortex beneath the water before launching his strike beast King Fist Whirlpool Devastator. The bird monster, hit dead on, screams in agony. At that moment, Elder Yi and Kim Ba charge in from behind simultaneously. To finish roasting those wings, Kim Ba draws his arm back and unleashes another technique. A blazing red surge of energy rockets toward the creature. In an instant, the force of his attack sends it crashing into the water. Seeing this, Jing Jiao turns to Zhang Ping with a hint of amusement and asks, Are they always this hot-blooded? He glances away and replies, Probably held it in too long lately. Besides, the opponent isn't a King Tierno soul attacks to worry about. Over on their side, Elder Yi calls out, That's still not enough, I haven't had my fill yet. Kim Ba, standing beside him, chimes in. Sure enough, the gap between a mutated beast and a king tier is still enormous. The creature lies motionless on the ice. At that moment, a giant turtle surfaces and asks them, Don't you smell the scent coming off that thing? Its sudden appearance startles Xu Zhang. Holy crap, when did you surface? CC looks around in bewilderment and exclaims, The smell, could it be? She suddenly grabs her ice sword and rushes forward. She pokes the creature's body and purple pills spill out from inside it. Sure and not here solar pills. Zhang Ping picks up one of the purple pills and holds it out toward the giant turtle. The smell is coming from this. Xuan Gui, the intruders you mentioned, could they be people from the Chu clan? It raises its head to look at him and replies, I don't know what Chu clan you're talking about, but it seems you really aren't on the same side as those people. We Moon Xuan turtles must eat the eggs of the deep-sea abyssal cormorant during our growth phase in order to adapt to the energy of extreme moonlight frost. For the sake of future generations, a group of people would occasionally come to the village to harvest the bird's eggs. A few days ago, a group arrived at the village. They used these bizarre pills to control the cormorants and successfully stole the eggs. I thought that was the end of it, but they commanded the bird to slaughter the villagers. As the village's guardian spirit beast, I immediately joined the battle, but I was no match for them. They beat me half to death and even tried to use those pills to control me. I had no choice but to channel moonlight energy to escape. Hearing this, he stares at the pill in his hand, his expression darkening with quiet contemplation. He never imagined something like this had happened. But why didn't the villagers say anything to us? He then raises his hand, holding the pill in front of CC. CC, freeze this solar pill. I'm heading back to the village to get to the bottom of this. The turtle answers, As a guardian beast, I couldn't even protect the village. My promise to that gentleman. Sidhu Shibai's voice suddenly rings out. My friend, this is not your fault. We share a common enemy now, you don't have to fight alone anymore. Hearing that voice, it can't help but be startled. That voice, Master Situ, is it really you? From inside his bracelet, the old man's voice rings out once more. Indeed it is, but I can no longer manifest in human form. Hearing his voice, the creature immediately lowers its head in reverence. Is that so? After all these years to meet Master Situ again, if that's the case then climb on all of you, I'll take you to the village. In no time at all, the giant turtle carries their group to the village. Strangely, there isn't a single soul in the village. Zhang Ping scans the surroundings, his expression tinged with surprise. Where did everyone go? Xu Zhang, standing beside him, asks with equal confusion. Now, could it be the villagers all turned in early? After examining the area thoroughly, CC looks at him and reports. There's absolutely no life signatures anywhere around us. Man Nai looks around in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept what she's seeing. How can so many people just vanish like that? Could we have run into ghosts? Xu Zhang. Hearing that, he feels a chill of fear creep up his spine. Jing Jiao looks ahead and speaks up. They were giving us directions just this morning. Even if they evacuated, they couldn't have left without a single trace. Seeing their bewilderment, the turtle asks with a note of doubt, you actually saw the villagers before? Kimba answers honestly, that's right. They were super friendly too, it's just that soup we really couldn't stomach it. Upon hearing this, the turtle recounts what it witnessed. But that day, I clearly saw the intruders slaughtering everyone in the village. In that situation, how could anyone have survived? Jing Jiao, eyes glistening, suddenly senses an unusual energy signature nearby. The instant she spots it, the energy darts away. She spins around and gives chase. Zhang Ping, alarmed, calls out, To Tinjiao, where are you going? She dashes toward a nearby house and throws the door open. The scene before her leaves her stunned. Scattered across the floor are countless straw dolls. Zhang Ping rushes in from outside. The embers are still burning. The villagers only just left. Jing Jiao kneels down and picks up one of the straw dolls. They didn't leave. From the very beginning, they never existed. Xuan Gui wasn't wrong, these villagers have been dead for a long time. Spirit binding puppet technique. They infused residual soul fragments into puppets to make them pose as living people. No wonder their souls felt too serene before something about it seemed unnatural. They knew ordinary deception wouldn't fool us. It seems the enemy knows us very well. After her discovery, the others outside immediately split up to search for more clues. I'll search over there, I'm coming too. Xu Zhang approaches, carrying a pot filled with murky water. If all those villagers were planted by the Chu clan, then why didn't they just poison this soup directly? Man Nai chimes in, you think everyone's as simple-minded as you. The Chu clan definitely knows Zhang Ping's abilities. If they actually used poison, it would have been detected instantly. From inside his bracelet, Sidu Shibai's voice rings out again. Sidu Shibai's group wants us to investigate the Xuan Gui dwelling. They're probably trying to whittle down our strength. Once their real goal fails, they'll just slip away. Zhang Ping narrows his eyes slightly, his expression cold and guarded. But then why even the abilities of Su Jingjiao and the others? How do they know so much? The only person who knew about Su Jingjiao was Ma Bin, and he's already dead. Could it really just be a coincidence? Jinba suddenly sprints toward them shouting, found a clue, get over here quick. Looking at the water-filled reservoir before him, his expression shifts to one of mild surprise. This is the portal for clearing the stage. Ming picks up on it and asks, looks like we never got the quest notification earlier because the quest was already completed long ago. So where is the enemy now? The turtle behind them suddenly speaks up, asking the question. Mr. Sidu. Sidu's voice rings out from the bracelet on his wrist in response. If the stage clearing order inside the training ground were wrong, everyone would be forcibly teleported outside. Since everyone is still here, it proves they advanced to the next stage in the correct sequence. Which means the enemy is most likely lying in ambush in the Flame Nucleus Desert. Zhang Ping looks up and asks Bon, I need to go now. Xuan Gui, what will you do from here? The turtle lowers its head, a trace of melancholy in its eyes. I have nothing left to protect now. I don't know what I can do from here on out. In time, new life will surely be born in this place. These little Xuan Gui will grow up and become the new guardian divine beasts. Seeing this, he immediately pulls out a blue gemstone, looks at the turtle, and makes his proposal. If the past can't be changed, then come with us. Face the enemies by our side who need your strength. The turtle offers no resistance whatsoever. It agrees at once. Heir of Sidu, you're far more interesting than that bookworm of old. Perhaps forging a new pact with you is also destiny's design. Right then, he hurls the gemstone toward the turtle. Very well. After the contract is successfully established, a system notification flashes into view. System contract established summoned moon-chasing Xuan. It turns to look at him and speaks. Moon-chasing Xuan stands ready to serve. The spatial gate slowly materializes once more. This time, he's dropped into a desolate desert wasteland. After countless unexpected falls from the sky, he finally manages to land safely. Falling from above every single time has getting used to it. When he realizes he's the only one who came through, confusion flashes across his face. Where are the others? Didn't we all enter together? Sensing something is wrong, he looks down at his bracelet. Captain, what's going on? Captain, Captain, he calls out repeatedly. Then from the distance, footsteps gradually approach. Truly worthy of infinite rank abilities, I can't believe he took down 2 high-rank mutated beasts that quickly. But our barrier is already in place. Welcome to the nullification barrier. Today is the day you die. Lao Bai and his cronies advance on him, eyes gleaming with triumph. He speaks, first things first, I'll deal with you 2 awakens. Instantly, 2 of his subordinates charge straight at Zhang Ping. He begins deploying his technique, but it fails to activate. A flicker of worry crosses his mind, mist fog won't work. That split second of lost focus costs him. A hit connects, sending him flying. He crashes down and skids across the sand. Zhang Ping struggles to his feet, raising his hands in a defensive stance. Zhu, barrier sorcerer, a top-tier awakener specializing in barrier construction. Your Chu clan really went all in on this one. 2 more close in on him, deploying their techniques as they taunt. Zhang Ping, those abilities you're so proud of seems they don't work anymore, huh? Don't worry, we'll put you out of your misery soon enough. Seeing them attack, Zhang Ping doesn't show an ounce of fear. He dodges while throwing out a taunt. Skip breakfast or something. That punch is pathetic compared to Wang Jimin's. To his surprise, the green-haired one suddenly lunges at him from behind, launching a strike that sends him soaring into the sky. Zhang Ping grabs his arm, executing Beast King Fist Swallow, flip-twisting his body and using the momentum to hurl the attacker far away. His other hand grips an arrow as he surges forward, slamming the enemy straight into the ground, pinning him down with his own body to deny any chance of movement. Simultaneously, he unleashes the technique Beast King Fist Serpent Fang Heart Pierce. The impact erupts violently, sending shockwaves rippling across the ground, but seeing how easily he finished the enemy off, he immediately senses something is wrong. Not right, I clearly pierced his heart, yet he's completely unharmed. There's not even a drop of blood on the blade. Could he be the same type as those puppets? In the distance, a group watches him fight. They exchange glances and snicker. Fubo brabit on how many more minutes he lasts. What's the stakes? I want that scorpion beauty you keep. Zhang Ping remains unfazed, fighting fiercely. But the moment their guard drops, he explodes forward. The thought racing through his mind, capture the king, take the leader first. The instant they spot his movement, they stop playing it safe and charge to intercept. He and the group collide head-on. They unleash their techniques Beast King Fist Rabbit Escape, but with just a few simple dodges. He breaks through the subordinates' encirclement and rockets straight toward the leader. Swift as the wind, he throws a punch at him. After the strike connects, what happens next leaves him momentarily stunned. The moment I hit him, the mist has already regenerated. The nullification barrier's core is on those 2. Lao Bai, upon witnessing his sharpness, exclaims, "Sharp kid." Fubo, standing beside him, urges, "Finish him off." No. Seeing them charge at him, he pushes forward, trying to escape. I need to find the weakness in this barrier. In the distance, another enemy stands with a spear leveled at him. Seeing the opening, the enemy hurls the spear straight at him. The spear flies swift as lightning. Zhang Ping runs while glancing back, seeing it closing in fast. He twists his body into a roll to dodge. Astonishingly, the spear suddenly curves midair, swiveling back to strike him. He stares in disbelief. The traitors can bend. That unexpected shift leaves him unable to dodge a second time. The spear pierces clean through his body. Instantly, he crashes to the ground. The subordinate sees the moment, rushing in to bind him tight. The leader steps forward, infinite rank genius, huh? Fubo smiles with smug satisfaction, taunting. Merely mud beneath my boots. Zhang Ping, even while restrained, refuses to submit. He lifts his head and glares at them defiantly. How did you isolate me alone in this space? Where are my teammates? Lao Bai hands his sword to the man beside him and answers, telling you would be pointless. You're about to die, take your questions straight to hell. Blood trickles from his mouth, yet he remains utterly undaunted. he speaks with arrogant defiance. Hell, why don't I send you lot there first? To everyone's surprise, a sand vortex begins swirling around where he lies. One of them asks in shock, "What did you just do?" He doesn't answer. Instead, he silently issues a command in his mind, contract seal activate the soul-calling pill. Then he speaks up, "Didn't you bet on how long I'd hold out?" Well, the tremor intensifies, spawning a raging sand vortex that engulfs his entire body. The group watches in growing panic. What's happening? I can't see him anymore. Old Bai's eyes went wide and he blurted out in shock. Fire Scorpion. His voice echoed through the howling sandstorm. I'm returning this Fire Scorpion attack of yours twofold. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette vanished. In its place, countless tiny scorpions swarmed beneath their feet. One of them shouted, "Not good." He's merged into the Fire Scorpion's body. Another one charged forward, thrusting his spear downward. Fu Ba's gaze turned ice cold as he snapped his head toward his subordinates. Damn it, there are too many of them. Where the hell is he hiding? Send the order to all level 30 stern over every grain of sand if you have to. Find Zhang Ping. Only one scorpion remained on the ground. His soul withdrew from it, and at the same time, images of what he had seen today flashed through his mind. Safe, he was temporarily safe. There it is again. Why can I see these images? Could it be the pureblood body can resonate with the consciousness of swarm creatures? If that's the case, I should be able to use this method to locate my teammates. Where are they? Where? Suddenly, as if remembering something, he blurted out. Got it, northwest. Half an hour later, the voices of Sidhu and Changchun rang out one after another. Zhang Peng, who did this to you? Kid, we've been sealed inside the contract pouch for half an hour now. What happened? Zhang Peng answered as he moved forward. I was ambushed by the enemy. They sealed my abilities. System pureblood body SEALED. He clenched his jaw until blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with pure, unbridled fury. The immediate priority was to regroup with the others. Sidhu heard this and immediately spoke up to encourage him. Hang in there, Zhang Ping. The dark room materialized and he collapsed face first onto the sand. Seeing this, Sidhu grew worried and kept calling Zhang Ping's name. Zhang Ping, a system notification popped up. System Soul Lure Pill effect activated. They rushed toward him. Old Bai looked down at the fire scorpions and spoke. The last trace of his presence was here. After that, his aura vanished completely. Infinite level. He's nothing more than prey that's good at running. Fu Ba stood nearby and made a suggestion. Old Bai, why don't the two of you go find that lord? Over there. At his suggestion, Old Bai's fury erupted. Find him, who the hell knows where to look? This is our only chance. Then he immediately pointed forward and barked orders at his subordinates behind him. As for guarding this spot, I'll send the fire scorpions to sweep the area. Alive, we find the man. Dead, we find the corpse. Inside Manny's secret room, Zhang Ping lay unconscious on the ground. Beside him, Sissy's voice rang out, multiple rib fractures puncturing the lungs, 3 critical wounds. Thank goodness he finally found us. According to the team leader, the enemy completely sealed Zhang Ping's power. Since when did the Chu clan acquire an ability like this? In response to her question, Sidhu answered, if you want to know more, wait until he wakes up. Manny suddenly turned her head as if sensing something and called out, there's someone outside. Senior Yi heard this and, puzzled, spoke up, since they've brought themselves right to our doorstep, what reason do we have not to engage? Jinba stood at the side, already locked in a fighting stance. Manny, let us out, we want to fight them. Their recklessness left Manny somewhat exasperated. Calm down, everyone, we don't even know the enemy's strength yet. On the ground, he began showing signs of waking up. Jingjiao couldn't help but feel delighted. Zhang Ping is awake. The moment he came to, he grabbed his head, looked around in a daze and asked, where am I? Weren't we at the training grounds? Manny crossed her arms, looked down at him and smiled. When we arrived at the Scorpion Desert, we realized you were the only one missing. We tried reaching you multiple times but no one answered, so I figured you might be in danger. The desert environment is brutal. So to conserve energy, I deployed the dark room, but something suddenly clicked in his mind and he shot up in alarm. Right, the enemies. Seeing him react so violently right after waking, Jingjiao grew alarmed. Easy, take it easy. Zhang Ping struggled to his feet while recounting everything he had witnessed. The enemies are remnants of the investigation squad, along with several assassins from the Chu clan. I believe they've been tracking us. They infiltrated the training grounds. 2 of them are extremely dangerous. Not only are they powerful, but they don't feel pain and they don't bleed. The key to sealing my power lies with those 2 squad leaders. When I launched an attack against them, a portion of my power was instantly restored. To verify this, I used the soul lure pill to lure the scorpions over and create chaos. When the sand and dust blocked their line of sight, my power was indeed restored. Only then could I latch onto a fire scorpion and escape. So my theory is as long as they can't see me, their seal has no effect. Hearing his words, Sidhu looked at him and picked up the thread. If the Chu clan had possessed this kind of technique before, they would have certainly used it against me already. This proves they must have acquired this method only recently. Chengju village, the heavenly eternal fox, none of it adds up. He rested his chin on his hand, his expression pensive. Moreover, it can isolate me specifically. In theory, no single clan should be able to influence the structure of the training grounds. He then silently recalled every person he had seen. Could it be, just as the village chief said, there really is a mastermind pulling the strings behind all this? The enemies you're trying to seize power from to fight against are nothing more than pawns. But the clues we have right now still aren't enough. The most important thing is dealing with the Chu clan. After finishing his train of thought, he swept his gaze across everyone and voiced his theory. Although we still don't know where the Chu clan's methods come from, at least now we have a rough understanding of the enemy's composition and abilities. The Chu clan is holding position above. That means their techniques can't break through the dark room. If I'm not mistaken, they can't see Manny, and therefore they can't neutralize Manny's dark room, which means we can retreat into the dark room to rest at any time. We can exploit this to take them down one by one. Scene transition the next day. After stepping through the spatial rift, Senior Yi looked toward Old Bai's group and barked an order. I hear there are 2 top-tier awakeners among you, that true? Step forward on your own. As he spoke, both he and Jin Ba readied their techniques, taunting them openly. Let this old man see what you've got. Their sudden appearance sent Old Bai into a fury. Where the hell did they come from? Immediately, 2 of his subordinates charged forward, dropping into attack stances with techniques at the ready. Fu Ba stood nearby, turning toward them with a sneer. You looking to die? Suddenly, Zhang Ping's voice rang out from behind, startling Old Bai into spinning around. Hey, aren't you guys looking for me? The moment they spotted him, both of them shouted in unison, Zhang Ping. He walked forward slowly, hands forming technique seals, his eyes razor-sharp as he stared them down. Confirmed me power is being suppressed by those 2. But fortunately, squad leader Kim and director Feng are outside their visual range unaffected. Seeing his subordinate still hesitating, Old Bai barked, What are you standing around for? Go finish him off, as they charged toward him. He not only showed no fear but smiled contemptuously and asked, It seems you're all quite interested in my strength. However, you can't judge a person by what's in front alone. When his figure suddenly vanished, they couldn't help but be horrified. Senior Yi seized the moment they let their guard down, attacking from behind and driving them into the ground. Nope, in the dark room. The Beast King's true form has been dispelled. Fu Ba, seeing his companion restrained, flew into a rage and cursed them out. In just a few seconds, they were transported to another room. Lao Bai clutched his head in irritation and sneered, You think you can restrain us with just yourself? Before he could finish, all of them stepped forward, along with Than Ba's voice echoing from behind. Us too. You 2 brats seem pretty formidable now, huh? Fu Ba's face turned deathly pale the moment he saw him, his voice trembling noticeably. Team leader Su Lao Bai beside him tried to explain, It was all Ma Binha's the one who made us do it. In the man's head, a single thought screamed, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Than Ba's face darkened, brimming with killing intent. Cut the crap, I couldn't finish him off with my own hands back then. Today, I'll use you lot to vent my fury. Seeing his furious expression, Jing Jiao felt a wave of fear and hid behind CC. This is the first time I've ever seen Grandpa this angry. They were struck so suddenly, they couldn't even react. All they could do was scream. It's breaking me, hand is about to break. Tu Si heard this and let out a soft laugh. With Senior Su here, they can handle this. I need to head outside and back up Zhang Ping. She chimed in from the side, I'll go too so we don't have to keep watching our backs around those 2. Meanwhile, on his end, Zhang Ping held a gold bar in hand and spoke cheerfully. With those 2 gone, I can finally use my real abilities. The system chimed. System contract jewel can be fused with special equipment to enhance that equipment's potential. System each equipment can only be fused once. System the Dread Scythe has been enhanced. System Talisman recasting enabled. Talisman spells can now be converted into ranged attacks. He gripped his weapon and stared ahead. Perfect time to test the new moves. The system chimed again, system fire eater activated, mist body activated. He held his weapon in a ready stance, staring forward and thought. Infuse both fire and mist into the scythe. He swung his weapon and cut down the remaining subordinates. A single clean strike body split in two, scattering everywhere. At that moment, CC and Ming appeared abruptly from behind. At the sight of them, one of the enemies panicked. Reinforcements, but the words barely left his mouth before he ate one of her attacks head-on. Their sudden arrival caught him off guard. He asked, "Why is everyone here?" Jingjiao stepped to his side. "Let's focus on clearing out the small fry outside." He pulled out the contract jewel, glanced at them, and said, "Good. That leaves only the two strongest, highest-level ones. Senior Yi, this EXP hall is all yours." A voice echoed immediately from within the jewel. "Understood." Jinba leaped to dodge Fu Ba's attack. He circled behind, positioning for a backstab. Seeing the timing was right, he shouted immediately. Now, he unleashed his technique Golden Blood, fist launching a devastating punch straight at the enemy. Above, another one gripped his sword and charged toward him. His attack had no effect. "My strike isn't working," the thought flashed through his mind. The enemy slashed down fast, dodged just in time. Before he could grasp the anomaly, he exclaimed, "These two are immortal," Senior Yi continued from the side. "The bodies of the living are fragile enough, but these things are even more troublesome than living creatures." Vines erupted from the ground below, coiling around their bodies and binding them tight. A strange voice rang out. "Young friend Jin, young friend Feng, hold them in place for me." Obeying without hesitation, the two rushed forward and positioned themselves between the two enemies. The voice spoke again. "Whether living or dead, everything needs energy to function, and as long as it has power, it has a limit." As the vines constricted tighter, they screamed in agony. Jinba watched them writhing and couldn't hide his shock. "That's insane. So powerful." Senior Yi drained them dry. In moments, both enemies were eliminated. After they vanished, two coins materialized on the ground. Jinba stared at them in surprise. "Clown coins, these things are their power source." Back in the room, Fu Ba, face swollen and battered, pleaded, Stop hitting us. We'll tell you everything." Both of them were bound tight, unable to move a muscle. Thanba looked down at his own hand and asked, "You used this thing to suppress other people's powers." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Ma Bin used a dagger with the same effect to kill me. It seems all these items came from the same source." Lao Bai, seeing no point in hiding anything anymore, spilled everything. "That's how it is, but this thing requires both of us to fully concentrate before it activates, and while it's in use, we can't use any other abilities." Jing Jiao, standing nearby, spoke up. "I've scanned his soul, he's not lying." Thanba's eyes brimmed with killing intent. So this was specifically designed to deal with Zhang Ping. Lao Bai stammered a reply. It was his hesitation only made Thanba lose patience faster. "I'm about to start settling scores. Speak. Who ordered you to move against the Chu clan?" "With Jiao Jiao monitoring, who dares lie, I'll crush all 10 of your fingers. Guess whose fingers go first." Lao Bai finally stopped holding back and began to talk. "About 15 years ago, Chu Yamping ordered us to transport goods to the training grounds." He recalled himself rapping his knuckles against the cage and barking, "Show some respect, will ya? I had to stay up 3 nights straight just to watch over you animals." Kuba grew worried and asked, "Lao Bai, are we really going to be in the same boat as the Chu clan?" Lao Bai spun around immediately. "Kuba, why do you always need everything spelled out? In this world, you're either the one playing the pieces or you're the piece being played. And as for cannon fodder like us, we can't even touch the board." Hearing this, the man hesitated, but before his doubt could settle, he asked, "Isn't that the liaison? Brother, what time do we head out?" He then looked toward the masked man before him. The masked man turned and ordered, "Leave the cargo, now get lost." His attitude sent Lao Bai into a furious rage. "The hell, we risked our necks to haul this shipment and you think this is some kind of courier service? One sentence and you expect us to leave? I'm the one asking you." But the moment Lao Bai lunged forward, a mysterious force slammed into him and sent him flying. The masked man sneered, "You think an insect like you can touch a god?" Fu Ba witnessed the scene and rushed anxiously to Lao Bai's side. Lao Bai staggered to his feet, fury blazing in his eyes. "Yes." The masked man's voice hardened. "I'll say it one last time. Get lost." Back to the present. Thanba looked toward the group including CC and asked, "You're back. Have the enemies outside been dealt with?" Zhang Ping looked curious. "What's going on? Did something happen?" Thanba then explained the situation to everyone. Zhang Ping listened and rested his chin on his hand. a contemplative expression on his face. So that's how it is, but why does the Chu clan want the Phantom Fox's heart? Meanwhile, he thought, and who is this mysterious person they mentioned? They have missed abilities too. Lao Bai looked toward him, fear written plainly across his face. We were only following orders back then. Fu Ba chimed in from the side, we really don't know anything else. Sidhu appeared and spoke up, these two aren't lying. It seems these low-level grunts don't know the full picture. However, the Heavenly Eternal Fox's ability to warp perception shared the same nature as the Phantom Fox's heart. Just seeing him made them tremble with fear. That Sidhu Shibai's ghostly apparition. Sidhu paid no mind to their terror. He fixed his gaze on them and asked, where is the person who obtained the Phantom Fox's heart? Old Bai answers honestly, we don't know either. He brought us to follow you lot. After completing 2 rounds of training, he left. But his strength and the sheer number of tools he had were clearly way beyond anything we could understand. We have no idea which faction he belongs to. A monster who can freely come and go from the trial grounds. That guy is most likely someone with limitless power. Whatever you want me to say, I've already said it all. As for everything we've done to you before, well, you lot have no reason to keep us alive. Kill us or beat us, it's your call. Unexpectedly, Fu Ba speaks up to beg for mercy. Seeing his demeanor, Old Bai can't help but be stunned. Fu Ba, you. Fu Ba turns to look at him. Old Bai, you're the one who taught me to read the room. Small fry like us were never meant to change the course of the world. It's better to live on your knees than die standing. After this heartwarming display, the two of them suddenly embrace and weep. Fu Ba, boss. Zhang Ping watches this with a hint of confusion, wondering why he finds the whole scene somewhat disgusting. Even though these two aren't high-level, they're at least veteran members of the investigation team. They should have a solid grasp of the situation outside the city walls and the inner workings of the team. Besides, who knows, we might still need them to point out that mysterious figure later. They still hold some value. He suddenly produces a glowing green gem, holding it out toward them. I can give you one chance, but from this moment on, you follow my orders completely. All you have to do is swallow this gemstone and the contract will be sealed. If you want to live, then prove your worth. Fu Ba speaks up upon hearing this. This thing is even more brutal than the Chu clan's blood oaths. Old Bai asks, you mean once we swallow this, we're beasts of burden for the rest of our lives? Is there any other option? He grits his teeth, clearly unwilling. At the White Iron Dust Tavern, Xu Zhang shoves food into his mouth while talking. This stuff is worth every coin. Even if I die, at least I'll die with a full belly. Manny chimes in from the side, I can't believe Mingzhu City currency actually works here. That's one less thing to worry about. Sidhu's voice rings out. When I first started my training regimen, this place was just a small tribe. Now look at how far it's come. From behind, a man drinking suddenly calls out, hey kid, you folks look like outsiders, am I right? Zhang Ping turns around with a smile. I heard a beast tide is hitting the town tomorrow. The man repeats his words in confusion. A beast tide? Oh, you mean those dangerous wolves young Jiang was talking about. I've heard that when the wolves attack, outsiders always come to help the townsfolk fight them off. But that's old news now. You must have seen that big guy up on the city wall, right? That thing can fire 5 giant arrows at once. No matter how many wolves come, they don't stand a chance. You lot might as well just be coat racks and rice bags for all the good you'll do. Zhang Ping glances back after hearing this. Is it really that simple? Noticing Jingdao's strange behavior, he feels puzzled. He walks over to her and asks, what's wrong? Jingdao turns around and voices her worries. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've been back to Mingzhu City. I wonder how things are holding up inside the city. Back in Mingzhu City, everyone still bustles about, hard at work. The shop owner glares at them and barks, if this broken down shop isn't fixed within 3 days, I'll throw you lot into the wall. They try to protest about the materials, but he cuts them off before they can finish. No excuses, tonight I want to smell bread baking. Passersby can't stop gossiping. Deputy City Lord Huang really went all out. I heard he was a hunting dog for the patrol team just to claw his way up to that position. At the City Lord's manor, the Heavenly Eternal Fox Spirit below reports, Your Highness, the city's reconstruction work is nearly complete. As far as the humans know, it was a natural disaster that the patrol team handled. The little fox sits imperiously above and asks in return, are those pigs in the city eating well and sleeping soundly? It continues, who wouldn't? Everyone praises the way you rule this city. Your Highness, as for the Chu clan, what do you think? She slowly rises and walks down. I know what you're worried about. The king has been imprisoned by Sidhu Shibai, so you're afraid the Chu clan will seize the opportunity to worm their way in. Do you not trust me? Faced with her question, it stammers out an explanation. I wouldn't dare. She barely pays attention and continues. The king killing Sidhu Shibai is only a matter of time. As for the Chu clan, Doga dog only behaves like a dog when it's trained. As long as the leash is in my hands, it's fine. It hesitates, then speaks up. But that Huang Ziming. No, Chu Zemming deceived us. She replies, I know. That's exactly why the Chu clan took the initiative to bring him back to let him atone for his mistakes. We do need his position as deputy city lord after all. Besides, he wouldn't dare deceive us again. They observe the scene through a lens suddenly. An unfamiliar voice rings out. Looks like you lot have been doing quite well for yourselves. The heavenly eternal fox immediately spins around, shouting alertly, who's there? The little fox tries to stop it. Wait, but it's too late. He strikes the heavenly eternal fox and reminds them coldly, remember this, you are nothing but pawns on the board. Know your place, little fox. Seeing that familiar figure, she involuntarily trembles and asks, what are you here for? He unfolds his technique, his pure blood form speaking as he does. You should know as well as I do, our kind has lost the ability to reproduce. Even if we can replace humans, it won't change the current situation with our dwindling numbers. That's why I've decided to tell you how to continue preserving your bloodline. Now that you've seized Mingzhu City and have enough resources, that method should no longer be beyond your reach. You're planning to go back to the snow plains, aren't you? At the snow plains, the wolf pack. Their group slowly strides along the road. System Beast Tide Countdown 5 minutes. Zhang Ping sees the notification and warns everyone, time's almost up. As soon as they spot them, the people ahead call out for help. Hey kid, no need to be so tense, come give me a hand. Xu Zhang peers through binoculars at the distance. Looks like it's almost here. A ferocious wolf pack charges straight toward the city walls. A voice shouts, fire! Thousands of arrows rain down. The wolves can't react in time, arrows pierce flesh and they howl in agony. Senior Yi stands above, looking down. These things pack that much punch. Looks like we really don't need to lift a finger. Another person beside him adds, but why is there a fox scent mixed in with the wolf's blood? Zhang Ping looks down and feels something is off. That's not right, that's the heavenly eternal fox. Arrows hammer down relentlessly on the wolf pack. The ringleader watches, unable to hide his smugness. HMPH, these guys didn't even get a proper warm-up. Looks like it's almost over. Time to wrap things up and have some hot soup. Then he pulls out a wooden crossbow, sets it on the wall, and aims downward. What the hell? This piece of junk crossbow jams at the worst possible moment. Nearby, people start calling out one after another. Ours is jammed too, this side as well, he panics and asks. What's going on? Below, the wolves surge toward them in ever-growing numbers. The ringleader's face drains of color. We're done for. Suddenly, a blast of flame roars in from nowhere, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Zhang Ping glances over and says, I knew it couldn't be that easy. Should have let my fists teach them a lesson from the start. Seeing the situation resolved, he orders, get the engineers over here. Now, the dark-haired girl responds, on it, down below. Jinba and several others charge up to attack. From the opposite side, Zhang Ping and the rest surge forward at the same time. Xu Zhang grips his weapon, an expression of pure delight on his face. Taste the might of my devastating swing. After finishing them off, Ming steps forward and speaks up. That's enough, you've already beaten their bodies into mincemeat. Xu Zhang immediately fires back. We barely found enemies weaker than Mechant, you let me enjoy myself for once. Zhang Ping looks ahead and asks, why hasn't the quest completion notification popped up yet? Ming, standing beside him, chimes in. Could there be stragglers we missed? Besides, where have these heavenly eternal foxes been popping up from lately? Suddenly, a voice rings down from atop the wall. Young Master Huang, young Master Wang, you two are finally here. The bald man walks up to the group of craftsmen and reports the situation. The crossbow suddenly stopped firing. Could you two please take a look and help us out? Changhu steps forward and asks, you summoned us just for this petty nonsense. The woman beside her crosses her arms and speaks up in annoyance. Exactly, we haven't even woken up properly yet. System skill activated. Mist Nightwalker. He suddenly leaps atop the wall. Senior Yi watches with mild confusion and asks Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping stands atop the wall with weapon in hand, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he gazes down below. In the next instant, he swings his weapon and strikes at the man without warning. She catches Changhu and glares at him furiously. Where the hell did this lunatic come from? Zhang Ping raises his gaze and calls them out. Your acting is terrible. You two beasts. Down below, Jinba and CC watch in shock as the foxes reveal their true forms. Two others rush in to block his path. How did you get in here? What's your purpose? Be careful, they're heavenly eternal foxes. Just like the crescent moon wolves, they can devour humans. He keeps his gaze locked and shouts, quick, stop him. Surprisingly, the bald man's voice rings out. Enough! Young Master Huang and Young Master Wang are the chief designers of the crossbow. Their contributions to this town are plain for all to see. On the contrary, you lot attacked them without even distinguishing right from wrong. I reckon you're trying to steal the credit, sneaking around and sabotaging the crossbow so it can't fire. Outsiders are nothing but trouble. Escort the chief engineer to get treatment. Throw these outsiders in the dungeon. The man's baseless accusations leave him somewhat irritated. Even so, he speaks up to stop them. Hey, don't go. In the dungeon of White Iron Town, the green-haired man locks them inside. Behave yourselves in here. Xu Zhang slumps to the ground and asks Zhang Ping in confusion, why didn't you let us fight back? This dungeon can't hold us. Zhang Ping turns around, sighs wearily and answers, killing foxes is easy. Finding their den is the hard part. I deliberately let them throw us into this deserted dungeon so we can move without being watched. Xu Zhang grumbles in agreement, fair point. Those two foxes disguised as humans hold some serious authority in this town. If we killed them, we'd probably end up as fugitives out there. The quest isn't even finished yet. I don't want to be stuck wandering out in the cold. Besides, the food here is pretty decent, meat every meal. But that last remark leaves Zhang Ping feeling utterly helpless. Ming glances around and suggests, how about we quietly kill those two foxes and drag their corpses out for the villagers to see. Behind them, the bickering voices of two others ring out. What's the rush? We haven't even had dinner yet. Eat, 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 that's all you ever think about. System wind speaker effect activated. Zhang Ping grows suspicious. He turns and asks, is that sound coming from those two foxes? Outside, she glances around and speculates, those killers have to be at least level 30, if we don't leave now. Are we waiting to get skinned and turned into necklaces? Zhang peers ahead cautiously and asks, where the hell did they come from? They didn't just ruin our plant, they might have seen through our true identities. She follows him and adds, the urgent thing is to notify the other members of our kin. Otherwise, we'll end up getting attacked by our own side again tomorrow. Sensing someone watching, she whips her head around, eyes sharp with vigilance. Who's there? But when they turn around, there's not a single soul in sight. Changhu speaks up, your hallucinations are acting up again. If you're not hungry, hurry back to the den and gnaw on some frozen meat. Reassured, they continue on their way. She glances to the side and speaks up. Hungry? What the hell are you talking about? Right now, all I want is to survive. Behind them, Zhang Ping tails them in silence, thinking to himself. Appraisal. System appraisal successful. System mutated beast heavenly eternal fox LVL27. Type mutated fox. Bloodline Snow Tribe, potential 2-star, class high-grade mutated beast. Ability cognitive distortion capable of altering the perception of living beings, can modify a target's cognition. He reads the prompt and murmurs to himself, Snow Tribe, heavenly eternal fox. The man in the wool cap stands at the door and starts counting. 1, 2, 3. Damn it, why is someone always missing every time I count? Despite his watchful guard, the group remains completely unfazed. Tingjiao steps forward and speaks up. Hey, Mr. Guard, you've done 3 head counts since breakfast. Maybe try counting on your fingers next time. Xu Zhang walks over and adds, exactly. We're all law-abiding citizens here, not like that Zhang Ping over there. But the moment he realizes what he just said, he slaps a hand over his mouth. His words trigger something in the guard, who suddenly exclaims, that's right, I don't see their leader anywhere. Get over here. We've got jailbreakers. Without warning, a massive explosion rips through the wall behind them. CC sees it and exclaims, is that the moon-chasing mystic turtle's teleportation array? The guard tenses up instantly. What the hell are you lot pulling now? Sensing the situation going south, CC shouts a warning, this place is about to blow, everyone scatter. The moment she finishes, the wall shatters apart. The massive silhouette of a giant turtle appears right behind them. The red-haired girl clutches her head and yells, ow, that hurts. Xu Zhang forces a laugh and looks around. Can you not be so sudden next time? We're done, Forvin, explaining ourselves next time won't matter. I really don't want to sleep out in the snow. The turtle looks at them and speaks. Everyone climb on. Zhang Ping sent me to pick you up. He's already uncovered some new leads on this quest. Once we clear this stage, you won't have to stay in this place anymore. Meanwhile, the two heavenly eternal foxes slowly step into the cave. One of them looks at the others and asks, "Is everyone here?" The red-haired wolf glances around at the ones present and asks, 300 brothers, and this is all that's left. Why didn't the two of you just die out there? Another one speaks up, there was nothing we could do, outsiders interfered. The one standing beside it adds, the wounds on this one were also inflicted by those people. Besides, no need to be so pessimistic. Once we get our hands on that equipment, raising as many of our kin as we want will be nothing but a matter of time. While the heavenly eternal foxes are still talking, a massive explosion blows out the wall behind them. Jinba strolls in and says, I was wondering why it smelled so rotten in here. So this is a fox den. The orange-haired wolf takes a fighting stance and stares them down. You've been tailed. The heavenly eternal fox standing nearby chimes in. Impossible, these guys are way too high profile. How could I have been tracked? Behind them, a figure shrouded in shadow emerges, eyes sharp and cold as blades. Surprised. Your ancestors appeared in my dreams and told me to clean house. The orange-haired heavenly eternal fox hears this, whips around immediately, his expression flickering with a trace of fear. Boss, something's off. Who the hell are you? Surprisingly, the figure erupts with a torrent of dark energy that surges straight toward them. The terrifying force blasts them off their feet and sends them hurtling through the air. Elder Yi launches his technique and charges in from behind, and us to eat this fist. Caught completely off guard by the surprise assault, it fails to react and gets sent flying. The red-dressed girl unleashes a relentless chain of combo attacks. This combo is called Hellchain Jade Break. Remember it well. Countless arrows rain down as Ming stands motionless, controlling them to strike the enemies. The red-scaled girl suddenly appears from behind and pats him on the shoulder. Well done. The heavenly eternal fox trembles the moment it sees them and begs, don't come any closer. Zhang Ping holds back his irritation, his expression stern. Answer me honestly. Where did you come from? Was staying here an order from the Moon Prince? She clutches her head and says, trembling, I don't know who you're talking about. We were born here. Hearing her say this, the heavenly eternal fox flies into a rage. Shut your mouth, you fool. Sissy draws her sword and points it at his throat. Still want to cause trouble. Yet he shows not a shred of fear and answers defiantly, the heavenly eternal fox will never bow to humans. We're dead either way. Might as well go down fighting. He drops all pretense and immediately reveals his true form. Zhang Ping's eyes flash, he grips his spear and charges straight at them. System Rage acquired, Ming's Mist Energy 20, successfully aided Platinum Town in overcoming its crisis, trial complete. After the successful elimination, Sissy exclaims with joy. Looks like we've completed the training course without any major issues, Xu Zhang chimes in from beside her. But after everything we went through in Platinum Town, the hidden achievement, I'd say don't get your hopes up. A strange noise suddenly echoes from outside. Zhang Ping glances over, his expression tinged with bewilderment. What was that sound? His eyes suddenly go wide. Inside the room, the heavenly eternal foxes are contained within a series of experimental tubes. He asks in shock, what is this? The group steps closer. Zhang Ping stares at the scene before him, thinking, I've seen things like this in movies from my previous life. Mingzhu City definitely shouldn't possess technology like this. And why does it feel so familiar? Xu Zhang looks around in awe and exclaims, these machines are even more sophisticated than anything I've ever built. This truly blows my mind. Jingjiao speaks up from nearby, asking a question. I can't sense any souls. Could this too be something the trial grounds have nurtured over time? Manny stands nearby, pulling out a book and saying, look, this contains handwritten experimental data. It proves someone was operating here. Experiment log 217, the creation of an entirely new species. Zaisi hears this, steps over to her and frowns slightly. In other words, the heavenly eternal fox was artificially bred by humans. Manny chimes in from the side, no wonder there are no previous records of the heavenly eternal fox anywhere. So it turns out to be an entirely new species. Another figure appears, glaring at him with irritation before speaking. Damn it, those little foxes I transported back then were all goddamn lab specimens. Sidhu hearing this falls into deep thought. Plus time flows much slower in the trial grounds than outside. so naturally. Raising the heavenly eternal Fox King would take an incredibly long time, makes perfect sense. Manny reads through the book while reporting to everyone. Wait, there's more experimental data recorded in these documents. The title reads Potential Development of the Saintess. The experiment was conducted in the Lost Forest, but the content after that appears to have been deliberately destroyed. Jing Jiao immediately rushes over and stands beside her, asking, "The Lost Forest isn't that the name of the next trial area?" Zhang Ping also steps forward and examines the book. It seems if they want to uncover the truth, they'll have no choice but to continue the trial. His eyes narrow slightly as he issues an order. However, to prevent more heavenly eternal foxes from being created, we need to destroy this place before entering the next trial zone. At Shengsu village, a woman enters the room and asks the man following behind her, "What are you doing here?" He replies, "You promised me that once you broke through to king rank, you'd hand over the corpse of Sidhu Shibai. Naturally, I'm here to verify the progress." Her gaze turns ice cold as she raises her hand, channeling her technique. "To break through to king rank, I must fully absorb the Saintess's power. Over this entire period, I've devoted tremendous effort to my research, and up to now, I'm confident I've grasped 70% of it. Becoming a king, that happens today." The energy engulfs the girl in the center of the room, then lifts her body into the air, suspended in midair. From the house, an overwhelmingly terrifying surge of energy radiates outward in all directions. He can't help but exclaim in shock, "Is this the power of a king?" An incredibly intense and unique power emanates from the girl's body. Even the woman herself is left stunned. Immediately after, a massive explosion rips through the area, sending her flying. The shockwave is so intense that she vomits blood. The mysterious figure behind her looks in her direction and speaks. "Quite the commotion, wouldn't you say? If I weren't here today, your little holy village might have been blown to pieces." Hearing the familiar voice, she immediately spins around and exclaims in shock, "It's you." He steps forward, musing aloud, "Chen Junding's power can continuously evolve. Across this entire world, she is truly a one-of-a-kind existence. If properly guided, she could very well become the strongest being in this world. And you want to absorb all of her still evolving power? What a waste of heaven's gift." Hearing this, she immediately spins around, alarmed. "Wasn't this village fully sealed off? How did you get in here?" He answers coldly, "You think these little insects could stop me? It's just a shame that what I prepared for Chen Junding in the trial is no longer usable now. But now I have a new research subject, so this time I'll let you off the hook." Hearing this, she asks in confusion, "The trial, you were just trying to make Chen Junding kill her own father with her own hands to push her potential one step further, weren't you?" Disgusting. Before her suspicion, his expression twists with irritation and he glares at her. "Don't say that. This time I came here specifically to help you break through to king rank. I can improve this formation for you. All you need are 100 awaken hearts as a catalyst." In the end, she stops refusing and accepts the offer, then turns and walks forward. "Fine, as it happens, I'm already exhausted today. Xiangming, go brew a pot of tea." He stands behind her, his expression contemplative, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "The Moon King of the Heavenly Eternal Fox, the Chu clan's solar divine bird. So then the holy village belongs to Li Aixu. Now every faction is about to possess the power of a king. All the pieces are in place. Zhang Pings, don't let my game become too boring now." Back with the group in the dark forest, the red-dressed girl walks while glancing around and asks, "I've seen this tree 3 times already. Are we going in circles?" Kim Ba, walking beside her, speaks up, "The fog is too thick. Visibility is less than a single meter." Xu Zhang nearby is checking the compass, but the golden compass is completely useless here. "The training quest requires us to kill someone from outside. Could they really be forcing us to slaughter each other?" Zhang Ping turns to look at them and continues, "Theoretically, this trial ground can be entered solo, so it wouldn't assign a quest that a single person can't complete." Xu Zhang hears this and adds, "But didn't the captain say the trial ground adapts its training method based on who enters?" A shadow materializes behind them, accompanied by a voice, "Judging by your looks, you are from outside, aren't you?" One of them exclaims. "Who's there?" The girl looks at their faces and raises her hands in surrender. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm a resident of Wuyi town. I noticed you all seemed lost, so I came to check on you. If you don't mind, I can lead the way." Before his guard remains up, Jing Dao smiles faintly and speaks, I've already checked, she means no harm. They trust her and follow. She leads them to stand before a towering wall. We're here, this is Wuyi Town. Zhang Ping looks toward the wall and asks, the fog around here has thinned out a lot. There's some kind of barrier in place, isn't there? Sidhu stands beside him and answers, as far as I remember, Wuyi village was just a shabby little hamlet that sold funeral goods, wasn't it? How did it grow into all this? And if you've all become wandering spirits, then something must have happened to this trial ground in the past, right? The girl turns to face them, her gaze a shade more suspicious than before. That's quite a long story, but first we'll come to Wuyi Town. At an inn in Wuyi Town, they feast on surprisingly fine food and drink. Xu Zhang stares at the ghosts surrounding them, his expression one of utter disbelief. This place can actually serve such fine food. We can't even hear their heartbeats. Jingdao hears this but remains utterly unconcerned, eating and drinking with perfect composure. Not every wandering spirit means harm to humans. Either way, I trust them. The young man, seeing the scene, speaks up somewhat awkwardly. Please don't blame this gentleman. Back in the day, we'd be shaking in our boots at the sight of wandering spirits too. Even so, seeing everyone like this piques his curiosity, and he asks, you were all human once, why did you end up like this? The young man's face darkens immediately, but he still speaks up to explain. We ran into giants as tall as 10-story buildings. Hearing this startles him. Giants, he thinks, isn't that the same as? The young man's eyes glisten with unshed tears as he tells them. After becoming wandering spirits, our sense of time grew hazier by the day. We no longer know how many years ago it happened. That day, the fog over the forest vanished without explanation. Then 4 mountains of flesh crashed down from the sky, trampling the forest to splinters. Against monsters like that, we had no way to fight back. Wuyi village was utterly reduced to rubble. Not a single villager escaped. Every last one perished in the catastrophe. After an indeterminate time, everyone suddenly came back to life as if by some miracle. But when they woke, they discovered they had all turned into wandering spirits. After that, the fog blanketed the forest once more. The giants seemed to lose their target because of it and ceased their rampage. It was also around that time that an outsider arrived at the village. Under his leadership, not only were we able to rebuild the village, but we used the knowledge he shared to develop it into what it is today. For that reason, he became the grand sage of our town. The young man's words fill him with fury. He slams his fist on the table. Where is this grand sage right now? In his mind, he thinks so an outsider can actually alter the environment of a trial ground. Could that mysterious figure be connected to the creation of the heavenly eternal fox? At the sage's residence, the young man looks toward the figure seated behind a curtain and announces, Grand Sage, there are outsiders here to see you. The man immediately pulls the curtain aside. Why did it take so long this time? That's nothing like your usual efficiency. Ah, did I mistake you for someone else? What a senile old fool I am. The moment they lay eyes on him, one of them gasps in shock. You're Chen Haiyun. Zhang Ping is equally stunned. Chen Haiyun, the one who went missing over 10 years ago. Manny immediately chimes in. He's Chen Junding's father. The moment he hears her mention his daughter, he asks frantically, you know Junding. How is she? How is my daughter doing now? His intense reaction alarms the young man, who rushes to his side at once. Grand Sage. He steadies himself, glances over and makes a request. You. Step outside for now, I want to speak with them privately. The young man immediately complies. Yes, sir. After that, Manny explains the current situation regarding Chen Junding. After learning the full story, he gazes up at the ceiling in sorrow. In the end, he still couldn't escape it. The more he dwells on it, the angrier he becomes. He slams his fist down on the wheelchair. We had a deal me life in exchange for Junding's. And that bastard dared to break his word. But the violent outburst causes him to cough up blood. System bloodline physique activated. Zhang Ping rushes forward. The man you're talking about's our common enemy. His eyes narrow. Brimming with killing intent, he asks, what exactly did he do? Haiyun wipes the blood from his mouth with a handkerchief and answers, that year. I left Mingzhu City on a training expedition and happened to meet an extraordinary woman. She was not only well-versed in the classics but also remarkably kind and virtuous. Before long, the two of us came together and became husband and wife. It was only later that I learned she was the saintess who had escaped from Chengzhou village. By that time, Li Aixu had already seized total control of Chengzhou village. The saintess's power was what allowed her to break free from Li Aixu's grasp. It was precisely that realization, seeing Li Aixu's oppression for what it was, that drove her to flee. But the days that followed were nothing but an endless pursuit by Chengzhou village. Junding was born into such immense pressure. Because Li Aixu was a wanted fugitive of Mingzhou City, and my wife bore the identity of Chengzhou village's saintess, we could never seek help from the city. In the throes of desperation, I secretly contacted my father Chen Zuli and found every way possible to have him take Junding into the city and raise her. But just as we were about to send Junding away, the assassins caught up. To protect Junding, my wife fought with her life, but she still couldn't hold them off. At the very brink of death, that man appeared. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered every last pursuer. He even swore he could keep Junding safe and sound. But the price: I had to come to this place forever and live among the wandering spirits. At first I thought it was all for Junding, no price was too great. But gradually I came to realize this trial ground was nothing but that man's private playground. The fog, the giants, everything was controlled by his hand alone. He used me to cultivate blood essence, fed the giants with the wandering spirits' resentment, then waited for Junding to come and kill meal for his amusement. We were nothing but tools for his entertainment. I don't know how many years I've been trapped here, but to keep me alive, he kept sending medicine without fail. But this time the medicine never came. I thought I'd finally been set free, but in truth, it's because you all arrived. Outside the house, the ground suddenly erupts into a violent tremor. Sensing something wrong, he speaks at once. It seems my time is running out. That man once said, once I die, the fog will lift and the giants will regain their full strength. Before his words send a jolt of panic through him. What the hell are you talking about? I won't let you die. But immediately after, a viscous red liquid engulfs the old man's entire body. What the hell does this mean? No matter what I do, nothing ever changes. Zhang Ping, seeing this, can't help but cry out in alarm. Did you not just say that only after your death could those giants regain their power? Then let us strike while they have yet to fully recover and slaughter them all. But he appears to have lost all hope. His eyes brim with despair as he questions him. That is not what I mean. Even if we eradicate all the giants, what would truly change? Reuniting with my family was the sole reason I continued to exist. Now that my wife and child are gone, no matter how much I seek revenge, they will never return. No matter how I struggle, no matter how hard I fight, this world simply strips everything from me. Zhang Ping's face darkens. He calls out his full name, Chen Haowen. Yet his resolve remains unshaken, adamant in his decision. I do not wish to go on. I am weary of this wretched existence. Come now, kill me and this trial will end. Disregarding his pleas, he roars his name again, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Chen Haowen, do you think this world is unfair to you? Do you think it has taken everything from you? Stop being a fool, all of this is only natural. From the living corpses of Shengzhou village to the tamed beasts of the Mingzhou City Chu clan, and even the wandering souls of your own town are kept like livestock by the heavenly fox. In this place nothing is reasonable, and nothing proceeds according to our own desires. This world is truly damnation itself. Do you think everyone is unaware of this? But so what? Are we to simply abandon our resistance and fade away gracefully? As for me, I will continue to battle. I will struggle and resist until the final moment of my life. I will never let that thing succeed, nor will I let it toy with your life. If you wish to give up so badly, then use this dagger to end it yourself. He thrusts the blade toward him before turning away in a fit of rage. Make your choice: die like a pathetic worm or become a demon of vengeance. That day, everyone remembered the terror of being ruled by giants. Upon seeing the monsters appear, the villagers panicked and scattered, screaming, "Giants! The giants are here, run!" A woman hides in a nearby alley, clutching her face in utter despair. Where can we even run to? We are doomed, this time we are truly finished. Man Nai approaches to reassure them, do not panic, we will think of a way to deal with the giants together. Yet upon seeing the beasts, they cannot stop themselves from shrieking, moan monsters. The tortoise approaches them and asks, "Are you referring to me as a monster?" Zhu Zhang replies helplessly, "Who else would it be?" On Zhang Ping's side, he is busy stabilizing Chen Haowen. With his condition momentarily settled, the rest now depends on the others. The system notification appears: pure bloodline physique activated. They divide into several teams. Team A Jinba Liu Sisi, Chen Ming Team B Feng Kaixian Bai De Chu Qing Bai Long Fuba Team C Dai Changchun Sukingba Team D Zhen Zuji. Zhao Yanlong Zhao Yanhu Ada, all of them respond in unison understood. Zhang Ping focuses his gaze intently. The giants have yet to fully recover their strength. Splitting into 4 teams to handle the 4 giants is the most effective method. Hopefully, no unexpected incidents occur. In the Lost Forest, Jinba moves cautiously, observing his surroundings. The mist has truly dissipated. That mysterious person was actually capable of this, but at least now we can clearly see the giant's forms. This must be the giant assigned to our Team A. Upon spotting the mutated beast, they immediately come to a halt. Jinba calls out. Chen Ming, riding his sword, replies, understood. He lunges forward, flying straight toward the giant's face. He extends his hand, unleashing a technique to strike the beast. Go! His technique strikes true, slamming into its head. With its massive frame, the giant slowly turns its head. Ming is startled by its physiologino blood, and the wound heals instantly, just like the 2 previous puppets. Immediately, it lashes out with its hand. Jinba rushes to assist, shouting a reminder to keep their focus. He stands beside him and asks, in other words, these giants have a core controlling their actions, don't they? Ming gestures to the side and replies, indeed, just like the ugly emblem on the heads of the previous puppets, but this giant's size is so vast. We cannot determine where its core is located. Team leader, I wish to use the power of the golden blood. Hearing this, he asks in surprise, my power, didn't you say you could only maintain it for 30 seconds? Ming replies, I have been training my physical strength with Headmaster Feng and the others. I can likely sustain it for longer now. Seeing a solution, he smiles smugly. Looking at you, I assume you have already devised a way to resolve this. Very well, but you must know your limits. Ming quickly drinks from the vial of blood. Consuming this potent blood amplifies his abilities but places a heavy burden on his body. He cannot maintain it for long. While his abilities are enhanced, his flying sword can transform into a non-corporeal state. Thus, the speed of his strikes can reach the speed of light. The vial of blood seems to have further empowered his technique. He unleashes the dimensional slash-sword technique to attack. After success, he calls out a reminder. The giant's recovery speed cannot match the speed of my slashes. Once the core is exposed, the team leader must deliver a fatal blow. Jinba agrees instantly. Understood, he then activates his own technique. Golden Snow maximum release. Ming strikes forward, thinking to himself, no, the efficiency is still too low, I must expand the range of the attack. Jinba looks down and shouts, Liu Sisi, I recall you have the ability to create mirrors. Can you arrange them around the giant? She holds her jade token and replies, but my ability can only be used to bewilder the opponent. Jinba retorts instantly, never mind that, trust me. Sissy stops hesitating. She activates her technique, her eyes sharp as she stares at the mutated beast. Understood. She immediately unleashes the flower mirror, water moon technique. Ming sees the situation turning in their favor, his joy evident. Well done. Utilizing the mirrors she created, he immediately launches his attack. Water Mirror Savage Dance. The monster roars in agony after the continuous barrage. One of them finally discovers its weak point. Found it, that spot must be the core. She calls out to the team leader. Seizing this opportunity, Jinba unleashes his technique, Golden Finish, and strikes the giant directly. Die! The technique pierces through its chest at blinding speed. The core shatters, emitting a blinding golden light. A few seconds later, the monster is completely defeated. Jinba pats his shoulder, his expression overflowing with joy. As expected of you, to devise a countermeasure so quickly. Out. There is no one else suitable to lead the next battle but you. Ming shows little interest, his expression indifferent. Forget it, just thinking about it is bothersome. Let Liu Sisi handle it. Tis looked toward the mutant and reported, Squad A has completed its reconnaissance. These giants are like the puppets we encountered before. The weak point is the core embedded in their chests. Jinba exclaimed all they had to do was destroy the core to halt the giants' movements entirely. On Zhang Ping's side, Chen Haowen suddenly coughed up blood. The sight sent a jolt of panic through him. Looking at Chen Haowen, his eyes still brimming with unease. He glanced at the old man, thinking what happened. Why had so many dark wounds suddenly manifested inside his body? A booming voice erupted from within the sphere. Get out of the way. The mutant suddenly reanimated and lunged straight at them. Tis dodged aside and called out the alert. Intel update, the giant's core is confirmed to be located in the chest area. but the dead giant has come back to life. Zhang Ping shifted his gaze to the side, his expression contemplative. The giant's core had been destroyed, yet it had already regenerated. Dark wounds suddenly appeared all over Chen Haowen's body. Could there be a connection between the two? An appraisal maybe. A system notification popped up. System Soul Suppression Seal Host has established a lifelink with other targets. The linked target's power will be permanently suppressed until the host's death. Target suppressed 4 symbiotic entities. If a life-linked target receives a fatal blow, the host will sacrifice HP to restore the target's fatal wound continuously, until the host's death. He spoke, the curse isn't just one type, these dark wounds can't be fully healed in a short time either. He played us hard. On Jinba's side, he and Tis sprinted while reporting the situation. Everyone listen up, I know why the giant came back to life. That mysterious figure placed 2 curses on Chen Haowen. One forces him to suppress the giant's internal power. The other siphons his life force to repair the giant's core whenever it's destroyed. Destroying the core now will accelerate Chen Haowen's death. Wen Ming, running alongside them, offered a suggestion. Damn it, I already burned through most of my stamina using sword light earlier. Now even flying on a sword is a stretch. Wait. If Zhang Ping's chain reaction theory holds, doesn't that mean the giant is even stronger now? The mutant raised its arm, eyes blazing with savage fury. Ming Duo couldn't dodge in time and crashed to the ground, his face twisted in agony. The 2 above them weren't faring much better. Jinba pressed a hand to the ground, sensing the oppressive force. Is this the giant's true power? Over at Squad D, the red-haired girl climbed onto a duh and reported. We've stayed hidden from the giant this whole time, but we're still getting hit by the gravity field. The range on this gravity is insane. How do we even get out of it? At Squad B, the situation was no better. Senior Yi slammed a fist into the ground and roared, don't you two have ability-sealing artifacts? Use them now. Someone nearby shouted back, we want to but we can't find them. At Squad C, Qingba analyzed the surroundings. If I merge my body into the snail shell, this ability won't affect me. But the giant doesn't need to breathe, so I have no way to attack it either. Changchun beside him urged, stop yapping, get over here and help. On Zhang Ping's side, the reports from everyone deepened his worry. Everyone's situation was far from optimistic. Can't fight, can't retreat. Was there really no other way? Haowen, his face taut with tension, spoke up, I still have something in reserve, please. Create an opening and destroy the giant's core as fast as you can. When the time comes, leave it to me, I can make sure the giant's core never regenerates. Zhang Ping's eyes darkened. He asked, do you have a way to break the curse? The old man smiled calmly and replied, I've lived this long golf course, I've got a few tricks hidden up my sleeve, but this is a one-shot deal. I'm counting on all of you. On Jinba's side, he stomped hard on the ground, pouring everything into his technique Noble Gold Bloodline Supreme Release. Tis drove her ice sword into the ground and locked eyes on him. We have to destroy the core simultaneously. I refuse to be the one dragging everyone down. Jinba turned back and nodded. Good, let them see what our combat squad is made of. On Senior Yi's side, the 2 split the yin-yang circle artifact into 2 halves. He hurled the pieces toward the mutant and shouted triumphantly, it worked. The gravity field has disappeared. But then he sensed something wrong and immediately spun around with a warning. But that means we've got 0 defense left, you have to protect us. Senior Yi's body erupted with an overwhelming blaze of fire. He reassured everyone, sorry about that, took a bit longer to ignite tonight, don't worry, it won't take long. On another front, Changchun looked at the giant with contempt. You brought this on yourself, this time it's your turn to kneel. He called out, Brother Chuo, hold it steady. I'm going to siphon some nutrients from it, should hold me over for now. Over with Yan Long's group, Zhu Jai rubbed her nose, looked around and spoke. Are you guys sure this plan actually works? I can't believe we actually got swallowed by the giant. That sensation of sliding all the way down its esophagus, I do not want to experience that again. Yan Hu held up a torch for light and spoke. Just as I expected, the giant's internal cavity isn't affected by the gravity field. We're safe in here. Next step, locate the core. Keep movements light, don't let the giant notice us. On another front, the cloaked man gazed at the scene before him and spoke. Sacrificing Zhu Yuanlong still wasn't enough to fully restore the Solar Divine Raptor's power. We don't even have active control over it. The Chu clan really has fallen far. Let me lend a hand. He sat down and glanced to the side. You've guarded this training ground for so long, must have been rough. Mountain ancestor, from now on you listen to the Chu clan. He then stood and walked toward his subordinates. All you've ever done is reconstruct the divine raptor's body. You never gave it a soul. The raptor's only consciousness was the lingering grudge from Zhu Yuanlong's life. That's why it was so savage. Now I've infused it with the mountain ancestor's level 39 soul. The divine raptor is now stronger than it ever was at its peak. One of them looked at the man and spoke with deep gratitude. We truly thank you, sir. The one beside him continued, you've saved the Chu clan from the brink of destruction. The Chu clan will repay this debt. The man listened and smiled with satisfaction. No need for formalities with the power of a king class. You should be able to negotiate with those foxes now, right? To be honest, I never had high hopes for any of you. The Chu clan's beast-taming legacy should have ended long ago. He then suddenly stepped forward and ruffled the hair of the boy standing in the middle. But I'm quite interested in this little devil's demon game. This kid will surpass every single one of you. He might even carve a new path for the Chu clan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave them with final instructions. There's no time to waste. Head to Mingzhu City immediately. Oh, and one more thing. Li Aixu has already broken through to king rank. I suggest you cooperate with the heavenly eternal fox in good faith. Don't even think about pulling any tricks while the Moon King is away, with the scale of Chengzhu village backing them. You alone don't stand a chance. After turning away, a cunning smile crept across his face. Finally settled the three factions. Time to go meet Zhang Ping. The mutant flicked out its tongue as a layer of water enveloped its body. From the distance, shards of ice hurtled in. Technique fully deployed. Roared blizzard storm. Seizing the moment the mutant was staggered, she surged forward from afar like a gale. Tis thrust her hands forward, channeling every ounce of strength into the strike against the creature. Though the ice's lethality was amplified massively under the gravity field, it still wasn't enough to shatter the giant's core directly. All she needed was to hold its attention. It's coming. Right at that moment, countless swords rained down from above, slamming into the giant's arm. Xiang Ming shouts down from above, taunting, I'm not dead yet, you know. Chen Ming, Liu Xixian, thanks for your hard work, everyone. On the ground below, he deploys his technique. The earth fractures into multiple shards from beneath, each one carrying a surge of brutal power. This gravity field looks terrifying, but the actual area of effect is much smaller than expected. Right now, I'm outside the gravity field's range. At this distance to destroy the core, this is the only move that can do it. Seizing the moment, he extends his hand forward and unleashes the technique Golden Radiance Piercing Iron. Team A's preparations are complete. They can bombard the core at any moment. On Team D's side, Jin Ba and Yan Long channel their energy downward. Seeing Q fully prepared, the red-haired girl immediately relays the signal. Team B is ready as well. Team C is standing by, waiting for the order. She glances toward them and calls out, is it done yet? We're the only ones left. Yan Hu rushes over and replies, done already. Yan Long hears this, crosses his arms and stands to the side, watching silently. We've used the Holy Mother blood to weaken the core's power. Now with Big Sis's power and a does, they can definitely take it down in a single strike. Yan Hu, standing beside them, chimes in, what comes next depends on Big Sis over there. Big Sis. She lets out a light breath, then shifts into a combat stance and activates the 100 Battles Frost Mountain Rune. She announces Team D preparations complete. Facing Hao Wen, he shouts the announcement, I'll count down from 5. Everyone bombard the core simultaneously. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as he reaches 2, a deafening roar erupts from deep within the forest. He reaches the final number 1. On Team A's side, he launches his attack technique forward. Is that piercing star? A colossal surge of power hurtles straight toward the monster. On Team B's side, they launch their attacks at the exact same moment. Changchun charges forward with the Beast King's ultimate Art Phoenix Rend Sky Strike. On Team C's side, the tree creature pins the monster down with its roots while unleashing its technique Growth Induction. Nutrition sufficient. But unfortunately, the taste isn't all that great. On Team D's side, the girl and the others press the assault. She charges in, unleashing a chain combo shield Shadow Sky Strike into rear chariot kill flanking toward Hao Wen's position. He also begins his move, a blazing red energy envelops his body. Alright, I'm going to use that technique now. That technically I can pull it off. So get out of my body and don't waste this chance. Zhang Ping, standing beside him, asks with visible worry. Is there really going to be no problem? Suddenly the man smiles faintly and speaks, thank you. Zhang Ping, you are the one who reignited my hope. Thank you. Seeing him like this leaves Zhang Ping utterly stunned. Chen Haowen seems to have guessed his intention and immediately tries to dissuade him. Don't come over. I've lived long enough, I've been wanting to leave for a while now. Thank you all for protecting this town, you gave my life meaning once more. Junding, this time, your old man really pulled it off. Watching him sacrifice himself right before his eyes while being completely unable to help. Zhang Ping can't stop blaming himself. On the communication jades, everyone's status reports keep coming through one after another. Team A core shows no abnormalities, Team B same here, looks like we actually did it. How did we even pull this off? Jing Jiao walks toward him from behind, smiling. Zhang Ping, I heard the operation was a success. But the moment she sees his condition, she freezes. What happened here? As if suddenly remembering something, he turns to her and asks urgently, right Su Jingjiao, your ability can directly interact with souls. Can you preserve Chen Haowen's soul? Jingjiao kneels down beside him, her body trembling as she tries to respond, let me try. It won't work. In his current state, even if the soul is pulled back, it'll dissipate almost immediately. He extends his hand and speaks. Time inside the treasury is frozen, though living beings can't be brought in. So at the very least let him see Chen Junding one last time. Mourning the village. Everyone in the village stands gathered around his coffin. Elder Yi stands on the outside, gazing in with eyes full of regret. Chen Haowen wasn't a native of this place, so his soul can't linger here, can it? Zhang Ping can't help but blame himself. It's all my fault, if only I had noticed sooner. Zizi hears his words and speaks to comfort him. A warrior's fate isn't to die in bed. This is the most glorious way for him to leave the stage. A gust of wind swirls beside him like a sudden vortex. He looks over, confused. He eyes it with a vigilant expression, then asks, is this a teleportation gate leading to the final stage? Suddenly his eyes widen in sheer disbelief. From ahead, the mysterious figure's voice rings out, experiment data from all 4 giants has been fully retrieved. Impressive, truly impressive. I didn't expect anyone to defeat my masterpiece. He instinctively tightens his grip on his weapon. The figure pauses for 2 seconds, then adds, reaction speed meets the standard. The instant they lay eyes on him, everyone channels their energy, raises their weapons, and prepares to charge. The figure shows not a shred of fear, he even laughs arrogantly. However, insolence within the master's domain is unwise. Just as they're about to lunge, a wave of dark energy radiates from his body. That very energy locks Zhang Ping in place. His expression shifts to bewilderment. What is this? Can't move. He raises his hand, glances at the group. Can't use it here, let's change locations. Then he flicks his finger casually. With that single flick, all of them are teleported deep into the forest. This place will do. Zhang Ping's mind race silently invokes appraisal. The figure tilts his head, glancing toward the people behind. Those people over there, are they also your companions? System alert, administrator privileges detected. Appraisal skill NULLIFIED. She and Ada are frozen, implacable to charge forward. He speaks mockingly, the way you all destroyed the giant's core, quite entertaining. A pity though, I didn't like it. The moment he finishes speaking, a blast of dark power rockets toward Zhang Ping's companions. Zhang Ping grits his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. In his mind, he screams one command move. Through sheer willpower, he tears free from the restraint, grips his weapon and lunges from behind, then stops. Seeing that Zhang Ping can actually move, the figure's eyes flicker with surprise, watching him dash toward the others. The figure thinks he broke free of the restraint. Has the trial grounds already started acknowledging this kid? He hasn't even set foot on the heavenly divine peak yet. Then he smiles with genuine amusement. Interesting. Zhang Ping dashes toward Zhu Jai, extending his hand. Zhu Ji, grab my hand. Before she fades away, Zhu Jai doesn't forget her parting words. Remember to feed the ants for me this time. Consider it me going on ahead. The figure's voice rings out from behind. Futile. Watched bright flame is severing the contract. How does it feel to be abandoned by the world? They're all fading one by one. System alert, contract terminated. Don't blame anyone but yourself, you're simply too weak. The very act committed against him fills him with fury. He whips around, screaming, I'll chop you into pieces. All while system notifications keep popping up. System contract, Jewel activated, weapon enhancement 100%. System missed, Nightwalker speed enhancement 300%. Substantiation form advanced -300. Missed Dao body -1000. Substantiation remaining 0. Missed remaining 0. Damage amplification 10,000%. Missed flame 300. Ancient King's Blood active. Passive for every 10% stamina lost, damage 20%. System King's Jewel activated, all attributes doubled, duration 10 minutes. His energy engulfs the entire forest, leaving the enemy visibly confused. He swings his weapon down toward the ground. Countless attack formations. Before his relentless barrage, the enemy's figure fades only to suddenly reappear behind him. Zhang Ping reacts instantly, spinning around and striking downward. But against such ferocity, the enemy casually catches his weapon with a single hand. "You're not worthy of being my opponent, not anymore." With one simple motion, the weapon shatters to pieces in his grip. Zhang Ping seethes with rage. The war scythe is already gone, but he refuses to give up, channeling every ounce of strength into a desperate charge. His magic hand surges forward, piercing through the enemy's overwhelming pressure. He thrusts his hand out. Roaring, he unleashes his technique, Pure Water Body. The enemy, utterly indifferent, simply turns and walks away. "Your despair is the finest experiment data I could ask for. As a common enemy of all three factions, I'm quite curious. Who will tear you apart first?" He immediately lunges forward to stop the enemy. "Don't go." Before leaving, the enemy doesn't forget one final remark. "Try to survive until the very end. I'll come back for the experiment data." In the Lost Forest, Zhang Ping extends his hand and catches a falling leaf. He presses it against his chest in silence. His fist slams against the tree trunk as he torments himself. "I'm the real useless one. Why?" Memories of happier times with his comrades flash through his mind. He buries his face in his hands, tears streaming without end. "Why did you have to be the one to leave?" Tin Jiao collapses to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "She even promised to teach me how to braid hair." "Liar, liar." Ming grips his sword tightly, trembling. "If only I were a little stronger." Sidhu Shibai's voice echoes. "Everyone, listen to me. My main body is now like a lamp flickering in the wind. I'm afraid I can only accompany you this far." He turns to look at the old man, eyes filled with deep worry. "Captain, what do we do now?" Sidhu Shibai speaks to reassure them. "I understand how you all feel right now, but no matter what enemy we face, never abandon hope. After months of battle, I've discovered a weakness in the Moon King's illusion, but to break it, we'll need the power of the Saintess. Before returning to Mingzhu City, we must rescue the Saintess from Li Aixu's hands. Also, if I die, tell the Moon King for me that his golden blade stabbing into my back really, really hurt." Manny glances over at him. Zhang Ping raises his head and declares, "Captain, we absolutely must rescue Captain Sidhu, and we have to take down that damn mysterious bastard too. Let's go forth and become kings." At the heavenly divine peak, gazing at the endless staircase stretching into the sky above, he murmurs, "This is the final trial. I heard the captain say before only infinite trank awakeners can even set foot on these steps." Zhang Ping turns and calls out, "Zio Sissy, the two of you." They smile back at him, gazing with unwavering trust. "Be careful, Zhang Ping, we'll be waiting right here." He turns back with a calm, faint smile. "I'll be back." Then he sets foot on the first step heavily. As he climbs, he thinks to himself, "I'll carry everyone's will all the way to the end." At 726 steps remaining, strange phantom voices swarm around him, nagging and taunting. "Does any of this really matter? Even if you become king, you're nothing but a pawn. Give up, you have absolutely zero chance of winning. This so-called vengeance of yours, it's nothing more than another step in my experiment." Unfazed, he barks back, "Shut up." At 489 steps remaining, familiar silhouettes of his comrades appear before him. "Boss, Zhang Ping," yet he refuses to waver. He charges straight through them with unyielding courage. "Sorry, everyone," he thinks, "they wouldn't want me to stop here." Noticing something ahead, his eyes flash sharp. Before him stand the figures of enemies he once defeated. What a small world. Only 247 steps remain. System Mist Substantiation Form Mist Flame. He hoists his sword onto his shoulder, extends a hand forward and declares, "Come at me, all of you." The moment the words leave his mouth, the monster's figure flickers and fades. It lunges, coiling around his body. System Mist Pure Water Body Mist Ocean. He seizes his sword and unleashes a devastating downward strike, channeling every ounce of hatred in his heart into that single blow. This strike is for Captain Sidhu, System Mist Contract Jewel Contract of Mist. After cutting them down, he leaps forward without hesitation. System Mist Nightwalker Mist Shapeshift. He rushes at a fire-breathing bird and slashes it apart. This one is for Mingzhu City. The enemy unleashes a technique. Countless phantom arms reach out from the void, converging on him. They grab hold of his spirit beast. Yet he pays it no mind, gripping his weapon and charging ahead. This axe is for Chen Haoan and Chen Junding. In an instant, every last one of them is obliterated. A crown materializes before his eyes. Only 2 steps remain. He slowly picks up the crown. Trial grounds tell your master this, then he crushes it with a vice-like grip. Immediately after, his pupils blaze with light. A torrent of energy surges into his eyes. This time the thing I crushed is his crown. Deng System Level UP. System Awaken Class Level increased to LVL 40. System All Abilities Enhanced. New skill unlocked 6 Armies Sovereign of all under heaven. A colossal wave of power wraps around his entire body. He declares next time what I'll crush is his throat. Meanwhile, a hooded figure addresses the woman. Sidhu Shibai won't hold on much longer. His people have already suffered heavy losses in the training grounds. Now is the perfect time for you to sweep away the obstacles. The one wearing a green scarf furrows her brow. You've been inside Chengzhou village this whole time. How do you know all this? He grins casually. Who knows? Either way, before leaving, he can't resist one last jab. Good luck deep within the forest. At the entrance to the training grounds, a figure sits atop a beast, ceaselessly refining his chi. That lunatic actually used a water clone to slip past me, but if I can refine my fire to reach peak-tier primal form, then the trip here was worth it. Noticing the light blooming across the sky, he murmurs, they're here. 7 formations. On Elder Yi's end, he throws a devastating punch and charges forward. I was already planning to come find you and you deliver yourself to my doorstep. Xiang Ming will end you, right? Kaboom! A massive explosion erupts. The enemy smirks at him. You think that's enough? The fact that the attack had absolutely zero effect leaves the old man stunned. My strongest attack in solar flare form can't even crack his defense. The enemy seizes the opening, thrusting his hand forward to launch a strike. A feeble punch like this, you think you can finish me off, but the gap in power is absolute. He is sent flying on impact. Elder Yi's mind reels in shock. Why is Xiang Ming's strength so far beyond what it was before, even surpassing his own? He bellows, "Just Chinese letter become my living dead." Suddenly, Zhang Ping appears. Zhang Ping presses his hand against the old man's chest, channeling healing energy. Dojo Master Feng, rest for now. Feeling the surge of energy flowing into him, he can't hide his astonishment. My solar flare form couldn't even purge the poison, and yet he can cure it. Sensing the dire situation, he turns to Zhang Ping. Retreat. His power has multiplied several times over, even if we all charge in together. We don't stand a chance. Zhang Ping replies, it's fine, leave him to me. Zhang Ping stands surrounded by a torrent of surging energy, radiating power. Ting Jiao observes him with a hint of surprise, thinking this is Zhang Ping. She can't even sense a limit to the energy within his body. He extends his hand and unleashes the technique Imperial Dominion. A massive explosion erupts. The force shoots upward like a blinding pillar, piercing straight through the sky. Cece, standing within the blast zone, can't help but gasp in disbelief. She never imagined Zhang Ping had fused all of his abilities into a single unified form. This is just way too over the top. On the other side, the creature raises his staff and begins summoning dark power. You barely scrape together a few scraps and you're already flexing. Countless monsters come swarming in, coiling around his body. In an instant, he transforms into a colossal beast of nightmarish proportions. Zhang Ping stares at the towering monstrosity and scoffs. You think sheer size is enough to intimidate me? His arm surges forward. A show of raw force clamps his grip around the creature's massive body. With his bare hands, he tears the beast clean in half. But despite this display of overwhelming power, the creature shows no fear. In fact, it grins, sickeningly pleased with itself. Who actually dies here is far from certain. Within minutes, the creature's body regenerates, reforming back to its original shape. Elder Yi witnesses this and can't help but worry for Zhang Ping. Damn eyes trying to inject corpse poison directly. I've fallen for that exact trick before. The towering creature looms over Zhang Ping, its massive form radiating menace. Just now noticing. Too late. I wonder what would happen with an infinite army of living dead. Before the creature's smug display, Zhang Ping couldn't care less. Zhang Ping raises his hand high, drawing spiritual energy from every direction. Had enough fun. He launches a devastating direct attack. The creature's eyes go wide, seeing himself about to be obliterated by Zhang Ping's power. He can hardly believe what's happening. I poured in that much corpse poison, he should have been fully corrupted. How is this possible? Zhang Ping looks at the creature with pure contempt. Naive, you think a trick like that can defeat a king? The creature staggers. Stunned by the revelation, what? You wretched so-called king, that lunatic played you for a fool. Seeing the creature finally destroyed by Zhang Ping, Elder Yi breathes a quiet sigh of relief. With senior brother's vendetta finally avenged, Ting Jiao also exhales deeply, as if a crushing burden she'd carried for years has finally been lifted. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? Cece glances at the energy flickering around her hand, then looks toward the scene ahead. A voice rings out, so, it's true. What a useless fool, watch, I'll have to handle this myself. Her gaze sharpens to a razor's edge. There she sits, imperious upon a throne, looking down at them. Sidhu Shibai's little pawns. I've already dealt with everyone you brought. She exhales a freezing breath downward. Repent your sins in a frozen prison. She simultaneously unleashes the technique Tyrant Dragon Frost Peak. In an instant, countless ferocious ice dragons materialize around her. They roar as they charge straight toward the group. Zhang Ping doesn't flinch. He immediately deploys the Technique 8 Extreme's Radiant Flame. In his mind, a thought flashes: I can freely combine multiple abilities now. System notification displayed. System Skill Fusion Jewel Sovereign Heaven Earth Dharma Manifestation Radiant Flame 8 Extremes Radiant Flame. If Radiant Flame brings death, then 8 Extremes Radiant Flame brings life, which is why when the ice is burned, it transforms into butterflies and takes flight. His eyes flash as he looks toward her. Your ice. Turns out it does know how to fear fire after all, doesn't it? Ting Dao raises her hand to shield herself from the shockwave, unable to hide her astonishment. Both sides are terrifyingly powerful. Cece suddenly collapses to her knees. Ting Dao panics and calls out to her. Zise. A flash of ice gold clarity sparks in the depths of her eyes. I remember everything now. Staring at the chaos unfolding before her, a thought rises from deep within. Father, is this the truth you wanted to tell me about Li Aixu before you died? 20 years ago. Her father points directly at Li Aixu and shouts, Li Aixu. The Liu clan has no enmity with Yaoi. Have you come here to slaughter our people? Li Aixu descends before them, then answers calmly, no grudge. But there's something here that I need. In mere seconds she appears right in front of her father. The sight sends a chill through him, but he stands his ground, resolute. Don't you break. But the moment those words leave his lips, she freezes him solid into a block of ice. Li Aixu turns to glance at her ice dragon and praises, not bad, but your proficiency still falls short. She suddenly thaws his ice, then seizes his throat and hoists him into the air. This extreme frost essence, I'm taking it. Even in his final moments, all he can think about is his daughter. Even in his dire state, his only concern is protecting his daughter. Her mother watches in horror. Little Cece cries out in terror, calling for her father again and again. Papa! In the next instant, Li Aixu draws a sword and drives it straight through his chest. Her mother clutches Cece tight, shielding her body with her own. She stares at her father's silhouette, sobbing uncontrollably. Papa! In an instant, a blazing red energy engulfs both of them. Li Aixu unleashes the technique Frost Judgment. Back in the present, Cece stares at Li Aixu, her expression twisted with pure, undying hatred. Father used a blood curse to seal away my memories of her, all to keep me alive. Li Aixu, the time has come to pay for your sins. She thrusts her hand forward and launches a furious attack. From the heavens above, hawks forged from ice dive down in relentless waves. Get down here. Zhang Ping seizes the opening, deploying a technique to intercept Li Aixu's strike. He narrows his eyes. I know your abilities aren't limited to just this. System Supreme Appraisal Blood of the Sovereign Royal Authority I. System appraisal successful. He studies the results. So this throne was stolen, not earned, in his mind appraisal. System Plunder Invisible Sword Corpse Puppeteer Art Extreme Frost Essence Remnant Power of the Shadow Puppeteer King. He deploys a new Techniquegolden energy envelops his entire body. Think you can still sit pretty after this? Li Aixu barely bats an eye. She raises her hand and launches a technique straight at him. Being plundered, that is the destiny fate has written for the weak. Her dark power surges forth with terrifying force, splitting the very earth in two. He dodges to the side in a flash. At that very moment, a skeletal hand bursts from the groundbone creature, erupts into existence. The shadow puppeteer recoils in shock. The moment he sees the familiar creature, memories of climbing those endless stairs come flooding back. That skeletal beast from back then. It grins at him with a sinister, otherworldly smile. Now it's your turn to become the stepping stones of the new king. Li Aixu stands atop the creature's shoulder, gazing down like a nightmare made flesh. The skeletal monster launches its attack straight at him. Shadow Blade Bullet. He watches the technique hurtling toward him, thinking it looks strikingly similar to Phantom Mist. The energy is immensely stronger even than shop manager Feng's killing technique. The monster's hand gradually materializes into view. It lunges forward, seizing his body in a vice-like grip. Zhang Ping fights to resist, thinking it was hiding a hand inside that energy form all along. 8 Extremes Bright Flame Immovable. His eyes flash with sudden brilliance. Li Aixu watches him with a proud, contemptuous smile. It's futile, just give up and accept your fate. La Hai is the strongest shadow walker ever forged in the flames of purgatory. Burning through its body is nowhere near that simple. The massive slab of ice she conjures hurtles down in a direct frontal assault on his body, no restraint whatsoever. As the frost gradually dissipates, his voice rises from beneath the ice. Li Aixu, you really do have a capable subordinate. The words startle her. He's vanished. System Pure Water Body New King Bloodline King's invisibility activated. Zhang Ping has already slipped free from her grasp at some point, standing tall and defiant on the ground below. But don't forget, I have allies backing me up too. He hurls a burst of energy skyward where it erupts into tiny sparks like fireworks. Bolts of light rain down one after another onto everyone around him. His voice rings out across the battlefield. Everyone lend me your strength. A system notification flashes into view. System King's 4 Blessings is continuously channeling the King's Gemstone enhancement buff to all allies in range. He feels the surge of power flood into his body and can't help but grin with excitement. If we can be of help to you, that's something we wouldn't dare refuse. Elder Yi chimes in from the side. Finally, it's our turn to take the stage. Xiang Ming extends his hand forward and activates his technique. Zhang Ping, use this. Giant God Heavenly Sword. Zhang Ping spreads his arms wide behind him and gives the command 8 Extremes Bright Flame Treasure Packed Fuse with Giant God Heavenly Sword. Simultaneously, he activates his own technique 8 Extremes Flame Sword. But the skeletal monster regards his technique with utter contempt. Futile. Under La Hai's power and mine, any weapon is nothing but scrap. It swings its massive scythe and charges. Huan Bing La Hai advance. It leaps into the air, bringing the enormous scythe crashing down toward him. Before us, you're nothing but a tiny insect. Zhang Ping reacts in a flash, raising his sword to parry, but the sheer size difference is devastating. One hard push and he vanishes from the monster's field of vision. Seeing the sword shatter, it sneers with contempt. Scrap is scrap, can't even withstand a single blow. Wait, these fragments are burning. But after the attack landed so easily, a flicker of doubt crosses its mind. Something's wrong, it's a trap. Li Aixu launches herself from atop the monster's shoulder, thinking just some petty tricks. Elder Yi tracks her movement with wide eyes and blurts out in alarm. Li Aixu is over there. Li Aixu thrusts her hand forward, commanding the technique with a roar Extreme Ice Lotus. A colossal wave of ice and frost energy plummets from above like a raging blizzard. Seeing him engulfed within her technique, she scoffs with disdain. Zhang Ping, your so-called King's 4 Blessings amount to nothing more than this. Ting Jiao raises both hands skyward and activates his technique Holy Ground Barrier Open. His body gradually swells to enormous size, roughly on par with the monster. He launches a star-shattering fist straight into the mass of energy encasing Zhang Ping's body. You think you can trap us that easily? A beam of energy pierces straight down from the sky above. In that instant, the ice encasing him explodes into countless tiny shards, scattering in every direction. Elder Yi and another ally charge toward her at full speed. Li Aixu's eyes turn razor-sharp, a sinister smile curling across her face as she watches them approach. How amusing, let me see how many seconds your desperate struggle can last. She immediately issues a command to the monster ahead. From the distance, La Hai grips its weapon and surges forward at blinding speed. Li Aixu rockets upward into the air. Seizing the altitude, it immediately draws its weapon, preparing to bring it crashing down. Her voice echoes from behind, total kill. The words make its eyes blaze with crimson light. It unleashes the technique Purgatory Ice Heaven Halberd. Wielding that tremendous force, it dives downward, sending rocks and debris erupting in every direction. When the dust finally settles, 2 silhouettes are revealed standing in the crater. The sight stuns her. Her expression twists in disbelief. What? Sidhu Shibai appears seemingly out of nowhere, a smug grin on his face. No matter how powerful this thing is, in the end it's just a pile of bones. First I turned into air and slipped between the bones, then I turned into bone myself. But controlling something this massive is no easy feat, I'll admit. Changchun continues from beside him. My vines can support Zhang Ping too. Will help you hold down the skeleton. You go deal with Li Aixu. Zhang Ping sheathes the sword across his shoulder and answers crisply, understood. Unfazed by his confidence, Li Aixu raises her hand, channeling her technique Glacial Ice Soul Storm Blizzard. As she unleashes the full brunt of her power, the surrounding space warps and groans. Snowflakes drift down one by one, as if threatening to blanket the entire battlefield. But before they can touch the ground, the snowflakes suddenly shatter apart. The sight makes her blood run cold. My skill was nullified. That little brat's doing. This is the ice control art of the Liu family from North City. Zhang Ping clenches his jaw, fixing his gaze on her. This strike carries the unfulfilled wishes of every fallen comrade who gave their life. He raises his sword high and lunges, activating the technique for clan extermination. Sensing the danger, she immediately commands her beast. La Chair, return to me now. At her command, the beast thrashes wildly, desperately trying to break free from their restraint. They feel the strain and panic rises in their voices. It's breaking free. A colossal wave of energy erupts from Zhang Ping's body, radiating outward before blasting straight into the sky. The blast also forces the monster to dissolve and fade into the void of space. All the ice and snow Li Aixu had conjured melts away, revealing a verdant forest stretching in every direction. Zhang Ping steps forward from behind her, sword in hand. La Hai blocked the fatal blow for you. Next time you won't be so lucky. Li Aixu turns her head slowly, fury blazing in her eyes. You insignificant insects dare act so brazenly before me. In the next instant, she conjures an ice vortex, a spiraling maelstrom that seems intent on devouring everything around it like a black hole. Tu Zai's expression shifts to one of sheer horror upon recognizing the technique. Is that the legendary storm-rending, soul-devouring ice prison? She thinks frantically. They say the soul-devouring ice prison can freeze even time itself, but no one has ever successfully cast it. It's a technique only King Tier Awakeners can activate. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, she screams a warning, everyone watch out, but it's already too late. The moment she glances around, every single person has been encased in ice. Li Aixu shows no sign of stopping. Pouring even more power into the spell, she roars, soul-devouring ice prison, eternal winter coffin. System alert, absolute zero. REACHED. See her dark eyes sweep over the frozen battlefield. No one escapes the domain of a king. Sink into eternal slumber right here, right now. That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right now. And give the like button a little tap while you're at it. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. A drifting verse of love.